Legendary Armament Canon. When Zhou Shu woke up, he learned that he had become a forging apprentice at a workshop in the forging division of the Great Xia Empire. The standard long saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. The holy sword Rainbow Abyss you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the 100 steps flying swords. The halberd you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the talent refreshing pill. The large K bow you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Chapter 1, Legendary Armament Canon. Zhou Shu was in a daze as he took in his surroundings. Transmigrated? This was a ludicrous notion, which even he couldn't believe. Even so, facts spoke louder than words. He couldn't think of anyone who would play such a prank on him, and the only explanation he could come up with was transmigration. He distinctly remembered sleeping in his opulent 20-square-meter bedroom the night before, yet he awoke in such a run-down farmyard. If this was a joke played on him, the expense would be too high. Anyway, it was impossible to find such a run-down farmyard in the city these days. My room is larger than this entire farmyard. While Zhou Shu was lamenting, a slew of disorganized memories slammed into his mind out of nowhere. This unexpected occurrence caused Zhou Shu to groan, squat down, and hug his head with both hands. After a long time, the swelling pain in his head subsided, and his eyes regained clarity. Great Xia. Forging Division. Zhou Shu ruminated on the memories that surfaced in his mind, gaining a general understanding of his predicament. The predecessor of this body was someone who also went by the name Zhou Shu. He had turned 18 this year, and 3 generations of his ancestors had been craftsmen from Great Xia's forging division, which was in charge of forging weapons. His grandfather and father had died as a result of exhaustion in their earlier years. Thus, when he turned 18, he immediately inherited his father's profession and became an apprentice in the forging division. In the end, he, like his ancestors, died of exhaustion, benefiting this transmigrator, Zhou Shu. Forger, don't they just forge metal? Zhou Shu assessed his current living situation while rummaging through the memories. The small yard he was currently in was the residence provided to the craftsmen by the Ministry of the Forging Division. Although 3 generations of his predecessors' ancestors worked directly for the Ministry of State, they were unable to obtain even a house in the imperial capital of Great Xia. Zhou Shu's predecessors' savings had further been used up when he attempted to treat his parents' illnesses before they died. In other words, this small farmyard was his current self's only safe refuge. At the very least, I have a place to put my feet and won't end up on the streets. Zhou Shu consoled himself. It was difficult to stay in the empire's capital. Having a place to stay was already thought of to be a plus. This farmyard was only 20 square meters. Aside from a run-down bedroom, there was a shed in the corner that appeared to house a smithy. The smithy was the only way his predecessor could make a living. The forging division was brutal, and the craftsmen slept and worked in the same place. As expected, as the lowest of the low, you are a sucker waiting to be played, regardless of where you are. Zhou Shu sighed. The forging division treated their forgers well, relatively speaking. Even the lowest level underlings, such as Zhou Shu, were provided with food and lodging, as well as half a tael of silver monthly. But the workload was too intense. Using Zhou Shu's current situation as an example, the forging division required forging apprentices to hand over 100 weapons every month. This meant that he had to forge at least 3 weapons per day on average to complete the task. Otherwise, whipping and punishment were in store for him. His predecessor was well educated and had begun learning how to forge at a young age. Despite this, he still needed 4 to 6 hours to forge a weapon. Forging 3 weapons took an average of 14 to 16 hours, and that was assuming everything went smoothly. In reality, achieving a success rate of 100% in forging was impossible. When the forging failed, he had to restart. As a result, he worked nearly 16 hours per day. Therefore, aside from eating and sleeping, he had to work non-stop every day to finish the task on time. With this level of workload, it was no wonder that his predecessor had become exhausted to the point of death. Am I going to die from exhaustion after having just transmigrated? Zhou Shu felt like crying but didn't have any tears. He believed that if he continued to work in this manner, he would die within a month. It appears the only way to survive is to figure out how to become an official forging master. Zhou Shu pondered. He had signed a contract with the forging division, so he couldn't leave. But the forging division had its method of advancement. He was a forging apprentice. He was at the lowest level, similar to a dog's body. Official forging master was the rank above forging apprentice. Forging masters were already members of the forging division's technical staff, and they were not treated in the same way that forging apprentices were. They could live in proper houses with a kitchen and a toilet. Their pay was also significantly higher than that of forging apprentices. Most importantly, their workload was less demanding than that of forging apprentices. As forging masters, they completed the task if they handed in 30 weapons every month. High-level forging masters were above forging masters. They were the forging division's main strength. Every high-level forging master was regarded as the forging division's wealth, and they were treated far better than forging masters. Grand craftsmen were the level above high-level forging masters. If high-level forging masters were the forging division's wealth, then grand craftsmen were the forging division's treasures. It wasn't a stretch of the imagination to regard each grand craftsman as a national treasure. Grand craftsmen were almost on par with the forging division's directors in terms of social standing. Directors from the forging division were fifth-ranked officials. They were the equivalent of deputy bureau chiefs, which were the same rank as deputy mayors in Zhou Shu's previous life. But even directors from the forging division had to be respectful of grand craftsmen on a practical level. After all, there were a lot of fifth-ranking officials but only a handful of grand craftsmen. There appeared to be even more powerful forging masters above grand craftsmen. This, however, was not information that Zhou Shu's predecessor could obtain. One's future would be bright if one could become a forging master. But becoming a forging master was no easy task. 3 generations of Zhou Shu's predecessors' ancestors had all been forging apprentices in the forging division, but they hadn't been able to become forging masters even until Zhou Shu's predecessor. This demonstrated how difficult it was. The requirement for becoming a forging master was quite simple: the ability to forge ranked weapons. The weapons in this world were classified as heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Weapons forged by apprentices such as Zhou Shu were standard and unranked weapons. Forging masters and above held all of the secret formulas for forging ranked weapons and always kept them secret. It was nearly impossible for Zhou Shu to become a forging master without the assistance of a master. In reality, the forging division had tens of thousands of forging apprentices, and hardly 1 in 100 could advance to become a forging master. Surely that doesn't mean I'll be stuck to death here? Zhou Shu picked up a standard long saber that his predecessor had forged and began to examine it. He knew nothing about forging and had no idea what the distinction between a standard and a ranked weapon was. What should I do? He pondered for a long time, trying to recall a solution from his predecessor's memories. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he noticed a dazzling golden light. Amid his dizziness, a blue-covered book appeared in front of him. A few primitive words were written on the book's cover. Zhou Shu understood what they meant at first glance. Legendary Armament Canon. Rustle. Even without any wind, the blue book flipped through several pages before coming to a halt. Zhou Shu's gaze was drawn to the book, where he saw the drawing of a long saber. It appeared to be the same as the standard long saber he was holding in his hand. The drawing was exquisite, as if the saber was actually in front of him. A line of ancient words was written on the saber. Sharp standard long saber. A piece of information appeared in Zhou Shu's mind just as he saw these words. The standard long saber's forging method. Zhou Shu's eyes glowed. He had a solution to his problem. Chapter 2, Sharp Standard Long Saber. In Zhou Shu's head, a piece of information appeared. It was the method to forge a standard long saber. In truth, it was the formula for forging a sharp standard long saber. The method for quenching and forging. All of the steps were meticulously outlined. Even the angles of the hammer strikes were noted down. Zhou Shu felt as if he had gained a lot of experience all of a sudden. He even wanted to pick up a hammer to forge a sharp standard long saber right then and now. As the name implies, a sharp standard long saber should be sharper than typical standard long sabers. As Zhou Shu blinked, the legendary armament cannon vanished before his eyes. With just a thought, it reappeared in front of him. He tried flipping through the legendary armament cannon, but all he could see was the page with the sharp standard long saber. He couldn't see or navigate to the other content. It appeared to be because he didn't meet the requirements. Employing the strategy of looking before leaping, Zhou Shu began to study the sharp standard long saber. The standard long saber was the standard weapon of the 3 armies of Great Xia, It was the most basic weapon and had a fair amount of sharpness and sturdiness. After all, it was merely the standard issue weapon given to regular soldiers. I wonder how much sharper sharp standard long sabers are than standard long sabers. Will it be possible to attain the level of a yellow grade weapon? Zhou Shu's brows furrowed in thought. His predecessor had been a simple, honest young man absorbed in his work and had never come into contact with any ranked weapons. So Zhou Shu was also clueless. First, I'll forge a sharp standard long saber and examine it. Zhou Shu decided that rather than overthinking things, he should roll up his sleeves and get to work. The sharp standard long saber's forging process had already been etched on his mind, nearly becoming an instinct for him to follow. Without thinking, Zhou Shu threw an iron ingot into the furnace. This iron ingot was a material given by the forging division. They were delivered regularly to the forging apprentices' residences, and the supply was unlimited. Forging masters were thought of to be very generous in this regard. In any case, forging apprentices were unable to transport the forged weapons outside of their division. Sharp standard long sabers were constructed using the same materials as standard long sabers. Sharp standard long sabers differed in that their forging process was extremely exact. The fire control, timing, strength, and angles all required strict regulation. If these things hadn't been imprinted in Zhou Shu's mind, he might not have been able to learn them even if someone had taught him personally. Ding dang dang! A sensation of flesh and blood connecting burst through Zhou Shu's heart as he clutched the hammer. While he swung the hammer deftly, it seemed to become an extension of his body. Even though it was already late at night, the sounds of hammering and pounding resounded all around him. As a result, Zhou Shu didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone's sleep. Zhou Shu appeared to be in a bizarre state as the hammer danced in his hand. He could sense the changes in the iron ingot with each blow. It was as though he could see the impurities in the iron ingot being continuously hammered out. The iron ingot appeared to undergo an exceptional transformation, and every molecule in it seemed to be emitting light. Zhou Shu maintained his composure. He continued to hammer in the same pattern as before. The hammer created elegant curves in the air before landing at various angles on the iron ingot. After some time, he stabbed a long saber into a tank of ice-cold well water, and white steam burst out. Zhou Shu was exhausted to the point of wanting to die. His arm ached and felt like it was about to fall off, and every cell in his body was groaning. His expression, on the other hand, was ecstatic as he eagerly drew the long saber he had just forged from the water. Clear water drops poured down the long saber, and in a blink of an eye, the saber was no longer stained with water. It was bright and immaculate, and it seemed to come alive as light circulated endlessly when the moonlight flashed on it. Wonderful saber! Zhou Shu complimented loudly. To be honest, this sharp standard long saber resembled the standard long sabers he had made previously. The only difference was that this saber was a little brighter. Even Zhou Shu himself might not be able to pick it out from a bunch of standard long sabers. However, none of this mattered. This saber was his creation. Was it overboard to praise it? Can a sharp standard long saber cut through iron as easily as it does mud? Zhou Shu weighed the sharp standard long saber in his hand. His gaze fell on a standard long saber that had been forged earlier, and he seemed eager to try the new saber out on it. But despite a long period of hesitation, he didn't slash down. He had put in so much time and effort to create the sharp standard long saber. Wouldn't he cry to death if he damaged it? Let's go to the testing ground and put the saber to the test. Zhou Shu took the sharp standard long saber, locked the yard door, and proceeded toward the workshop a few moments later. Along the way, striking sounds echoed in the night. Almost every apprentice was putting in extra hours to complete their task. The physical punishment of failing to complete the task was unbearable. Zhou Shu looked at the apprentices' residences, which resembled a piece of tofu. His yearning to get out of this circumstance grew even stronger. He would eventually die of exhaustion in this slum-like apprentice workshop if he didn't leave. He tightened his grip on the sharp standard long saber. It determined whether or not he would be able to change his situation. Inside the apprentice workshop, there was an open area for weapon testing. The weapons forging apprentices made had to pass a series of tests before being handed over to the military. The tests would take place on this testing ground. Although it was late at night, scattered forging apprentices were still experimenting with the weapons they had forged. They didn't have a choice. The forging division's quality control was exceedingly tight, and no one would be able to avoid being whipped if their forged weapon was found to be inadequate. The forging apprentices' expressions were all drab, and they had no reaction when they saw Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu wasn't surprised. He walked over to a wooden human-shaped stake, retrieved 2 sets of armor from the basket beside him, and placed them on the stake. The ability to penetrate armor was a requirement for standard long sabers. In other words, a saber would only be regarded as qualified if it could slash through a set of armor. The more layers of armor the weapon could penetrate, the sharper the saber. Sabers that could break through 2 layers of armor were already the best standard weapon, according to Zhou Shu's predecessor's memory. His predecessor had never seen a standard long saber capable of slashing through 3 layers of armor. Sharp standard long saber. If it's going to be labeled sharp, it should be able to break through at least 2 layers of armor, right? Zhou Shu thought as he furiously cut down on the wooden stake with both hands gripping the handle of his saber. Pfft! There was a muffled sound, and Zhou Shu felt his hand soften after a brief feeling of resistance. He took a stumbling step forward and almost sprained his waist. His movement caused the forging apprentices testing their weapons around him to turn their heads and look over. "Sorry, my bad," Zhou Shu said apologetically to everyone. Crack! There was a dull sound before he finished speaking. Seemingly in slow motion, the wooden stake behind him split in half. A smooth incision appeared as the upper part slipped down diagonally, and the 2 layers of armor fastened to the wooden stake both dropped to the ground at once, creating a cloud of dust. The apprentices in the vicinity all widened their eyes in disbelief. Breaking through 2 layers of armor! Someone exclaimed. "Are you blind? The wooden stake was cut off. How many layers is this? Can a standard long saber cut through a wooden stake? Could this be a ranked long saber? Quick, inform Superintendent Xiao." On the testing ground, everyone was discussing vehemently. There were even a few people who bolted from the scene. As for the perpetrator, Zhou Shu remained standing there dazed, staring at the wooden stake that had been cut into 2. Chapter 3, Benefits Move the Hearts of People. "Did you forge this saber?" A man in his 30s with an average figure asked while caressing the saber with his fingers. "Yes," Zhou Shu replied in a dazed manner. His gaze traveled around the wooden stake. He had chopped the wooden stake, which was approximately half a meter in diameter, in half. Although this body had been forging since an early age and was considered strong, it was only at the level of an ordinary adult in terms of strength. Was it because the blade was too sharp? This didn't make sense. Zhou Shu felt that his scientific knowledge was being challenged. Any blade, no matter how sharp, had to be used with enough force to cut through a wooden stake. This was basic physics knowledge from middle school. But since this wasn't Earth, perhaps the rules of physics were different? Indeed, there appeared to be unmatched experts here, capable of flying through the air and burrowing beneath the ground. "Your name is Zhou Shu?" Xiao Zongshui continued asking. "Yes." Zhou Shu nodded. "Your grandfather is Zhou Guangzhu, and your father is Zhou Niantong." "Yes." Zhou Shu had no idea what this superintendent was looking for, but he answered truthfully. Xiao Zongshui was the workshop's superintendent and Zhou Shu's superior. Zhou Shu's fate was in his hands. Both of them were adept. What a pity. Xiao Zongshui nodded and went on. "You're not too shabby either. Even though this saber is unranked, it is a top-tier standard long saber." Top-tier standard long saber. Zhou Shu was a little disappointed. It was just a top-tier standard long saber. With this saber, becoming a forging master appeared to be impossible. But his disappointment was fleeting. With the legendary Armament Canon, it was only a matter of time before he became a forging master. How powerful would ranked weapons be if a top-tier standard long saber was already so powerful? Zhou Shu's hopes to become a forging master intensified. Xiao Zongshui sized up Zhou Shu. "Given your age, being able to forge a top-tier standard long saber without the assistance of a master means that your ability surpasses that of your grandfather and father. Perhaps you'll become a genuine forging master one day." "Then, I must thank Superintendent Xiao for your nurturing," Zhou Shu said while cupping his hands. "I didn't nurture you." With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Xiao Zongshui stared at Zhou Shu. "Your father and grandfather don't think as vividly as you do. It's no surprise you were able to forge such a top-tier standard long saber." "You flatter me," Zhou Shu said awkwardly. In his previous life, he had never been able to suck up to others. "All right, performing your job well is more important to me than saying anything," Xiao Zhongshui said and waved his hand. "This top-tier standard long saber is of exceptional quality. One can compare to several ordinary standard long sabers. In the future, one top-tier standard long saber can replace 3 ordinary standard long sabers, provided you forge this kind of top-tier standard long saber." Then with his hands behind his back, Xiao Zhongshui walked away. Who knew whether on purpose or not, but he didn't return the sharp standard long saber in his hand to Zhou Shu. Instead, he took it. "Exploiter Xiao." Zhou Shu spat inwardly after Xiao Zhongshui left. A sharp standard long saber was comparable to 10 ordinary standard long sabers. But when it came to Xiao Zhongshui, it could only compare to 3. How black-hearted! Zhou Shu finally calmed a little after cursing a few times. A sharp standard long saber could replace 3 ordinary standard long sabers. His original task every month was to submit 100 standard long sabers. In other words, now he had to hand over 33 sharp standard long sabers. The complexity of forging these 2 sabers seemed similar to Zhou Shu. To put it another way, his workload had drastically reduced, and he no longer needed to work overtime to forge weapons. At the very least, his sudden death crisis was resolved. After returning to his kennel, Zhou Shu tossed and turned on his hard wooden bed, unable to sleep. After spending a long time studying the legendary Armament Canon, he decided to get out of bed. He walked over to the shed and got to work. Not long later, a sharp standard long saber appeared in his hand again. Zhou Shu wore a contented look on his face. He appeared to have truly grasped the method of forging sharp standard long sabers. Even if he solely used this method in the future, he could still make a livelihood in the forging division. Whoosh! Zhou Shu was admiring his work when the sound of wind breaking behind him startled him. He bowed his head reflexively, and a rush of wind blew past the back of his head. Even his scalp hurt. Bang! A muffled sound came from the anvil in front of him, as if something had slammed into it. Zhou Shu's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was obvious from the sound that the object was extremely heavy. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit his head instead of the anvil. "Who is it?" Zhou Shu yelled while abruptly turning around. "It's best if you don't move." An ominous voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. "Don't force me. I don't want your life." Opposite Zhou Shu was a tall thin man. With a hammer in his hand, he glared at Zhou Shu with a steely glance. The hammer was the size of an adult's head, and the handle was almost as tall as the man. If he swung this thing, Zhou Shu could see his head being blasted to bits like a watermelon. His entire body shuddered, and he instinctively gripped the sharp standard long saber in his hand. Only then did he feel a little safer. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Zhou Shu shouted, trying to draw the attention of the other apprentices with his voice. Unfortunately, his plan didn't work. As though no one heard his words, the clanking noises surrounding him continued. The tall thin man opposite Zhou Shu had a mocking grin on his face. "There's no need to waste your energy. Before dawn, no one will care even if you scream until your throat cracks." Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why this man was so certain, but he knew no one would come to his rescue anytime soon. "The money is hidden beneath the bed. If you want it, go ahead and take it." Zhou Shu screamed while pointing at the wooden bed in the room. "I'm not interested in money. Hand over the forging formula of the top-tier standard long saber, and I will spare your life," the tall thin man said, his triangular eyes flickering with a malevolent gleam. As he approached Zhou Shu, the tall thin man wielded his big hammer. He didn't appear to be afraid of the long saber in Zhou Shu's hand at all. No matter how good a weapon was, it was only as good as the person wielding it. The tall thin man clearly didn't take Zhou Shu seriously. Zhou Shu's heart sank. He came for the weapon's secret forging formula? "I only forged the sharp standard long saber a few hours ago, yet someone is already tempted? This is the forging division's workshop. How does he dare?" The sharp standard long saber's exposure was beyond Zhou Shu's expectations. He wouldn't have gone to the testing ground to test the saber if he had realized it was that sharp. He also hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Not only did the superintendent, Xiao Zhongshui, show up and take the saber away, but now, this guy, who appeared to be a forging apprentice, came to rob him. Zhou Shu locked his gaze on the tall thin man. This person was unfamiliar to him. The forging division has a total of 108 workshops, and the number of apprentices in the 97th workshop alone was in the hundreds. He couldn't possibly have seen so many people before. Even if they knew each other, this tall thin man would probably be unconcerned about their relationship. Bang! The tall thin man's large hammer slammed heavily on the ground, creating a dull thud. The man appeared feeble, but his strength wasn't negligible. The massive hammer was as light as a feather in his grip. Is it worth it for the formula of an unranked weapon? Zhou Shu clutched the sharp standard long saber in his hand while peering intently at the tall thin man. Humph! The tall thin man snorted coldly. He wouldn't dare to rob a ranked weapons forging formula. Only forging masters and above were capable of holding the forging formulas for ranked weapons. Even if he seized one, he wouldn't be able to keep it. But forging masters wouldn't be concerned with this top-tier standard weapons formula, and it was valuable enough to improve people's circumstances. This was the most suitable item for an ordinary forging apprentice. The tall thin man had no desire to explain himself to Zhou Shu. He clutched the hammer's handle and fixed his gaze on Zhou Shu like a hawk. He said harshly, "Give me the secret formula. The secret forging formula is here. Come get it yourself if you want it." Zhou Shu pointed at his own head. In the blink of an eye, he had both hands on the handle of the sharp standard long saber and took the initiative to attack the tall thin man. Zhou Shu didn't know martial arts, but he was young and strong. Plus, he wielded a powerful weapon. Using brute force to attack, he was also incredibly strong. The tall thin man's visage was full of contempt. Despite the fact that they were both forging apprentices, there was still a distinction between individuals. His forefather had received expert guidance and had learned a set of martial arts. Although his legacy dwindled over the years, the combat ability of the tall thin man still considerably outstripped that of ordinary people. He was considered invincible among the forging apprentices. Ordinary people would be scared by Zhou Shu's attack. But was he an ordinary person? The tall thin man sneered. He swung his arm, and the enormous hammer raised high. He was confident that this hammer attack would be able to break a couple of Zhou Shu's ribs, as well as knock away the standard long saber in his hands. Ding! The hammer and the standard long saber collided with a sharp sound. The tall thin man seemed to already see the standard long saber fly away and Zhou Shu wailing as he fell to the ground. A cruel and savage grin appeared on his face. Suddenly, his nasty grin froze on his face, and his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Bang! The enormous hammer fell to the ground. On the tall thin man's chest, a visible line of blood emerged. The stream of blood continued to extend, and blood gushed out a few moments later. How is this possible? The tall thin man left behind his final words in the mortal world before collapsing to the ground with a thud. He died with unresolved resentment. The sharp standard long saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with a cultivation technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. The legendary armament cannon surfaced in front of Zhou Shu's eyes automatically. It flipped to the page with the sharp standard long saber, and a line of text emerged on the page. Suddenly, a slew of silhouettes jumping around materialized in front of Zhou Shu's eyes, and a vast amount of data slammed into his head at the same time. Chapter 4, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Crack! The standard long saber in Zhou Shu's hand released a crisp sound as it broke in two. Half of the saber fell and plunged a few inches into the ground. Zhou Shu was unconcerned about the long saber's demise. His entire focus was on the information that suddenly appeared in his head. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Thanks to his predecessor's memories, Zhou Shu had long known that elite martial arts existed in this world. But before this, he didn't know if he would be able to survive, so why would he fantasize about unattainable things? He had never imagined he would be able to gain a cultivation technique in such a situation. The weapons I forge provide such benefits after killing an enemy? Zhou Shu's entire being became enthralled. Even the unpleasant sensation of killing someone diminished. He had believed that becoming a forging master would reverse his fate. But he now understood that the precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail. Being a forging master with only forging techniques and formulas while having no ability to defend himself might not be such a good idea. The sharp standard long saber was not even a ranked weapon, but others had already coveted it. What would happen if it was a ranked weapon? Forging apprentices with strong backgrounds might not be afraid, but Zhou Shu was different. He was not protected in Great Xia. What had just happened was proof. He had just taken out a sharp standard long saber, but someone had soon come to confront him about the secret forging formula. If the standard long saber's sharpness hadn't been so exceptional, the outcome might not have been so favorable. Because the sharp standard long saber could cut through iron as easily as it did mud, and it could even cut through the hammer, the tall thin man had been caught off guard and killed. Otherwise, Zhou Shu might not have been his opponent. I can't let myself be in such a dangerous situation again. Zhou Shu still felt some apprehension when he remembered the incident. This feeling of his life hanging on a knife's edge was something he didn't want to go through again. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the sharp standard long saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Another voice broke out in Zhou Shu's mind. Simultaneously, his danshan seemed to erupt as a powerful force appeared out of nowhere, and energy spread throughout his body in an instant. Crack! Zhou Shu felt as though one of the shackles in his body broke. An unending stream of energy surged out from his danshan, and his entire body appeared to be brimming with vitality. Even his vision and hearing were much sharper than before. Zhou Shu's eyes twinkled. He took a step forward and waved his arm. The broken saber in his hand instantly slashed the anvil in front of him. He forged on this anvil most of the time. It was thick and heavy in an unprecedented way. It had also been tempered 1,000 times, making it as tough as heavenly weapons. Zhou Shu's saber cleaved the thick anvil as though it was tofu, splitting it into the size of an infant's head with a whoosh. Bang! The iron fell to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Zhou Shu heard a few frantic footsteps outside the yard walls at just about the same time. Tonight, the tall thin man wasn't the only one with a greedy heart. He had merely acted the quickest and had also died the quickest. The death of the tall thin man and Zhou Shu's strike had scared away the rest of the people with hidden agendas. This is too dangerous. Zhou Shu felt a lingering fear in his heart. I didn't think the forging division would be this scary. I didn't realize that when people get greedy, they have no concerns. Zhou Shu looked at the corpse on the ground, but he wasn't too worried. One reaped what one sowed. Those who killed others were always killed. This person had attacked him first, and he had merely counterattacked. This was reasonable. Furthermore, Xiao Zhongshui had just taken away his saber. How could he refuse to assist him in resolving such a minor issue? My sharp standard long saber didn't kill anyone again. Why is there another reward? Was it the other saber? Zhou Shu mused, putting other thoughts aside. He had forged 2 sharp standard long sabers. When he killed the tall thin man, one of them had broken, while the other had been taken by Superintendent Xiao Zhongshui. Since he didn't kill anyone now, it was only natural to assume that Xiao Zhongshui had killed someone. It appears that I can obtain rewards even if others use the weapons I forged to slay. Zhou Shu felt that he was getting a better grasp on how to use the legendary armament cannon. In that case, as long as I forge and distribute enough weapons. His eyes gleamed. By just forging 2 sharp standard long sabers, he had attained the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and 2 years of cultivation. If he forged 200, he was getting excited just thinking about it. Doesn't this mean that everyone who uses a weapon I forge is effectively working for me? The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique has 13 levels. I have 2 years of cultivation now, and I have only mastered the first level. I will need 4 years to master the second level. The third level will take 8 years, and the fourth will take 16. Under normal circumstances, I won't be able to reach the 13th level for the rest of my life. But this aim isn't tough to achieve with the legendary armament cannon. The first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique gave him the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. This was an exaggeration, but his current strength was still equivalent to hundreds of catties. His prior strike wouldn't have had the same impact if not for this. After all, no matter how sharp a weapon was, its power depended on the person wielding it. He didn't have to worry about any forging apprentices endangering his life because he had the might of 1 dragon and 1 elephant now. But forging apprentices were solely at the entry level of the forging division. The majority of them were just average folks. Numerous people were stronger than them, and the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique was far from sufficient. This world, according to the scattered legends in his predecessor's memory, was a world of elite martial arts. Even if he reached the highest level of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Technique, he might not be invincible, much less being only at the first level. It's safer for me to stay in the forging division until I gain sufficient strength. Zhou Shu rationalized. Even though there are people here with hidden agendas, they don't dare to act rashly. Plus, it's only here that I can freely forge and distribute weapons. The forging division's weapons would be delivered to the 3 armies of Great Xia. Normally, there would be a slew of battles, and they would certainly kill foes with the weapons in their hands. It was unrealistic to expect all 3 armies to use the weapons he forged. But his gains would already be unthinkable if hundreds or thousands of people used the weapons he forged to kill enemies. If I stay in the forging division. Zhou Shu used his past life habits to assess the situation's benefits and drawbacks. I used to believe that if I became a forging master, I would receive preferential treatment as a skilled craftsman. Now, it appears that I've simplified things too much. Unlike in my previous life, this isn't an era of peace. But even back then, there were many people who would do anything for the sake of benefits. The forging formulas of ranked weapons are things that can be passed down from one generation to another of forging masters. Their value is immeasurable. Not to mention how I'll explain the origins of the secret forging formulas. I have no idea how many people will come for the secret formulas because I don't have any background. A sharp standard long saber is only a top-tier standard weapon. Forging masters might not take a liking to it. But if it's forging formulas for ranked weapons, even forging masters will be tempted. A forging master's strength is far greater than that of a forging apprentice. Likely, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique's initial level won't be able to handle one. So I can't advance to forging master until I have enough strength to defend myself. I have to keep it a secret, even if I can forge ranked weapons. Zhou Shu analyzed the pros and cons of the situation in his mind. He was confident that he could become a forging master with the legendary armament cannon, even if it only contained the formula for one weapon now. But looking at things now, rushing to become a forging master wasn't a good idea. To begin with, it was strange that a forging apprentice could quickly ascend to the rank of forging master without the help of a master. People were already coveting the sharp standard long saber just by demonstrating it. Who knew how many people would react if secret forging formulas for ranked weapons appeared? Zhou Shu didn't want to be captured and interrogated. Furthermore, he had been rushing to become a forging master previously because he was afraid of dying young from overwork. He no longer had to be concerned about this issue. He had mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Putting everything else aside, with his current strength, would he be tired to death if he forged 3 to 5 weapons a day like he was playing a game? This was impossible. Completing the meager amount for the task required of forging apprentices was a piece of cake for the current forging apprentice Zhou Shu. I'll stay in the forging division as an apprentice and do my best to forge some sharp standard long sabers to accumulate my strength. Until I have absolute confidence, I won't advance to forging master. Zhou Shu contemplated. At the same time, in a luxurious residence not too far from Zhou Shu's workshop, Xiao Zhongshui flicked his wrist in the courtyard of the mansion, and the blood on the long saber fell to the ground. The blade was shiny and clean once again. A black dog nearly half the height of a human dropped to the ground just in front of him, the head and body severed. Xiao Zhongshui had tested the saber on a living creature. Clang! He flicked his finger on the saber, and a melodious sound rang out. He nodded contentedly. This saber is much sharper than I anticipated. Ordinary standard long sabers can already penetrate through a layer of armor, which isn't too bad. But this saber is capable of penetrating 3 layers of armor and instantly killing a fleshy body without any resistance. This Zhou Shu is truly exceptional. I already gave up on competing, but I wasn't expecting Zhou Shu to offer me a ray of hope. Xiao Zhongshui deliberated. This saber might actually work. Xiao Zhongshui tossed his sleeves, pushed open the door, and strode toward the forging apprentice's residential area, seemingly having made a decision. Chapter 5, Superintendent. Sizzle. Zhou Shu plunged his crimson blade into the tank of cold well water. The entire work shed was filled with a white steam. The blade slashed through the air with a faint sound as he flicked his wrist. 2 hours. Zhou Shu looked at the long saber in his hand with a satisfied expression. He forged a new one after the previous sharp standard long saber was ruined. He kept track of how long it took to forge one this time. He had completed the full forging process in just 2 hours. If it was before, he would have required at least 6 hours to make a sharp standard saber. After mastering the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, his weapon forging efficiency had grown by 3 times. Most notably, forging a sharp standard long blade used to leave him exhausted, and he had to take a long break from forging before he could resume. He didn't feel tired at all this time. Even if he had to forge another sharp standard long saber, he believed that his stamina would be sufficient. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique is more powerful than I anticipated. Zhou Shu was overjoyed. It won't be difficult for me to forge 5 or 6 sharp standard long sabers a day if I unleash my full power. As a result, completing the forging division's monthly task became significantly easier. To complete his monthly task, he simply needed to spend 4 to 6 hours a day forging. Wouldn't it be nice to spend the rest of the time relaxing? Bang! 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 A knock on the door jolted Zhou Shu out of his reverie. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. Today isn't the day to collect weapons. Who would come looking for me? He subconsciously glanced at the tall thin man's corpse in the corner. He had yet to dispose of the body. Could it be someone else with a hidden agenda? Zhou Shu raised his guard, but he didn't panic or fear. He was no longer the same person he had been the night before, although it had only been a night. He wielded a sharp standard long saber and had mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. He would be able to take on 10 regular forging apprentices. Zhou Shu opened the door a notch while concealing the sharp standard long saber behind him. What time is it already? Are you still sleeping? Why did it take you so long to open the door? Xiao Zongshui reprimanded as soon as the door opened. Zhou Shu cursed in his heart. What time is it? In my previous life, it's only 6 in the morning. If I am not sleeping at 6, am I supposed to be working? Why are you here, Superintendent? Zhou Shu said directly, pretending not to hear Xiao Zongshui's criticism. The only response Zhou Shu received from Xiao Zongshui was him walking right through the door and into his work shed. Zhou Shu leaped in terror. The corpse of the tall thin man was still there. He would have thrown the corpse into the fire and burned it had he known Xiao Zongshui was coming today. I was too careless. His mind raced as he prepared to deal with Xiao Zongshui's questions. In the end, Xiao Zongshui simply gave a cursory glance at the corpse before shifting his focus to Zhou Shu's freshly forged saber. Xiao Zongshui yelled, "Give it to me!" Zhou Shu was stunned for a moment before blurting out, "What? Saber?" Xiao Zongshui said impatiently. "Oh, okay." Zhou Shu handed over the sharp standard long saber in his hand without hesitation. Zhou Shu wouldn't have given the saber away so readily if it had been someone else. But this was his superior, who was also the 97th workshop's local tyrant. It didn't matter to him whether Zhou Shu had the saber or not if he wanted to kill him. Xiao Zongshui slashed down with the saber. The blade gleamed momentarily as the sharp standard long saber struck Zhou Shu's anvil. Pfft! With a soft sound, the 2-foot square anvil was split into 2. Zhou Shu was speechless as he looked at the smooth surface. He had forged the sharp standard long saber, so he knew precisely how powerful it was. If it was just a regular person holding the saber, cutting through 3 layers of armor would be the limit. The strength of the individual wielding the saber determined their ability to cut through iron as easily as it did mud. He had accomplished the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, and his strength was significantly higher than before. He had exerted all of his strength the night before, but he had only managed to sever a piece of the anvil. Xiao Zongshui's casual swing had cut the anvil in 2. As expected, he knows martial arts. Zhou Shu had long suspected that Xiao Zongshui was no ordinary person. But it now appeared that he was at least more powerful than him. The sharpness of this saber is unrivaled among standard weapons. The sturdiness, on the other hand. Xiao Zongshui frowned. Following his words, the long saber in his palm snapped into 2. Zhou Shu's heart was bleeding. He had given up his sleep to forge it. He had intended to hide it away and use it for self-defense. Superintendent is right, Zhou Shu muttered while cursing exploiter Xiao in his heart. Zhou Shu was well aware of the issue pointed out by Xiao Zongshui. A sharp standard long saber had significantly more sharpness than a standard long saber, but its sturdiness was mediocre, and it might be readily destroyed if hacked with force. Win some, lose some. After all, this was only a standard long saber. However, it's not easy to forge such a sharp standard long saber with existing materials, Xiao Zhongshui continued. Zhou Shu, get ready to accompany me out. Without waiting for Zhou Shu to agree, Xiao Zhongshui threw away the broken saber in his hand and strode out with his hands behind his back. His foot had already crossed the threshold when he abruptly stopped. Take care of the corpse. Don't leave it there. In an hour, come find me. Xiao Zhongshui walked away slowly. Xiao Zhongshui hadn't asked who the tall thin man was, why he had died in Zhou Shu's work shed, or who had killed him. Although the tall thin man had died in Zhou Shu's hands, his heart was full of sorrow. A life was lost just like that, and no one questioned it. This world is no longer the earth of my past life. Here, human lives are worthless. Zhou Shu realized the cruelness of this world once more. What does Xiao Zhongshui want me to do? Zhou Shu sensed danger. He had only mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. It was far from enough in terms of self-preservation. It should be related to the sharp standard long saber. From the way Xiao Zhongshui behaved, the possibility of danger is low. Xiao Zhongshui was the superintendent of the 97th workshop. He was like the supreme leader in this workshop. He didn't have to hide anything in front of Zhou Shu, and he didn't need to go around in circles if he intended to harm Zhou Shu. As Zhou Shu recalled Xiao Zongshui's every action, he came to the conclusion that Xiao Zongshui looking for him wasn't necessarily a negative thing. After he contemplated for a bit, his gaze fell on the tall thin man's corpse. Xiao Zongshui demanded that he dispose of the body. How was he going to do this? Toss it into the furnace and let it burn? He couldn't possibly do it. In the future, he would have to use this furnace to forge. How was he going to use it after burning a corpse? Bury it? Just thinking about it made Zhou Shu nervous. Would he still be able to sleep if a corpse was buried in his courtyard? Just as he was thinking, a couple of drudgers appeared in his courtyard and entered without a word. They lifted the tall thin man's corpse and left. Zhou Shu didn't stop them. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiao Zongshui was quite meticulous, dispatching workers to dispose of the body. After resolving this major issue, Zhou Shu washed his face and proceeded towards Xiao Zongshui's residence. Chapter 6, Name of the Saber. Don't talk too much later, and follow my instructions. Do you understand? Xiao Zongshui said in a deep voice when they were in a carriage. Sitting across from him, Zhou Shu nodded. Understood. The carriage moved forward. Although Zhou Shu was sitting in the carriage, his heart was already outside. He would have popped his head out long ago if it wasn't for Xiao Zongshui. Zhou Shu had been in this world for some time, yet he had never left the Forging Division's workshop. The spectacular scenery of the Great Xia piqued his curiosity. While Zhou Shu was imagining Great Xia's beauty, the carriage proceeded for over 2 hours before coming to a halt. Xiao Zongshui got out of the carriage first, followed by Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu saw the wilderness instead of the bustling capital he had anticipated. The valley was surrounded by lush green mountains, and there was a military camp not far away. Barracks? Zhou Shu's heart stirred. The Forging Division's relationship with the military should be that the Forging Division supplied all the weapons it forged to the 3 armies of Great Xia. Why was he brought here? Despite his confusion, Zhou Shu didn't ask any questions since Xiao Zongshui had already told him to mind his words. He silently trailed after Xiao Zongshui while observing his surroundings. When Xiao Zongshui arrived at the camp's entrance, he presented his token, and they were admitted. Groups of soldiers were training in a frenzy within the military camp. Zhou Shu didn't think there was anything exceptional about the way they trained. They did nothing but chop and chop. Xiao Zongshui seemed to know the camp quite well. He brought Zhou Shu through the training grounds and into a large tent. Xiao Zongshui yelled, "General Cheng, Xiao Zongshui requests an audience. Come in." A gruff voice sounded. Before entering the large tent, Xiao Zongshui cast a glance at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu followed closely behind. As soon as he walked into the tent, he spotted Xiao Zongshui bowing to a towering and imposing general. General Cheng. Xiao Zongshui was bending over, and his body was practically at a 90-degree angle. His superior was already acting this way, so Zhou Shu couldn't be too different. He cupped his hands and greeted, just as Xiao Zongshui was doing. At ease. General Cheng waved and turned his focus from the sand table to Xiao Zongshui. Why did you return? He asked in puzzlement. General Cheng, this time I'm still here for the weapon issue, Xiao Zongshui said. Of course I know it's for armaments, General Cheng replied. How else am I related to your forging division? My requirements were not met by the weapons you provided. Your 97th workshop will not be supplying weapons to my army, General Cheng continued with a shake of his head. Zhou Shu was perplexed. Why does it sound like Xiao Zongshui is here to promote weapons? Surely the forging division doesn't have to forge the weapons and sell them themselves? Although Zhou Shu was a forging apprentice of the forging division, forging apprentices were the division's lowest existences and had no idea how it operated. In the forging division, all he needed to know was how many weapons he needed to forge each month. Apprentices had no idea where the weapons they forged ended up. Have you decided on a weapon, General? Xiao Zongshui was undeterred. Not yet. With a shake of his head, General Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation. A few weapons have been delivered from 73rd, 86th, and 89th workshops, but they're all barely satisfactory. I've been given orders to establish the Imperial Guards to ensure the Blessed Palace's safety. Naturally, I must use extraordinary caution when selecting weapons. Zhou Shu listened in a daze, but he had no right to open his mouth and ask questions. He could only conjecture in his heart. Zhou Shu had some understanding of the workshops that General Cheng mentioned. Great Xia's forging division had a total of 108 workshops, and among them, official forging masters populated the first 36 workshops. There were also more than enough grand craftsmen among them, and they were in charge of making ranked weapons. The remaining 72 workshops, including the 97th workshop where Zhou Shu worked, were in charge of forging standard weapons. Different workshops were skilled at forging different types of armaments. Some were skilled at forging swords, while others at creating firearms. There were others proficient at forging spears, and still more were good at forging bows and arrows. Zhou Shu served at the 97th workshop, which specialized in saber forging. Zhou Shu sensed something from General Cheng's statements. General Cheng was putting together a troop, and the forging division's workshops were battling it out to be the weapon supplier. Based on his work experience in his past life, it was easy to figure out that being the weapon supplier was a lucrative job. Xiao Zongshui and the others wouldn't have come to seize this job if this wasn't the case. General, the saber is the monarch of all weapons. In my opinion, it is the most appropriate weapon for the Imperial Guards. Xiao Zongshui expressed his thoughts. Before he could finish, General Cheng interjected. I've made my point. The 97th workshop's sabers do not match my criteria, Superintendent Xiao. You can equip an ordinary army with the standard long sabers you've forged, but my Imperial Guards are elites among elites. You have misunderstood, General Cheng. Xiao Zongshui shook his head. I know the standard long sabers I brought before weren't worthy of your elites, so I brought the new saber that the 97th workshop has been working on for years. Oh! General Cheng remained uninterested. What kind of weapon could a group of forging apprentices be capable of forging? General, please have a look. With both hands, Xiao Zongshui held a saber in front of General Cheng. Zhou Shu could see that the saber was the sharp standard long saber that Xiao Zongshui had taken away from him. He couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes internally. How did the saber I forged become the new weapon that the 97th workshop has been developing for years? What makes this saber unique? General Cheng took the long saber and gave it a cursory glance. The sharp standard long saber appeared to be no different from an ordinary standard long saber. It was a straight saber with a single edge, akin to a tang saber. Superintendent Xiao, I'm very busy. If it's merely an old weapon, you should leave. General Cheng looked impatient. He had tried all of the standard long sabers that Xiao Zongshui had brought over before, but they couldn't meet his demands. If not for the fact that he couldn't avoid contact with the forging division in the future, and he didn't want to make things too unpleasant with the forging division, he would have chased Xiao Zongshui out already. General, this isn't the same long saber I brought over before. Xiao Zongshui explained quickly. This blade has an extremely sharp edge. Haha! General Cheng burst out laughing. Superintendent Xiao, are you laughing at my expense? How can a saber be called a saber if it isn't sharp? General Cheng wanted to see them off. Words alone are no proof. Please try the saber, General. Xiao Zongshui rushed to speak. General Cheng frowned and looked at Xiao Zhongshui. Fine, I'll give you another chance, he finally said. Bring in the armor, men. A few soldiers promptly dragged in a wooden stake that had 2 layers of leather armor on it. Superintendent Xiao, if your saber can penetrate 2 layers of armor, what harm is there in me using it? General Cheng said. Standard weapons that could break through the first layer of armor were already considered exemplary. Even with General Cheng's expansive horizons, he had yet to encounter many standard weapons capable of breaking 2 layers of armor. Standard long sabers that broke 2 layers of armor were definitely qualified to equip the Imperial Guards. General, let's add another layer of armor, Xiao Zhongshui said, his voice deep. 3 layers of armor. For a brief moment, General Cheng was astonished. Then he exclaimed angrily, Superintendent Xiao, enough is enough. Standard weapons were forged using the most ordinary metals. Breaking through 2 layers of armor was extremely difficult. How was it possible to break through 3 layers? General, what's the harm in giving it a shot? Xiao Zhongshui said seriously. Very good. For a long time, General Cheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Zhongshui. Then he waved his hand, and a soldier put another layer of leather armor on the wooden stake. You do it. General Cheng handed the saber to a soldier. He was a strong man, and he wouldn't be able to test the weapon's sharpness if he tested it himself. After gauging its weight, the soldier slashed out with the long saber. He didn't use all of his power. Instead, he kept his strength under control to the level of a normal adult. This was also a rule for determining a weapon's sharpness. Only in this manner would the weapon's strength, not the user's, be assessed. Pfft! The long saber traced a dazzling line in the air before striking the leather armor with its blade. The saber cut the thick leather armor like tofu. The blade slid into the leather armor almost instantaneously, then into the wooden stake. Bang! Something dropped to the ground with a muted sound. General Cheng's expression changed. He took a step forward, crossing a few meters, shoved the soldier aside, and reached for the sharp standard long saber. He yanked the long saber embedded in the wooden stake with some force on his wrist. Crack! The 3 layers of leather armor split open at the chest and dropped to the ground, and the wooden stake had a deep cut in it. The sharp standard long saber cleaved through the wooden stake with a swoosh as General Cheng flipped his wrist. The heavy wooden stake slid down diagonally, appearing to move in slow motion, to reveal a smooth, almost mirror-like surface. Wonderful saber! General Cheng couldn't help exclaiming. What a sharp saber! Superintendent Xiao, is this the new saber your workshop developed? What is it called? It. Xiao Zhongshui hesitated for a moment. This saber didn't have a name. General, the name of this saber is Haben. Xiao Zhongshui was racking his wits when he heard a voice. Haben means fighter. General's Imperial Guards guard the palace, so they are Haben warriors, the voice added. Haben sabers and Haben troops go together like a dream. General, who else besides your Haben troops is deserving of the Haben saber? Chapter 7, Haben. Haben. General Cheng contemplated. Slowly, his eyes lit up. Haben saber, what a great saber! What a greater name! General Cheng burst into laughter. Xiao Zhongshui looked at Zhou Shu in astonishment. Zhou Shu tended to surprise him. This name, Haben saber, had a lot of appeal. Superintendent Xiao, this is? General Cheng inquired while pointing at Zhou Shu. He had, of course, seen Zhou Shu earlier. But he had thought that Zhou Shu was Xiao Zongshui's assistant. With his status, he naturally wouldn't be too concerned about assistants. It wasn't until Zhou Shu spoke that he became conscious of his presence. He's an apprentice at the 97th workshop. His name is Zhou Shu, Xiao Zongshui introduced. Zhou Shu contributed significantly to the development of this Haben saber. Zhou Shu was taken aback. He never expected Xiao Zongshui to say something like this. He was already prepared for Xiao Zhongshui to take full credit for the sharp standard long saber. After all, he was the superintendent of the workshop. He never imagined that Xiao Zhongshui would give him credit. Although he didn't mention that the sharp standard long saber was forged by Zhou Shu himself, his mention of the contribution was vital and already great. For the time being, Zhou Shu wouldn't ask for more. Oh? Is that so? General Cheng didn't suspect anything. He nodded. He's a promising talent. This was merely a polite remark. He had simply inquired about Zhou Shu's identity in response to his comments. General Cheng had no intention of becoming acquainted with Zhou Shu. After asking for Zhou Shu's name, he turned to Xiao Zongshui. Superintendent Xiao, how much does this Heben saber cost? General Cheng asked. He adored the Heben saber so much that he couldn't put it down. Heben sabers are slightly more expensive to produce than standard long sabers, Xiao Zongshui said. One costs 3 taels of silver. 3 taels. General Cheng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Shu was stunned. Charging 3 taels is robbery. Zhou Shu had personally forged the Heben saber, which was actually a sharp standard long blade. He knew how much it cost. It simply cost a few caddies of iron. The rest of the expenses were practically negligible. Despite the high cost of iron, forging a Heben saber cost less than half a tael of silver. The cost of a Heben saber, including the cost of coal and the wages of apprentices, was less than 1 tael. What else could he be doing other than robbing money by asking for a high price of 3 taels of silver? Zhou Shu's good impression of Xiao Zongshui dissipated almost instantly. Exploiter Xiao demanded that he forge 30 Heben sabers monthly. 3 taels of silver for every saber equaled 90 taels. How much was his monthly salary? Half a tael of silver. Xiao Zongshui was ruthless. 3 taels isn't too much for this Heben saber, General Cheng said. How many can you supply each month? General Cheng was an expert in his own right. He didn't just pay attention to the cost of production but also the speed of production. He wanted the Heben sabers, and he intended to equip his soldiers with them, but it would be meaningless if there were too few of them. Forging a Heben saber is a difficult task. In the 97th workshop, Zhou Shu is already the most skilled forging apprentice, yet this Heben saber took him more than 4 hours to forge. Xiao Zongshui pointed at Zhou Shu and commended him again. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes internally. It's pointless to place me on a pedestal. Simply increase my pay. Heben sabers are far more intricate and difficult to forge than standard long sabers. Only a handful of apprentices in the 97th workshop are capable of forging them. Xiao Zongshui was lying through his teeth. Zhou Shu possessed the secret formula for the sharp standard long saber. No one else in the workshop could forge it except him. General Cheng was oblivious of this and unconcerned about it. Just tell me how long it will take you to hand over 3,000 Heben sabers. Zhou Shu could only make 1 Heben saber per day, supposedly. It would take 10 years to make 3,000. General Cheng clearly couldn't wait 10 years. 3,000. Xiao Zongshui's face lit up. Half a year, no, 3 months. I can deliver 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months. Zhou Shu wanted to curse. What does exploiter Xiao mean? To turn in 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months, he had to forge 1,000 per month, which meant 30 per day. He wouldn't be able to forge this amount even if he died trying. Very good. General Cheng nodded. If you can hand over 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months, this Heben saber will be the Heben troops' standard issue weapon in the future. General Cheng flicked the blade. The blade made a clear sound as it buzzed. He was also a shameless person. He utilized the name Heben brazenly as his own. These people didn't even pay copyright fees. Zhou Shu cursed. Zhou Shu had deduced from their talk that General Cheng was in charge of assembling an Imperial Guards unit. He hadn't decided on the designation yet, but he had taken up the Heben troops brand. In that case, thank you, General. Xiao Zongshui was ecstatic. 3,000 Heben sabers was 9,000 taels of silver. This was a huge business. He could not only make a great profit after deducting the cost of production, but he could also obtain results. It wasn't out of the question for his rank to climb again. Don't thank me quite yet. General Cheng shook his head. I've seen the Heben saber. You must now prove that this Heben saber was indeed forged by your workshop. Don't tell me you obtained a saber from a forging master and ended up handing over an ordinary standard long saber to fool me. General Cheng appeared to have a lot of experience. He was concerned that the sample would differ from the finished product. Xiao Zongshui appeared to have anticipated this. He answered with a smile, of course. I brought Zhou Shu over this time to forge a Heben saber in front of you, General. Only then did Zhou Shu realize Xiao Zongshui had brought him to the camp to use him as a tool. Fuel and iron were plentiful in the military camp, and even a smelting furnace was ready to go. Normally, military camps also had to repair damaged weapons since new weapons couldn't be produced frequently. Zhou Shu was well aware of his status. He was simply a worker and would carry out the orders of his supervisor. In front of everyone, he forged a sharp standard long saber. While forging, he purposefully restrained his strength, and he took much longer than when he forged the last saber. This time, the forging took 6 hours. General Cheng ordered the saber be brought over. He tested the saber this time and confirmed that it could still pierce 3 layers of armor. Only after this did he smile again. Great! With this Heben saber, my Heben troops' strength will grow by 30%. General Cheng laughed. We have finally not failed His Majesty. Superintendent Xiao, you did a fantastic job this time. It is my responsibility to serve the imperial court. A smile bloomed on Xiao Zongshui's face. Superintendent Xiao, I want this Heben saber. General Cheng's expression became serious. But I have a condition. General, please share. Xiao Zongshui withdrew his smile and spoke solemnly. In the future, you will only supply this Heben saber to my Heben troops. It will not be utilized for anything else. General Cheng said deliberately. I'll give you 4 taels of silver for each Heben saber if you can do it. If you can't, pretend you never came today. Xiao Zongshui's eyes narrowed slightly. The forging division's workshop had a lot of freedom. Every saber cost 4 taels of silver, and he could claim the expense any way he pleased. Even if he handed in 2 taels of silver, he would still have 2 taels in his pocket. It wasn't a small sum. However, General, isn't this against the rules? Xiao Zongshui said hesitantly. Rules? General Cheng sneered. This Heben saber secret forging formula was devised by your workshop, Superintendent Xiao. You have the right to deal with it under the forging division's rules, right? It will remain your private property as long as you don't give it to the forging division. It'll be up to you how you handle it. Then I'll purchase Heben saber's secret forging formula and entrust the forging to the 97th workshop. Is this in violation of the rules? Zhou Shu, wait for me outside. General Cheng and I have something to discuss. Xiao Zongshui didn't reply to General Cheng but instead drove Zhou Shu, who had been stunned by what he heard, out. Zhou Shu didn't come back to his senses until he walked out of the tent. These men sure know how to live it up. Aren't they attempting to fleece the country? That's not accurate. They're even fleecing me. Zhou Shu was indignant. The secret forging formula for the Heben saber was his, not the 97th workshop's and certainly not Xiao Zongshui's. According to the rules of the forging division, if he handed over the secret formula, he would be rewarded. But then the formula would belong to the forging division. Of course, he could choose to hand over weapons rather than the secret forging formula. Both choices had their own benefits and drawbacks, so it was impossible to decide which was better. Isn't it daylight robbery for Xiao Zongshui to take the Heben saber's forging formula for himself? What right does he have to sell the Heben saber formula to General Cheng? Zhou Shu turned his gaze to the large tent. All right, it appears that I have no means of resisting. Either of them could easily crush him, a forging apprentice, to death. For example, the tall thin man who had attacked Zhou Shu had died without anyone asking. However, Xiao Zongshui and General Cheng were probably unaware that, while they believed they were fleecing Zhou Shui, he had the means to fleece them in return. How many benefits would he receive if all 3,000 Heben sabers he forged were equipped to the military? How much could it enhance his strength? Zhou Shu would have had no idea how to disseminate his forged weapons to so many people if they didn't do this. It's just a sharp standard long saber. I'll give it to you if you want it. It's not anything I'm interested in. Zhou Shu thought. But I'll remember this. I'll let you know sooner or later that taking advantage of me isn't easy. Chapter 8, The Correct Usage of the Legendary Armament Canon. Do you have any questions for me? Xiao Zongshui asked Zhou Shu, his face expressionless. The sky was still bright when they left the forging division workshop. It was already dark when they left the military camp. Unknowingly, they had stayed in the Heben troop camp for a full day. No. Zhou Shu shook his head firmly. He had no idea what Xiao Zongshui and General Cheng had talked about in the tent, and he didn't care either. A worker had to have the awareness of being one. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. Really? Xiao Zongshui's eyes flashed with sarcasm. You must be thinking that the secret formula of the Heben saber is yours, so why did it end up belonging to the 97th workshop? I didn't. There is no need to deny it. Anyone would think so, Xiao Zongshui interrupted. Let me enlighten you. It's because I, Xiao Zongshui, am the superintendent of the 97th workshop. Zhou Shu was speechless. Exploiter Xiao is taking his undeserved gain for granted. There's no need to be angry. Xiao Zongshui was unconcerned about Zhou Shu's reaction. This is how the world works. You can't preserve the Heben saber's secret forging formula even if it's in your hands. Even if you hand over the formula, it must still go through me. Actually, you should count yourself lucky that General Cheng is interested in the Heben saber. I'll tell you the truth. If you hand over the Heben saber's secret forging formula to the Ministry of Justice, the reward will only be a few silver pennies added to your monthly income. Now, I'm not the type to keep all the benefits to myself. I'm not going to forget about your share of profit. Xiao Zongshui was very straightforward. Ultimately, he didn't forget to paint a rosy picture for Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu knew he was telling the truth. He wouldn't gain anything by keeping the Heben saber's secret forging formula. On the contrary, the precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail. His current strength was still insufficient. As for the benefits Xiao Zongshui mentioned, Zhou Shu didn't take them seriously. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous empty promises made by bosses, but how many of them were actually kept? This is a banknote worth 100 taels of silver, and it's usable anywhere in Great Xia. Xiao Zongshui reached into his pocket and tossed a banknote into Zhou Shu's arms. Write down the Heben saber's formula for me later. Xiao Zongshui had never considered that Zhou Shu would refuse. In reality, Zhou Shu had no choice but to accept. He would most likely die in the wilderness tonight if he dared to reject. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique's first level might not be enough to beat Xiao Zongshui. Although he felt aggrieved, he kept the banknote. His monthly salary was half a tael of silver. 100 taels of silver was the equivalent of 20 years of pay. General Cheng paid a few thousand taels of silver to this bastard exploiter Xiao, and now he's going to send me away with 100 taels? Just you wait. I'll let you know sooner or later that free stuff is the most expensive. Zhou Shu cursed. By the way, you are literate, right? Xiao Zongshui suddenly remembered. The majority of forging apprentices were from poor backgrounds, and many were illiterate. Zhou Shu pondered. I know a little. He did spend 2 years at a private school in the past. It's good that you're literate. Don't forget to write down the secret formula. Xiao Zongshui nodded. Work hard. I won't mistreat you. Xiao Zongshui considerately ordered the coachman to bring Zhou Shu back to the workshop. On the other hand, he got off the carriage and went to a brothel to listen to music. Zhou Shu returned to his work shed with a large sum of 100 taels of silver in his pocket. He could only sigh as he glanced at the dilapidated slum. He had signed a contract with the forging division. Before the contract ended, unless he advanced to forging master, he would have to stay here forever. Advance to forging master? After witnessing Xiao Zongshui and General Cheng's shady dealings, he couldn't guarantee what the consequences would be if he forged a ranked weapon. He was afraid that Xiao Zongshui would snatch the secret forging formula for the ranked weapon before he could advance to forging master. After all, the value of the secret forging formula of a ranked weapon was not something a mere Heben sabers could compare with. For forging masters to be respected, they had to be a renowned forging master in the first place. It was obvious how Xiao Zongshui would treat a new forging master unknown to outsiders. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the sharp standard long saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The legendary armament cannon appeared on its own just as Zhou Shu was contemplating his next move. The pages flipped open, revealing the page with the sharp standard long blade. On the page, there was a line of comments. He felt his body expand as a surge of heat rushed into it. After a few seconds, he returned to normal. Another 2 years of cultivation? Zhou Shu was ecstatic. As expected of a combat unit, they had given him such a wonderful surprise in such a short time. The 2 Heben sabers had been left with General Cheng when he and Xiao Zongshui left the Heben troop camp. He hadn't expected them to kill enemies so quickly with the Heben sabers. He didn't know if they were killing humans or animals, though. Zhou Shu's gaze fell on the page, only to notice a few small characters after the title on the sharp standard long blades page. It turned out to be a number 2. After a brief moment, Zhou Shu understood. This meant that he had forged 2 long sharp sabers. Actually, after obtaining the secret forging formula, he hadn't only forged 2 sharp standard long sabers. But some of them had been damaged, and the only ones still intact were the 2 remaining with the Heben troop. The Heben troop is a troop of imperial guards, so there are relatively few opportunities to combat. If it's the border army, then it's a war machine. Zhou Shu smacked his lips, appearing to yearn for more. The feeling of his cultivation rapidly rising was just too satisfying. But he still had no way of sending the weapons he forged to the border army, so he could only think about it. As long as I stay in the forging division, sooner or later, the weapons I forge will populate the 3 armies of Great Xia. At that time, Zhou Shu couldn't stop himself from snickering. How would it feel to have thousands of people helping me cultivate? Good? Or especially good? Just thinking about it made him feel excited. But Zhou Shu was well aware that accomplishing this was difficult. The 3 armies of Great Xia were tasked with executing demons, eradicating fiends, and defending the country. The demon-executing army and the fiend-eradicating army dealt with powerful opponents. They were also formidable fighters themselves and wielded ranked weapons. These weapons were provided by the forging masters of the first 36 workshops in the forging division. On the other hand, the country protector army was an ordinary army, and the Heben troop was one of them. A weapon forged by a forging apprentice like Zhou Shu could only be supplied to the country protector army. If he wanted the weapons he forged to be used by all 3 armies of Great Xia, he had to at least become a forging master. This wasn't urgent, though. Just the country protector army was enough to keep him busy for many years. Xiao Zongshui promised General Cheng that he would provide 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months. 3,000? It's certainly impossible to rely on just one person. He'll probably pick a bunch of people to participate in the forging. Zhou Shu didn't care what Xiao Zongshui would do. It wasn't like Xiao Zongshui would give him any money. What Zhou Shu was concerned about was how many Heben sabers he could weave in with this opportunity. If he went all out now, he could easily forge 5 Heben sabers a day. This way, he could make 150 Heben sabers a month, and he could forge 500 Heben sabers in 3 months. But handing in so many Heben sabers would expose his strength. At that time, it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of someone with an ulterior motive. Usually, forging 2 Heben sabers every day isn't an issue for a forging apprentice who works hard. As the creator of the Heben saber, my forging skills are undoubtedly better. It shouldn't be strange if I work overtime and manage to forge 3 Heben sabers every day, right? 3 a day, 90 in a month, and 270 in 3 months. I'll be able to gain 500 years of cultivation at once if more than 200 sabers kill enemies at the same time. Zhou Shu was so giddy with joy that he wanted to sing. How many levels of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique could he master if he gained 500 years of cultivation? The first level required 2 years of cultivation, the second level 4 years, the third level 8 years, the fourth level 16 years, the fifth level 32 years. For a brief while, he couldn't figure out how many levels of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique he could master with 500 years of cultivation due to his poor calculation skills. It doesn't matter. In any case, 500 years of cultivation will undoubtedly make me stronger. Zhou Shu didn't even try to do the math. At that point, putting everything else aside, beating Xiao Zongshui shouldn't be an issue, right? This is the correct usage of the legendary armament canon. How great can a forger become by relying on a secret forging formula? It's only satisfying when it's used to increase your cultivation level. Zhou Shu rolled up his sleeves and raised his hammer with vigor. Sleep? What sleep? Forging brings me joy. I love forging. Zhou Shu felt the hammer in his hand grow considerably lighter as he envisioned how his cultivation would soar in the near future. Ding dang dang dang. The sound of pounding resonated like a passionate song in the small shed. Chapter 9, I'll leave this to you. Still no. Xiao Zongshui's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. Not far away from him, a middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground with a panicked expression. Superintendent, we did everything we could. Xiao Zongshui waved him out. The middle-aged man kowtowed and bolted out in a panic, appearing as if he had just escaped a calamity. Xiao Zhongshui didn't care about the middle-aged man's reaction. He frowned and stared at a piece of paper in front of him. Zhou Shu had handed him the formula for the Heben saber on this piece of paper. After obtaining it, Xiao Zhongshui didn't disclose the formula in the 97th workshop as Zhou Shu had expected. Instead, he found a group of skilled forging apprentices. 3,000 Heben sabers wasn't a lot of work for a workshop. After all, there were hundreds of forgers in a workshop, and each month, they would forge over 10,000 standard long sabers. Even if the Heben saber was slightly more difficult to forge, Xiao Zhongshui believed that if he found around 20 apprentices, he could complete the task in 3 months. In the end, he found many forging apprentices, but none of them managed to succeed in forging a Heben saber. Is there a problem with this secret forging formula? Xiao Zhongshui pondered. Does Zhou Shu have the guts? He paced back and forth. After a long time, he put the secret forging formula into his pocket and pushed open the door. Soon after, Xiao Zhongshui appeared in front of a luxurious residence and smiled as he stuffed a silver ingot into the gatekeeper's hands. Please notify that Xiao Zhongshui, the superintendent of the 97th workshop, wishes to see Grandmaster Zhu. If an apprentice from the 97th workshop saw this scene, he wouldn't believe that the man with a flattering smile was Xiao Zhongshui. How could Superintendent Xiao, the supreme leader of the 97th workshop, ask for help so softly? The gatekeeper had his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhongshui before weighing the silver in his sleeve and nodding slightly. Wait. He turned around and strolled through the door. After a quarter of an hour, he returned with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Go in. The Grand Master is waiting for you in the study. Remember, you only have 5 minutes. Thank you. Xiao Zhongshui cupped his hands. He walked swiftly toward the study. 5 minutes wasn't much. A moment later, Xiao Zhongshui arrived in the study after following the gatekeeper's directions. A man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s was flipping through a book in the study. When he heard Xiao Zhongshui enter, the man said without even raising his head, Superintendent Xiao, you have graced me with your presence. What can I do for you? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Zongshui's attitude was very low, and he hurriedly said, Grandmaster Zhu, I'm here to bother you because I need you to help me look at a secret forging formula. Grandmaster, please have a look. Is there any problem with this secret forging formula? Grandmaster Zhu raised his head and looked at Xiao Zhongshui. His brows furrowed slightly. That's all. Grandmaster, I know that you are very busy, but this is an urgent matter. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to look for a forging master, Xiao Zhongshui replied with a bitter smile on his face. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I understand the rules. Xiao Zhongshui handed over a large banknote. To engage an expert, one must pay an expert fee. Grandmaster Zhu glanced at the banknote Xiao Zhongshui placed on the table. He didn't reach out to take it, but his expression softened a little. Where's the secret formula? Give it to me. Xiao Zhongshui quickly took out the secret formula for the Heben saber and handed it over. Grandmaster Zhu took a glance and said unhappily, Superintendent Xiao, despite our friendship, you brought over the forging formula of an unranked weapon. Are you trying to slap this old man's face? Grandmaster, you've misunderstood, Xiao Zhongshui hurriedly explained. He was one of Great Xia's few grand craftsmen, and his position was highly regarded. Even formulas for ordinary ranked weapons wouldn't attract Grandmaster Zhu's attention, let alone secret formulas for unranked weapons. Grand craftsmen were probably similar to academicians on Earth. General Cheng Wanli has been ordered to form the Imperial Guards. The designation is Heben, and this is the Heben saber we specially developed for the Heben troops, Xiao Zhongshui explained. Grandmaster, you also know that His Majesty is very concerned about General Cheng Wanli forming the Imperial Guards. There can't be any mistakes. Therefore, we would like to ask you to help examine this Heben saber, Grandmaster. After Grandmaster Zhu heard Xiao Zongshui's explanation, his expression softened slightly. He nodded. Even so, this is a formula for a standard weapon. You can just randomly find a forging master to take a look. Despite this, Grandmaster Zhu took up the secret forging formula and examined it closely. This idea is quite interesting. Grandmaster Zhou nodded slightly. It sacrifices a portion of the sturdiness to make the saber's sharpness reach the ceiling of standard weapons. Superintendent Xiao, you have a talented subordinate. Is there no problem with this secret forging formula? Xiao Zongshui asked. It's not a huge problem, Grandmaster Zhou explained. This secret formula can be used to forge incredibly sharp standard long sabers. But, Xiao Zongshui continued asking. But there aren't many apprentices who can forge according to this secret forging formula, right? Grandmaster Zhou hit the nail on the head. The forging techniques used here are easy for forging masters, but they are a little challenging for forging apprentices. The saber is a good one, but mass production is difficult. Grandmaster Zhou, you mean there's no problem with the secret forging formula, just that the forging difficulty is too high? That's one way to look at it. Grandmaster Zhou nodded. If you can invite forging masters to assist you in forging Haben sabers, it won't be difficult. Inviting forging masters? Xiao Zongshui smiled bitterly. Which forging master is bored enough to forge a standard weapon? They could forge any ranked weapon, and it would be worth hundreds of standard weapons. Even if Xiao Zongshui had the prestige, it wasn't worth it. How much was a Haben saber worth? How much money would it cost to hire a forging master? It wasn't worth it at all. But Grandmaster Zhou, I do have an apprentice capable of forging Haben sabers. Xiao Zongshui refused to give up. As I have said, forging this Haben saber is incredibly tough for forging apprentices, but I did not state that it was impossible for them to do so. An apprentice with better skills can forge after 3 to 5 years of training, Grandmaster Zhou added. Alright, if there are no other questions, then let's leave it at that. An old fellow like me has important matters to attend to later. Grandmaster Zhou waved him off. Xiao Zongshui left Grandmaster Zhu's mansion despondently. It wasn't merely to earn the difference that he was so eager to supply weapons to Cheng Wanli. Despite his low official status as a superintendent of a forging division workshop, Xiao Zongshui had a lot of profit. Even people in positions of greater authority might not be as wealthy as him. He had sucked up to Cheng Wanli because he was a popular figure in front of the current emperor. Most importantly, he was in charge of the Haben troops, which were tasked with protecting the emperor. They were going to appear in front of the emperor. If their weapons could enter the emperor's eyes, then the benefits Xiao Zongshui would receive went without saying. But Cheng Wanli would be furious if he couldn't forge 3,000 Haben sabers in 3 months. He would have wasted his efforts if Cheng Wanli switched to another workshop for his weapon supply. It doesn't make any sense, Xiao Zongshui thought. Zhou Shu isn't outstanding in the 97th workshop, so why can't others forge it? There's no problem with the secret forging formula either. Could Zhou Shu have additional skills? Grandmaster Zhou was a grand craftsman. Since he said that there was no problem with the secret forging formula, it had to be the truth. Xiao Zongshui didn't doubt this at all, but he now suspected that Zhou Shu grasped a unique forging technique. Otherwise, how could an ordinary forging apprentice suddenly be able to forge the Haben saber? Even Grandmaster Zhou had said that the Haben saber was difficult to forge for forging apprentices. Humph, so what if it's difficult? I, Xiao Zongshui, have solved countless problems in my life. I don't believe I won't be able to handle a mere 3,000 Haben sabers if the secret forging formula isn't a problem. Xiao Zongshui rushed back to the 97th workshop. After returning, he immediately gathered the top-ranked forging apprentices from the 97th workshop. Zhou Shu was also among those gathered. When Zhou Shu arrived at the open area, it was already crowded with around 40 people. These people were in groups and were all whispering to one another. Zhou Shu had no friends in the workshop, so he could only stand in a corner and listen in on everyone's conversations. Xiao Zongshui arrived just as everyone was discussing why the superintendent had gathered everyone. He coughed lightly, and the crowd immediately fell silent. I summoned everyone today because you are the 97th workshop's most skilled forging apprentices. Xiao Zongshui swept his gaze across the crowd. I have a glorious mission for you. This mission is very important to the 97th workshop, so no matter what, we can't make any mistakes. You are all elite forgers under me. I hope that you can complete this mission for me. Of course, I'm not going to make you labor for free. Like a hawk, Xiao Zongshui's eyes swept across the entire scene. I'll put it out here. I'll reward you heavily if you succeed in completing this mission. From now on, regardless of who you are, if you can forge a weapon according to this secret forging formula I have here, I will reward you with 1 tael of silver per weapon. The crowd was in an uproar. 1 tael of silver. Most forging apprentices didn't even receive 1 tael of silver per month. However, there were a few people who lowered their heads and remained silent. They were the people Xiao Zongshui had summoned previously to forge weapons. Thus, they were well aware that earning this money would be difficult. The forging apprentices who had no idea what was going on were ecstatic. They would receive 1 tael of silver for forging a weapon. It was the equivalent of a month's pay. Forging 2 to 3 weapons a day meant, "Superintendent, even if we have to risk our lives, we will complete the mission." A forging apprentice shouted. "Very good." Xiao Zongshui nodded in satisfaction. "I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave this matter to you, Zhou Shu. For the time being, all of the apprentices here will be under your command. I want to see 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months, or else." Humph. Chapter 10, The problem lies not with the formula but with you. Me. Zhou Shu was stunned. He only came to be a bystander. Why was he suddenly dragged into this? "Superintendent Xiao, I am too young and inexperienced. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear such a huge responsibility," Zhou Shu said. "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Xiao Zongshui had pushed him out of nowhere. Who knew what he was up to? He still said if Zhou Shu couldn't hand over 3,000 Heben blades in 3 months, then humph. "I have better things to do than to take on this task." Zhou Shu was content with his current situation. He would forge 2 Heben sabers every day and then do whatever he pleased. If he wanted to cultivate, he would cultivate. If he wanted to rest, he would rest. He was simply happy. "Superintendent, how can a little brat like Zhou Shu take on such a heavy responsibility?" "In my opinion, Zhang Yibei is more suitable to be in charge," an apprentice shouted. Zhou Shu gave him a thumbs up in his heart. "What a godly assist! Are you teaching me how to do things?" Xiao Zongshui's face sank. He glared at the forging apprentice and said coldly, "Zhang Yibei, do you think so too?" Zhang Yibei was a man in his 30s with a muscular build and tan skin. He had been in the 97th workshop for over 10 years and was one of the most experienced people. In the 97th workshop, his forging skills were the best. Zhang Yibei lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "No, I'll follow your instructions, Superintendent." "Humph, you had better." Xiao Zongshui snorted coldly. "If I find out that anyone is feigning compliance while acting in opposition and holding up the immense mission, I'll let you know who has the final say in this 97th workshop. Listen carefully. From now on, Zhou Shu's words are my words. If you're dissatisfied, look for me." He tossed his sleeves and turned to leave without giving Zhou Shu a chance to refuse. "I want to see 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months." Xiao Zongshui's voice came from afar, and the entire scene became silent. When Xiao Zongshui was completely gone, everyone's gaze fell on Zhou Shu. Well! The stares made Zhou Shu's heart feel numb. "Uncles and brothers, don't take Superintendent Xiao's words to heart." He scratched his head. "Since Superintendent Xiao has given the order, we will, of course, comply," Zhang Yibei replied in a low voice. "Brother Zhou, if you have any orders, just say them." Zhang Yibei had a lot of prestige among the forging apprentices. Since he said so, several of the angry-looking forging apprentices didn't make things difficult for Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu sighed. He knew that Xiao Zongshui had ill intentions. He was just a young man, and he didn't have any actual power. What right did he have to suppress these wily old foxes? Zhang Yibei may appear nice, but who knows how he'll react if I actually order him to do something. "Brother Zhang, you must be joking. What was done was done. If he couldn't complete the mission, who knew how Xiao Zongshui might torture him?" Zhou Shu could only take it one step at a time. "My words are far from being instructions. Everyone is here to complete the mission assigned by Superintendent Xiao. Brother Zhang, I don't have much experience. If there's anything, I'll need your guidance." Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to complete Xiao Zongshui's mission as soon as possible. "Superintendent Xiao gave us 3 months to forge 3,000 Heben sabers. We now have around 40 people. A single person needs to forge more than 70 sabers on average. Slightly more than 70 sabers in 3 months shouldn't be too difficult to complete, Zhou Shu added. Zhang Yibei nodded in agreement. Apart from Zhou Shu, Zhang Yibei was well acquainted with the rest of the apprentices. Among the forging apprentices, they were all experts. Normally, they would have little trouble forging 4 or 5 standard long sabers. Although Zhang Yibei had never heard of the Huben saber, he felt that it was nothing much. If it could be handed to them to forge, it had to be a standard weapon. Forging an average of more than 70 standard weapons in 3 months was less than 1 per day. This task was considerably easier than their usual work. He had no idea why Superintendent Xiao had mobilized so many people. Let's not start assigning quotas just yet. Come have a look at the secret forging formula first. I'll explain if there are any who are illiterate. Forge once as practice later. Following that, we'll assign quotas based on the actual situation, Zhou Shu said. Naturally, no one had any objections. This was a relatively fair method. After all, everyone's abilities were different. It wasn't a good idea to divide the quota equally. Able men were always busy. When it came to working, capable workers received more jobs. Of course, this mission was a little different. They would get 1 tael of silver for each weapon they forged. In this sort of situation, everyone wanted to have a higher quota. Several people in the group shook their heads secretly. These people had no idea what was in store for them. Zhang Yibei was the first to walk to the secret forging formula that Xiao Zongshui had left behind. Zhou Shu didn't compete with him. He had written the secret forging formula, so what was there to snatch? Zhang Yibei was an experienced blacksmith. He quickly finished reading the secret forging formula and frowned. He looked at Zhou Shu and said, "Little brother Zhou, this secret forging formula isn't simple." "I know." Zhou Shu nodded. "You know?" Zhang Yibei asked doubtfully. "I previously forged a Huben saber for Superintendent Xiao." Zhou Shu didn't say that he was the creator of the Huben saber. Xiao Zongshui had ordered the apprentices who had witnessed him test the saber to remain silent. Furthermore, because they were not present, Zhou Shu was not worried about exposing himself. "You helped Superintendent Xiao forge a Huben saber?" Zhang Yibei exclaimed in shock. He wondered why Superintendent Xiao hadn't approached him. His forging skills were among the best in the 97th workshop. Meanwhile, Zhou Shu was thinking, Zhang Yibei seems mature and calm, so why is he so easily surprised? "Yes." Zhou Shu nodded. "Based on my experience, forging a Huben saber is more than twice as difficult as forging a standard long saber. It's already quite impressive to be able to forge one in 6 hours." Zhou Shu didn't notice that a few people in the crowd were looking at him in shock. These people had all been summoned by Xiao Zongshui to attempt to forge a Huben saber. They had all failed without exception. How could they not be shocked when they heard that an unknown young man had succeeded in forging? Although they were shocked, they had their own thoughts and didn't stand out to tell Zhang Yibei and the others about their failures. "Brother Zhang, you are a senior. Your forging skills are much better than mine. You should be able to forge faster," Zhou Shu continued. Zhang Yibei's eyes gleamed with a tinge of complacency. He had intended to make things difficult for Zhou Shu, but he decided to let it go because he was so good with words. "Everyone, first study this secret formula. Let me try forging it first." Zhang Yibei spoke as if he was the leader. There were plenty of forging areas in the Forging Division's workshop. Zhang Yibei didn't return to his work shed. He found a place nearby and began working. Ding ding dang dang. Amid the pounding sounds, the apprentices went up to look at the secret forging formula. But there were few forging apprentices who could read. The majority of them gathered in front of Zhou Shu to hear him explain the secret forging formula. In the distance, where no one could see him, Xiao Zongshui retracted his gaze, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. "You tried to be clever with me. Now, let me see how you're going to preserve your techniques. If you can't complete the mission, I have plenty of ways to torture you." Xiao Zongshui laughed coldly. He no longer looked at Zhou Shu and the others and turned around to enter his room. "Everyone, remember the secret formula. Let's take a look at Brother Zhang's demonstration now." The secret forging formula wasn't long, and because everyone was experienced, they were able to memorize it quickly. Zhou Shu yelled for everyone to gather around where Zhang Yibei was working. When Zhang Yibei saw that everyone was watching, not only did he not feel embarrassed, but he became even more enthusiastic. He swung the hammer faster than before. Zhou Shu's brows furrowed slightly when he saw Zhang Yibei's actions. Zhang Yibei was an experienced forging apprentice, and he was extremely skilled in forging. He was virtually following the Heben saber's secret forging formula to the letter. But in Zhou Shu's eyes, there was a specious feeling. How should he put it? There was form but no soul. Yes, it lacked soul. Zhou Shu's current forging abilities were adequate, but his foundation was lacking. For a moment, he couldn't determine what exactly was wrong with Zhang Yibei's forging. Crack! A light sound broke out just as Zhou Shu was pondering the problem with Zhang Yibei's forging. Everyone's conversation abruptly came to a halt. Zhang Yibei's movement halted in midair as his face was full of astonishment. Failed. Zhang Yibei couldn't believe it. He had spent his entire life forging standard weapons. He could probably forge a standard long saber even with his eyes closed. Although the Heben saber looked a little complicated, its foundation was still that of a standard long saber. Zhang Yibei couldn't believe that he had failed. Halfway through forging, the blade broke. In the crowd, the few people who had had the same experience looked as though their suspicions were confirmed. They had been the same back then, and they couldn't comprehend why things had happened the way they did. Let me try again. Zhang Yibei was quite unrelenting. He threw another piece of iron into the furnace indignantly. Ding dang dang! An hour later, Zhang Yibei looked at another broken blade and started feeling uncomfortable. This time, he had been extra careful. Every step had been taken strictly according to the secret forging formula, but why? Why did it still not work? There's something wrong with this secret forging formula. Zhang Yibei said loudly. It's impossible to forge a Heben saber. Zhou Shu said he helped Superintendent Xiao forge one, someone in the crowd whispered. Dozens of gazes once again fell on Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had a thoughtful expression on his face. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't panic. Instead, he said, Brother Zhang, the problem lies not with the formula but with you. There's a problem with me. Zhang Yibei was furious. When I started forging, you were still playing with piss and mud. Forging depends not on time. Zhou Shu shook his head and calmly said, Give me the hammer. I'll demonstrate it once, and then I'll tell you where your problem is. Chapter 11, It's too tough for me. If he could choose, Zhou Shu didn't want to stand out in front of others. But there was no other way. Xiao Zongshui had pushed him out. This was an open conspiracy. Unless he fell out with Xiao Zongshui, he would have to complete the mission given by Xiao Zongshui. Fall out? He didn't seem to have the ability to do so yet. Therefore, completing the mission was his only choice. He wouldn't be able to complete and hand over 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months if he forged alone. Even if he could, he couldn't do it. Which ordinary forging apprentice could forge 3,000 Heben sabers in 3 months? Wouldn't that be telling others that he had a problem? Since he couldn't do it alone, he would have to rely on the others. Xiao Zongxi had sent around 40 people over. He couldn't just leave them idle, right? Zhou Shu didn't take the revelation of the secret forging formula of the Heben saber to heart. Xiao Zongshui had already taken away the Heben saber's secret forging formula. The loss wouldn't be much greater for Zhou Shu even if more people knew it. Moreover, Zhou Shu didn't take the Heben saber's secret forging formula seriously. After all, the Heben saber was just a sharp standard long blade. The secret forging formula of a standard weapon had limited value. If it was the secret forging formula of a ranked weapon, Zhou Shu would definitely not have such an attitude. Zhou Shu took the hammer from Zhang Yibei's hands and tested its weight. Then he took out a piece of iron and placed it in the furnace. His movements were neither fast nor slow. Every step he took was in line with convention. He didn't play any tricks. He even deliberately slowed down so that everyone could see clearly. Otherwise, with his proficiency due to forging Heben sabers every day, he would be able to forge it in 2 hours. Zhang Yibei watched Zhou Shu's actions without blinking. He was confident that he hadn't made a mistake in his forging process. He had strictly followed the heat control procedures recorded in the secret forging formula, so why did it not work? He wanted to see how Zhou Shu would forge this Heben saber. Ding dang dang! Zhou Shu finally began to forge the iron. Monotonous pounding sounds fell on everyone's ears. They didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but everyone felt that Zhou Shu's pounding sounds had a certain rhythm to them. It sounded as pleasant as music. Time slowly passed, and the long saber gradually took shape under Zhou Shu's hammer. Pfft! A wave of white steam spread out. Zhou Shu pretended to wipe his sweat and threw the saber onto the forging table. It's done. Did everyone see clearly? There was silence. No one answered. Everyone's expression was the same, stunned. Although Zhou Shu's forging movements looked quite comfortable, to be honest, they hadn't seen anything special about it. Don't tell me you forged a standard long saber to fool us. Zhang Yibei frowned. Brother Zhang, you're an expert. You're going overboard with your words, Zhou Shu said expressionlessly. He grabbed the handle of the saber and swung it. Without much effort, the wooden stake under the anvil was cut in half. If it's a standard long saber, it can only break through one layer of armor. A Heben saber can break through 3 layers. Brother Zhang, if you don't believe me, you can go to the testing ground to test the saber, Zhou Shu said calmly. Zhang Yibei was at a loss for words. He wasn't blind. This saber was much sharper than ordinary standard long sabers. How could he not see it? He had only blurted out those words subconsciously. He was a little unwilling to accept that a brat who was not even fully grown was more skilled than him in terms of forging. Most importantly, he had watched Zhou Shu forge this weapon from the side, but he had failed to notice anything special. Upon seeing everyone's expressions, Zhou Shu understood. He sighed inwardly. No wonder these people are only forging apprentices. Their aptitudes are really hard to explain with just a few words. I already demonstrated in slow motion, but they didn't understand anything. But on second thought, if there was a talented person, he would have become a forging master long ago. Why would he stay in the 97th workshop? These people had spent most of their lives as forging apprentices in the forging division. He really shouldn't have placed too much hope on their talents. Zhou Shu now vaguely understood why Xiao Zongshui had made an unnecessary move to make him take charge of this mission. Could he have known that other forging apprentices couldn't forge the Heben saber? Zhou. Among the crowd, a forging apprentice spoke. He didn't know how to address Zhou Shu. Calling him by his name seemed a bit disrespectful, yet he didn't have Zhang Yibei's qualifications to call him brother. He decided not to address Zhou Shu and continued, I don't understand why big brother Zhang forged in the same way as you and didn't succeed, but you did. It just appears the same. Zhou Shu shook his head. The secret forging formula clearly states that the forging process requires attentiveness to strength. Of course I know that, Zhang Yibei said. How can I not know when strength should be exerted and when it should not be? The problem is that you don't exert enough strength when you need to, and you don't restrain enough strength at other times. Zhou Shu shook his head. Most importantly, your rhythm isn't right. Rhythm is very important in forging a Heben saber. Just like in this step, the hammer needs to strike heavily 36 times in a row without any pause. And here, strike 12 times. Every time you strike the middle, you have to pause. Zhou Shu slowly explained the process of forging a Heben saber to everyone. The entire process required hammering 3,768 times. Every strike had strict rules. These forging apprentices used to forge standard weapons and only needed to use force to forge them. Since when did they need to pay attention to so much? Even if there were some specific rules, they were incomparable to those of the Heben saber. Even Zhang Yibei had a headache from listening to it. It was already impossible to memorize over 3,000 different methods of hammering metals. How could he ensure that nothing went wrong during the forging process? Was this something a human could do? Everyone looked at Zhou Shu as if they were looking at a monster. They couldn't understand how he had managed to hammer over 3,000 times without making any mistakes. It had to be known that there wasn't much time for consideration during the forging process. Otherwise, he could have failed at any moment. Zhou Shu hadn't thought about it in detail before, but now that he broke the formula down with these people, he realized that it was indeed a little difficult to forge a Heben saber. The order, strength, and rhythm of more than 3,000 hammer strikes had to be correct in order to successfully forge a Heben saber. This required the forgers to remember everything in their hearts, and they had to be able to use the methods without thinking. The difficulty was extraordinary. Give me 2 years, and I will master the forging method of this Heben saber. Zhang Yibei said in a low voice. With that said, his expression turned somewhat ugly. Zhou Shu's expression became even uglier. 2 years? We don't even have 2 months, much less 2 years. Xiao Zongshui needed 3,000 Huben sabers in 3 months. Although they had 40 people, the workload wasn't small. To complete the mission, they had to start forging immediately. By the time they mastered the forging method after 2 years, the grass on their graves would be 3 feet tall. Everyone knew the outcome of not being able to complete the mission. Their expressions all turned very ugly. Zhang Yibei needed 2 years to master the forging method of the Huben saber. Their forging ability was inferior to his, so they would need even more time. Almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had forged a Huben saber. Unknowingly, everyone treated him as their true leader. Even Zhang Yibei lost all of his previous arrogance as he cupped his hands toward Zhou Shu. Brother Zhou, you are very skilled. Do you have any way to teach us? That's right. Brother Zhou, please think of a way. This is truly too difficult. The other apprentices also spoke. If we can't complete the mission, the superintendent won't let us off. He won't listen to our explanation. Brother Zhou, how did you do it? Do you have any tricks to teach us? At most, we'll give you half of the reward. Everyone spoke one after another, asking Zhou Shu to think of a solution. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes when he heard that. What can I do? I'm also very desperate. I've already taught you all the methods. I've explained every step in detail. If you can't do it, what can I do? Although the forging method of the Huben saber was complicated, Zhou Shu didn't think it was so difficult that he couldn't learn it. Even without the legendary armament cannon, he felt that he could master it in a few days. Is this the difference between a genius and a poor student? Zhou Shu thought, seeking joy amid sorrow. Don't worry. Let me think about it. Zhou Shu sighed. He didn't want to care about these people, but he couldn't ignore them. Without their help, even if he revealed all his strength, he wouldn't be able to forge 3,000 Huben sabers in 3 months. The only way was for these people to learn how to forge the Huben saber. But it was really difficult to teach a bunch of poor students. Zhou Shu speechlessly looked up at the sky. What can I do to enlighten these people? If he had enough time, he might be able to use the methods from his previous life to train Zhang Yibei and the others. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most now was time. If he had the time, he would be able to forge 3,000 Huben sabers without Zhang Yibei and the rest. Brother Zhou, if you have any ideas, then please be generous and enlighten us. Zhang Yibei cupped his hands and spoke in a genteel manner. We'll do as you say, and we absolutely won't disobey you in the slightest. If we can complete this mission, you will be our benefactor, Brother Zhou. Zhang Yibei and the others were also anxious. In the forging division, the consequences of failing to complete a mission were extremely severe. Since they had already been summoned by Xiao Zongshui, there was no room for them to refuse. To them, completing the mission was their only choice. To complete the mission, Zhou Shu was their only hope. Brother Zhou, please save us. Under Zhang Yibei's lead, everyone spoke in unison. Chapter 12, An Undisclosed Secret, a favor tantamount to giving a new lease on life. It's useless even if you beg me, Zhou Shu said with a bitter smile. I've already broken up the secret forging formula of the Huben saber. If you can't learn it, what can I do? It's not that we can't learn it. It's just that the time the superintendent gave is too short, Zhang Yibei said bitterly. In 3 months, not only did they have to master the forging method of the Huben saber, but they also had to hand over 3,000 sabers. This was an impossible mission. Superintendent Xiao probably didn't expect that a standard weapon would be able to stump everyone, Zhou Shu said casually. The expressions of Zhang Yibei and the others were unsightly. Yes, it was just a standard weapon. Who would have thought that they would be helpless against it? Zhang Yibei had always thought that the reason why he couldn't become a forging master was that he didn't have the secret forging formula for a ranked weapon. He had always believed that his forging skills were not inferior to those of ordinary forging masters. Only now did he realize that even if the secret forging formula of a ranked weapon was placed before him, he might not necessarily be able to grasp it. If Zhou Shu hadn't helped them dissect it, they wouldn't even understand the secret forging formula. Furthermore, even with Zhou Shu's help, they still couldn't forge the saber. This was just a standard weapon. How difficult would it be to forge a ranked weapon? At the thought of this, Zhang Yibei felt disheartened. It turned out that he was still far away from becoming a forging master. Zhou Shu looked at Zhang Yibei strangely. He didn't know why, but this person's vitality seemed to have withered suddenly, and he completely lost his previous vigor. It's not entirely impossible, Zhou Shu said. Brother Zhou, what idea do you have? Do you need us to pay any price? An apprentice shouted, no problem. Any price is fine. I'll give you all the rewards. Everyone no longer wished to earn money. They would be satisfied with just completing the mission and not being punished. Who do you think I am? Zhou Shu said. Do you think I taught you how to forge weapons for silver? Or could you all feel that silver is capable of buying forging techniques? Sixth brother Wu, shut up. Zhang Yibei reprimanded the person who had just spoken. Brother Zhou has already fulfilled his duty by explaining the secret forging formula to us. He has no obligation to teach us forging techniques. We can't forge a Heben saber because we are useless. It has nothing to do with Brother Zhou. That's not what I meant. Sixth brother Wu weakly defended himself. If we can't complete Superintendent Xiao's mission, we'll all be punished. No one can avoid it. Enough. Stop talking. Zhang Yibei berated him. Sixth brother Wu was being increasingly outrageous. I understand what everyone means. Zhou Shu motioned with his hand for Zhang Yibei not to be angry. These forging apprentices were all poor people who fought to stay alive. It was understandable for them to be like this. In addition, Zhou Shu truly didn't want to be punished for failing the mission. If he really couldn't complete the mission, who knew what Xiao Zongshui might do to him? Zhou Shu felt that Xiao Zongshui was digging a hole for him. I'll deal with you one day. Zhou Shu thought. Although the forging process of the Heben saber is complicated, as long as you grasp certain techniques, it is not difficult, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. For all of you, the difficulty of forging the Heben saber is that you can't remember the sequence and amount of strength required of the hammer strikes. Second, it's easy to lose control of your strength when you strike. You have to work hard on remembering the sequence of the hammer strikes. I can't help you with this, Zhou Shu continued. You can wait until we complete this mission before you put in effort for this. Now, I have a quick fix. Let's all gather together to forge weapons. I will shout out the sequence and amount of strength required for the hammer strikes. Everyone, just do as I say. Zhou Shu's words made everyone's eyes light up. They couldn't remember so many sequences. But if someone shouted them out, they just had to do as they were told. The problem of the sequence and strength has been resolved. What about the other problem? Zhang Yibei was a veteran. He asked in a deep voice, how can I not mess up my strength? Just like in the 36 consecutive strikes in the middle, each strike requires the same amount of strength. Even I can't guarantee that I can do it perfectly. This was the hardest part. Even experienced martial artists might not be able to strike with the same amount of force repeatedly. Most forging apprentices were ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts. Those who could control their strength were rare. Even a veteran like Zhang Yibei, who was proficient in martial arts and had immersed himself in forging for decades, didn't dare to say that he could definitely do it. This is indeed a bit difficult. Zhou Shu nodded. In fact, this technique was already infinitely close to that of forging masters. Sequence and amount of strength, this was the basic ability of forging masters. Only by doing so could one truly become a forging master. Zhou Shu didn't know how other forging masters did it, but he had his own method. Before he obtained the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, he was already able to forge Heben sabers. At that time, he was still an ordinary person. This meant that this method didn't have any requirements for people's skills. It was merely a simple forging technique. Brother Wu is right, Zhou Shu continued. I have indeed grasped some forging techniques. They were developed by my 3 generations of ancestors. Because of this, I am able to forge Heben sabers. Zhou Shu was also looking for an excuse to prevent others from suspecting his forging ability. Brother Zhou, you don't have to say any more, Zhang Yibei interrupted. Forging techniques and secret forging formulas are secrets only passed down within a family. We've gone overboard. If we are not capable enough, we will at most not be able to complete the mission. We can still endure a whipping. Everyone wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, they all sighed. At this point, who would still have the cheek to ask Zhou Shu to teach them? Brother Zhang, You're wrong. I'm the person in charge of this mission. If anything goes wrong, it won't be just a whipping. What's the point of keeping secrets when your life is gone? Zhou Shu said. Only passed down within a family. I don't even have a wife. Who would I pass on the techniques to? From my perspective, forging techniques are meant to be used. I'll teach everyone now. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on you. Zhou Shu waved his hand and stopped Zhang Yibei from speaking. He immediately said, actually, forging is a delicate task. The reason why everyone is unable to achieve consistency is that you have overlooked one point: the coordination of breathing and movements. What I want to tell everyone is the importance of breathing. When Zhou Shu obtained the secret forging formula for the Heben saber from the legendary Armament Canon, it included a method of breathing during the forging process. What Zhou Shu didn't know was that his breathing method was the basic expiration method of forging masters. Only by mastering the coordination of breathing, expiration, and forging could one progress to forging master. This was practically impossible for one to figure out without a master. It was also because of this that advancing to forging master was so difficult. Zhou Shu didn't know this. Even if he did, he would still pass it on. Forging masters had to master a breathing and expiration method, but this didn't mean that mastering it would guarantee that one would become a forging master. Moreover, his breathing method was extremely superficial. At most, it would allow people to see a little of the secrets of forging masters. To truly become a forging master would depend on one's ability and luck. Most importantly, this breathing method was not worth mentioning to Zhou Shu. Just like the Heben saber's secret forging formula, he didn't think much of it. With the legendary Armament Canon, Zhou Shu's goal was definitely not just to become a forging master. Advancing to become a grand craftsman, or even a divine craftsman, might not be impossible. To Zhou Shu, paying such an acceptable price for his current stable life was extremely worth it. As for Zhang Yibei and the others, they could only be considered lucky. Xiao Zongshui was scheming against Zhou Shu, but Zhou Shu didn't care. In the end, he had benefited them. If not for this, they might not have been able to come into contact with truly profound forging techniques in their entire lives. Although Zhang Yibei and the others didn't know the relationship between breathing methods and forging masters, they knew very well the value of the information Zhou Shu was going to impart to them. Thus, everyone focused their attention, not even daring to blink as they listened to Zhou Shu's words for fear of missing a single word. Remember this. It's actually very simple. When you lift the hammer, take a long breath and hold your stomach. When you strike, breathe like this. Zhou Shu explained while demonstrating. It took more than 2 hours for everyone to grasp this simple information. During this process, Zhou Shu had suffered another blow from poor students. Even without the legendary Armament Canon, Zhou Shu felt that he could quickly grasp this simple information. Yet these people took so long. However, they all finally grasped it. There should be no problem completing the forging mission of the Heben sabers after they practiced coordinating breathing with commands. After he gave the Heben sabers to the Heben troops, he would be able to sit back and wait for his harvest. At that time, if Xiao Zongshui still dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely let him know that karma was a bitch. Brother Zhou, I can't thank you enough for granting me this undisclosed secret. From now on, you are my great benefactor. As long as my Zhang family doesn't go extinct, as long as you have any instructions, the Zhang family will do anything for you. Zhang Yibei was the first to realize the importance of this breathing method. His originally extinguished hope was reignited. All of this was thanks to Zhou Shu. This man in his 30s or 40s no longer held back. He knelt in front of Zhou Shu and kowtowed in thanks. Thank you, benefactor, for a favor tantamount to giving me a new lease on life. The other apprentices also reacted. Some cupped their hands and bowed, while others knelt and kowtowed like Zhang Yibei. The situation was out of control. Everyone's reactions were far beyond Zhou Shu's expectations. All of you, get up. If you want to thank me, then work together and complete the mission first. Zhou Shu shouted. Everyone, listen to Brother Zhou. Get up and get to work. Zhang Yibei shouted. Get to work. The group of forging apprentices shouted, full of vigor. Chapter 13, 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber. Strike forcefully. Quench. Zhou Shu shouted. Whoosh. 40 Huben sabers pierced the tanks of cold well water simultaneously with an ear-piercing sound. As white steam filled the air, the entire open area seemed to transform into a fairyland. Excited cheers resounded inside the white mist. "Brother Zhou, we've done it again!" Zhang Yibei shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhou Shu had gathered Zhang Yibei and the others in the open area to forge weapons ever since Xiao Zongshui assigned the mission. Xiao Zongshui had no objections. It didn't matter to him where they worked as long as the results were satisfactory. He had even arranged for drudgers to help Zhou Shu and the others in the construction of a work shed in the open area. After learning the breathing method taught by Zhou Shu, the forging apprentices worked together for some time, and on the 7th day, they succeeded in forging Huben sabers. Although it was still difficult for them to forge independently, once they realized how powerful Zhou Shu's breathing method was, everyone was bursting with energy and wished they could work 24 hours a day. However, Zhou Shu was not exploiter Xiao, and he understood the need to establish a proper work-rest balance. In addition, despite the several-day delay, accomplishing the goal of forging 3,000 Huben sabers in 3 months wasn't difficult. Even if they only succeeded once per day, they had 40 more weapons now that 40 people were forging together. This would be 1,200 sabers in a month. 3 months for 3,000 sabers was more than enough. And Zhou Shu hadn't counted himself in this yet. In addition to leading everyone to forge once a day, he would forge a Huben saber alone when everyone was resting. When Zhang Yibei and the others saw how skilled Zhou Shu was and how hard he worked, they were all unwilling to rest. As a result, they spent the rest of their days, aside from 6 hours of sleep, forging weapons. Thus, the weapons were forged at a speed that far exceeded Zhou Shu's expectations. They even finished the mission with half a month to go before the 3-month deadline. 2,997, 2,798, 2,799, 3,000. Zhang Yibei tallied, his face filled with excitement. "Brother Zhou, we did it!" Zhang Yibei said excitedly. "In 2.5 months, we forged 3,000 Huben sabers. Everyone has worked hard," Zhou Shu said happily. "This is all thanks to you, Brother Zhou." 6th brother Wu said. "If you hadn't taught us your family's secret technique, how could we have accomplished all this? I feel like my forging skills have improved by at least 50% since I mastered your breathing method. Brother Zhou, you are a true benefactor to us." Forging skills determined the lives of forging apprentices. Improving their forging abilities would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial in their future lives. Forging apprentices had their own ranks as well. In the forging division, a highly skilled forging apprentice and a rookie forging apprentice had different levels of treatment. Their monthly stipend might even be 2 times different. Zhou Shu shook his head and said, "Don't say such things anymore. It's all for the sake of completing the mission. Brother Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and invite Superintendent Xiao to check the Huben sabers." Zhou Shu cupped his hands toward Zhang Yibei. "No problem." Zhang Yibei readily agreed. He used a towel to wipe the sweat off his body and strode towards Xiao Zongshui's residence. 6th brother Wu eagerly helped Zhou Shu bring over a stool. Other forging apprentices fanned Zhou Shu from behind. This kind of thing had happened a couple of times in the past 2 months. It was futile for Zhou Shu to resist it, so he just let them be. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would most likely assume Zhou Shu was the workshop's superintendent. But then again, in the eyes of Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and some others, Zhou Shu might have greater authority than Xiao Zongshui. It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant. After 2 months, Zhou Shu had become accustomed to other people's hospitality. This isn't good, not good at all. Zhou Shu shook his head. The legendary armament cannon emerged as a light flashed in front of his eyes. With a thought, the book flipped to the page of the sharp standard long saber. The content on the page was the same as before. The only change was that the number after the title had become 100. Zhou Shu had been forging Huben sabers, which were also sharp standard long sabers, for the past 2 months. As he forged, the number in the legendary armament cannon grew. But no matter how hard Zhou Shu had tried, the number didn't grow after reaching 100. When the number reaches 100, it will stop increasing. This means that these 100 Huben sabers are the only ones that can profit me. Xiao Zongshui wouldn't be able to come over anytime soon, and Zhou Shu had little desire to converse with 6th brother Wu and the others. Apart from women, they didn't talk about anything else, so Zhou Shu had nothing to talk about with them. Thus, he began to ponder about the legendary armament cannon. I don't know which 100 of the Huben sabers I forged will bring me profits after completing kills because they don't have serial numbers. After these 100 are destroyed, will the remaining sabers automatically take their place? Zhou Shu cursed in his heart. According to his initial plan, he had planned to forge a few hundred Huben sabers. The legendary armament cannon would reward him with 2 years of cultivation after killing an enemy with a Huben saber. With a few hundred, that would have been 2 times a few hundred years of cultivation. But now, the legendary armament cannon had an upper limit. Even if 100 sabers completed kills at the same time, he would only gain 200 years of cultivation. If anyone could hear what he was thinking, they would curse out loud. It was 200 years of cultivation, yet he used the word only. Other people had to work hard to cultivate for 200 years, but he would obtain it in the blink of an eye. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. However, Zhou Shu was genuinely unsatisfied. 200 years of cultivation was really not much. He calculated carefully and realized that if he wanted to reach the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, he would need more than 2,000 years of cultivation. And this was only the 10th level. The 11th, 12th, and 13th levels required thousands of years of cultivation. In comparison, 200 years of cultivation was truly insufficient. Zhou Shu now roughly understood that his cultivation speed affected the number of cultivation years he would be rewarded with. 2 years of cultivation sounded like a lot, but it was actually insignificant. After all, his body didn't have much aptitude. The king of the Golden Wheel cultivated the 10th level of this Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Did he really cultivate for more than 2,000 years? This body's aptitude is too poor. Others can cultivate 1,000 years of cultivation in a few decades. Therefore, he wouldn't be fooled. He wouldn't think that having 1,000 years of cultivation meant being invincible. This was a world of elite martial arts. Splitting mountains and severing rivers were ordinary skills. Even if he mastered the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, he might not be considered an expert. Thus, keeping a low profile was the way to go. In any case, he was just a blacksmith, and it was unlikely that he would encounter any experts. Zhou Shu was still contemplating when the legendary armament cannon began to move, though there was no wind. After flipping through countless pages, a light flashed before his eyes. An invisible pen seemed to be writing on a blank page. This is... Zhou Shu was ecstatic. He had seen something similar before. He had gotten the forging formula for the sharp standard long saber at the time. Am I going to obtain a new weapon forging formula now? The contents of the page appeared very quickly, and a lifelike long saber formed in front of Zhou Shu in an instant. The blade was long and narrow, with a thick back. A flat ring was at the head of the saber. 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber. The title appeared, and the name of the saber was 100 Refinements Ring Pommel. Zhou Shu had heard of the ring pommel saber in his previous life. The ring pommel saber was also known as the Han saber. It was the pioneer of Chinese battle sabers, and it was the world's most advanced and lethal close combat weapon back then. The ring pommel saber had a length of over a meter. The saber's thick and narrow blade exuded an unprecedented murderous aura, and its thick back could easily withstand violent slashes. It was not an overstatement to say that the ring pommel saber was responsible for the Han dynasty's might. The Xiongnu were defeated by the ring pommel saber, giving the Han dynasty the confidence to kill whoever offends the mighty nation of China, however far away. This 100 Refinements ring pommel saber was not the same as the Han saber in Zhou Shu's previous life. But he could tell that it was much stronger than a standard long saber. At the same time, its forging difficulty had also gone up a notch compared to that of sharp standard long sabers. The name 100 Refinements hinted at the difficulty of forging it. Is it because the quota for the sharp standard saber has been filled, so a new weapon has appeared? Zhou Shu wasn't worried about the difficulty of forging the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber. When the name 100 Refinements ring pommel saber appeared, the method of forging it automatically sprung to his mind. Even his muscles were affected by a special power. It was as if he had already forged countless 100 Refinements ring pommel sabers, and his body had developed muscle memory. Without even trying, Zhou Shu was certain that if he just started, he would be able to forge a 100 Refinements ring pommel saber. Does this mean that the next weapon will appear after I finish forging 100 Refinements ring pommel sabers? The sharp standard long blade brought me the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. What will the 100 refinements ring pommel saber bring me? Zhou Shu felt his hands itch. He wished he could make 100 refinements ring pommel saber right away. Sadly, this was not the right time. Furthermore, even if he forged one, he might not be able to use it to complete any kills. Unless he was willing to give Xiao Zhongshui the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and let him sell it to the military. This was impossible. Not to mention that exploiter Xiao would try to take advantage of him. Zhou Shu wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. A sharp standard long saber could be said to have been developed in a burst of inspiration. But the 100 refinements ring pommel saber was a brand new weapon and certainly not something an apprentice could develop. I'm not in a hurry to forge 100 refinements ring pommel saber. I'll consider it when I'm stronger. Superintendent Xiao is here. Zhang Yibei's voice sounded from afar, returning Zhou Shu to reality. Chapter 14, Listening to Music in a Brothel. 75 days, 3,000 Heben sabers. Xiao Zhongshui put the saber in his hand into a box, closed the lid, and patted it. He slowly said, Zhou Shu, I didn't see wrongly. You did better than I imagined. Where? Zhou Shu humbly said, Superintendent, it's all because of your leadership that we were able to complete the mission so quickly. All of you have done well this time, Xiao Zhongshui said noncommittally. I will keep my word. For each of these 3,000 Heben sabers, I will reward 1 tael of silver. This will be 3,000 taels of silver. Zhou Shu, go collect it later and split it with everyone. A restrained cheer arose from the crowd. 3,000 taels of silver was a huge sum of money. The salary of the forging apprentices here ranged from half a tael to 1 tael of silver a month. Even if they earned 1 tael every month, it would take 250 years to earn 3,000 taels. Although everyone had previously said that they would give the bounty to Zhou Shu, hearing about such an enormous sum of money still made them excited. Zhou Shu's expression was calm, but his heart was slightly shaking. According to the market price, 1 tael of silver in this world was roughly equivalent to 4,000 yuan in his previous life. In other words, his monthly salary of half a tael of silver was 2,000 yuan. 3,000 taels of silver was equivalent to 12 million yuan. In his 2 lifetimes, he had been a worker at the lowest level. The largest amount of money he had seen was probably the 100 taels that Xiao Zhongshui had given him previously. Now that there is a huge sum of 3,000 taels, should I split it with everyone? Or should I be a little black-hearted and leave it all for myself? Anyway, they all said that they would give their bounty to me. Xiao Zhongshui waved his hand and said benevolently, everyone has worked hard during this period. I will make the decision and give you all a day off. Superintendent, you are wise. Everyone cheered again. The forging apprentices of the forging division were not slaves. In a sense, they should be considered the working class. It was just that their work intensity was a little too high, and many people died as a result of exhaustion. According to the rules of the forging division, forging apprentices could rest for a day every month. But very few of them actually did so. Because the work intensity was so high, if they didn't work overtime all year round, they wouldn't be able to complete their tasks. If one couldn't complete the task, the forging masters wouldn't bother with human rights and labor laws. There was no need to worry about the mission now. A day of rest was a good thing for everyone. Zhou Shu didn't feel much about this. The forging division is even more ruthless than those capitalists in my previous life. The capitalists at most utilized the 996 working regime, yet this place has barely any rest for an entire year. Forging apprentices are used to being exploited, so they're grateful for just some benefits. Xiao Zhongshui left in satisfaction. Zhou Shu looked at the excited crowd and complained in his heart. Brother Zhang, come with me to Superintendent Xiao's place later to get the money, Zhou Shu said. Then we'll split the money. Brother Zhou. Zhang Yibei shook his head. We agreed that we would give our bounty to you. Consider it our tuition fee. The rest of the apprentices, including 6th brother Wu, opened their mouths but didn't object. This time, everyone's bounty wasn't small. On average, each person would get 40 to 50 taels, which was equivalent to 5 to 6 years of their salary. But the breathing method Zhou Shu had taught them was priceless. After learning the breathing method, their forging skills had greatly improved. It could be predicted that not long from now, their salaries would increase. This was the benefit of taking things slow. Furthermore, after learning the breathing method, it was much easier for them to forge. This meant that the possibility of them dying from exhaustion was even lower. This wasn't something that could be measured with money. They had definitely profited. As I said, I didn't teach you the breathing method for money. Zhou Shu shook his head. In the end, his conscience triumphed. These were all poor people. Even if he took their money, he wouldn't be able to spend it happily. Brother Zhou, we are all crude people. There's nothing else we can repay you with, Zhang Yibei said seriously. This is a token of our appreciation. If you don't accept it, we won't be able to sleep well at night. That's right. Brother Zhou, please accept it. Sixth brother Wu gritted his teeth and said, although all of us have families, our salary is enough for us. We won't starve to death. You're still young. With money, you'll be more confident when you propose marriage in the future. Brother Zhou, in the words of a storyteller, I think that you are not an ordinary person, Zhang Yibei continued. Your forging skills are superb, and you might have a chance to become a forging master in the future. Although forging masters are esteemed, they usually spend a lot of money. You don't have much savings, so if you have the chance to save up, you should. These are sincere words based on my experience. Don't blame me for being nosy. Zhang Yibei babbled. After 2 months, Zhang Yibei finally recognized himself clearly. After learning the breathing method Zhou Shu taught, Zhang Yibei felt his forging skills improving by the day. But the more he improved, the more he realized the gap between him and forging masters. In the past, he had thought that he was only a ranked weapon secret forging formula away from becoming a forging master. Now, he realized that this distance was already comparable to the distance between heaven and earth. He had to admit that sometimes, the difference between individuals was too great. He no longer had hopes of becoming a forging master. To be able to learn the breathing method was already a blessing of 3 lifetimes. If he wanted more, he would be struck by lightning. Zhou Shu didn't think too much about Zhang Yibei's words. He would definitely become a forging master in the future. There was no doubt about it. Was there a need to consider whether forging masters spent a lot of money? Any weapon forged by a forging master would earn money. Zhou Shu had heard that even the lowest tier ranked weapons were hundreds of times more valuable than ordinary standard weapons. At that time, would he still have to worry about money? Poverty had limited Zhang Yibei's imagination. For a forging master, 3,000 taels of silver was easily earned by forging a few weapons. He had a bright future ahead of him. Why would he ruin his conscience for such a small amount of money? Fine, Zhou Shu just wanted to feel at ease. Whether he had a conscience or not was not important. Brother Zhang, to put it bluntly, it's easier for me to earn money than you guys. Zhou Shu chuckled and said to Zhang Yibei and the others, it's settled then. Split the money and take a rest. Brother Zhou, Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others were moved. Their eyes reddened, and they reached out to grab Zhou Shu's arm. Zhou Shu quickly dodged. Don't be wishy-washy like girls. Brother Zhang, Brother Wu, let's go get the money. 3,000 taels of silver was an enormous sum, and Xiao Zongshui naturally wouldn't have prepared that much cash. After some discussion, they decided to distribute the bounty according to everyone's contributions. Then they would register the information in the workshop, and the bounty and salaries would be paid at once. After registering, everyone was a little excited. Some received 70 to 80 taels, and even those who didn't receive such a large share of the bounty still got 40 to 50 taels. As for Zhou Shu, he was the one who forged the most weapons. He forged a total of 150, so his bounty was naturally the highest. Xiao Zongshui immediately gave him a banknote of 150 taels. With 250 taels in his pocket, Zhou Shu stood at the main entrance of the 97th workshop of the Forging Division. In front of him was the bustling imperial capital of Great Xia, but he didn't know where to go. Although his predecessor had been born in the imperial capital of Great Xia, he had spent most of his life in the Forging Division's workshop. He had practically never gone out. In addition, he had no family or friends here. He didn't know what to do after suddenly getting a day off. Go to a brothel and listen to music? Zhou Shu thought of the plot he had often seen in transmigration novels in his previous life. He had to admit that he was a little excited just thinking about it. But where are the brothels? Zhou Shu was stunned again. He couldn't just ask someone on the streets where the brothels were, right? Why don't I have a good meal first? The first thing one would do after earning money would be to have a good meal. This was an excellent tradition of China. He could indeed ask anyone on the streets about this. He stopped a well-dressed passerby and asked, "Brother, may I know which restaurant is Chang'an's best?" He had 250 taels of silver on him. If he wanted to eat, he would eat the most expensive food. The passerby he stopped sized him up with a strange expression. "You're asking about the best restaurant in Chang'an City? Yeah, is there a problem?" "Ha, no problem." The passerby scoffed. "The best restaurant in Chang'an City is the Four Seas restaurant. A meal costs at least 100 taels. Are you sure you can afford it? Over 100 taels for a meal." Zhou Shu was speechless. Although he had a large sum of 250 taels on him, spending half of it on a meal seemed a little too extravagant. 100 taels was equivalent to around 500,000 yuan in his previous life. What kind of food could cost so much? The life of the rich is really unadorned, Zhou Shu complained. I was just casually asking. Is there anywhere of a slightly lower grade? Although he had a bright future ahead of him, he couldn't bear to spend 100 taels on a meal. Of course. The passerby chuckled and pointed forward. He said indifferently, "Walk forward along this road, turn right after 2 intersections, turn left after 3 intersections, then walk straight past another intersection, and you'll see the sign of a restaurant. It's inexpensive there, and the quantity is sufficient. The taste is also pretty good. It's very suitable for you. Mention my name when you're there, and you'll get a discount." "You're welcome." The passerby swayed while continuing to walk forward, waving his hand at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu opened his mouth. Is any random passerby so extraordinary? Is this what a person of the imperial capital is like? Is any random passerby a big shot? I can get a discount just by mentioning his name? How much of a discount? Won't I suffer a fracture instead? Zhou Shu suddenly returned to his senses and yelled, "Hey! Brother, you haven't told me your name." Chapter 15, Killing because of a glance. The price is good, the quantity is good, the taste is good. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I promise to beat you to death. Zhou Shu stood at the entrance of a restaurant and looked up at the signboard. The resentment in his heart almost broke through the 9 heavens. This restaurant. It was named restaurant. The restaurant was only a few square meters, and it had only 3 tables inside, one of which was reserved for a storyteller. But there were a few rows of benches placed at the entrance. Fruit Noel Co. The long benches were already full of people, each holding a large bowl. As they listened to the storyteller speak, they wolfed down the food in the bowls. Other than those sitting, many people didn't even have seats and just stood there eating. These people were all wearing short, coarse clothes. One look, and he could tell that they were ordinary folks who relied on physical labor to earn a living. The food in their bowls was similar to the meat and vegetable rice from Zhou Shu's previous life. However, theirs wasn't white rice, but coarse rice. The dishes mixed with it were also black. Zhou Shu looked around and only saw some minced meat in a few bowls. How could the price of such a place not be cheap? But there was indeed a large amount. The large bowls were filled to the brim. Zhou Shu probably couldn't finish one himself. As for the taste, although he didn't eat it, he felt that it wasn't any better than the pot rice in the Forging Division's workshop. That passerby had obviously looked down on him. Does he think I only deserve to eat this? I have 250 taels of silver. Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. No wonder that fellow didn't dare leave his name. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Shu said fiercely in his heart. Originally, he had planned to turn around and leave. He had come out to improve his meals, not seek abuse. If he wanted to eat this kind of food, the Forging Division's workshop had it every day. But the storyteller in the shop seemed very interesting. Zhou Shu, who had nothing important to do, decided to stand at the side and listen. Speaking of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, it starts with the military parade. The storyteller was a thin old man. He didn't look impressive, but his voice was very loud, and he was very eloquent. Great Xia's military parade happens once every 5 years. The last time was 4 years ago. The victor was. What the storyteller said naturally went through some rendition. But when Zhou Shu linked the story to the things he had heard from his co-workers in the forging division, his understanding of this world became more and more clear. Great Xia was not the only country on this land. This land had 4 continents, east, west, south, and north, and a total of 10 nations. Great Xia was located on the east continent. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was a military competition between the 10 nations to divide resources every 10 years. This was originally a rule set by some experts in the past to reduce war. But in recent years, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament had long lost its original intention. The casualties caused during the tournaments were often more than those of actual wars. Furthermore, even with the tournament, there were still endless disputes between the 10 nations. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament had long become an existence of little value. Zhou Shu had heard this from his co-workers when he was in the workshop, but it had nothing to do with him. Both the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament and wars would not involve him. Instead, the military parade mentioned by the storyteller had something to do with him. The military parade was actually a military inspection by the current emperor every 5 years. Naturally, the inspection included weapons, which naturally involved the forging division. One of the segments of the military parade was for the forging division to display its newly developed weapons. The weapons of Great Xia had always been the strongest on the land. This was closely related to the importance placed by the Great Xia imperial court on forging weapons. Zhou Shu had heard that there had once been a forging apprentice who had forged a weapon during the military parade, which delighted the emperor. In turn, the emperor had bestowed upon the apprentice the secret forging formula of a ranked weapon on the spot. The apprentice had then skyrocketed through the ranks to become a forging master. There was no way to verify the authenticity of this matter. But the military parade was indeed an opportunity for forging apprentices. If they performed well, they could at least get a promotion and a raise. I wonder if Xiao Zongshui took the Heben saber to claim credit. Zhou Shu recalled that he still had the secret forging formula of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. If he could forge it during the military parade, he should be able to make a name for himself, right? The 100 refinements ring pommel saber was much stronger than the sharp standard saber. The storyteller was narrating the story of the weapons of Great Xia from hearsay. Zhou Shu's gaze wandered, and he suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head instinctively and saw a man in the crowd looking away. After Zhou Shu cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, his hearing, vision, and even instincts were much sharper than before. Although the man was very fast, Zhou Shu was sure that he had been looking at him. Perhaps it's strange that I'm only listening to stories and not eating, Zhou Shu thought. In this noisy place, it wasn't strange for the man to look at him. But he still curiously sized up this person. The man looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a coarse, short shirt that laborers wore, and his skin looked rough and tanned as a result of being in the weather for a long time. Everything looked normal, except for the fact that he was carrying a long, bulky package. Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. From the length of the bag, whatever is inside should be a weapon, either a sword or a saber. Zhou Shu felt that he had some type of occupational disease. To think he could even think of weapons based on this. Great Xia was not like the ancient times in his previous life. Here, martial arts were flourishing. The imperial court also didn't restrict weapons. It was normal for people on the streets to be equipped with weapons. The man seemed to sense Zhou Shu observing him. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he turned and walked away from Zhou Shu. Soon, he turned into an alley and disappeared. Zhou Shu didn't care about this. He listened to the storytelling for a while longer, then found a restaurant that looked quite good and ate a meal that somewhat disappointed him. Half a day passed just like that. In the end, he really didn't know what to do, so he decided to head back to the Forging Division's workshop ahead of time. The Forging Division's workshop was located in the northeast corner of the imperial capital of Great Xia. During this half-day, although Zhou Shu didn't do anything serious, he still walked down dozens of streets. When he went out, he was curious about everything and didn't feel that it was far. But when he was on the way back, it became a little torturous. The more he walked, the longer the route seemed to be. If only I had a carriage. Within the imperial capital of Great Xia, there were many carriages, which was the standard for rich people. Even though Zhou Shu had a huge amount of 250 taels, compared to the wealthy, he was still a pauper. 250 taels, 250 taels, 250. Zhou Shu hummed happily to himself as he got closer and closer to the workshop. 2 more streets ahead, and he would arrive at the entrance of the workshop. Suddenly, Zhou Shu felt the hair on his back stand up as a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Almost without thinking, he pounced forward and rolled on the ground a few times before looking back. Before he could see clearly, a white light flashed before his eyes. Zhou Shu's pupils constricted as he stomped his feet abruptly. His butt hit the ground, and he instantly slid a few feet away. A saber heavily slashed at the spot where he just was. With a cracking sound, the green brick of the ground shattered into pieces, and the long saber cut several inches into it. "Halberd saber!" Zhou Shu blurted out. "You indeed recognized me," a deep voice said. Only then did Zhou Shu realize that the person who attacked him with the saber was the man he had seen at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhou Shu subconsciously looked around. This place was only a street away from the Forging Division's workshop. If he shouted for help, the man seemed to see through Zhou Shu's plan and didn't give Zhou Shu a chance to cry for help. With a slide of his feet, he raised the halberd saber above his head and slashed down at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had no time to yell. He rolled and crawled, dodging his opponent's attack. He cursed in his heart. "Who the hell knows you? I only know the saber. Why did you attack me for no reason?" He was starting to regret taking this route. If he hadn't been greedy for the shortcut and walked through this small alley instead of the main street where people came and went, this guy definitely wouldn't have dared to commit murder openly. Zhou Shu cursed as he dodged in a sorry state. He had only mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, so he had limited skills. Furthermore, he had never had any actual combat experience. He would definitely not be able to win against this person if he fought back head-on. If I can't defeat my opponent with strength, I can only use my wits. Zhou Shu's mind raced. The halberd saber had been invented by him, and he had only given it to Xiao Zhongshui. According to what he had seen before, Xiao Zhongshui had made a deal with the commander of the halberd troops, and the halberd sabers were exclusive to the troops. Even without this, the weapons forged by the Forging Division's workshop would not easily be circulated to the common people. Where did this halberd saber come from? He's definitely not a soldier from the halberd troops. The halberd troops wouldn't attack me for no reason. A forging apprentice? I know all of the forging apprentices who could come into contact with the halberd sabers. This person is definitely not one of them. Who exactly is he? And why does he want to ambush me? From the looks of it, he clearly wants to kill me. He wants to kill me just because I glanced at him outside the restaurant? Is Great Xia really so dangerous? A light flashed in Zhou Shu's mind. He shouted, "I am the creator of the halberd saber. I know the secret forging formula of the halberd saber." Pfft! The blade of the saber slashed across Zhou Shu's chest, creating a hole in his clothes. It was just a hair's breadth away from ripping Zhou Shu's stomach open. Zhou Shu spread out his hands, indicating that he wouldn't resist. "I have the secret forging formula of halberd saber. I can give it to you if you want it," Zhou Shu said. "You indeed recognized me." The man snorted. "Otherwise, how would you know that I want the secret forging formula of the halberd saber?" Zhou Shu wanted to roll his eyes, but he was afraid of angering this person. This person clearly had an extreme personality. If Zhou Shu angered him, who knew what he would do? Zhou Shu didn't want to be killed just because he glanced at someone. "I guessed it, really," Zhou Shu said sincerely. Chapter 16, You're neither stupid nor blind, you're just ignorant. "I guessed it, really," Zhou Shu said sincerely. "I'm a forging apprentice of the 97th workshop, and we forged the halberd saber. That's why I'm sure that you're not the creator of the halberd saber. Apart from the 97th workshop, only the halberd troops can come into contact with the halberd saber. You shouldn't be part of the halberd troops either. They are Imperial Guards and won't randomly attack civilians in the Imperial capital. You're neither a forging apprentice nor a part of the halberd troops, but you have a halberd saber, so I can only think of one possibility. You are here for the halberd saber." The story told by the storyteller flashed across his mind. One of the stages of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament featured competitions on the various nations' weapons. The weapons forged by Great Xia had always been the best in the land, and the other nations were extremely vigilant about them. Under such circumstances, if a new weapon appeared in Great Xia and the other nations didn't react, then Zhou Shu would really look down on them. It was obvious that the man before him was a spy from one of the nations. Zhou Shu didn't know how he had obtained a halberd saber. As a spy, he should be acutely aware of the value of the halberd saber. This man was probably preparing to escape after obtaining the halberd saber, which was why he was so sensitive. Just because Zhou Shu had glanced at him, he thought that Zhou Shu had recognized him. To prevent the secret from being leaked, he came directly to silence Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu explained how he had guessed it while complaining about this man's actions internally. Not only did he not leave the city after stealing the halberd saber, but he also went to hear stories. This was still fine. But if he suspected that someone had recognized him, he chose not to flee but came to silence the other party. After hearing Zhou Shu's explanation, the man frowned slightly. He placed the halberd saber on Zhou Shu's neck and said coldly, "Give me the secret forging formula of the halberd saber, and I will spare your life." Are people so easily fooled here? Zhou Shu thought. Then he heard the person continue, "Wait. How do you prove that the secret forging formula of the halberd saber you produce is real?" He's not stupid. Zhou Shu slowly pushed the blade away with his hand. "You're so smart. How could I deceive you? If you don't believe the secret forging formula is real, I can forge a halberd saber in front of you." The man's eyes flashed with delight. Indeed, how could a mere forging apprentice possibly deceive him? "You'd better not play any tricks," the man said coldly. "Go." He put away the halberd saber, but Zhou Shu immediately felt a sharp blade pressed against his waist. "I'm warning you. You'd better not move rashly. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way before someone can save you." "Don't worry. I won't act rashly," Zhou Shu hurriedly said. "How should I address you, big brother?" "Shut up." The man growled and pushed Zhou Shu forward. Zhou Shu didn't expect the enemy's stronghold to be so close to the forging division. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since he had to constantly obtain information about Great Xia's weapons, he naturally couldn't be too far from the forging division's workshops. Along the way, Zhou Shu didn't find an opportunity to escape. Just like that, he was escorted into an unremarkable courtyard. "Won't it attract the attention of the neighbors if we pound and forge here?" Zhou Shu looked around. The man laughed coldly and pushed Zhou Shu to the corner of the courtyard. After fiddling around for a while, he revealed a hole that led downward. "Get down." Zhou Shu had no room to resist and could only follow his instructions. After walking for around 60 feet, he suddenly saw an open space. There was a secret chamber several meters wide underground. In the middle of the chamber, a furnace was burning brightly, illuminating the entire space. There should be a vent inside. Although it was underground, it didn't seem stuffy. "Begin," the man said coldly. "No one will hear you. As long as you can forge a halberd saber, I promise to spare your life." Zhou Shu sneered in his heart. "If I believed the promise of a spy, I would be a fool." "Thank you very much then." Zhou Shu had never placed any hope on the other party being merciful and letting him go. "Let me see if there are sufficient materials here. If there aren't enough..." Before Zhou Shu could finish speaking, the man had already dragged over a large wooden box from a corner and opened it. Inside were neatly arranged metal materials. "Zhou Shu. This guy's nest is well prepared. Could this guy really be a forging apprentice?" Zhou Shu thought. "If you have the materials, there won't be a problem. But it's very difficult to forge a halberd saber. It might take a long time. You'd better not play any tricks." The man snorted coldly. "It's about 4 now. There are 8 hours until midnight. If I don't see a halberd saber by then, you can prepare for your funeral." 8 hours. Zhou Shu said bitterly. "All right, I'll try my best. My skills are limited. Don't interrupt me during the process. Otherwise, don't blame me if the forging fails." The man nodded, indicating that Zhou Shu could begin. Zhou Shu walked to the furnace and tested the weight of the forging hammer. Then he took a deep breath. He grabbed a piece of iron and threw it into the furnace. In an instant, Zhou Shu's expression became extremely solemn. The man's expression turned cold. He suddenly felt Zhou Shu's aura change greatly. Just now, he was a meek and submissive commoner, but now, he has an ineffable aura. He seemed to have seen this kind of aura from a forging master in the past. Is he a forging master? The man shook his head. How is this possible? If he is a forging master, how could I have caught him? Disregarding the fact that every forging master has guards by their side, a forging master's strength far surpasses mine. Even if a forging master doesn't specialize in martial arts, he won't be too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a forging master. The man threw this thought out of his mind, and his gaze fell on Zhou Shu. Holding the Huben saber's handle, he stared unblinkingly at Zhou Shu. As a spy, he had never lacked caution. As long as Zhou Shu behaved suspiciously, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. He believed that with his skills and the Huben saber in his hand, he could definitely kill a forging apprentice. The moment Zhou Shu picked up the hammer, he forgot his surroundings. He was completely immersed in a state of clarity. Images flashed through his mind. All the steps of the forging process seemed to fuse into his bones. Without even thinking, the hammer seemed to come to life as it continuously struck the red-hot iron block. Ding dang dang! Rhythmic pounding sounds echoed throughout the underground space like a musical piece. Under the man's gaze, the shape of a saber slowly began to take shape under Zhou Shu's hammer. As a spy, although this person wasn't a true forging apprentice, he had some understanding of forging. Otherwise, how could he steal information about weapons? Upon seeing Zhou Shu hammer the weapon, he frowned slightly. The saber Zhou Shu was forging looked slightly different from the Huben saber in his hand. Even though he was a bit confused, when he thought about what Zhou Shu had said before he began, he endured it and didn't say anything. He didn't have much time. After nightfall, he had to sneak out of the city. If he opened his mouth and disturbed Zhou Shu's forging, he wouldn't have time to wait for him to forge again. By then, he could only escape with an unknown secret forging formula. Once he left, it would be extremely difficult to obtain the secret forging formula of the Huben saber again. If he only brought a Huben saber back without its secret forging formula, the forging masters in his nation might not be able to reverse engineer the secret forging formula of the Huben saber. The man's expression was dark and uncertain. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, he endured it and continued to watch Zhou Shu forge. 2 hours, 4 hours. Time slowly passed, and it was almost midnight. The man was already a little impatient, and restlessness flashed through his face. He narrowed his eyes. In another 15 minutes, if Zhou Shu was still unable to finish forging, he would immediately force him to write down the secret forging formula. Then he would kill him and escape. Zhou Shu didn't know that his life was hanging by a thread. His expression was solemn, and his hands were as firm as a rock. Every movement seemed to have been measured with a ruler and wasn't disorderly. Ding dang! He hammered one last time, and the saber took shape. There seemed to be a strange light flowing over the blade. Zhou Shu placed the saber into the cold water tank he had requested the man to prepare beforehand. After a series of splashing sounds, Zhou Shu pulled out a long saber that was as cold as water. Clang! The spy holding Zhou Shu captive had half of his Huben saber unsheathed. He stared at the saber in Zhou Shu's hand and said coldly, "You tricked me. Why do you say that?" Zhou Shu frowned with a stunned expression. "You asked me to forge a saber, and I have already done so. Are you going back on your word?" He stared at the half-unsheathed Huben saber and raised the long saber he had just forged with a vigilant expression. This action, this reaction, perfectly portrayed a panic-stricken forging apprentice. "Humph, I asked you to forge a Huben saber. What is this thing you forged?" The man had a murderous look on his face as he said angrily, "This is a Huben saber? Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" The long saber Zhou Shu had forged was completely different from the Huben saber. The blade was wider, the back was thicker, and there was a ring on the handle. It was a different saber from the Huben saber no matter how the man looked at it. "You're neither stupid nor blind." Zhou Shu shook his head. The panic on his face was gone and replaced by a calm expression. "You're just ignorant." When the man saw the change in Zhou Shu's expression, his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Clang! His reaction was extremely fast. The Huben saber immediately left its sheath and turned into a beam of light, slashing toward Zhou Shu. At this moment, Zhou Shu continued, "Ignorance can be forgiven, but one has to live up to the consequences of being ignorant." He gripped the handle of his saber with both hands, mustered all his strength, and slashed at the opponent's blade. Chapter 17, Heavenly Saber Art. That year, Wei Jianming had left his hometown and came to Great Xia. 3 years later, he had hidden outside Great Xia's forging division. Ordinary people would only think that he was an ordinary peddler. Who would have thought that he was once a young and talented individual? Now that the young man was middle-aged, he had thought that he had lost his passion. But now, he felt that his blood was still hot. Hot blood splattered all over his face. He couldn't help licking it with his tongue. It was a little salty. How did you do that? Wei Jianming looked at the youth wearing the uniform of Great Xia's forging division's apprentices in front of him. His handsome face didn't look like it belonged to a forging apprentice. It was shining brightly under the firelight. Once upon a time, I was also a high-spirited youth. Wei Jianming's eyes were unfocused, but there was still breath in his chest. If he didn't understand what had happened, he wouldn't die in peace. My saber is sharper than yours. That's why I will live, but you will die. Zhou Shu stood with the saber in front of him and stared at Wei Jianming warily. What kind of saber is in your hand? Wei Jianming swayed and was about to fall. 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Zhou Shu looked at Wei Jianming and sighed. 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Good, very good, Wei Jianming muttered to himself and then fell backward as countless scenes flashed across his eyes. It was the hometown he had been thinking about all this time. He also saw her vague silhouette and wondered if she was doing well. Wei Jianming slowly closed his eyes. The deep wound on his chest burst open, and blood gushed out, dyeing his entire body red. His right hand weakly released its grip, and half of the Heben saber fell. The Heben saber he had used all means to obtain was now broken. It would never return to his hometown with him. You started it. Don't blame me. Zhou Shu was panting heavily. He even felt a little exhausted from that blow. To succeed in one strike, Zhou Shu didn't hold back at all and used all of his strength. Otherwise, even if the 100 refinements ring pommel saber was stronger than the Heben saber, it might not have had such an effect. Wei Jianming hadn't expected Zhou Shu to cut the Heben saber in half. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Just like the forging apprentice who had died at Zhou Shu's hands, Wei Jianming was immediately killed by Zhou Shu's saber. Just as Zhou Shu had said, Wei Jianming had died from ignorance. If he had known that Zhou Shu's saber was sharper, the outcome would have been different. This was the second time Zhou Shu killed someone, and he felt that he was even calmer than he had imagined. He had thought that after killing someone, he would feel nauseous. But in reality, he felt extremely calm. This made him feel somewhat incredulous. Perhaps I am a homicidal maniac? Did this attribute not awaken because I lived in a peaceful era in my previous life? No, I seemed to have killed in my previous life too. Hundreds of millions of people. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the heavenly saber art. The legendary armament cannon automatically appeared, and a message flashed in front of Zhou Shu's eyes. Heavenly saber art? Zhou Shu was overjoyed. Whatever he thought would come true. He had been ambushed and was worried that he didn't have any powerful means to protect himself. In the end, he attained the heavenly saber art. One's will undivided, one's spirit coalesced. The spirit can sense when one's will is in one's hands, and only then can one speak of the art. Then when one is able to enter the realm of no art, will one begin to understand how to use the saber. Spirit refers to the mind, will refers to the body. With every strike, the entire body will follow, and the spirit and body become one. Figures flew up and down in Zhou Shu's mind. The profundities of the saber technique constantly appeared. For a moment, he felt as if he had practiced countless saber techniques for years and experienced countless battles. When he looked at the 100 refinements ring pommel saber in his hand, Zhou Shu felt as if he and the saber were connected. He could even feel the saber breathing. With a flick of his wrist, the 100 refinements ring pommel saber transformed into a streak of saber light and smoothly passed through the hammer he had just used. Almost without feeling any obstruction, the saber cut through the hammer. The hammer was split in two, the cut smooth and flat. In the past, Zhou Shu had also used a Heben saber to cut iron. With the sharpness of the Heben sabers, they could also cut through iron as easily as they did mud, but this could easily damage them. 100 refinements ring pommel sabers were not inferior to Heben sabers in terms of sharpness, but they were far more sturdy. They were originally sabers suitable for cavalry combat. The saber was good, but the saber technique was better. Now that he was using the saber again, Zhou Shu felt as if he could do as he pleased. Every time he swung his saber, the feeling he felt was vastly different from before. He could feel himself becoming stronger bit by bit. The blade light flickered, leaving a series of blade marks on the walls of the secret chamber. After a long time, Zhou Shu finally stopped reluctantly. The heavenly saber art is truly deserving of its reputation. Zhou Shu's face was full of excitement. With this heavenly saber art, he wouldn't need to feign civility if he met another spy like Wei Jianming. With a single slash, he could kill several of them. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the heavenly saber art, as long as I don't court death, my life shouldn't be in danger anymore, right? Zhou Shu wasn't sure. Wei Jianming's skills were not enough to make him an expert in this world. He had no idea how powerful an expert was. The heavenly saber art emphasizes converting all your hard work and actual combat experience into your body's will. The more you train, the richer your combat experience and the stronger your saber intent will be. If you can reach the level of ignoring all apart from the saber, then the heavenly saber art will be invincible. Zhou Shu was only at the basic level of the heavenly saber art now. It was still far from the realm of the invincible saber. However, he wasn't worried. According to his experience with the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, as long as the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers he forged could effectively complete kills, his heavenly saber art would improve. There was no need for him to improve it through actual combat. But the problem is that I can't openly bring out the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. He had just taken out the secret forging formula of the Huben saber. If he took out the secret forging formula for the 100 refinements ring pommel saber now, it would definitely attract the attention of people with hidden agendas. This world isn't the peaceful era of my previous life. Will continuously taking out secret forging formulas of new weapons, especially when I am not skilled yet, lead to others giving me the treatment of a genius or cutting me up for research. Zhou Shu didn't want to leave his fate in the hands of others. The military parade might be a good opportunity. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he looked up. Someone is coming. His first reaction was to look at Wei Jianming's corpse. Wei Jianming's accomplices? This was his hideout. For safety's sake, he would definitely not bring anyone back casually. It's already midnight. Who else could it be other than his accomplices? With this thought, Zhou Shu quickly began to move. He first took off Wei Jianming's outer clothes, then put them on himself and covered the forging division's uniform. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhou Shu tore off a corner of his clothes. He mimicked what he had seen in TV dramas in the past and covered his mouth and nose, only revealing his eyes. Only then did he lift the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and step onto the stairs. The secret chamber Wei Jianming had built was more than 10 meters underground. There were dozens of steps leading to the ground, and the exit was in the weeds in the corner of the courtyard. Zhou Shu had just reached the exit when he heard footsteps approaching overhead. Then the cover of the entrance was lifted. Here! A voice sounded. Zhou Shu didn't have time to think about it. With a flick of his wrist, the saber shot upward. His body followed the saber and rushed out of the passageway. Ding! With a crisp sound, Zhou Shu felt the 100 refinements ring pommel saber strike his opponent's weapon. In the darkness, a figure retreated. Zhou Shu's attack had succeeded. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his heavenly saber art. His saber technique was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, forcing his opponent to retreat step by step. After a few moves, Zhou Shu forced his opponent back to the center of the courtyard. From the corner of his eye, he saw a few more people angrily charge over. Without any hesitation, Zhou Shu swung his saber several times, blocking everyone. His feet suddenly exerted strength, and he flipped backward, leaping onto the wall. Then he slashed down at the person chasing him and flipped over the wall, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Stop chasing! Before Zhou Shu disappeared, he heard a deep shout from the courtyard. Zhou Shu didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he vaguely felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. He didn't think too much about it. After running 2 streets, he took off his jacket while there was no one else around. He returned to his original attire, then hurried toward the forging division's workshop. Someone had already lit a torch in Wei Jianming's small courtyard. The small courtyard was illuminated by the torch and was as bright as day. Sir, why shouldn't we chase after him? The person who had chased after Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Are you questioning me? A young man in a gorgeous uniform glanced at the person. I wouldn't dare. The person lowered his head. Chase after him, and you'll just be delivering food. Can you beat him? This person was so embarrassed by his words that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. The youth lazily continued, search this place first. You two, follow me down to take a look. With that, the young man led the way into the secret underground chamber. Tisk tisk. Moments later, they arrived at the secret underground chamber and saw the corpse on the ground. He killed someone and even took off his clothes. His taste. The young man clicked his tongue in wonder. The other two were speechless. Can't he tell what happened? Yo, Haben saber. Using his toes, the youth kicked the Haben saber on the ground. Pick it up and report back. He squatted down and looked at the wound on Wei Jianming's chest. Puzzled, the young man looked around. Following the light from the smelting furnace, the young man's gaze landed on the blade marks on the walls around the secret chamber. With just a glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. This is... He suddenly stood up and stared at the marks. Have the brothers lock down this place. Send someone to invite the commander and General Cheng Wanli. Tell them that there's an important discovery here. Chapter 18, Continuous Breakthroughs. This saber technique is like a dragon flying through the 9 heavens or a snake diving into the abyss. It has myriad thoughts and is exquisite, a thin old man said emotionally in the secret chamber Wei Jianming built. This thin old man was Ma Fengjiang, the chief constable of the Great Xia's Divine Constable Bureau. The Divine Constable Bureau was a violent law enforcement organization outside of the 3 armies of Great Xia. It was responsible for managing martial artists outside of the imperial court, which included dealing with enemy spies. Standing beside Ma Fengjiang, Cheng Wanli, the commander of the new Haben troops, had a solemn expression. Cheng Wanli had been content recently. The emperor had made a speech to acknowledge the designation of the Haben troops. The forging division had also provided the 3,000 Haben sabers on time, and the strength of the Haben troops was improving by the day. But just as he was about to ride on the crest of success, one of the Haben sabers belonging to the troops went missing. This scared Cheng Wanli half to death. The weapons of Great Xia had always been classified, let alone a new weapon like the Haben saber. If it leaked out before it could unleash its might on the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Haben troops couldn't be mobilized at will, so Cheng Wanli immediately asked the Divine Constable Bureau to capture the thief before he left the city. Brother Ma, now is not the time to muse on saber techniques. I heard from little Constable's son that they were ambushed when they found this place. Could the other party have already taken away the secret forging formula of the Haben saber? Cheng Wanli said worriedly. The well-dressed youth at the side curled his lips. Just say Constable son. What do you mean by adding the word little? How am I little? Ha. Ma Fengjiang laughed out loud. General Cheng, you're the one who's closely involved yet cannot see clearly. You've been struck by fortune recently. You've met a benefactor who helped you. The dead person should be the spy who stole the Haben saber. He was killed here with a single slash, and even the Haben saber was severed. This shows that the person who killed this spy was far stronger than him. Ma Fengjiang pointed at the corpse on the ground, then at the blade marks on the wall. He clearly killed his opponent with one slash. Why did he leave blade marks on the wall? He's telling us he's not our enemy. You're saying that the person who killed the spy is an expert from Great Xia? Cheng Wanli frowned. For the first time, he observed the blade marks on the wall seriously. This is... His pupils constricted, and his fingers involuntarily moved along with the blade marks on the wall. Good saber technique! Cheng Wanli exclaimed. That's right, Ma Fengjiang said. Although I don't know who did it, it must be a wise and noble expert. He deliberately left behind the blade marks. If someone can understand 30% of the blade marks, it's not impossible for them to become a ranked martial artist in the future. A light flashed in Cheng Wanli's eyes, and a fierce aura suddenly rose from his body. Bang bang bang! A few muffled sounds came from his body, and the fierce aura became even more violent. Oh no! Ma Fengjiang exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect Cheng Wanli to break through at this time. With a flick of his sleeve, a gentle force surged out from Ma Fengjiang and protected the surrounding walls. Ma Fengjiang couldn't bother with the well-dressed young man, Sun Gongping. The aura from Cheng Wanli's breakthrough knocked Sun Gongping over a few times. With a loud thud, he collided with the stairwell, knocking him dizzy. With a saber in hand, kill all the enemies in the world! Cheng Wanli shouted. The aura on his body rose and withdrew. He stood there with his head held high. His entire person looked no different from before, but the feeling he gave off was very different. Congratulations, General Cheng! You have entered the ranks. You have a bright future. Ma Fengzhong retracted his strength and clapped his hands with a smile. Sun Gongping got up from the ground. His eyes were full of envy, but he was thinking, it's just entering the ranks. I would have assumed you became number one in the world if I didn't know otherwise. I, Sun Gongping, am only a step away from entering the ranks. What's there for you to be proud of? Ranked martial artists and unranked martial artists were similar to ranked weapons and standard weapons. They were only a step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Cheng Wanli smiled reservedly. It's all thanks to this senior's gift. Cheng Wanli cupped his hands in the air respectfully. If it wasn't for the intent of this saber technique, I would have probably needed several more years of hard work before I could enter the ranks. This senior shall be my master. Not only that, but there's also this Heben saber. Ma Fengzhong smiled and pointed at the broken saber on the ground. If the Heben saber was leaked out, Cheng Wanli wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Yes, if I ever meet this senior, I will definitely repay him. Little Constable Sun, did you see this senior's appearance? Cheng Wanli turned to Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping was dusting his clothes when he heard Cheng Wanli's question. He brushed his messy hair and replied, no, I exchanged more than 10 blows with him, but we were evenly matched. He had his face covered, so I didn't see it. Bang! Before he could finish, he hugged his head and jumped up. Ow! Commander, why did you hit my head? Sun Gongping glared at Ma Fengzhong. We may be familiar with each other, but if you do that, I will turn hostile. Try turning hostile. Ma Fengzhong had a shadow of a smile. Sun Gongping was a little discouraged. You're old, and I respect the aged and care for the young, so I won't argue with you. Ma Fengzhong was a ranked martial artist. Not to mention that Sun Gongping had yet to enter the ranks, but even Cheng Wanli, who had just done so, was insignificant compared to him. If he hadn't shown mercy, you would have been killed with one slash, Ma Fengzhong criticized. Scram to the side to comprehend the saber intent. After today, it won't be so easy for you to enter this place again. Sun Gongping quickly ran to the side. Cheng Wanli, who had just broken through, had a strange look on his face. Don't even think about it. Ma Fengzhong had already opened his mouth before he could speak. Within 10 years, the blade marks here will allow more than 100 soldiers from the Demon Executing Army and Fiend Eradication Army to break through and enter the ranks. Such a place is not somewhere your Heben troops can control. Cheng Wanli's eyes darkened. He knew that Ma Fengzhong was right. Although the soldiers of the Heben troops also practiced martial arts, they basically had no hope of entering the ranks. Those with a chance of entering the ranks had long been divided up by the two forces. Cheng Wanli had also been unable to enter the ranks back then. This was why he had settled in the Country Protector Army and slowly gained his current status step by step. Who would have thought that at his age, he would unexpectedly break through? The god of destiny makes fools of the people. Can't my troops have a chance? Cheng Wanli said hoarsely. His Majesty will decide what to do with this place. General Cheng, you should be thinking about how to explain the theft of the Heben saber to His Majesty. Ma Fengzhong shook his head. Is there a traitor in your troops, or is it the Forging Division's workshop? The soldiers of the Heben troops were all personally chosen by me. There's absolutely no problem. Cheng Wanli said. Really? Ma Fengzhong said noncommittally, the stolen Heben saber has been found, and my mission is complete. General Cheng, you can settle the rest yourself. Of course. I wouldn't dare to trouble Brother Ma, Cheng Wanli said. It's time to clear up all the spies in this city. My Heben troops just formed, and I was worried about not having the chance to drink blood. Cheng Wanli had a murderous look on his face. Just by looking at him, it was apparent that the spies in the city were going to be in trouble. General Cheng, dealing with spies is the responsibility of the Divine Constable Bureau, interrupted Sun Gongping, who was observing the blade marks. Not this time, Chang Wanli said coldly. Brother Ma, I'll go to the palace and request an imperial decree. I'll leave this place to you. With that, Chang Wanli strode away. After Chang Wanli left, Sun Gongping looked at Ma Fengzhang and said, Commander, aren't we going to find this fellow who's rousing gods and devils? Watch your words. Ma Fengzhang rebuked. What rousing gods and devils? This person's cultivation is unfathomable. I might not even be his match. Really? Sun Gongping was shocked. Are you thinking that you didn't feel his might when you fought him? Ma Fengzhang looked at him. That's because he showed mercy. If it was an enemy, none of you would have survived today. Do you see these blade marks? On the surface, they were left behind by someone who just learned the rudiments. But it is precisely because of this that the saber intent contained in these marks can be comprehended by you and other martial artists who have yet to enter the ranks. To be able to create such saber intent and wield it with such ease, this person must be at least a grandmaster. Ma Fengzhang's words shocked Sun Gongping even more. There were 9 ranks in martial arts. Grandmaster was the 3rd rank, Great Grandmaster was the 2nd rank, and Martial Saint was the 1st rank. 3rd rank Grandmasters were extremely rare in the entire land. As the Chief Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau, Ma Fengzhang was equivalent to the head of the Ministry of Public Security. He had a high position and great authority, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd rank. In other words, I fought with a 3rd rank Grandmaster and escaped unscathed. Sun Gongping mumbled to himself. Ma Fengzhang rolled his eyes at him, not wanting to speak. Sun Gongping isn't even a 9th rank martial artist. Why is he so confident? A moment later, Sun Gongping became excited again. I, Sun Gongping, am indeed extraordinary. If even a 3rd rank Grandmaster can't kill me, who can? Since Chang Wanli can break through at such an old age, why can't I? Ma Fengzhang couldn't be bothered with him and walked upstairs. The blade marks here were no longer useful to him. He had to inform the demon executing and fiend eradication armies to send people to guard this place. The Divine Constable Bureau lacked manpower and couldn't stay here permanently. Ma Fengzhang had just stepped out of the tunnel when a fierce aura suddenly rose from behind him. IXXOO! Ma Fengzhang cursed loudly. With a flash, he returned to the secret chamber and released his strength to protect the walls. In the middle of the secret chamber, a visible cyclone appeared around Sun Gongping, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged into his body. Following Chang Wanli, Sun Gongping also successfully entered the ranks and broke through to become a 9th rank martial artist. Chapter 19, Explosive Cultivation Increase. The Forging Division, 97th Workshop. Zhou Shu's upper body was bare as he swung his hammer repeatedly. His almost perfect muscles moved rhythmically with his movements, and beads of sweat flowed from his shiny skin onto the ground. His predecessor's body was a little frail. But after cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, his body gradually evolved into perfection. I forged another one. Zhou Shu threw the forged Haben saber into a nearby box as if he was throwing away trash. Ever since he forged the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber, Zhou Shu no longer looked at Haben sabers with favor. After all, the sharpness of 100 Refinements ring pommel saber was comparable to that of Haben sabers, but its sturdiness was 2 levels higher. But the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber had yet to be exposed. Under the current circumstances, Zhou Shu still had to rely on the Haben saber to complete the forging division's task. After killing the man that day, Zhou Shu ran back to the workshop and immediately threw his clothes into the smelting furnace and burned them to ashes. He had also hidden the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber in a deep pit he dug. Although he was sure that no one had followed him, there were elite martial arts in this world. Who knew if someone would be able to use some strange magical power to track him? Of course, even if they found him, he was not afraid. He had acted in self-defense. In addition, the man might be a spy from an enemy country. Even if he had killed him, he would still have merit. Even so, Zhou Shu still felt uneasy for a few days. Afterward, no one came to look for him. He gradually relaxed and returned to his usual days. He didn't know that it was because Ma Fengzhang was afraid of his cultivation and forbade anyone from investigating. He also didn't know that the blade marks he had left on the walls of the secret chamber due to his lack of control caused 2 people to enter the ranks. There might be even more people who would benefit from the marks in the future. Zhou Shu was still thinking about how to get a promotion and raise his salary to improve his standard of living. The current Zhou Shu was no longer the newbie who didn't know anything. After these days of asking indirect questions, he had basically understood the situation of this world. In this world, the best way to stand out was to become a ranked martial artist. Once one became a ranked martial artist, they would immediately rise above others. It wouldn't be a problem for them to receive a high position or a generous salary. Even if they didn't want to become an official, the imperial court would provide them with a large sum of money. They wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their life. Second, this world also had imperial examinations. Those who passed the imperial examinations could also become officials. Other than this, a soldier had the possibility of becoming a general. None of these was the best path for Zhou Shu. To him, the best and closest path was to become a forging master, a high-level forging master, a grand craftsman, a divine craftsman. In Great Xia, the status of forging masters was not much lower than that of ranked martial artists. Of course, the difficulty of becoming a forging master was comparable to that of becoming a ranked martial artist. It might be even more difficult. But even if he couldn't become a forging master, he could still be promoted and get a raise as a forging apprentice. Within the forging division, there was a complete system. As a forging apprentice's age and forging skills increased, he would get better treatment. Zhou Shu and Zhang Yibei were both forging apprentices, but Zhou Shu's monthly stipend was half a tael of silver, while Zhang Yibei, an experienced forging apprentice, received 1 tael monthly. Zhou Shu was thinking about how he could show off his weapon forging skills while ensuring his safety. It would be great if he could get a salary increase or get Xiao Zongshui to change his living environment. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Suddenly, a barrage of messages flashed in front of Zhou Shu's eyes. He didn't even know how many messages had flashed in total. Boom! A violent power descended from the sky and poured into his body without any reason. Zhou Shu's face flushed red, and his eyes bulged. It was as if all the blood vessels in his body were about to explode. Ah! Zhou Shu let out a deep growl. He gripped the ground tightly with both hands. His fingernails had flipped over, but he seemed not to notice at all. Blood dyed the ground red. His face was ferocious, and there seemed to be earthworms undulating on the surface of his body. After some time, just as Zhou Shu almost couldn't endure it anymore, the surging energy finally halted. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Shu regained his senses and thought with some lingering fear, what happened? Did Cheng Wanli lead the Haben troops to rebel? In a short period, the Haben sabers killed countless people. This means the Haben troops completed many kills in a short time. The Haben troops are imperial guards formed in the imperial capital of Great Xia. Under what circumstances can they kill so many people? Either they rebelled, or someone rebelled. But no matter what, it's impossible for the forging division to remain idle. Is there something I am unaware of? Zhou Shu shook his head and decided not to think about these things. No matter the reason, he got the benefits. In that short period, Zhou Shu's cultivation had risen by more than 200 years. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique had directly broken through to the 7th level, and Zhou Shu wasn't far from reaching the 8th level. There was some lingering fear as Zhou Shu felt the explosive power in his body. It was a good thing that his cultivation had increased dramatically, but he had almost exploded because of it. If he had exploded, then his death would have been too unjust. So the upper limit of the legendary armament canon is to protect me. Originally, Zhou Shu had been somewhat resentful that the number on the page of the sharp standard long saber in the divine armament canon had stopped increasing after reaching 100. But now, he realized that it was a protective mechanism. If the number was too high, and if they all effectively completed kills at the same time, the power Zhou Shu would receive wouldn't be something he could endure. Being stuffed to death by his own increasing cultivation wasn't a good way to die. 200 years of cultivation means that the Haben sabers I forged completed at least 100 kills. Zhou Shu was startled. Only a small portion of the Haben troops was using the Haben sabers he forged. If those sabers already completed 100 kills, how many people did the entire Haben troops kill? Were they really involved in a war? Fortunately, my cultivation increased to the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. With my heavenly saber art, even if a war breaks out in Great Xia, my chances of survival should be much higher than others. With more than 200 years of cultivation and having mastered the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, Zhou Shu felt slightly at ease for the first time since coming to this world. With this strength, he was no longer a weak ant at the mercy of others but a strong ant. Zhou Shu had an impulse to dig out the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and play with it. But before he could do anything, a shout came from outside the door. Zhou Shu! Zhang Yibei! 6th Brother Wu! Names were shouted one after another. Gather at the testing ground. The rest of you are to stay in your residences and are not allowed to leave. Xiao Zongshui's voice echoed throughout the 97th workshop. Zhou Shu's heart trembled. He realized that the names Xiao Zongshui called were all names of the forging apprentices who had participated in the production of the Huben sabers. Something really happened. The Huben troops had just started a massacre with the Huben sabers, and Xiao Zongshui immediately gathered the apprentices who had participated in forging the Huben sabers. Thinking back to the spy who had died at his hands, Zhou Shu had a vague guess. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Shu didn't dig out the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Even if he didn't have a weapon, he had the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, so he wasn't completely helpless. If anything really happened, there was no shortage of sabers in the 97th workshop. Zhou Shu found a shirt and put it on before pushing the door open and walking toward the testing ground. Along the way, people greeted him. These forging apprentices didn't know what had happened, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Ever since they participated in forging the Huben sabers, their lives had undergone tremendous changes. First, they received a large sum of money. Then their monthly salary increased. This was already a very happy thing for them, who were workers. They thought that Superintendent Xiao had rewards for them this time too. Zhou Shu saw that they were in high spirits and couldn't bear to strike them. Perhaps I guessed wrongly this time? When they arrived, Xiao Zongshui was already standing in the testing ground. His expression was solemn, and he didn't make a sound. Zhou Shu saw that Xiao Zongshui was holding a saber today. At his waist hung a sheathed long saber. It looked like a standard long saber, but who knew if it was a Huben? Around the testing ground were fully armed soldiers holding sabers. They wore masks, hiding their expressions, and their cold eyes were brimming with murderous intent. A storm was brewing in the testing ground. Although Zhang Yibei and the others didn't know what had happened, they could feel the oppressive atmosphere. All of them fell silent. Soon, all 40 apprentices arrived. Xiao Zongshui's cold gaze swept across everyone. He held the handle of the saber and took a step forward. On the 28th of June, where did you go? What did you do? Who did you meet? Come one by one and explain it to me clearly. June 28th was the day that Xiao Zongshui had given everyone a day off after the 3-month rush. It was also the day Zhou Shu had killed the spy. It was also the day when the Huben sabers had been handed over to the Huben troops and one of them had immediately gone missing. It's really about that. Zhou Shu thought. Zhou Shu, you first. Xiao Zongshui's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. Me? Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Zongshui in surprise. Others might not know, but do you, Xiao Zongshui, not know? I am the creator of the Huben saber. Why would I do that? Xiao Zongshui didn't even look at him and shouted coldly, speak. Clang. The soldiers around the testing ground unsheathed half of their sabers at the same time. A sharp, murderous aura filled the testing ground. Chapter 20, Tell me, why are you a forging genius? Xiao Zongshui looked straight ahead. The surrounding soldiers were eyeing Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu felt helpless. I am the creator of the Huben saber. Anyone else has the possibility of stealing the secret of the Huben saber, but not me. Others might not know about this, but Xiao Zongshui does. But from the looks of it, he has no intention of helping me explain. Forget it. Haven't I already seen through Xiao Zongshui's character? If there are benefits, he will take them. But it is out of the question for him to help bear the responsibility. That day, I went to a restaurant a few streets away to listen to stories. Then I ate at the Huben restaurant. After eating, I went shopping in the city. I can't remember which shops I went to. After nightfall, I returned to the workshop, Zhou Shu said. Be more specific. How many streets did you walk, and at what hour did you return to the workshop? Xiao Zongshui said coldly. Zhou Shu already had a plan in his mind. He pretended to think for a moment before answering Xiao Zongshui. Actually, there was no way to explain his whereabouts for several hours that day. But the imperial capital of Great Xia was full of people. Even at night, there was no curfew. It was impossible to know whether he was really shopping or not. That was unless they brought everyone on the entire street that day in for questioning. After Zhou Shu finished speaking, Xiao Zongshui asked a few more questions non-committally. Only then did he let Zhou Shu go and continued asking the next person. One after another, the replies of every forging apprentice were similar. Those who had families went back to their homes that day. Those who did not went to visit their parents, while some went to visit their lovers in brothels. Everyone faced a problem. Many days had passed since then, and they couldn't be sure of the specific times. After all, no ordinary person would remember what they had done at specific times. The 40 apprentices were questioned one after another, and 4 hours passed. Xiao Zongshui swept his gaze across the soldiers around the training ground, and his eyes stopped on one of them. He seemed to be asking the man for his opinion. You, and you, stay. The rest can go. The soldier, who looked no different from the others, pointed at a few people in the crowd. Everyone hesitated for a moment before Xiao Zongshui shouted, Lieutenant Cheng's words are my words. Do as he says. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and a few others glanced worriedly at Zhou Shu before being chased out of the training ground by Xiao Zongshui. In addition to Zhou Shu, 2 other apprentices had to stay at the testing ground. One of them was Li Ergu, and the other was Qi Shan. Both of them were honest people who didn't speak much. Zhou Shu didn't know why they were told to remain. He had heard Li Ergu's and Qi Shan's replies and didn't detect any problems. As for him, he felt that there was also nothing wrong with his reply. As a pseudo-inference enthusiast who had watched more than 600 episodes of Detective Conan and read more than 300 chapters of Night Watcher, he believed that there were not many loopholes in his words. I am Cheng Yang, lieutenant of the Heben troops. The 3 of you lied just now. The blade-wielding soldier took a step forward and stared at Zhou Shu and the other 2. Don't quibble. I have my ways to confirm if you're lying. Hearing this, Zhou Shu was dumbfounded. He had long suspected that there were all kinds of strange magical powers in this world of elite martial arts. Could I have bumped into those powers? Magical powers and superpowers are completely unreasonable. Who knows how I'll be able to hide the truth from him? Am I going to be exposed? If there's really no other way, should I expose my identity as a forging genius? While hesitating, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind. He shrugged his shoulders and subconsciously wanted to attack. But the next moment, he realized that there were too many people around. Even if I reveal my identity as a forging genius, I can't reveal my cultivation. My cultivation is my life-saving trump card. Zhou Shu forcefully stopped himself from reflex action. Then he felt his neck tighten as a dagger was placed on his neck. Qi Shan, are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Let go of brother Zhou! Li Ergu shouted. Zhou Shu heard a cold snort. Qi Shan grabbed his shoulder with one hand and held the dagger with the other. He pressed the dagger against the artery on Zhou Shu's neck. With just a slight movement, he would be able to cut through Zhou Shu's carotid artery. Qi Shan, did I offend you? What are you doing? Zhou Shu said. Zhou Shu wasn't too nervous. If not for the fact that there were outsiders present, he could have easily knocked Qi Shan down. After breaking through to the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, he already had quite a keen eye. For example, he could now see that Xiao Zongshui's strength was roughly equivalent to the 3rd or 4th levels of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Lieutenant Cheng Yang and Xiao Zongshui were similar in terms of strength, and both their strengths were limited. As for Qi Shan, who was holding him hostage, he only had the strength of the 1st level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Superintendent Xiao, I don't think we need to investigate any more. Cheng Yang unsheathed his saber, pointed it at Qi Shan, and said coldly, surrender now, and you might be able to leave your corpse intact. Otherwise. Xiao Zongshui's expression was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that there really was a traitor in his workshop. After this incident, his contribution of offering the Heben saber would be written off, and even punishment was unavoidable. Let go of Zhou Shu, and I will give you a quick death." Xiao Zhongshui shouted angrily. "Ha ha!" Qi Shan burst into laughter. He no longer appeared as guileless as before. "From the first day I came to Great Xia, I never thought of leaving alive. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. I only hate Wei Jianming for being useless and failing to bring the Heben saber out." Qi Shan gritted his teeth. "If a real man dies, he dies. My death is worth it if I can drag a Great Xia's forging genius along." Qi Shan revealed a crazed expression. The dagger had already pierced through Zhou Shu's skin, and a red line appeared on Zhou Shu's neck. "Qi Shan! Stop!" Before Xiao Zhongshui and Cheng Yang could speak, Li Ergu had already shouted, "How can you hurt Brother Zhou? He is our benefactor. You're inhumane." Li Ergu made threatening gestures as he pounced at Qi Shan. A complicated look flashed across Qi Shan's eyes. The next moment, he became extremely determined. He lifted his leg and kicked Li Ergu's chest. Although Qi Shan's cultivation level was not high, Li Ergu was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand Qi Shan's full-force kick? This kick sent Li Ergu flying several meters away. After falling to the ground, he vomited blood and struggled a few times, but he could no longer get up. At this moment, Cheng Yang roared. He raised his saber and charged forward. Disregarding Zhou Shu's safety, he swung his saber at Qi Shan. Xiao Zhongshui frowned. His right hand moved. But in the end, he didn't stop Cheng Yang. A snow-white blade glow appeared in Zhou Shu's eyes. He could imagine Qi Shan's ferocious face without even turning around. The dagger on his neck was currently exerting force. Before Cheng Yang's saber could strike Qi Shan, the dagger would have already cut the artery on his neck. Blood would splatter 3 feet into the air. Within seconds, he would die from excessive blood loss. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. Cheng Yang's and Qi Shan's actions seemed to have become slow motion in his eyes. In this instant, Zhou Shu even thought of several moves. Even though he had no saber in hand, the heavenly saber art valued one's will rather than one's form. He had yet to reach the realm of being one with the saber, but defeating these two people would not be a problem. He was even confident that he could kill them before they could hurt him. But he would no longer be able to conceal his cultivation. Once his cultivation was exposed, the consequences would be unpredictable. Zhou Shu raised his right hand slightly. His right foot had already left the ground. Qi Shan and Cheng Yang were about to be sent flying. At this moment, 2 streams of light appeared out of nowhere and pierced Qi Shan's arm and hit Cheng Yang's Heben saber simultaneously. Ding! The dagger and Heben saber hit the ground at the same time. A strong gust of wind blew past, and a figure suddenly appeared on the testing ground. Die! Qi Shan's arm was bleeding profusely. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and used his other arm to strangle Zhou Xiao's neck. He was determined to bring Zhou Shu along with him. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Just as Qi Shan touched Zhou Shu, his entire body was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by a truck. Boom! Qi Shan slammed heavily into a thick wooden stake. The stake shattered, and Qi Shan fell to the ground like a pile of mud. After struggling for a while, he stopped moving. You want to hurt someone in front of me, a divine constable? You must be dreaming. On the testing ground, a figure raised his right hand and used his left sleeve to dust his fist. It's you. Zhou Shu blurted out. Sun Gongping looked at Zhou Shu, perplexed. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After a moment, he suddenly realized something. It's you, the little apprentice who engages in wishful thinking. Zhou Shu was speechless. Little apprentice who engages in wishful thinking? What kind of nickname is that? Initially, I thought that since you've helped me get out of this situation, I would let bygones be bygones and won't beat you up. But you didn't cherish this opportunity. Zhou Shu sized up Sun Gongping. He hadn't noticed last time. But now, he realized that this unreliable youth, who had randomly pointed out a restaurant and claimed that Zhou Shu could get a discount by mentioning his name, was actually quite strong. His cultivation is roughly equivalent to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. I'm still slightly stronger than him. It shouldn't be a problem to pummel him. It's good to see you again. The food at the restaurant wasn't bad, right? Did you say my name? Sun Gongping grinned, revealing his white teeth. Zhou Shu's expression darkened again. You're really rubbing it in. Don't you know whether the food at the restaurant is good or not? How can I even say your name if I still don't have it? Lieutenant Cheng Yang, right? Sun Gongping turned to look at Cheng Yang. You didn't care about the life of the hostage. If you were in our Divine Constable Bureau, you would have been kicked out long ago. Cheng Yang's face darkened. He snorted but didn't say anything. Sun Gongping ignored him and looked at Xiao Zongshui instead. As the superintendent of the workshop, you didn't even know that there was a traitor in the workshop. Someone even managed to steal the new weapon. You're really capable. Xiao Zongshui's expression was ugly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes internally. Who is this guy? He offended everyone present with just a few words. Is he really not afraid of being beaten up? Fine, it seems like he really isn't afraid. If I don't reveal my cultivation, his is the highest. Alright, little apprentice, tell me now. Why did the traitor say that you are a forging genius and insisted on dragging you along to die with him? Chapter 21, Stop pretending, I'll lay my cards on the table. Little apprentice, tell me now. Why did the traitor say that you are a forging genius and insisted on dragging you along to die with him? Sun Gongping's eyes shone as he stared at Zhou Shu. The veins on Zhou Shu's forehead twitched a few times. You are the little one. Your entire family is little. How would I know? You should ask him, Zhou Shu said. Can I interpret this as a ruse to gain sympathy? Sun Gongping's eyes lit up as if he had encountered something fun. He held you hostage and called you a forging genius. This way, after you get rescued, you will be nurtured as a genius by the forging division, allowing you to come into contact with more secrets. Sun Gongping said excitedly. That must be it. You are not the only forging apprentice here. Even if he wants to hold someone hostage, why must he choose you? Aren't Superintendent Xiao and Lieutenant Cheng more valuable? You're his accomplice, am I right? Sun Gongping shouted. Zhou Shu was speechless. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Is this a joke? Which eye of yours saw that I'm the accomplice of the traitor? Xiao Zongshui and Cheng Yang looked down as if this had nothing to do with them and that the investigation of the traitor was not their business. When Zhou Shu saw Xiao Zongshui's actions, he was completely disappointed with this superintendent. It's wishful thinking to expect him to stand up for me. Sir, with the strength of this traitor, do you think that he can hold Superintendent Xiao or Lieutenant Cheng hostage? Zhou Shu was speechless. That makes sense. Sun Gongping rubbed his chin and pondered. Then, why did he hold you hostage? He seems easier to bully. Sun Gongping pointed at Li Ergu, who had been knocked to the ground by Qi Shan. Maybe he's jealous of me because I'm more handsome. Zhou Shu said. Sun Gongping sized up Zhou Shu with a look of approval. That makes sense. You do look a bit handsome. You're only a little bit inferior to me. Divine Constable Sun. Cheng Yang couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, His Majesty has already handed over the task of killing the traitors to the Huben troops. Aren't you crossing the line now? His Majesty only said to have the Huben troops kill the traitors, but he didn't say that he would deprive the Divine Constable Bureau of its duties, Sun Gongping said indifferently. Investigating traitors is one of the responsibilities of the Divine Constable Bureau. Who dares to say that it has nothing to do with me? Cheng Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. What? Do you want to fight? Sun Gongping sneered. Come on. I'll use only one hand. Cheng Yang suppressed his anger. The news of Sun Gongping entering the ranks had already spread. No matter how confident Cheng Yang was, he didn't think that he could defeat a ranked martial artist. If he made a move, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Seeing Cheng Yang retreating, Sun Gongping said disdainfully, If you don't dare fight me, then go to the side. Don't delay my investigation. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth and gripped the handle of his saber tightly. After a long time, he finally decided to prioritize the bigger picture. The Huben troops had just made a mistake, so it wasn't good to make enemies now. Sun Gongping didn't care about Cheng Yang's reaction. His gaze landed on Zhou Shu again. Tell me honestly. You can't lie to me. You guys should try harder to convince people to believe that there's a forging genius. You? Take a piss and look at yourself. Apart from being a little more handsome, which part of you looks like a genius? Geniuses should be like me. Sun Gongping rambled on like a chatterbox. My eyes are as bright as torches. You have no other choice. Tell me the rest of your accomplices, and I can plead for you and spare your life. Are you done? Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. If Xiao Zongshui didn't explain for him, then he could only explain himself. Otherwise, instead of being killed by the traitors, he would be killed as a traitor. First, I'm not an accomplice of the traitors. Zhou Shu continued. Second, although this is a little conceited, I am indeed a genius. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Shu felt that it was safer to expose his forging skills than to reveal his cultivation level. Moreover, even if he revealed his martial arts cultivation level, he might not be able to kill his way out of the capital. In the end, he would also have to reveal his forging skills to save himself. Since this was the case, then let the world see him as a forging genius. Haha, you, a genius. Sun Gongping laughed loudly. This is the best joke I've heard this year. Then your life is boring. Zhou Shu shrugged. Oh, you're quite strong psychologically. I've already seen through you, yet you're still so stubborn. Sun Gongping said excitedly, okay, how are you going to prove that this really isn't a ruse to gain sympathy and that you're really a forging genius? Why should I prove myself? Zhou Shu asked. Who are you? Zhou Shu glanced sideways at Sun Gongping. His attitude was very clear, you are not worthy of me proving it to you. Looking down on me. Sun Gongping was not angry. He laughed. Listen carefully. I am the new Divine Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau, a 9th rank expert, the successor of the Great Xia's martial saint, Sun Gongping. Ranked martial artist. Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a living ranked martial artist. They don't look that powerful. That's right. Sun Gongping said proudly. Now you know who I am? Let me tell you. If you can't prove to me that you are indeed a genius, then you are the accomplice of this traitor. You'll be killed without mercy. Swoosh. A white light flashed, and a wall 3 steps away collapsed. Sun Gongping placed his hands behind his back as if he had never made a move. Xiao Zongshui's and Cheng Yang's pupils contracted. Even they hadn't seen Sun Gongping's action clearly. Zhou Shu curled his lips. That's all? I can also do this easily. But speaking of which, why does this saber strike feel a little familiar? This is a 9th rank martial artist? I should be stronger than him. Does that mean that I can also be considered a ranked martial artist? Zhou Shu thought. But Sun Gongping is only a 9th rank martial artist. 8th rank martial artists are above 9th rank martial artists. Above 8th rank martial artists are 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th rank ones. Above them are 3rd, 2nd, and 1st rank martial artists. Even if I am slightly stronger than Sun Gongping, I am not much stronger. I am far from being an expert. When Sun Gongping saw that Zhou Shu wasn't speaking, he sneered. What? You're not pretending anymore? I told you long ago that thinking you can fool me is wishful thinking. Just tell me honestly. If you tell me the truth, I'll be happy, and you'll feel better too. Fine. I'll stop pretending. Zhou Shu sighed. I am indeed a forging genius. You. Sun Gongping was a little angry. He had tried his best to persuade him, but this person didn't appreciate his kindness. Did he really think that he, Sun Gongping, was incapable of slashing others? He's not lying, Cheng Yang suddenly said. This fellow had a unique method of determining whether a person was lying or not. Sun Gongping looked at Cheng Yang, then at Zhou Shu. If you want me to prove it, sure. The corners of Zhou Shu's mouth curled up slightly. But you're still not qualified. You are a Divine Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau, right? Ask Marquis Zhou to come over, and I will prove it to him. Marquis Zhou? Who is that? Sun Gongping was confused. Xiao Zongshui and Cheng Yang were also puzzled. There was no marquis with the surname Zhou in Great Xia. Zhou Shu wished he could slap his own mouth. He'd let his tongue slip. This Divine Constable Bureau was different from the Divine Constable Bureau in the TV dramas in his previous life. Don't mind it, Zhou Shu said. Let your Divine Constable Bureau's boss. You mean old Ma? Sun Gongping interrupted. Although old Ma isn't very reliable, he's still a third-rank Grandmaster. Where is his face if he's at your disposal? A third-rank Grandmaster? Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat. That's an out-and-out big shot. My current cultivation is far from that of a third-rank Grandmaster. Speaking of which, can a third-rank Grandmaster see through my cultivation level? Perhaps he can. It's better not to meet these big shots now. When Zhou Shu thought of this, his tone softened a little. A third-rank Grandmaster is indeed a little too much. But I need someone with sufficient status to be present. Otherwise, even if I prove that I'm a forging genius, what can I do if you want to beat me into submission? I need someone to ensure my innocence and safety, or I will not prove it. I am a divine constable and a ranked martial artist. Do you not trust me? Sun Gongping said, his eyes wide. I don't. Zhou Shu stared back without fear, then glared at Xiao Zongshui. What is the point of you being a superintendent? You can't even protect the people in your workshop. Xiao Zongshui narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. No one knew what he was thinking. How interesting. Sun Gongping fumed with anger. I have never forced anyone into submission. This is slander, do you understand? But I am magnanimous and will not bicker with you. Today, I will play with you. I want to see how you will prove your innocence. You need someone to hold the fort, right? Old Ma is busy, so he definitely won't come. This is the Forging Division, so I'll invite a big shot from the Forging Division to witness it. Sun Gongping turned around and glanced at Xiao Zongshui and Cheng Yang. I'll be right back. You two, keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away, and don't let him die. If anything happens to him, you two will be accomplices. By then, even Cheng Wanli won't be able to protect you. After saying this, Sun Gongping leaped onto the wall and disappeared. Xiao Zongshui and Cheng Yang looked at each other and saw the helplessness and awkwardness in each other's eyes. Then they looked away and coughed. Zhou Shu glanced at them and walked silently to Li Ergu. He checked his injuries, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he sat down beside him. The progress of this matter is completely beyond my expectations. My original plan is totally messed up. I have to think carefully about what I should do to get past this hurdle. Chapter 22, The Grand Minister of the Forging Division. Sun Gongping returned very quickly with another person. The moment Xiao Zongshui and Cheng Yang saw who it was, they immediately knelt on the ground. Superintendent Xiao of the Forging Division's 97th Workshop greets Your Highness. Lieutenant Cheng Yang of the Heben Troops greets Your Highness. Rise. No need for formalities, the person said calmly. Sun Gongping smugly looked at Zhou Shu and said, This is Her Imperial Highness Princess Wuyo, who is the current Grand Minister of the Forging Division. Is this status enough? Zhou Shu was somewhat startled. He had never known that the Grand Minister of the Forging Division was a woman. The Grand Minister was the head of the Forging Division. She was the one in charge of the entire Forging Division. Not to mention Zhou Shu, even Xiao Zongshui, a superintendent, wouldn't be able to see the Grand Minister. Between the Grand Minister and a superintendent, there were still the Vice Director, Director and Minister tiers. Zhou Shu looked at the Grand Minister of the Forging Division that Sun Gongping talked about. She was the current dynasty's Princess Wuyo. She seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, and her facial features exuded nothing but exquisiteness. While Zhou Shu was sizing up Princess Wuyo, she was also observing him. She was a little puzzled. This apprentice is bold enough to look directly at me. I am Yin Wuyo, Princess Wuyo said. Sun Gongping has already told me about your situation. How are you going to prove yourself? Xiao Zongshui lowered his head and groaned inwardly. He didn't expect Sun Gongping to be able to bring Princess Wuyo over. This is going to be troublesome. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself, but who would have thought that it would become even more troublesome? Can you make the decision? Zhou Shu replied with a question. Yin Wuyu said, I am the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. If you can prove that you're a weapon forging genius, then I can help you prove that you're not a traitor. Not only that. If you are truly a weapon forging genius, I can allow you to reach heaven in a single bound in the Forging Division. Reach heaven in a single bound? Skip 30 years of hard work? You're not an anti. Great. Zhou Shu said. Divine Constable Sun suspects that I'm an accomplice of the traitor. Then Divine Constable Sun, let me ask you why you're making such a big fuss about searching for the traitor now. Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping glanced at Yin Weiu. Yin Weiu's expression was calm as she said, there's nothing we can't say. If you can prove your innocence, there's no harm in letting you know. If you can't, you won't be able to leak the secret. Won't be able to leak the secret meant that he would certainly die. A traitor stole a Heben saber. Every weapon in Great Xia is confidential. Anyone who dares to have ideas about them will be killed without mercy. The delicate little girl suddenly released a fierce killing intent. The strong contrast left Zhou Shu slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that he couldn't see the cultivation of this little girl. His heart trembled, and he subconsciously restrained his aura. But he was overthinking it. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique was a supreme body-tempering secret art, completely different from the cultivation paths of this world. His divine strength was entirely focused on his flesh. Even those with higher cultivation might not be able to see through his strength. Are you saying that the purpose of the traitor was to steal the secret forging formula of the Heben saber? Zhou Shu asked. Sun Gongping wasn't stupid, and he immediately retorted, they stole a Heben saber this time, but it might not be the same next time. Every weapon in Great Xia is coveted by others. Let's not talk about the future. Zhou Shu shook his head. This time, the purpose of the traitor was to steal the secret forging formula of the Heben saber, right? That's right, Sun Gongping said. If I was a traitor, I wouldn't need to steal the secret forging formula of Heben saber, Zhou Shu said in a deep voice, because I was the one who created the Heben saber. So what if you created it? Sun Gongping blurted out. Suddenly, it dawned on him. What do you mean? I am the creator of the Heben saber. Do you think I need to steal it? Zhou Shu said. A few gazes landed on Xiao Zongshui at the same time. He is an apprentice at the 97th workshop. The weapon he developed naturally belongs to the 97th workshop. Xiao Zongshui said weakly. Good point. Yin Weiu suddenly laughed. Superintendent Xiao, you have good tactics. Xiao Zongshui was drenched in sweat as he fell to his knees. Grand Minister, please forgive me. Yin Weiu harumphed and looked at Zhou Shu. Did you develop the Heben saber alone? Yin Weiu said. Naturally. Zhou Shu nodded. Superintendent Xiao, is what he said true? Yin Weiu said. Xiao Zongshui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a trembling voice, I don't know. You don't know? Yin Weiu's beautiful brows furrowed. Xiao Zongshui trembled and hurriedly said, Zhou Shu was indeed the one who gave me the secret forging formula for the Heben saber, but I don't know if he developed it alone. Furthermore, I bought the secret forging formula from him. I didn't violate the rules of the forging division. This damned exploiter Xiao. He still didn't forget to stab me at this point. Zhou Shu gnashed his teeth in hatred. What does Xiao Zongshui mean by that? Is he suspecting that the Heben saber's forging formula was also a part of the ruse to gain sympathy? The secret forging formula was bought? With only 100 taels of silver? Yin Weiu was non-committal. She ignored Xiao Zongshui and looked at Zhou Shu instead. I'll believe that you created the Heben saber, Yin Weiu said. However, since you sold the secret forging formula of the Heben saber to Xiao Zongshui, it's inappropriate for me to say anything. Zhou Shu was a forging apprentice of the 97th workshop. He had indeed given the secret formula of the Heben saber to Xiao Zongshui, and Xiao Zongshui had given him 100 taels of silver. In terms of procedures, Xiao Zongshui hadn't done anything wrong. This was not the first time such a thing had happened in the forging division, nor would it be the last. Even if Yin Weiu was the Grand Minister of the forging division, she couldn't change this. After all, it was impossible for her to constantly keep an eye on the forging apprentices in the workshops. It doesn't matter. It's just the Heben saber. I don't care. Zhou Shu waved his hand magnanimously. This matter has already been clarified. I'm not a traitor. Even if the suspicion of you being a traitor has been cleared, you've only developed the Heben saber. It's not like you developed a ranked weapon. What gave you the confidence to call yourself a genius? Hurry up and admit it. You were bragging. Sun Gongping's words made everyone roll their eyes. Aren't you being unreasonable? Enough, Sun Gongping. Stop fooling around, Yin Weiu berated. This matter ends here. Zhou Shu has nothing to do with this matter. You are not allowed to target him anymore. Disperse. Yin Wei waved her hand and turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Shu suddenly said. Yin Wei stopped and looked back at Zhou Shu. What else do you want? The Grand Minister of the Forging Division, a princess. He didn't know if he would ever get the chance to see such a powerful figure again. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Now that the matter had been brought into the open, he and Xiao Zongshui had already fallen out. If I stay at the 97th workshop, wouldn't that give Xiao Zongshui a chance to punish me? If that happens, my days will be difficult unless I unleash my strength and deal with Xiao Zongshui. Today might have been troublesome, but it's also an opportunity. I have something to bring up. Grand Minister, I have another secret forging recipe. Are you interested? Zhou Shu said loudly. Yin Wei furrowed her brows lightly before her eyes sparkled. New weapon. It should be a new weapon unless I'm too uninformed, Zhou Shu said solemnly. This weapon is stronger than the halberd saber. Are there any finished products? Yin Wei said. No, but I can forge one on the spot. Yin Wei stared at him, her clear eyes seeming to see through Zhou Shu's thoughts. After a long while, she smiled. Zhou Shu, right? If you can really forge a new weapon that is not weaker than the halberd saber, I can agree to one condition. Yin Wei seemed to have guessed that Zhou Shu wanted to use this weapon as a stepping stone to obtain something. However, she didn't care. As long as he could really forge a new weapon that wasn't weaker than the halberd saber, she didn't mind giving him some benefits. Zhou Shu glanced at Xiao Zongshui. Xiao Zongshui just happened to raise his head, and sparks were flying in the air as their gazes met. An obscure killing intent flashed across Xiao Zongshui's eyes. I shouldn't have been merciful back then. I should have killed Zhou Shu right from the start. Xiao Zongshui had forgotten that without Zhou Shu, he wouldn't have been able to give Cheng Wanli 3,000 halberd sabers in 3 months. Without the 3,000 halberd sabers, he wouldn't have won Cheng Wanli's friendship. Zhou Shu was baffled. From beginning to end, I have never offended Xiao Zongshui, and Xiao Zongshui even benefited greatly from me. But now, he has the intention of killing me. Just because I didn't obediently accept death as he thought? The human heart. Zhou Shu sighed with emotion. The feeling of having to leave the 97th workshop grew stronger. With his current strength, it wasn't difficult to kill Xiao Zongshui, but what was difficult was the aftermath. Xiao Zongshui was, after all, an official of the imperial court. Although his official position was as insignificant as the size of a sesame seed, if he died, the matter would become very serious. Grand Minister, I only have one request, and that is to transfer to another workshop, Zhou Shu said. No problem, Yin Wei said. As the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, this kind of small matter was something she could handle with a single word. As long as you can do it, Yin Wei added. Ever since I came to this world, I have never failed in forging weapons, Zhou Shu said proudly. Grand Minister, please wait a moment. In 4 hours, you will be able to see a truly good saber. Chapter 23, really going to skip 30 years of hard work. This kid seems to have some skills. Sun Gongping stood beside Yin Wei and rubbed his chin. Yin Wei looked at him exasperatedly. He hasn't forged anything yet, so how can you tell that he's skilled? She knew that if she responded, Sun Gongping would have 100 sentences waiting for her. So she ignored him and continued watching Zhou Shu forge his weapon. Although Sun Gongping wasn't a reliable person most of the time, what he said this time seemed to make sense. However, it was unknown if Zhou Shu could successfully forge a weapon and what kind of weapon it would be. But just his fluid movements when forging made people feel that he was indeed a forging expert. Although everyone present was not a forging master, they were all experts. Sun Gongping and Cheng Yang had nothing to do with the forging division, but they dealt with weapons all day long. Right now, they were actually looking forward to seeing what kind of weapon Zhou Shu could forge. Your Highness, you have just taken over the forging division, and the forging division has produced 2 new weapons. Will His Majesty reward you with a large sum of money? How about lending me some money? I've just entered the ranks, and I'm lacking a ranked weapon. Forging masters charge exorbitant prices. Lend me some money, and I'll get a ranked weapon worthy of me. Yin Wei didn't say anything. If not for her manners, she really wanted to kick Sun Gongping away. Ever since Zhou Shu started forging, he had completely forgotten everything about the outside world. His mind was completely immersed in the forging process. Since he had already made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. This time, he fully displayed his forging techniques. He didn't display his martial strength, but his weapon forging speed had already reached the limit of an ordinary person's body. In less than 4 hours, 100 refinements ring pommel saber had already taken shape under his hammer. The shape of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber's blade was quite different from that of standard long sabers. Everyone was an expert and could tell at a glance that this blade was more suitable for slashing. But while the shape of the blade was what made a saber powerful, the materials and methods used to forge it were equally important. Although the appearance of this saber looked very novel, nobody was certain if it was really a new saber. It wasn't easy to develop a new saber. If casually changing the shape of the blade was equivalent to developing a new saber, then a weapon forging genius wouldn't be worth much. Once the blade took shape, the forging process would soon finish. After another 10 minutes, Zhou Shu finally completed his forging. A long saber with a blade of more than a meter long appeared in front of everyone. The blade was straight and narrow, with a single-sided edge and a thick ridge. The entire saber looked rough, but it also revealed another kind of wild beauty. "Your Highness, please try the saber." Zhou Shu threw the saber to Yin Wuyu. Yin Wuyu grabbed the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. The more than 1 meter long saber formed a sharp contrast with her slender body, giving off the feeling of beauty and beast. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber wasn't light. But in Yin Wuyu's hands, it was as light as a feather. She casually swung the saber around. Then she held the saber with both hands and slashed at one of the wooden stakes meant for testing sabers in the testing ground. Swoosh! The blade directly cut through the wooden stake. The cut was smooth and flat. The strength of an ordinary person can easily cut a wooden stake. "The sharpness of this blade is no less than that of the Heben saber," Yin Wuyu said. She held the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and displayed a few valiant poses. On the surface, its sturdiness should also be above that of the Heben. "Not bad. What is the name of this saber?" Yin Wuyu didn't appear too excited. She was a ranked martial artist after all. No matter how sharp an unranked weapon was, she wouldn't be too interested. "100 refinements ring pommel saber," Zhou Shu said. "100 refinements ring pommel saber." Yin Wuyu nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, this saber should be more suitable for cavalry combat." "That's right." Zhou Shu nodded. "Your Highness, you should be able to tell how important the 100 refinements ring pommel saber is to cavalry. Just changing the workshop you're in is indeed taking advantage of you." Yin Wuyu nodded. Although this was a world of elite martial arts, powerful martial artists were only a minority. Ordinary people were the mainstream. The total number of soldiers in Great Xia's demon executing army and fiend eradication army was not as large as the number of soldiers in a single unit of the country protector army. Cavalry had always been the top priority of the country protector army. The value of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber was above that of the Heben saber. Yin Wuyu had merely changed Zhou Shu's workshop, and Great Xia had another powerful weapon. No matter how she looked at it, the Great Xia's imperial court had profited greatly. Yin Wuyu wasn't a woman who liked to take advantage of others. She looked at Zhou Shu and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "I can promise you that as long as you don't betray Great Xia, the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber will always belong to you," Yin Wuyu said. "Grand Minister, this is against the rules." Xiao Zongshui blurted out. Only the people from the forging division understood what Yin Wuyu meant. If the 100 refinements ring pommel saber belonged to Zhou Shu, he would receive a sum of money for every 100 refinements ring pommel saber forged by the forging division. This was a treatment only official forging masters could receive. For forging apprentices, even if they modified or created a standard weapon, the ownership would still belong to the workshop. At most, they would receive some rewards. For a forging apprentice to have the ownership of a standard weapon was unprecedented. As the superintendent of a forging division workshop, Xiao Zongshui understood the immense benefits that came with it. Although every ranked weapon was priceless, their quantity was limited. But standard weapons were different. Although standard weapons were not expensive, they were equipped for the military. The number of standard weapons the forging division had to forge every year was an astronomical figure. Even if Zhou Shu only received a tael of silver for each weapon, with such a large quantity, he would definitely gain a massive amount of wealth. Yin Wei glanced coldly at Xiao Zhongshui. She hadn't settled the score with him yet he still dared to speak at this time. Xiao Zhongshui gritted his teeth, but he didn't back down. What he had done previously hadn't broken the rules of the forging division. But now, Yin Wei had broken the rules. Yin Wei narrowed her eyes and said coldly, I don't need to explain to you what I do. Grand Minister Xiao Zhongshui still wanted to say something. Shut up! Yin Wei shouted, her charming face filled with rage. I said that I don't need to explain my actions to you. If anyone has any objections, let them come to me. Zhou Shu, as long as I am still a princess of Great Xia, my words will not fail. Yin Wei no longer cared about Xiao Zhongshui. Instead, she looked at Zhou Shu and spoke seriously. I believe you, Grand Minister. Zhou Shu nodded. Yin Wei was saying that as long as she was still a princess of Great Xia, her words would be effective, not that as long as she was the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, her words would be effective. Zhou Shu naturally understood the difference. Yin Wei might not be the Grand Minister of the Forging Division for her whole life, but her status as a princess would never be lost as long as Great Xia remained. In other words, as long as Great Xia was not destroyed, her words would be effective. It could be said that Yin Wei's words gave Zhou Shu a golden rice bowl. Thank you, Princess. Zhou Shu cupped his hands together. You don't have to thank me. You deserve it. Yin Wei shook her head. How many years has it been since Great Xia's forging division has innovated? You have contributed 2 new weapons in succession. This is a great contribution. If I report it to His Majesty, he will reward you handsomely. I have taken over the forging division and was waiting for a chance to sweep away its rotten aura. You have helped me greatly. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber has great strategic significance to Great Xia. The reward is not enough for your contribution. Didn't you want to change your workshop? I've decided to set up another workshop outside of the 108 workshops, the 0th workshop. You, Zhou Shu, will be the superintendent of the workshop. The moment Yin Wei said this, the entire place became incomparably silent. If a needle fell to the ground, everyone would be able to hear it clearly. By letting the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber belong to Zhou Shuang, Yin Wei was challenging the unspoken rules that had been in the forging division for hundreds of years. Setting up a new workshop and letting a forging apprentice take charge was a move that defied the world. In the history of Great Xia, there had never been a forging apprentice who directly became the superintendent of a workshop in the forging division. Although the superintendent of a forging division workshop was only a 9th rank minor official, it was still an official position. Forging apprentices were not even considered minor officials. Before becoming a forging master, they were not qualified to have an official position. Xiao Zhongshui was able to become the superintendent of the workshop after 10 years of studying hard. Xiao Zhongshui looked at Yin Wei in disbelief. Just a moment ago, Zhou Shu was a small forging apprentice at his mercy. Now, he would be on equal footing with him? The forging division only has the 1st to 108th workshops. What does this 0th workshop mean? It's even ranked before the 1st workshop? The 1st workshop is overseen by Grand Craftsmen. What right does Zhou Shu, a mere forging apprentice, have? Not only were Xiao Zhongshui and the others shocked, even Zhou Shu felt that this was inconceivable. He had only wanted to stay away from Xiao Zongshui's 97th workshop. He had never thought that he would become a superintendent. Yin Wei was giving him a huge surprise. Grand Minister, the superintendent of a workshop is a 9th rank official and has to be officially appointed by the imperial court. Xiao Zongshui refused to give up. His Majesty has already handed over the forging division to me, and I naturally have the authority to promote and demote any superintendent. Superintendent Xiao, there's no need for you to worry about this. You just need to take care of your own matters. Zhou Shu, I will make it clear beforehand. The 0th workshop is newly established, and there are currently no other people there. If you need any manpower, you will have to recruit people yourself. At most, I will support you with some fees and materials. As for the rest, you will have to rely on yourself. Do you have any questions? Chapter 24, the 0th workshop. Do I have any questions? Do I? Zhou Shu didn't know if he should reply with a yes or a no. He only wanted a bowl of water, but the heavens gave him a West Lake. Workshop superintendent? Sounds interesting. But I wanted to keep a low profile. Xiao Zongshui only managed to become a workshop superintendent after working for more than 10 years. Why does it feel a little good that I can reach the same level as him in a single leap? Grand Minister, there's a small problem. Zhou Shu wasn't blinded by this sudden gift. How many tasks does this 0th workshop have to take on? Every workshop in the forging division had to undertake forging tasks. Take the 97th workshop for example. To complete the forging tasks every month, all the forging apprentices had to work tirelessly day and night. According to Yin Weiyu, apart from him, there wasn't even a single forging apprentice in this so-called 0th workshop. Under such circumstances, if he still had to take on forging tasks, would it make a difference whether he was the superintendent or not? Even if he was in charge, he would have to work day and night like an apprentice. The corners of Yin Weiyu's lips turned up as a crafty glint flashed across her eyes. Since it is a workshop of the forging division, there naturally can't be an exception, Yin Weiyu said. You are the one who created the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, so the forging of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber will be handed over to your 0th workshop. Due to the importance of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the 0th workshop only needs to take on this sole task. You can arrange the rest of your time. If you can develop other new weapons, His Majesty and I will definitely not let you suffer. Only need? Rest of your time? There are at least tens of thousands of soldiers in the cavalry camp of Great Xia. If tens of thousands of soldiers are equipped with 100 refinements ring pommel saber each, how many weapons will I need to forge? I may not be able to do it even if I work myself to death. What other time will I have? This little girl looks pretty, but her heart is black. Grand Minister, it's impossible for me to complete the forging task of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber by myself. You saw it yourself just now. It takes at least 4 hours for me to forge 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Furthermore, I will need to rest for 2 hours after forging one. Forging 3 sabers per day is my limit. Even if I work day and night, how many can I forge in a year? This is insignificant to the Great Xia cavalry. Didn't I say it already? You can recruit people, Yin Weiyu said. The forging apprentices of the 0th workshop enjoy the same treatment as the other forging apprentices in the forging division. Feel free to report the costs. Not a single cent will be unpaid. The more apprentices you can recruit, the easier it will be for you. It's easy for you to say. Zhou Shu really wanted to tell her, you're the Grand Minister of the forging division. Do you even understand? Forging apprentices aren't people that can be easily recruited from the streets. Forging is a skill, and most of the forging apprentices in the forging division's workshops inherited their skills from their families. Even the few recruits had to train for months before they could get started. Those forging apprentices who inherited their family skills are already in other workshops. Am I supposed to poach them over? They're doing well in their workshops, and I can't offer them more benefits than what they're already receiving. Why would they be willing to come? As for grooming new forging apprentices, I don't have the time. Grand Minister, I have another question. Does the 0th workshop have its own territory? Zhou Shu took a deep breath. If Yin Weiyu gave him a negative answer, he would also give her a negative answer. There's no one and no land. Whoever wants to be the superintendent of the 0th workshop can do it. In any case, I won't. Of course, Yin Weiyu said. There's still an unused piece of land that belongs to the forging division. It can be handed over to the 0th workshop. Don't worry. The division will provide the money needed for construction. This is probably good news. At least there's a piece of territory. Moreover, if Yin can do everything she says, then money won't be a problem. Zhou Shu had money and land. Even though he had no manpower, it wasn't like he couldn't try to complete the tasks. Zhou Shu was a person of many secrets. If he stayed in a workshop, he had to be careful everywhere he went. If he became the superintendent of a workshop, then he would be the king of the workshop, and he could do whatever he wanted. This way, the chances of his secrets being discovered were much lower. Furthermore, as the superintendent of a workshop, he naturally didn't need to live in a kennel like the other forging apprentices. Xiao Zongshui's residence was very luxurious. Other than having to bear some pressure from the forging tasks, being a superintendent seems pretty good. Pressure from the forging tasks? Is there no pressure if I'm a forging apprentice? In the end, won't those tasks be pinned on the heads of the forging apprentices? Grand Minister, one last question. Zhou Shu said in a low voice. If the forging apprentices from other workshops are willing to join my workshop, but their superintendents aren't willing to let them go, what should we do? A workshop wasn't something a single person could hold up by themselves. Even if Zhou Shu was made of iron, how many nails could he endure? Therefore, poaching was inevitable. If he tried to poach apprentices, he would definitely have conflicts with the other superintendents. Thus, Zhou Shu had to get himself an imperial sword. If an apprentice is willing to join you, no one can stop him. I will tell the other workshop superintendents about this, Yin Wuyu said. You've asked enough questions. Now give me a clear answer. Will you take up this offer, or will you not? If you don't, I won't force you. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber will still belong to you. However, you have to hand over the weapon forging formula to me. I'll arrange for another workshop to forge it. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber had strategic significance to Great Xia. Although Yin Wuyu had promised Zhou Shu that it would belong to him, it didn't mean that she would allow the 100 refinements ring pommel saber to remain idle and unused. At most, the forging division would give Zhou Shu a sum of money for every forged 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Are you a man or not? Don't be so wishy-washy. Sun Gongping couldn't help interrupting. Zhou Shu and Yin Wuyu glared at him at the same time. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Yes, why not? Zhou Shu said. Man struggles upward, water flows downward. If I can be a superintendent, why will I choose to remain an apprentice? But Grand Minister, I have a request. Speak. I'm in a good mood today. If it's not too much, I might agree. Yin Wuyu was still carrying the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and her heart had already flown back to the palace. She could even imagine how happy her father would be when he saw this saber. I want the construction of the 0th workshop to go my way, Zhou Shu said. Up to you, Yin Wuyu said indifferently. But I have something to say first. There is a limit to the construction cost of the workshop. You can construct the workshop according to your own wishes. As long as you don't violate the rules, no one will care. However, you have to bear the excess costs yourself. The superintendent of a workshop had a lot of autonomy in their workshop. But under normal circumstances, no one would spend money on construction. Spending their own money on the construction for the state. If they were transferred away, wouldn't that be being the cat's paw? But Zhou Shu didn't care. It was already an accident for him to become the superintendent of a workshop. For the time being, he probably wouldn't be transferred. Besides, although he didn't have much money now, he would be rich soon. The ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber was a money tree. Then, there's no problem. Zhou Shu said. I'll be the superintendent of the 0th workshop. Grand Minister, don't worry. I will improve actively and study diligently. I will create more new weapons and add to Great Xia's strength. Yin Wuyu nodded in satisfaction. Remember what you said. I will return to the palace now. Your letter of appointment will arrive soon. Someone will then bring you to the address of the 0th workshop. After speaking, she left with the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. As soon as she left, Xiao Zongshui felt a bit embarrassed. He glared at Zhou Shu, then flicked his sleeve and left. Exploiter Xiao has the guts to glare at me. Zhou Shu laughed in anger. Superintendent Zhou, please forgive me for offending you today. I will definitely offer a humble apology in the future. Farewell. Cheng Yang cupped his hands together. With that, he led his Heben troops and quickly left. It took Zhou Shu a while to react before realizing that Cheng Yang was referring to him as Superintendent Zhou. Alright, stop daydreaming. He's already gone. Zhou Shu suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. It was Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping put his arm around Zhou Shu's shoulder and spoke as if they were very close. You're now the superintendent of a workshop of the Forging Division. Although your status is not high, Cheng Yang doesn't dare offend you, Sun Gongping said. Tomorrow at the latest, the Heben troops will send you a big gift. Furthermore, who knows how many generals will come after the news of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber spreads. At that time, your threshold will probably be broken. Look, we know each other, so we can be considered friends, right? As the saying goes, friends share weal and woe. Since you've struck it rich, shouldn't you help out a brother? Brother, I'm looking for a forging master to forge a suitable ranked weapon. I'm a little short on money. Lend me some first. I'll pay you back double later. I have no money, and I won't lend you any. Zhou Shu said straightforwardly. Where does Sun Gongping's confidence come from? Am I very familiar with him? You don't have money right now, but you'll have money soon enough. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait a few days. Sun Gongping chuckled. As a ranked martial artist, he didn't put on any airs. I'm a 9th rank martial artist. It's not impossible for me to surpass old Ma in the future and become a grandmaster. If you lend me now, you will have the friendship of a future grandmaster. This is a profitable business. I find you pleasing to the eye. I wouldn't even give others this chance. No. I won't lend you money even if I have any, Zhou Shu said firmly. If you continue to follow me, I'm going to call for help. There must have been too many things that happened today that made you lose your mind. Think about it again tonight. The friendship of a grandmaster, it's now or never. I'll come find you tomorrow. Sun Gongping jumped and disappeared over the roof. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes and looked at Li Ergu, who was still unconscious on the ground. Qi Shan had been killed by Sun Gongping. Li Ergu was seriously injured, but no one paid attention to him. In the eyes of those big shots, the life and death of a forging apprentice were unimportant. Zhou Shu sighed. This is the truth of this world. If you aren't strong enough, you can fall to such a state at any time. Be careful, be careful. Those big shots can turn their backs on Li Ergu, but I can't stand by and do nothing. Chapter 25, Receiving Too Many Gifts. Great Xia's Imperial Palace. Imperial Father, I've tested it. This 100 refinements ring pommel saber can easily penetrate through 3 layers of armor. Its sharpness is no less than the Huben saber. Most importantly, it doesn't break as easily as the Huben saber after slashing. To use the Huben saber well, you need to have a certain level of skill. Otherwise, it will break easily. But you can slash without skills with this 100 refinements ring pommel saber. I can guarantee that after our Great Xia cavalry is equipped with 100 refinement ring pommel sabers, their combat strength will increase by at least 10%. Yin Wu's face was full of excitement, and she was no longer decorous. She raised the 100 refinement ring pommel saber toward the Emperor of Great Xia. Great Xia was founded many years ago. The current emperor was already over 60 years old, but he didn't even appear to be over 40. Once the emperors of Great Xia ascended to the throne, they would use a secret method to raise their martial arts cultivation to the first rank, which is the Sage Realm. But this Sage Realm was insignificant in comparison to true cultivation. They might not even be able to defeat those at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. But the first rank was, after all, the first rank. Being in this rank allowed the emperors of Great Xia to be physically healthy. At the very least, before they died of old age, their bodies would maintain a good state. The biggest difference between them and authentic first-rank martial artists was their lifespans. Authentic first-rank martial artists could live for hundreds of years. But the emperors of Great Xia had lifespans of less than 100 years. Win some, lose some. The current emperor of Great Xia, titled Yuan Feng, had been in power for more than 30 years. After ascending to the throne, he had not made any major contributions, but he had also not made any major mistakes. He could be considered an ordinary emperor. Emperor Yuan Feng raised the 100 refinements ring saber and stroked the blade. When he was young, he had also practiced martial arts. Furthermore, as the master of Great Xia, his horizons were broad. It is indeed a superior standard weapon. Emperor Yuan Feng nodded, a smile appearing on his face. My child, you have just taken over the forging division, and yet you've already achieved such results. Tell me. How do you want me to reward you? Emperor Yuan Feng looked at Yin Wu with a doting gaze, completely lacking the majesty of an emperor, looking just like an ordinary father. It's Wu's duty to share imperial father's worries. Yin Wu smiled sweetly. However, I do have something I want to request from imperial father. Tell me about it. Emperor Yuan Feng narrowed his eyes. Imperial father, didn't you leave the forging division to me? I plan to open a new workshop in the forging division. Aren't the 108 workshops enough for you? Emperor Yuan Feng said. It's not that. The 108 workshops in the Forging Division have already existed for so many years. Their manpower and rules have already been set. It's too difficult to change them. Then, there's no need to change them, Emperor Yuan Feng said with a beaming smile. The Forging Division has always been operating quite well. The reason I asked you to be the Grand Minister was that I was afraid you would be too bored and not because I wanted to trouble you. That's not it, Imperial Father. Although Great Xia is strong, in the past few years, the Forging Division has been stagnant. The weapons of the other nations are already charging forward. If we don't make any changes, we will lose the advantage of our Grand Xia's weapons, Yin Weiyu said anxiously. All right, Emperor Yuan said noncommittally, you can set it up if you want. You can go and communicate with the Ministry of Works if you need money. A new workshop has to have a new superintendent officially appointed by the Imperial Court, Yin Weiyu said. Superintendents are the 9th rank, right? You can go to the Ministry of Official Personnel for such a trivial matter, Emperor Yuan said helplessly. Instead, I would like to ask you how many 100 refinements ring pommel sabers can the Forging Division produce in a year? What is the cost? The 100 refinements ring pommel saber has just been developed. It will take a few more months to mass produce it. As for the cost, it's about the same as the Heben saber, Yin Weiyu said after some thought. In that case, Emperor Yuan thought for a moment. I understand. Go play. I still have some matters to attend to. I'm not playing. Yin Weiyu pouted coquettishly before bowing and taking her leave. Emperor Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and a mysterious expert who left behind combat saber intent, is it possible that Great Xia will have a resurgence? Come, go call Meng Bai over. Zhou Shu naturally had no way of knowing what had happened in the palace. When Emperor Yuan Feng summoned Meng Bai, the general of the Country Protector Army, Zhou Shu had already received the official appointment decree from the Ministry of Official Personnel. He exclaimed about Yin Weiyu's efficiency. The official appointment decree arrived in just a day, as expected of the Grand Minister of the Forging Division who is also a princess. With such a coat-tail to ride on, my position in the Forging Division should be as stable as a mountain, right? In the northeast corner of the Forging Division, there is a 30-acre plot of vacant land. It has already been allocated to the 0th workshop. In addition, the higher UPS have allocated 1,000 taels for construction. Superintendent Zhou, you can come to the Forging Division to collect it when you have time, the attendant from the Forging Division, who had come to deliver Zhou Shu's official appointment decree, said politely. A superintendent was already an official. A 9th rank official was also an official. Don't underestimate others. To this attendant, Zhou Shu had reached heaven in a single bound, and he was naturally extremely envious. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the attendant said and then left. After sending the attendant out the door, Zhou Shu returned to his work shed. While looking at the official appointment decree stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Official Personnel, he felt slightly excited. I became an official just like that? I wasn't even a civil servant in my past life, but at least I managed to become an official in this life. How powerful is a 9th rank official in my previous life? Is it equivalent to a village head? Or a mayor? County heads are only 7th rank. 9th rank is indeed not that powerful. Zhou Shu curled his lips. It doesn't matter if I am a high-ranking official or a low-ranking one. Anyway, my main path isn't to become an official but to become a forging master. One day, when I become a grand craftsman, my status will be equivalent to that of academicians of the 2 academies. It won't be any worse than being an official. If I become a divine craftsman, even the emperor will have to respect me. What matters the most about being the superintendent of a workshop is that I finally have my own territory. 30 acres of land is indeed a little small. Other workshops, even those ranked near the bottom like the 97th workshop, have at least 100 acres. In comparison, the territory of the 0th workshop is nothing. But there is only me in the 0th workshop, so 30 acres is enough. Moreover, Yin Weiyu promised that I would be the one to decide how to build this workshop. After coming to Great Xia for a few months, I finally don't have to sleep in the slum-like work shed anymore. I have to build myself a luxurious residence, the kind that has an independent shower. I wonder if the 1,000 taels is enough. Zhou Shu had been thinking about how this workshop should be built since last night. He had already formed a blueprint in his heart. 1,000 taels of silver was roughly equivalent to 2 million yuan in his previous life. It was not considered a small amount and should be more than enough to build a factory. I have to draw the blueprint first, then find out where to find a construction team. Now that he was the superintendent of the 0th workshop, he naturally wasn't bound by the forging tasks of the 97th workshop anymore. He had a lot of time to build his 0th workshop. Unfortunately, he had no subordinates and had to do everything by himself. But Zhou Shu wasn't worried at all. He treated the 0th workshop as his first home ever since he arrived in Great Xia. Personally designing it and then turning it into reality was a very happy thing in and of itself. Just as Zhou Shu was busy planning the blueprint, he heard a knock on the door. Cheng Yang of the Heben troop greets Superintendent Zhou. He really came? Zhou Shu was stunned. Yesterday, when Sun Gongping left, he said that Lieutenant Cheng would definitely come to apologize to him. But Zhou Shu hadn't expected him to really come. Yesterday, Zhou Shu had been held hostage by Qi Shan, but Cheng Yang had disregarded Zhou Shu's life and attacked Qi Shan. If Zhou Shu was just a forging apprentice, his death wouldn't have mattered, and Cheng Yang wouldn't feel any guilt at all. However, things were different now. Zhou Shu was already the superintendent of a forging division workshop, and he held the secret forging formula of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Although the Heben troops wouldn't be asking for Zhou Shu's help for the time being, they were soldiers and would have to negotiate with the forging division in the future. If they really offended the forging division, their weapons would be in serious trouble in the future. After Cheng Yang went back to report to Cheng Wanli, he had prepared a generous gift last night. Lieutenant Cheng, you are too polite. Take care. You shouldn't slap a person in the face when he's smiling at you. In yesterday's situation, Zhou Shu really shouldn't have demanded too much of the Heben troops. Zhou Shu pretended to decline and finally accepted Lieutenant Cheng's gift. The Heben troops are really rich. Zhou Shu kept the banknote worth 500 taels of silver with his other assets and sighed in his heart. Zhou Shu didn't believe that Cheng Yang had taken out the 500 taels himself. Although Cheng Yang was a lieutenant, his annual salary might not even be that much. This money was definitely from the Heben troops. Since the Heben troops were the Emperor's imperial guards, they definitely had ample funds. Back when they had bought the Heben sabers from Xiao Zongshui, they had already proved their wealth. Merely 500 taels was nothing. After sending Cheng Yang off, a few more generals that Zhou Shu had never seen before came looking for him. They didn't have anything important to say. They only congratulated Zhou Shu on his promotion and gave him a generous gift each. Zhou Shu wanted to refuse, but these people didn't give him a chance to do so. They put the things down and left. For the entire day, Zhou Shu met countless people. The gifts he had received were already piled up in the small work shed. He couldn't even count how many banknotes he had. In total, he had at least 1,000 taels. It was no wonder that everyone liked to be an official. Zhou Shu had just become a superintendent and hadn't done anything yet, but the things he had received were equivalent to those that forging apprentices had to work hard for decades to attain. Even though he knew that these gifts weren't for nothing, it didn't affect his good mood. Having money was naturally a good thing. With money, he could build the 0th workshop better. Brother Zhou, I'm here to see you. Guess what I brought you? Zhou Shu was checking the gifts when a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. From the voice, it was Sun Gongping. Chapter 26, One-Man Workshop. When Zhou Shu heard Sun Gongping's voice, his first reaction was to put the banknotes in his bosom. Then he pulled his old quilt over the pile of presents. Just as he completed this series of actions, Sun Gongping pushed open the door and entered. Dang, 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 dang. Sun Gongping had a smile on his face as he raised his right hand high. Look. This is the Drunken Immortal Inn's 100-year-old wine, a good wine that even money can't buy. To congratulate you on your promotion, I, your brother, went all out. Sun Gongping swaggered into Zhou Shu's work shed. He didn't mind the filth as he sat down at the table without hesitation and placed the palm-sized green wine pot on the table. Zhou Shu glanced at the wine pot. He had heard of the Drunken Immortal Inn before, but he didn't know if the 100-year-old wine was real or fake. Even if it was real, this palm-sized wine pot could at most hold half a caddy of wine. Of all the people who had come here today, Sun Gongping was the one who had gifted him the most shabbily. Thank you. After all, he didn't come empty-handed. Even if Zhou Shu didn't like him, he still cupped his hands. So, what do you want? Hat. Sun Gongping chuckled. Brother Zhou, are you not going to acknowledge a poor friend like me after being promoted? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. You call yourself poor? He had asked around and found out that ranked martial artists like Sun Gongping had a salary of at least 1,000 taels a year. This was the treatment of a prodigy in Zhou Shu's previous life. If he was considered poor, then what were forging apprentices? Even though he was now the superintendent of a forging division workshop, Sun Gongping's status was higher than his. Moreover, Sun Gongping could easily invite Yan Weiwu. This wasn't something an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist could do. Zhou Shu would never believe that Sun Gongping had no background. Don't say those useless things. If you have something to say it. Zhou Shu knew what kind of person Sun Gongping was. If he talked nonsense with him, he would be able to continue the conversation until the next day. Didn't we agree yesterday? I'm going to ask a forging master to help me forge a ranked weapon. I'm lacking cash. Brother Zhou, lend me some. It's not much. 1,000 taels will do, Sun Gongping said with a smile. If people didn't know that he was a 9th-rank martial artist, they would have thought that he was some kind of street gangster. Zhou Shu sized him up. This fellow was dressed in luxurious clothes and was also a 9th-rank martial artist. He didn't seem like someone who lacked money. Moreover, he could ask for 1,000 taels so easily. Did he know what 1,000 taels meant? When Zhou Shu was still a forging apprentice, he couldn't even earn 10 taels a year. He couldn't even earn 1,000 taels in 100 years. Don't try to fool me with the excuse that you don't have money. I saw everything. There are at least 20 families who visited you today. I know what those people are capable of. Their gifts definitely won't be too shabby. Zhou Shu was speechless. This fellow came prepared. The people who had come today had indeed given him around 1,000 taels. It was only because Sun Gongping had calculated it that he could ask for the money. What if I say no? Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping's strength wasn't what concerned Zhou Shu. Rather, it was because he was unsure of Sun Gongping's background. If he really couldn't afford to offend Sun Gongping, he would have to consider lending the money. Don't! Sun Gongping shouted with a bitter expression. Brother Zhou, our friendship is worth tens of thousands of gold. It's normal for us to help each other. What kind of person am I? Everyone knows me, Sun Gongping, well. There's no way I won't return the money. Sun Gongping didn't threaten Zhou Shu. Instead, he grabbed Zhou Shu's arm with a pleading expression. Divine Constable Sun, no matter what, you are a ranked martial artist. The clothes you're wearing now are worth enough for an ordinary person to eat and drink for a year. 1,000 taels is nothing to you, right? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Look at me. I live in a place like this, and I don't even own a decent piece of clothing. Aren't you putting the cart before the horse by asking me for money? All that glitters is not gold. Sun Gongping didn't care about the self-abasement. How can I compare to you, Brother Zhou? I won't hide it from you. Jobs at the Divine Constable Bureau can't compare to being a superintendent of a forging division workshop. It's strenuous and unrewarding. A year's salary is only so much, and we have to sustain relations and give gifts. We run around to catch thieves, yet the higher UPS won't even reimburse us. The various costs are immense. How can it be as comfortable as your job? Even if you randomly forge a few weapons, people will fight to buy them. Since that's the case, why don't you come to the forging division? Zhou Shu said. The forging division was not a private business. It forged weapons to supply the 3 armies of Great Xia. Profit was not the primary goal. Even if the weapons were sold for money, the money belonged to the country and not to them. The normal salary of a workshop superintendent was nothing compared to that of a divine constable like Sun Gongping. Forget it. I don't know how to forge. Besides, I prefer to be free. Sun Gongping shook his head vigorously. I don't have any money. But even if I do, I can't lend it to you. Zhou Shu shook his head. My workshop is currently under construction. No matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. Even I want to borrow money. Zhou Shu hesitated and continued, but your problem is solvable. Even without considering Sun Gongping's background, he was already a 9th-rank martial artist at such a young age. It was better for Zhou Shu not to offend him. What solution do you have? Do you know a forging master that can give me a discount? Sun Gongping said dejectedly. I don't know any forging masters, but if you aren't in a hurry, you can wait until I become a forging master. When that time comes, I can help you forge a suitable ranked weapon for free, Zhou Shu said. Of course, you have to provide the materials yourself. You. Sun Gongping froze for a moment, his eyes widening as he sized up Zhou Shu. You really have wishful thinking. By the time you become a forging master, it will be too late. Then there's nothing I can do. Zhou Shu shrugged. It was impossible to lend Sun Gongping money. He was a proletarian. Lending money to someone who might be from a wealthy background? I'm thinking. Since you said you will help me forge a ranked weapon for free after you become a forging master, can you give me the money of the weapon's present value now? Get lost. Although Sun Gongping didn't manage to borrow a single cent from Zhou Shu, he wasn't angry. It seemed that he wasn't in a hurry for money. After being rejected by Zhou Shu, he excitedly followed Zhou Shu to inspect the territory of the 0th workshop. Yo, 30 acres. It's almost as big as my backyard, Sun Gongping said. Little brother Zhou, the forging division is quite stingy. They only gave you 1,000 taels for the construction. Why don't you lend me the 1,000 taels first, and I'll return you 2,000 later? Humans were so realistic. Zhou Shu used to be brother Zhou, but now he became little brother Zhou. Don't even think about it. This is public funds. Do you understand what that means? If we divert and misuse the funds, you and I will both have to bear the consequences. Zhou Shu said unhappily. He had no idea what to do facing such a shameless fellow. He had already told Sun Gongping clearly that he had no money, but Sun Gongping still refused to leave. Unless he revealed his true strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat and chase Sun Gongping away. He's like a piece of gum. If you and I both don't mention it, who will know? Sun Gongping said nonchalantly. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. A divine constable of the Divine Constable Bureau is knowingly wanting to break the law. I'm telling you. It's useless for you to follow me. I have a use for every cent I have, and I need to use the money immediately. I don't have any to lend you, Zhou Shu said. You can either wait until I become a forging master to help you forge weapons, or you can go borrow money from others. Heh, brother Zhou, you seem pretty confident in becoming a forging master. Sun Gongping chuckled. It's a pity that I'm already a 9th-rank martial artist. If I don't have a ranked weapon with me for too long, I will lose face, and I can't afford this. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered with him. Promising him to help him forge weapons in the future was already giving him face. Zhou Shu couldn't possibly promise anything more. Zhou Shu didn't know when he would become a forging master. Previously, he was just an unknown little apprentice. Even if he forged a ranked weapon, it was very likely that he would be killed by those with hidden agendas before he could obtain the recognition of others. Now, he wasn't worried about this. He had Yin Wu as his backing, and as long as he could forge a ranked weapon, he would immediately obtain the Imperial Court's recognition. It wouldn't be so easy for others to scheme for his weapon's secret forging formula then. Yin Wu wasn't someone like Xiao Zongshui. To her, having another forging master in Great Xia was a good thing. Therefore, there were no longer any obstacles on his path to becoming a forging master. The only problem was that he didn't know when the legendary Armament Canon would give him the forging formula of a ranked weapon. What are you drawing? Is there a need to go through so much trouble to build a workshop? Sun Gongping leaned over and looked at the blueprint in Zhou Shu's hands. Zhou Shu was currently comparing the blueprint to the territory of the 0th workshop to adjust his plans. Just build it according to the workshops nearby. Sun Gongping pointed at the other workshops in the distance. All the forging division's workshops combined were like a large-scale weapon factory located on the outskirts of the imperial capital. They occupied an extremely large area, and the 37th workshop to the 108th workshop were all situated there. More than 10,000 people lived inside. Other than being able to block the wind and rain, the buildings of the workshops were completely useless. Zhou Shu naturally wouldn't build his workshop like this. He had heard that the first 36 workshops of the forging division were all built in picturesque places. Furthermore, they had the qualifications to have their own names and were no longer known as workshops to outsiders. Zhou Shu's goal was for the 0th workshop to have its own name in the future. His workshop naturally couldn't be a slum. Even if it couldn't be picturesque, it had to be beautiful. Sun Gongping, let me ask you something. Where should I hire a construction team? Zhou Shu asked Sun Gongping. Construction team. Sun Gongping paused for a moment before understanding. There are craftsmen in the Ministry of Works. They are the ones who built the Imperial Palace. Building a workshop is a piece of cake. They are also considered your colleagues from the Forging Division. You can just look for them directly. There might even be a discount. Understood, thanks. Zhou Shu hurriedly left. He wanted nothing more than to build the 0th workshop immediately. He didn't want to wait even a moment longer. Chapter 27, Recruitment. Your Highness, Zhou Shu went to the Ministry of Works to hire craftsmen and has already started construction. This is the blueprint I obtained from the craftsman. Inside a palace in Great Xia's Imperial Palace, a delicate palace maid was reporting to Yin Wuo. He's more anxious than I am. Yin Wuo took the blueprint and looked at it. This blueprint was designed by someone from the Ministry of Works. No, I heard that Zhou Shu designed it himself. He knows construction. Yin Wuo asked in surprise. Did I really discover a talent? The palace maid was speechless. Your Highness, you dared to appoint him as the superintendent of a workshop before you were certain of his abilities. That's not it. Yin Wuo shook her head. I'm sure he has some talent for forging. This 0th workshop is just an attempt. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. Just the Haben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber are enough for him to be a superintendent. Right, how many forging apprentices has he recruited now? Not one. The palace maid said with a strange expression, these days, he has been eating and sleeping with the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. He's been busy with the construction of the workshop all day long and hasn't gone to recruit any forging apprentices. Not a single one. Yin Wuo's brows furrowed slightly. Great General Meng has already urged us several times. If the forging division still can't hand over 100 refinements ring pommel sabers soon, things will get troublesome. Then, Your Highness, should we ask for the secret forging formula for the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and get the other workshops to start forging first? The palace maid asked. Let me think about it. Yin Wuo pondered for a moment. Ask the Ministry of Public Works to inform Zhou Shu that this month, the 0th workshop is carrying out large-scale construction, and it's not necessary to hand over weapons. But starting from next month, the 0th workshop will have to hand over at least 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers every month. Isn't 1,000 too little? The little palace maid was also devious. Take it slow. Yin Wuo waved her hand. Do as I say. Zhou Shu didn't know that a forging task was about to befall him. He was looking at the slowly forming 0th workshop, his heart filled with joy. It was undeniable that the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were indeed a little expensive, but their craftsmanship was unequivocal. In just a few days, the foundation of the 0th workshop had been completed, and the workshop was beginning to take shape. The craftsmanship of this world was limited, so it was impossible to build tall buildings. And Zhou Shu had never thought of developing cement like other transmigrators. Thus, the buildings of the 0th workshop were mostly two-story and single-story. He didn't build furnaces in the residences of the forging apprentices as per normal. Instead, he built a large factory and arranged all the furnaces inside. As for the residences of the forging apprentices, they were arranged elsewhere. Let's put it this way. He had divided the 0th workshop into several sections: work area, accommodation area, living area, entertainment area. Forging beside a furnace was fine in winter. But in summer, it was extremely hot. Zhou Shu had personally experienced it. His 0th workshop was not a sweatshop. He didn't want to be badmouthed by the forging apprentices. In his opinion, it would be beneficial for their work efficiency if the apprentices had a good rest environment. And according to his previous experience of forging Haben sabers, he could command the apprentices at once if he gathered them to forge together. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for ordinary forging apprentices to master the technique of forging the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. For now, the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber was the trademark of the 0th workshop, and it undoubtedly had to be mass-produced. However, it would take the average forging apprentice at least a year to master the forging technique of the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber. The only way was to use the same method he had used when he completed the Huben saber's forging mission, which was to break down the movements and unify the command. This was why he had decided to build a large factory. The residences of the forging apprentices were still detached houses. Although the houses weren't large, the conditions were much better than in other workshops. A sparrow may be small, but all its vital organs are there. The houses were designed to have 2 bedrooms and 1 living room and could accommodate forging apprentices and their families. Kitchens and bathrooms were standard, and even the floors were covered with green tiles. Thus, the cost of building each house was 20 taels of silver. The territory of the 0th workshop wasn't large, and Zhou Shu only planned houses for 50 people, but this already cost him 1,000 taels. He had spent almost all of the gifts he received. The craftsmen couldn't understand why Zhou Shu would do such a thing, but since he was the one paying, they naturally did as he said. Seeing the workshop grow day by day, Zhou Shu felt like he was watching his child grow up. The joy in his heart didn't need to be said. Actually, he hadn't been idling around the whole time. He persistently forged 100 Refinements ring pommel sabers every day. According to his previous experience, after he forged 100 Refinements ring pommel sabers, another weapon would appear in the legendary Armament Canon. He wondered if the next weapon would be a ranked one. Of course, he didn't forget about recruiting forging apprentices. Although the palace maid didn't see Zhou Shu recruiting, this didn't mean that he hadn't done anything. He was waiting for the 0th workshop to take shape before he had the terms to negotiate with others. What is visible is always more convincing than empty words. Brother Zhang, Brother Wu, brothers, I know you have a lot of work to do. I called you all over purely because I had a pleasure working together with you. I left the 97th workshop and wanted to say goodbye to everyone. I ordered this banquet from the Drunken Immortal Inn. Today, everyone can eat and drink as much as you want. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others looked at Zhou Shu with complicated expressions. Not long ago, Zhou Shu was just like them. They were all poor forging apprentices. At the time, although Zhang Yibei and 6th brother Wu had praised Zhou Shu and said that he would be able to become a forging master in the future, they were actually doubtful. After all, the forging division had been established for so many years, and there were only a handful of people who had truly grown from a forging apprentice to a forging master. Unexpectedly, only a few days had passed, and while Zhou Shu had not become a forging master, he had become the superintendent of a workshop. Regardless of forging masters or superintendents, they were all high and mighty figures. Congratulations, Superintendent Zhou. After all, Zhang Yibei and the others were no longer hot-blooded youngsters. Even though they were a little envious, they knew what they should do on the surface. Brother Zhang, you're too polite. Superintendent Zhou, please don't call me that. Just call me by my name. Zhang Yibei bowed. Brother Zhang, we have gone through thick and thin together. You're treating me like an outsider. Let's sit down and talk while we eat, Zhou Shu said. Everyone sat down with complicated feelings, and most of them only dared to sit halfway on their chairs. Zhou Shu sighed internally. The hierarchy in this world is too strict. If the relationship between forging apprentices and workshop superintendents are already like this, then what about higher up? It appeared that he could converse with Princess Wu and Sun Gongping now. But in reality, there was a tremendous gap between them. It was not time for Zhou Shu to be proud and complacent. With this warning in mind, he raised his wine cup. We've all worked together to forge the Huben sabers, and it was a pleasant cooperation. Let me toast everyone first. Zhou Shu drank his cup of wine first. When Zhang Yibei and the others saw this, they also raised their cups and drank. After downing the wine cups, the crowd finally calmed down a little. Superintendent Zhou, we didn't have the right to congratulate you when you were promoted. Now, I'll use this opportunity to toast you. Zhang Yibei stood up and raised his cup. This scene of a man in his 40s smiling and raising his cup made Zhou Shu think of his previous life, and he couldn't help feeling sad. He and Zhang Yibei drank a cup of wine, and before anyone else could toast him, Zhou Shu spoke. I invited everyone here today to say goodbye and reminisce. I also have something to ask of you, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Zhang Yibei and the others were stunned. Superintendent, feel free to give us any orders, Zhang Yibei and the others said simultaneously. It's not really an order. Zhou Shu shook his head. Everyone now knows that, thanks to the Grand Minister, I was promoted to the superintendent of the 0th workshop. This workshop is being built from scratch. We all know that forging apprentices are the cornerstones of a workshop. Without them, a workshop is not truly a workshop. Zhang Yibei and the others looked at each other, vaguely knowing what Zhou Shu wanted to say. Superintendent Zhou, honestly speaking, we are willing to work for you. Zhang Yibei was the first to speak. You've done us a great favor. If you want us to do more things, we won't decline, let alone change workshops. It's just that we are bound by contracts with the forging division, and we have no choice. Forging apprentices had no choice. Zhang Yibei had never heard of any forging apprentice who could casually choose their workshop. You don't have to worry about that, Zhou Shu said with a smile. As long as you are willing, I will handle the contract. Let me make myself clear. If everyone is willing to transfer from the 97th workshop to my 0th workshop, there won't be any changes to your salaries for the time being. The salaries of the forging division's forging apprentices were paid by the imperial court. There was a certain rule, and even Zhou Shu couldn't casually raise their salaries. Of course, when they arrived at the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu had ways to improve their treatment gradually. That's not a problem. It's the same for us everywhere, Zhang Yibei said. As long as Superintendent Xiao doesn't stop us, I'm willing to work for you, Superintendent Zhou. Me too. Me too. The rest chimed in disorderly. Everyone's reactions warmed Zhou Shu's heart. It seems I'm quite popular. Everyone, eat and drink. Zhou Shu laughed. Tomorrow, I'll go find Xiao Zongshui and negotiate with him. In the future, when everyone comes to the 0th workshop, we'll be brothers. As long as I have the ability, I won't mistreat anyone. I dare not say anything else, but in my 0th workshop, there will definitely not be any forging apprentice who will die from exhaustion. Chapter 28, Open Conspiracy. Superintendent Zhou, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiao Zongshui walked in from outside and spoke with a fake smile. There are hundreds of forging apprentices in the 97th workshop, and there are issues to solve every day. You've been in the 97th workshop before, so you should know. Zhou Shu knew that Xiao Zongshui was mocking him for not having anyone in the 0th workshop. His expression didn't change as he said indifferently, Superintendent Xiao is busy. Alright, Superintendent Zhou, I still have a lot of work to do. You didn't come to the 97th workshop to reminisce about the old place, did you? There's no need to reminisce, Zhou Shu said. I don't have any good memories of the 97th workshop. Really? I thought I used to treat you well. Xiao Zongshui smiled spuriously. Let's not talk about the past anymore, Zhou Shu said coldly. I came here to discuss something with you. The Grand Minister has given me permission to select forging apprentices from various workshops to join the 0th workshop. I don't recall the Grand Minister saying that, Xiao Zongshui interrupted. They mean the same thing. As long as a forging apprentice is willing to come to the 0th workshop, the superintendent of his current workshop can't stop him. This is the Grand Minister's intention. Superintendent Xiao, don't you remember? Zhou Shu said. Of course. A cold glint flashed across Xiao Zongshui's eyes. Superintendent Zhou, are you interested in any forging apprentices in the 97th workshop? As long as the forging apprentice agrees, I won't have any objections. Zhou Shu was taken aback by Xiao Zongshui's attitude. He had originally thought that Xiao Zongshui would find a way to make things difficult for him, but he hadn't expected him to agree so readily. That's good. It saves me the trouble of having to look for the Grand Minister again, Zhou Shu said. Superintendent Zhou, you don't need to use the Grand Minister to pressure me. Xiao Zongshui sneered. I wouldn't dare to blatantly defy the orders of the Grand Minister. I've spoken to some of the apprentices, and they've all agreed to come to the 0th workshop. I hope that you won't stop them, Superintendent Xiao, Zhou Shu said. Cut the crap. Just tell me who they are, Xiao Zongshui said. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu. Zhou Shu said a series of names. They were all the people who had forged the Huben sabers with him. Xiao Zongshui had a half smile on his face, looking somewhat mocking. He only spoke after Zhou Shu finished speaking. Is that all? That's all. There are hundreds of people in the 97th workshop, so the impact of losing these dozens of people shouldn't be much, right? Superintendent Xiao, can you transfer their contracts to the 0th workshop? I'd love to do that, but... Xiao Zongshui spread his hands. But what? Superintendent Xiao, do you have any conditions? Zhou Shu frowned. No, I just can't help, Xiao Zongshui said. The people you want are no longer in the 97th workshop. What? Zhou Shu exclaimed in shock. Just this morning, a few workshops were short-handed and asked for help from the 97th workshop. The Forging Division's workshops have always been on the same side. Since they asked for help, I naturally couldn't ignore them, Xiao Zongshui explained in all seriousness. Zhang Yibei and the rest are all experts in forging in the 97th workshop, so I sent them to help out at the other workshops. Superintendent Zhou, you're late. If you want these apprentices, you have to go look for the other superintendents. What about their contracts? Zhou Shu frowned. Naturally, they've been transferred to the other workshops, Xiao Zongshui said. Zhou Shu glared at Xiao Zongshui. He didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Zhang Yibei and the others were all veterans of forging, and they were the only ones who could forge the Heben sabers now. No rational workshop superintendent would let them go so easily. Besides, before this, he had never heard of a workshop needing to borrow manpower. But at this moment, Xiao Zongshui had sent out Zhang Yibei and the others. No one would believe that he didn't do it on purpose. Before Zhou Shu came, he had thought that Xiao Zongshui would give him some trouble, so he had been prepared to pay a certain price. But he hadn't expected Xiao Zongshui to use such a method to stop him from poaching Zhang Yibei and the others. Zhang Yibei and the group of 30 or so apprentices had been assigned to more than 10 workshops. In other words, if Zhou Shu wanted to gather all of them, he would have to talk to a dozen or so superintendents. Although Yin Wuyu had given the order that superintendents were not to stop their apprentices from leaving, nothing was absolute in this world. Even if they didn't stop the apprentices on the surface, it was easy to play tricks. A dozen or so workshop superintendents were equivalent to a dozen possible accidents. Xiao Zongshui had good tactics. He himself hadn't done anything, but he made dozens of superintendents be at odds with Zhou Shu. Unless Zhou Shu gave up on recruiting Zhang Yibei and the others, he would definitely become enemies with the other superintendents. After all, Zhang Yibei and the others had mastered the forging method of the Heben saber. They were like money trees to the other superintendents, and blocking one's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. Zhou Shu didn't believe that these workshop superintendents would be so understanding and righteous as to let Zhou Shu have his way. Superintendent Xiao, you have great tactics, Zhou Shu said coldly. The feeling is mutual. Xiao Zongshui laughed heartily. Superintendent Zhou, you are the first forging apprentice who forged his own weapon and ascended to become a superintendent in a single bound. As someone who has experience, I will give you a word of advice, not everyone can be the superintendent of a workshop. By the way, I heard that from next month onward, the 0th workshop will have to hand over 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers every month. I wonder if a forging genius like you, Superintendent Zhou, can complete this mission alone without cooperation. Xiao Zongshui burst into laughter. If a workshop couldn't complete the forging tasks of the forging division, the superintendent would definitely be punished. Without Zhang Yibei and the rest, whom he had experience working with, it would take time for Zhou Shu to get another batch of forging apprentices to work together cooperatively. If he wanted to gather Zhang Yibei and the others, he would also need time. Even if he managed to gather enough manpower in the end, it would be impossible for him to complete the task. Xiao Zongshui was conspiring openly. Zhou Shu had to accept it no matter what. Superintendent Xiao, you don't need to worry about whether or not I can complete the mission, Zhou Shu said coldly. Superintendent Zhou, I didn't realize that you were so arrogant before, Xiao Zongshui said with a smile. Then let's wait and see. You are a forging genius. A mere 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers will definitely not stump you. It's good that you know. I won't disappoint you, Zhou Shu said coldly. Zhou Shu left the 97th workshop. Even from afar, he could still hear Xiao Zongshui's loud laughter. Xiao Zongshui, oh Xiao Zongshui, you want to see me get punished? That's not possible in this lifetime. Zhou Shu snorted coldly and walked towards the 81st workshop. Zhang Yibei had been sent here. After staying at the 81st workshop for a while, Zhou Shu went to the 84th, 86th, 89th, 92nd, 93rd workshops. He stayed at every workshop for 10 minutes. Every time he left a workshop, his expression would become a bit uglier. Zhang Yibei and the others had worked together with Zhou Shu before, and he had verified their forging skills. If he brought them over to the 0th workshop, the workshop could immediately start forging the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers. If it were any other forging apprentices, even if their skill levels were higher than those of Zhang Yibei and the others, Zhou Shu would have to train them again to work cooperatively. Frug Noel Co. This would be troublesome and a waste of time. The training might not even work. Xiao Zhongshui was well aware of this, so he had taken drastic measures and sent Zhang Yibei and the others to different workshops. Undeniably, Xiao Zhongshui had indeed made a brilliant move. Zhou Shu couldn't bear to give up on Zhang Yibei and the others, and he wanted to guide and support these people who had worked well with him in the past. Thus, he couldn't avoid provoking the other workshop superintendents. Even if Zhou Shu had the backing of Yan Wu in the forging division, he wouldn't have a good life in the future if he offended too many workshop superintendents. He looked at the door of the 78th workshop. This was the last workshop. If he still couldn't get anyone, then he would have wasted all his efforts today. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shu pushed open the door. Superintendent Zhou, you wish to get 6th Brother Wu from me. The superintendent of the 78th workshop, Li Hongyuan, looked at Zhou Shu. No problem. But I have a condition. Please speak, Superintendent Li, Zhou Shu said happily. It's very simple. Li Hongyuan took a sip of tea before continuing, Superintendent Zhou, I heard that you are a rare weapon forging genius. As a result, you rose from an apprentice to superintendent in a single bound. I have been in the forging division for almost 30 years, and I have seen a lot of weapon forging geniuses, Li Hongyuan said indifferently. But most of them are just sailing under false colors. I've always disdained associating with people like this. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. Li Hongyuan's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. What exactly do you mean, Superintendent Li? Please speak clearly. Zhou Shu cupped his hands. I believe in the differences between people, and I believe in the existence of geniuses, Li Hongyuan said calmly. However, I don't think you could have developed the 100 refinements ring pommel saber alone. So? Zhou Shu said. After being rejected with all sorts of excuses, his temper was triggered. He wanted to keep a low profile and not be in conflict with others, but this didn't mean he was easy to bully. So what if they were superintendents? He was also a superintendent. There is also a forging genius in my 78th workshop. Li Hongyuan sneered. Superintendent Zhou, if you want to take an apprentice away, you just need to compete with the forging genius of the 78th workshop. If you win, you can take an apprentice away. If you lose, then I'm sorry. I won't allow anyone skilled to fall into the hands of a liar. Li Hongyuan stared at Zhou Shu, his eyes flashing. Superintendent Li, do you want to defy the orders of the Grand Minister? She has ordered that as long as a forging apprentice is willing to join my 0th workshop, no one can stop him. What if the forging apprentice is unwilling? Li Hongyuan was indifferent. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Hongyuan. It was obvious that these superintendents were in cahoots with Xiao Zhongshui. Their purpose was to put on airs right at the beginning of Zhou Shu's office. I have no problem with competing, Zhou Shu said coldly. But I have a rule, the judge must be someone qualified. And I have to change the terms. If I win, not only will I take away 6th Brother Wu, I will also take the other apprentices away. All the workshops can send as many people as you want. I, Zhou Shu, will compete with them all. Chapter 29, If you don't explode in silence, you'll die in silence. Zhou Shu was tired of arguing with Xiao Zhongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others. He had only wanted to keep a low profile, do his job well, and avoid conflicts. But these people didn't give him a chance. In that case, he wouldn't keep a low profile. If you want to compete with me, you have to follow my rules. Zhou Shu shouted. This time, he decided not to hide anything. Weren't these people targeting him? Then he would show them that some people couldn't be targeted. Zhou Shu's intention was very clear. Didn't Li Hongyuan want to compete? Fine, let him have a good competition once and for all. Zhou Shu's demand for the presence of someone of sufficient status was his backup plan. He planned to go all out this time. By doing so, he would have to find a way to ensure his safety. Zhou Shu knew that his forging skills were very valuable to the apprentices and even to superintendents like Xiao Zongshui. But in the eyes of the true big shots, they were nothing. The true big shots wouldn't harm him just for the forging formula of a standard weapon. On the other hand, those at Xiao Zongshui's level might kill for the secret forging formula of a standard weapon. Furthermore, with a big shot present, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others couldn't deny their loss. Humph, what arrogance! Li Hongyuan snorted. If you want to compete with so many workshops, I can satisfy you. But if you lose... If I lose, I will give you the secret forging formula of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Zhou Shu interrupted coldly. Really? Li Hongyuan's eyes lit up. Why did they cooperate with Xiao Zongshui? It was purely because Xiao Zongshui had agreed to share a portion of the profits obtained from forging the Heben sabers with them. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber was far more valuable than the Heben saber. If they could get the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the benefits to their workshops would be self-evident. There were 108 workshops in the forging division, and there were different ranks. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. As for the ranking, it depended on how many secret forging formulas the workshop had. A word spoken is past recalling, Zhou Shu said coldly. Great! Li Hongyuan shouted. I will discuss this with the other superintendents. Come back here tomorrow at this time. Zhou Shu didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. After leaving the 78th workshop, Zhou Shu didn't return to the 0th workshop. Instead, he left the forging division and headed for the capital. The greatest benefit of being a workshop superintendent was that he had the freedom to utilize his time. Previously, when he was a forging apprentice, he couldn't leave the forging division arbitrarily. After entering the city gates, Zhou Shu headed straight for his destination. Could I trouble you to notify that Zhou Shu of the forging division requests an audience with Divine Constable Sun Gongping? Zhou Shu said to the gatekeeper after arriving at the door of the Divine Constable Bureau. Unlike the forging division, which was located on the outskirts of the city, the Divine Constable Bureau was located at the core of the capital. Its gate was even more imposing than the office of the capital magistrate's gate. The constable in the dark green uniform glanced at Zhou Shu. What do you need Divine Constable Sun for? In the forging division, only ranked martial artists could be called Divine Constables. The rest could only be called constables. Divine Constable Sun and I are good friends. I have some personal matters to discuss with him, Zhou Shu said while cupping his hands. The constable sized him up and said coldly, wait. Then he walked into the Divine Constable Bureau. After a while, Sun Gongping's loud voice came. What brings you here, old Zhou? Are you here to send me money? Sun Gongping swaggered out of the Divine Constable Bureau. He came to Zhou Shu's side and put his arm around Zhou Shu's shoulders. Let me tell you something. I've changed my mind recently. I no longer like the original weapon. I want a new one now. It's definitely worthy of me, but the price is a bit higher. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes internally. Sun Gongping was always thinking about weapons. Zhou Shu didn't know why it was so difficult for someone of Sun Gongping's status to obtain a ranked weapon. He kept thinking of borrowing money. If Zhou Shu didn't lend him money, Sun Gongping's address for him would decline from Brother Zhou to Little Brother Zhou. Now, it had changed to Old Zhou. We'll talk about this later. I need your help with something, Zhou Shu said. Tell me about it, and I'll see if I can help you, Sun Gongping said. When the constable guarding the gate saw Sun Gongping's and Zhou Shu's arms around each other, he wiped away his cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't deliberately made things difficult for Zhou Shu. He was really Divine Constable Sun's good friend. Zhou Shu briefly explained what had happened and then continued, my status is low, so I can't see Her Highness the Princess. Thus, I would like to ask Brother Sun to help me invite Her Highness to watch the competition. What's so interesting about a battle between a bunch of forging apprentices? Sun Gongping pursed his lips. In the eyes of ranked martial artists, only ranked weapons were real weapons. Standard weapons were just tools. However, good brothers are loyal. I will definitely help you. Sun Gongping looked askance at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes inwardly. This fellow Sun Gongping just wants my money. You're from a rich background. What's the point of gawking at my money? Don't look at me like that. I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm borrowing money. I'll pay you back, Sun Gongping said. I really don't have any money to lend you now. I don't even have enough to pay for the construction of the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly. How about this? After I finish mass-producing 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, I'll be able to get my dividends. At that time, I'll lend you as much as you need. I knew you were loyal. I'll wait a few more days. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Sun Gongping chuckled. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I guarantee that Xiao Zongshui and the rest won't dare play any tricks. Then, I'll have to trouble brother Sun. You must invite Her Highness. Zhou Shu cupped his hands. Sun Gongping waved his hand, indicating for Zhou Shu not to worry. He, Sun Gongping, was reliable. Zhou Shu trusted Sun Gongping. Although his words were sometimes out of line, and he always wanted to borrow money from Zhou Shu, there was nothing wrong with his character. Otherwise, with his status, he could have gotten as much money as he wanted. It was too easy to collect dirty money in the Divine Constable Bureau. In addition, Zhou Shu could tell that Sun Gongping was a hot-blooded youth and a friend worth making. Even if he couldn't invite Princess Wuyu, he would still be able to intimidate Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others with his presence. He was a ranked martial artist and a divine constable. Both of these statuses were higher than that of superintendents of forging division workshops. Besides, Sun Gongping might have a stronger background. Ordinary divine constables wouldn't be able to meet a princess of Great Xia casually. After informing Sun Gongping, Zhou Shu felt a bit more at ease. The craftsmen were still busy working when Zhou Shu returned to the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu had said that each of them would receive a tael of silver for every day they completed the work ahead of schedule. These craftsmen wished they could work 24 hours a day. One tael of silver was a considerable income for them. The main construction of the 0th workshop was almost completed. In another 3 to 5 days, the roof would be sealed. Zhou Shu's two-story residence had already been built and was undergoing renovation. There was no way Zhou Shu could stay there for the time being. But he had built a forging shed in his courtyard. It was already usable for forging. Although he had built a large factory, Zhou Shu felt that some weapons weren't suitable for forging inside the factory, which was why he had built a work shed for himself. When the courtyard doors were closed, the forging apprentices wouldn't dare disturb him, and he could then forge whatever he wanted. With a thought, the legendary armament cannon appeared before him. On the page of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the number after the title was 37. In just a few days, he had forged so many 100 refinements ring pommel sabers. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others have come with ill intentions. Although I don't know how they want to compete, they already know about the existence of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. It's unlikely that I can win with it. It's best if the legendary armament cannon can show me the next weapon. This way, I will have another trump card. I can both attack and defend. This matter has reminded me that the forging division's forging tasks are always a knife hanging over my head. If I don't solve this, I will be chased away sooner or later because of the forging tasks. Even if I become a forging master, I will still have forging tasks. Unless I become a grand craftsman, absolute freedom is just wishful thinking. Even grand craftsmen can't have absolute freedom, but it might be possible for divine craftsmen. Becoming a forging master isn't that easy. What do I have to do to escape the pressure of the forging division's forging tasks? What if my 0th workshop only does research and development and outsources the job of mass production to other workshops? Zhou Shu had an idea in his heart, but he still had to consider carefully whether it was feasible or not. At the very least, he had to obtain the approval of the Grand Minister, Princess Wuyu. He could only gain approval by proving that he had the ability to develop new weapons. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, I bet you didn't expect that you would create an opportunity for me. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin in thought. The most important thing now is to get the next weapon from the legendary armament cannon. To do that, I have to fill the 100 refinements ring pommel saber to 100. It's at 37 now, so I'm still 63 short. With Zhou Shu fully focused in his current state, it would take 2 hours to forge 100 refinements ring pommel saber. If I don't eat or drink, forging 10 sabers a day is already the limit. 63 sabers requires at least 7 days. It seems like I have to think of a way to delay the competition. Zhou Shu pondered. He didn't think any further after making up his mind. He picked up a hammer and began to forge 100 refinements ring pommel saber. If he didn't die in silence, he would explode in silence. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well amaze the world. This time, Zhou Shu wanted to use his absolute strength to let the entire forging division understand that he, the superintendent of the 0th workshop, was fully deserving of his title and couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 30, Is the status of a grand craftsman enough? Brotherly, that boy surnamed Zhou will come, right? A middle-aged man with a belly asked with a frown in the 78th workshop. What time is it already? A brat who isn't even fully grown is really unreliable. Do you think the Grand Minister saw that he's a pretty boy, so she? Be careful with your words, Brother Han. Li Hongyuan said seriously. No matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't talk about the princess behind her back. The fatty surnamed Han gave an embarrassed laugh and didn't dare to say anything else. I think he's probably scared. Another workshop superintendent changed the topic. It's simply wishful thinking to challenge so many of our workshops alone. That's right. How could such a brat be on par with us? All of the superintendents were brimming with righteous indignation. Which one of them hadn't gone through untold hardships to get to where they were today? A brat who wasn't even fully grown had suddenly become a superintendent like them. Just thinking about it made them furious. I don't believe that kid developed the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber independently. In my opinion, he might have picked up the 2 secret forging formulas from somewhere and taken them for himself. Who knows if he stole them? Could someone have given the formulas to him? A workshop superintendent said weakly. Who would be so generous? To be able to take out such forging formulas easily, this person would at least be a forging master. What if he has a forging master behind him? The workshop superintendent asked. Everyone fell silent and looked at each other. Even though they were superintendents, they were still inferior to forging masters. Forging masters dealt with ranked martial artists. If a ranked martial artist wanted to obtain an official position, they would be at least a 7th rank official. Forging masters also had ranks. According to the rules of Great Xia, once someone became a forging master, he would obtain the 7th rank, just like a ranked martial artist. Although he might not have actual power, rank was rank. If Zhou Shu really had a forging master behind him, Li Hongyuan and the others would have to consider whether they could really afford to offend him. The problem was not Zhou Shu being appointed by the Grand Minister, Princess Wuyu. After all, it was impossible for the princess to pay constant attention to such a minor character. You guys are thinking too much, Xiao Zongshui slowly said. Zhou Shu's 3 generations of ancestors were all forging apprentices in the forging division. His family background is very clear. If he was valued by a forging master, then there would have been no need for him to stay in the 97th workshop previously. If a forging master wants to take him in as a disciple, he can bring him to any of the first 36 workshops and groom him. Xiao Zongshui's words calmed everyone down slightly. This made sense. If Zhou Shu really had a forging master behind him, there was no need for him to be an apprentice in a workshop previously. They were well aware of how arduous the conditions of forging apprentices were. Furthermore, if he really had a forging master backing him up, why didn't he get the forging master to come forward and help him demand the apprentices from the other superintendents? Why did he have to compete with them? Brother Xiao, brotherly, didn't that kid request someone of importance to be the judge? One of the superintendents asked. Who exactly did you invite? It can't be that even that person's not coming, right? No, Xiao Zongshui said indifferently. Since Grandmaster Zhu has agreed, he will definitely come. Grandmaster Zhu! Everyone exclaimed. Grandmaster Zhu was one of the few grand craftsmen in Great Xia, and his status was incomparably respected. It was unexpected that Superintendent Xiao could actually invite him. Xiao Zongshui smiled. I put in a lot of effort to get Grandmaster Zhu to agree. With Grandmaster Zhu here, that kid will be convinced of his defeat. Li Hongyuan and the others burst into laughter. Xiao Zongshui was also very pleased. A mere forging apprentice wanted to step on his head? Simply delusional. Grandmaster Zhu Chuanfeng has arrived. Just as they were talking, a shout came from outside. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan and the others all stood up and walked outside. Zhu Chuanfeng, who looked to be in his 40s, strode in with 2 boys behind him. Grandmaster Zhu. Xiao Zongshui and the rest greeted. Zhu Chuanfeng nodded reservedly. Has everyone arrived? The people on our side have all arrived. Superintendent Zhou Shu is not here yet. Maybe he doesn't take us seriously. Xiao Zongshui didn't forget to smear Zhou Shu. Expectedly, a flash of displeasure appeared in Zhu Chuanfeng's eyes. He doesn't seem to have much ability, yet he's quite arrogant, Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. He's already the superintendent of a workshop at such a young age. He's even a forging genius, recognized by the Grand Minister. It's normal for him to be a little arrogant. Xiao Zongshui sighed. Genius. Zhu Chuanfeng snorted. Nowadays, anyone can be called a genius. Purely modifying a weapon into the halberd saber, and he's a genius? Her Highness was deceived by him because she's young and ignorant. I'm here to expose his true colors. Xiao Zongshui was delighted, but he said with a troubled expression, Grandmaster Zhu, that's not a good idea, right? After all, Superintendent Zhou is someone that the Grand Minister thinks highly of. Then let Her Highness see that she has made a mistake, Zhu Chuanfeng said nonchalantly. As one of the few grand craftsmen in Great Xia, Zhu Chuanfeng had the confidence to face even a princess of Great Xia. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly rang out as Zhou Shu's figure appeared at the door. Zhou Shu had deliberately changed his clothes today. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an outstanding appearance. His appearance in this life was actually quite outstanding. His eyebrows were thick and straight, and his eyes brimmed with radiating vigor. In the past, he had always worn the Forging Apprentice uniform, and his head and face were filthy with grime. Now that he dressed up, his poise was immediately revealed. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan and the others all snorted unhappily. Who is he trying to impress with his attire? Who hasn't been young before? Zhu Chuanfeng glanced at Zhou Shu, his expression extremely cold. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Wait. Zhou Shu said. I also invited a judge. Let's wait a little longer before we start. What the heck is Sun Gongping doing? Why isn't Yin Wei here yet? Superintendent Zhou, we agreed on the time yesterday. Grandmaster Zhu is already here. How much longer do you want to delay? Li Hongyuan snorted. Do you know how precious Grandmaster Zhu's time is? He can't waste a single minute. Who do you think you are? I'm just the superintendent of a small workshop. Zhou Shu glanced at him, then looked at Zhu Chuanfeng and cupped his hands. May I ask who this Grandmaster Zhu is? Coldness flashed through Zhu Chuanfeng's eyes as he snorted. A boy behind Zhu Chuanfeng took a step forward and shouted proudly, My master is Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng. Those who didn't know would have thought that he was the Grand Craftsman. Zhu Chuanfeng? I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is, Zhou Shu said. This Grandmaster Zhu, who had his eyebrows raised and eyes narrowed since I entered, is most likely with Xiao Zongshui's gang. In that case, why should I give him face? So what if he's a Grand Craftsman? I'm not begging you, so why should I lower my head? Zhu Chuanfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. Very good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a hot-tempered youth. How dare you? Zhou Shu, if you're waiting for the Grand Minister, then let me tell you, you don't have to wait anymore. The Grand Minister isn't in the capital today. Li Hongyuan said coldly. Zhou Shu's heart sank. Yin Wei isn't in the capital? Damn it! Why didn't Sun Gongping inform me beforehand? Yin Wei isn't coming, and this judge, Grandmaster Zhu, is with Xiao Zongshui and the others. What should I do? If it was a public competition, Zhou Shu wasn't afraid. The problem was that this was his opponent's home ground. Who knew how Grandmaster Zhu would judge the competition? Superintendent Zhou, Grandmaster Zhu is a grand craftsman. Do you think that his status is not enough? Or do you think that the eyes of grand craftsmen can't judge a competition between forging apprentices? Xiao Zongshui said with a fake smile. This was a trap. If Zhou Shu said no, he would be offending Grandmaster Zhu to the core. A grand craftsman was almost at the pinnacle of the forging Dao. Without a divine craftsman, who could compete with a grand craftsman? The number of divine craftsmen on the entire land could be counted with one hand. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see their faces. It was already beyond the standard to invite a grand craftsman as the judge for a competition between forging apprentices. Humph, let's begin. Zhou Shu's mind raced. I can't think of any solutions for the time being, so I can only take things one step at a time. This Grandmaster Zhou has to save some face. He can't lie through his teeth, right? Do you want to compete one by one or together? Zhou Shu saw more than 10 people dressed as forging apprentices standing behind Xiao Zongshui and the others. These people should have been selected to compete with him. How long is it going to take if you compete one by one? Zhu Chuanfeng said. I don't have that much time to waste with you. Compete together. Then, let's compete together. Xiao Zongshui smiled obsequiously. I have no objections, Zhou Shu said calmly. Tell me. How do you want to compete? Whether it's forging old weapons, modifying weapons, or developing new weapons, I'll accompany you to the end. Everyone frowned. Develop new weapons? Was he bluffing, or was he really confident? Surprise flashed across Zhu Chuanfen's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He was a grand craftsman. To him, modifying a standard weapon was a piece of cake. In fact, developing a new standard weapon wasn't too difficult. However, even a grand craftsman would have to put in some effort to develop a decent standard weapon. After all, the current standard weapons were already more or less perfect. Very few grand craftsmen, and even forging masters, would put in too much effort on standard weapons. If they had the time, they would have gone to study ranked weapons. Is this Zhou Shu really a genius? He just developed the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Could he possibly develop a new weapon? Zhu Chuanfeng was a little curious. Since you're so confident, I'll give you this chance. The competition this time is to see who can forge a new standard weapon. If everyone can, then the results will be determined by the power of the weapons. Chapter 31, My forging is no weaker than others. Before Zhu Chuanfeng could finish his sentence, Xiao Zongshui's and the others' expressions changed. Their initial plan was not to do this. Develop a new standard weapon? They didn't know if Zhou Shu could do it, but the forging apprentices under them definitely couldn't. What a joke! If their forging apprentices could develop new standard weapons, why would they fight with Zhou Shu? They were jealous of Zhou Shu reaching the heavens in a single bound. But ultimately, they were coveting the secret forging formula of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. After all, the Heben saber had already been taken over by the Heben troops, so the benefits were limited. But the 100 refinements ring pommel saber could be supplied to the entire country protector army. Because of Zhu Chuanfeng, it was almost impossible for them to win. What? Are you all questioning my decision? Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Xiao Zongshui cupped his hands and said with a bitter smile, Grandmaster Zhu, if neither side can forge a new standard weapon, what should we do to determine who wins and who loses? If nobody can forge one, then consider it my loss, Zhou Shu said before Zhu Chuanfeng could say anything. However, Grandmaster Zhu, Superintendent Xiao and the others do not know this, but you are an expert. You should know that it is not easy to develop a new standard weapon. It will not be accomplished in a few hours. Even having a few days is still a little tight. Therefore, should we not extend the time for this competition? Zhou Shu had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to stall for time, but now, he had been given an excuse. I naturally know this. Zhu Chuanfeng nodded. Forging a weapon was not as simple as hammering metals. It was normal to spend even several years developing a new weapon. Right now, it was just a competition, and there weren't many requirements. Even so, developing a new weapon wasn't something doable in a short period. But since this is a competition, it cannot be delayed indefinitely. The limit is 10 days. Do you have any objections? 10 days. Zhou Shu calculated in his heart. In 10 days, he should be able to complete the limit of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Alright, 10 days is the limit then. Zhou Shu said. Seeing that Zhou Shu and Grandmaster Zhu had settled the matter, Xiao Zongshui and Li Hongyuan felt bitter. However, they didn't have the courage to refute Grandmaster Zhu directly. Zhu Chuanfeng stared at Zhou Shu and said coldly, "This competition is between you guys. To prevent all of you from seeking help from outsiders, nobody is to leave this place for the next 10 days. Do you have any problems?" The older, the wiser Xiao Zongshui and the rest thought. They hadn't thought of this just now. That's right. They could ask for external help, right? Xiao Zongshui's eyes lit up. He had already come up with a series of plans. He wanted to find a way to develop a new standard weapon. Whether it was good or bad, this wasn't important. Then he would pass the forging formula to his own apprentices. He didn't believe that Zhou Shu, a mere forging apprentice, could develop a new standard weapon in 10 days. Therefore, as long as they could forge one, they would definitely win. Xiao Zongshui and Li Hongyuan looked at each other and saw the smile on each other's lips. They felt certain of winning. "There is no problem with not leaving this place," Zhou Shu said in a low voice. "But I need enough metal materials for testing." "Of course." Zhu Chuanfeng nodded. "If there are no other questions, prepare the contract, Superintendent Xiao." "Great!" Xiao Zongshui loudly said. Once they signed in black and white, it would be useless even if Zhou Shu wanted to go back on his word. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber would be theirs. "Old Zhou, I'm here." Xiao Zongshui went to draw up the contract when the door suddenly opened and Sun Gongping rushed in. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. "You're only here now. Don't you think you're a little late?" "Old Zhou, you can't blame me this time. Her Highness has gone on a mission under a decree. I can't do anything about it." Sun Gongping ignored everyone and said loudly, "But don't worry, I'll hold the fort for you. I'm sure they won't dare play any tricks." Sun Gongping's gaze swept across Xiao Zongshui and the others, stopping briefly on Zhu Chuanfeng. But it was obvious that he didn't know Zhu Chuanfeng. Come to think of it, even if Sun Gongping came from an extraordinary family, he was still too young. As a grand craftsman, Zhu Chuanfeng rarely interacted with youngsters like Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping's elders might know Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhu Chuanfeng also didn't take Sun Gongping seriously. He was only a 9th-rank martial artist. In his life, Zhu Chuanfeng had seen countless ranked martial artists. Now, he would only take ranked martial artists seriously if they were at least at the 6th rank. The rest. You two stay here and watch. Don't let anyone cheat. I will return 10 days later. The contract was signed. Naturally, Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't wait here for 10 days. He left the two boys behind to supervise and left the 78th workshop. "Who is this guy? He seems awesome," Sun Gongping said unhappily as he watched Zhu Chuanfeng disappear. "Grand craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng." Zhou Shu gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome to say that about a grand craftsman." "What? Grand craftsman?" Sun Gongping stared at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Grandmaster Zhu, wait for me." Sun Gongping sprang up and chased after him. "Grandmaster Zhu, could you help me forge a weapon?" Sun Gongping shouted while chasing after Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhou Shu was speechless. "What happened to holding the fort for me?" "Superintendent Zhou, the contract was witnessed by Grandmaster Zhu. It's definitely effective." Xiao Zongshui put away the contract that both parties had signed and smiled. "Our competition will begin now. Didn't it start long ago?" Zhou Shu snorted. "Smelting furnaces, forging hammers, metal materials, I hope you won't play any tricks." "Don't worry. We aren't so despicable," Li Hongyuan said. "We have enough materials." "Superintendent Zhou, if you can't forge a new standard weapon by then, don't blame the 78th workshop for not providing good materials." "Quoting you, I, Zhou Shu, am not so despicable," Zhou Shu said coldly. "Haha." Li Hongyuan laughed. "In that case, we won't delay you from developing your new weapon. We'll come back in 10 days. Hopefully, we'll hear good news." After he finished speaking, he, Xiao Zongshui, and the others looked at each other, and everyone laughed loudly. "Laugh, laugh. I hope you can still laugh when the time comes." Zhou Shu pursed his lips. From the corner of his eye, he saw Sun Gongping return dejectedly. "Did you get snubbed?" Zhou Shu said. He knew that Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't help Sun Gongping forge a weapon. It was obvious that Grandmaster Zhu wasn't an easy person to deal with. No matter what, he was a grand craftsman. Forging a weapon used by a mere 9th rank martial artist was not worth his time. Humph, so what if he's a grand craftsman? Sooner or later, I will become a 3rd rank grandmaster. At that time, he will have to beg me to use his weapon. Sun Gongping said unhappily. All right, you will succeed. Zhou Shu replied perfunctorily. Although a grand craftsman was not as strong as a 3rd rank grandmaster, it was impossible for a grand craftsman to bow down to a 3rd rank grandmaster. There was a slight possibility that a grand craftsman would suck up to a 2nd rank. Being a 1st rank would increase the possibility. However, it was obvious that Sun Gongping was more rational. He didn't dream of becoming a 1st rank. Our competition will last for 10 days. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to return after 10 days like those people? Zhou Shu looked around. The 2 boys Zhu Chuanfeng had left behind obviously had no intention of talking to him. The other forging apprentices would also not talk to Zhou Shu. They were now rivals. Sun Gongping also looked at the people around him. Am I such a disloyal person? I said I would help you hold the fort. Of course I'll stay here. If I leave, who's going to protect you? These guys don't look nice. It's not safe for you to be alone. I will reluctantly stay here for 10 days. The apprentices were angry but didn't dare to speak. But Zhu Chuanfen's boys were not afraid of Sun Gongping and glared at him. Is it all right with the Divine Constable Bureau? Zhou Shu asked. This was not just a day or 2. This competition would last for 10 days. Zhou Shu didn't want Sun Gongping to be punished because of him. Sun Gongping waved his hand and said casually, it's fine. I'm going out to investigate a case. It's fine if I don't go back for half a month. This works? Zhou Shu felt a wave of envy after hearing this. He was the superintendent of a workshop, yet he couldn't have so much freedom. Is a divine constable's life so good? They didn't even have to stay in a place to work and had such a high salary. They didn't even seem busy. This job was simply too awesome. Is the Divine Constable Bureau still recruiting people? Zhou Shu asked. What? Are you thinking of coming to the Divine Constable Bureau? No way. You should just obediently forge weapons. Our Divine Constable Bureau only wants ranked martial artists. If you go to the Divine Constable Bureau with your scrawny arms and legs, are you going to capture people, or will people capture you instead? Sun Gongping looked at Zhou Shu with contempt. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. If I don't hold back, I can beat you to the ground with a single slap. How dare you look down on me? If the Divine Constable Bureau doesn't want me, I don't want to go. What's the big deal? Zhou Shu was only asking. He was doing quite well in the forging division, and he had no intention of job hopping. Do as you please. I'm going to get to work. Zhou Shu rolled up his sleeves. Old Zhou, you've played big this time. If you lose, you have to hand over the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Do you know the value of the secret forging formula of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber? I'm a professional. Do you think I don't know? Zhou Shu was well aware of how profitable it was to own a patent. You know it, yet still dared to do this. Are you sure you can forge a new standard weapon? Sun Gongping said. Even if he didn't know how to forge weapons, he knew how difficult it was to develop a new standard weapon. Great Divine Constable Sun, I've just said that I'm a professional. Professionals never do anything they're unsure of. I, Zhou Shu, am never weaker than others in forging. Chapter 32, Time to show real skills. In the 78th workshop of the Forging Division, Superintendent Li Hongyuan's courtyard had now become the place of Zhou Shu's competition. Ever since the competition began, Li Hongyuan, Xiao Zongshui, and the others had never shown their faces again. But Zhou Shu knew that his every move here would be reported to them at any time. He could sense that there were no less than 5 people around the courtyard monitoring the situation. Zhou Shu didn't care too much about this. As long as the other party didn't lack the materials he needed, they could see for all they wanted. After all, they couldn't see the legendary armament cannon. In addition to Zhou Shu and the group of distressed apprentices, there were also the 2 boys Zhu Chuanfeng had left behind and Sun Gongping. The 3 of them were probably the most relaxed people in the courtyard. In particular, Sun Gongping treated this place like a resort. It was unknown where he had found a rocking chair. He sat not too far from Zhou Shu's furnace. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he would tease Zhu Chuanfan's two boys. His life was quite enjoyable. Zhou Shu was the busiest of them all. He was constantly forging weapons from morning until night. Of course, what he forged was the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. The 100 refinements ring pommel sabers he had forged already filled a huge box. Sun Gongping's eyes were red with envy. Zhou Shu even suspected that he wanted to steal the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers to exchange for money. But thinking about it, it was probably not that serious. Selling the country's strategic resources was a serious crime of treason. On the other side, the apprentices all had bitter looks on their faces. They were not constantly forging weapons like Zhou Shu, nor were they as relaxed as Sun Gongping and the two boys. They felt bitter. How could they have the ability to develop new standard weapons? But if they didn't develop new weapons, after this matter blew over, their superintendents wouldn't let them off. They didn't know where to start developing. Every day, they didn't know what else to do except to comfort themselves. Old Zhou, is it useful for you to forge these 100 refinements ring pommel sabers all day long? Sun Gongping opened his mouth and spat out a grape seed into a trash bin. He said lazily, I remember you guys are competing to see who can forge the better new standard weapon, right? If you don't forge a new weapon, what's the point of forging so many 100 refinements ring pommel sabers? Half of the 10 days had already passed. Sun Gongping couldn't understand why Zhou Shu was working so hard to forge 100 refinements ring pommel sabers. If he couldn't win, he might as well admit defeat. You don't understand, Zhou Shu said without even raising his head. As his hammer descended, another 100 refinements ring saber gradually took shape. I don't understand. Sun Gongping didn't know how many times he had heard such words. He couldn't even be bothered to retort. He was a genius martial artist, so how could he not know about weapons? As long as you're happy. What a pity, my ranked weapon, Sun Gongping said. Originally, Zhou Shu had ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. In the future, he would become a tycoon, and Sun Gongping would also benefit a little. Unfortunately, now, if Zhou Shu lost, the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber would change. The corners of Zhou Shu's mouth curled up slightly. He completely ignored Sun Gongping's words. What a joke! Me losing? Ding dang! As Zhou Shu threw the last 100 refinements ring pommel saber into the box, the legendary armament cannon appeared in front of him. The page flipped without any wind. On the page of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the number had changed to 100. The page continued to flip. After flipping through countless pages, words and drawings began to appear on a blank page as if an invisible hand was writing something. Although this wasn't Zhou Shu's first time seeing this scene, he was still slightly excited. As expected, after reaching the limit of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the next weapon appeared in the legendary armament cannon. With this weapon, he wanted to see how Xiao Zongshui and the others could win. With my own efforts, I finally did it. Zhou Shu threw his hammer down and walked over to Sun Gongping. He grabbed a chair and sat down. Sun Gongping looked at him in surprise. You've thought it through. Thought what through? Zhou Shu asked. Didn't you decide to admit defeat because you felt that forging 100 refinements ring pommel sabers is useless? Sun Gongping asked. You shouldn't have said that it's considered your loss if both parties can't forge anything. Look at what's happened now. They won without doing anything. Who said I wanted to admit defeat? Zhou Shu glanced at the forging apprentices. Someone who can make me admit defeat probably hasn't even been born yet. How arrogant! I like it. Sun Gongping burst out laughing. I'm taking a nap. Don't let anyone disturb me. Then Zhou Shu entered Li Hongyuan's residence and found a random bed. A moment later, he fell asleep. Sun Gongping was dumbfounded. This brother of his was even more carefree than he was. They didn't notice that when the drudger delivered the food to the apprentices, he also handed them a piece of paper filled with words. For the next few days, Zhou Shu didn't forge any more weapons. He didn't leave the residence and caught up on his sleep. On the other hand, the forging apprentices who had been slacking became diligent. Like Zhou Shu previously, they began to forge day and night. In Sun Gongping's eyes, they were constantly trying and failing. After a few days, the pieces of metals hammered by a few apprentices had already begun to take shape. No matter how slow Sun Gongping's reaction was, he realized that something was amiss. Did these apprentices really develop a new standard weapon? Thinking of this, Sun Gongping could no longer sit still. He jumped up and somersaulted into the residence. Old Zhou, don't sleep anymore. This is bad. Being woken up by Sun Gongping, Zhou Shu was annoyed. Did the sky collapse? You're still in the mood to sleep. Your opponents are really forging a new standard weapon. Sun Gongping said loudly. I expected it, Zhou Shu said calmly. But you still have the mood to sleep. If they succeed, you will lose. Sun Gongping said. Didn't you think I lost long ago? Zhou Shu smiled indifferently. That's different. If everyone can't forge one, then it's not really considered a loss. Sun Gongping shouted. Now that the other party has forged theirs but you haven't, then you'll really lose. If you lose, Her Highness will be affected. Won't it be telling everyone that Her Highness made a mistake? Turns out you weren't worried about me. Zhou Shu shook his head. Of course I'm also worried about you. Sun Gongping said. When the time comes, others will also think of you as a cheat. How can you still be the superintendent of your workshop? All right, Divine Constable Sun, I appreciate your kindness. Zhou Shu laughed. I've told you. I won't lose. However, I'm curious about Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others are up to. Not only would Zhou Shu not believe that the forging apprentices had developed a new standard weapon, but even the apprentices themselves also wouldn't believe it. Needless to say, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others must have obtained a secret weapon forging formula from somewhere and secretly sent it to these apprentices. This was their territory, and it would be as easy as flipping their hands if they wanted to do this. Zhou Shu didn't doubt that Xiao Zongshui and the others had the ability to obtain the secret forging formula for a new standard weapon. They could even invite Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng over. Asking a forging master to help develop the secret forging formula of a new standard weapon shouldn't be a problem. In any case, they didn't require this new standard weapon to be powerful. It wasn't easy to create a weapon stronger than the Heben saber or the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. But creating a decent standard weapon wasn't too difficult for a forging master. But Zhou Shu believed that even a forging master wouldn't be able to create a good standard weapon in a short period. It was only possible to beat Zhou Shu if Zhu Chuanfeng personally did it. But even if Zhu Chuanfeng personally did it, it was only a possibility to win. Even a grand craftsman wouldn't be able to forge a strong weapon from ordinary metals. It wasn't that easy to be stronger than the Heben saber and 100 refinements ring pommel saber. In the past, there were also forging masters who had tried to increase the strength of standard weapons. But due to the limitations of ordinary metals, the results were never satisfactory. Gradually, no forging masters were willing to waste their energy on this. To forging masters, only ranked weapons were worth their efforts. Some precious materials could only be used to forge ranked weapons. Standard weapons had reached their limit, and there was nothing left to develop. Great Divine Constable Sun, let's go take a look. Let's see what sort of trash these fellows have forged. Zhou Shu jumped up from the bed and walked outside. Sun Gongping frowned. It was already the 9th day. He didn't understand how Zhou Shu, who had already slept for around 3 days, had the confidence to win. There was only 1 day left. Could he really create a new standard weapon? How could creating a weapon be so easy? Seeing that Zhou Shu had already walked out, Sun Gongping frowned and hurriedly followed. Look, they're really going to forge weapons. What do you say we do now? Sun Gongping pointed at the forging apprentices. We will lose a lot of face this time. After all this fuss, you're just afraid of losing face? This has nothing to do with you. You won't lose face even if I lose, Zhou Shu said. Moreover, if they want to beat me with this kind of trash, they're underestimating me. What do you mean? Sun Gongping asked in confusion. It means that I'm getting to work. Zhou Shu shrugged his shoulders and grabbed a hammer. It's time to show them what real skills are. You mean? Sun Gongping said in disbelief. Great Divine Constable Sun, are you ready to witness a miracle? Zhou Shu swung his arm, and the hammer flew through the air in a profound arc before landing heavily on the anvil. Sparks flew in all directions, and a crisp clang rang out. Chapter 33, Standard weapons have reached their limit. Old Zhou, they've really succeeded. The forging apprentices under Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other superintendents cheered. Sun Gongping glanced at Zhou Shu still swinging his hammer and couldn't help shouting. It was as if Zhou Shu did not hear his voice. His expression was calm and collected, and his hammering was rhythmic and orderly. Ding ding dang dang. The crisp sound of hammering echoed in the courtyard. The forging apprentices all looked at Zhou Shu with pity. We've all cheated. How can you win? Creak. The door to the courtyard opened, and Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other workshop superintendents filed in. The moment they entered the door, they looked at the forging apprentices. When they saw the weapons the forging apprentices had successfully forged, the corners of everyone's mouths curled up slightly. When they saw that Zhou Shu was still forging, they smiled even more happily. The time is up. Superintendent Zhou hasn't finished forging yet. This competition. Cut the crap. Zhu Chuanfeng isn't here yet. Are you the judge? Sun Gongping interrupted angrily. Xiao Zongshui's expression froze, and he swallowed the words about to come out of his mouth while his face turned red. If not for the fact that he was afraid of Sun Gongping's identity, he really wanted to scold his 18 generations of ancestors. Grandmaster Zhu will be here soon. So what if we wait a while longer? Li Hongyuan sneered. The result is obvious. All the superintendents burst into laughter. They were already calculating how they should split the benefits after obtaining the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. The number of cavalry in the Great Xia's County Protector Army exceeded 10,000. Including the potentially damaged weapons, they would require no less than 10,000 100 refinements ring pommel sabers each year. 100 refinements ring pommel sabers were even more expensive than Heben sabers. In a year, each of them would be able to get at least a few thousand taels of silver. The superintendents were overjoyed. Some of them were even considering whether they should look for another mistress. Sun Gongping was so angry that he was about to explode. The competition wasn't even over, but these guys already thought that they had won? I'll put them in a sack and beat them up. Ding dang! Zhou Shu hammered down and then swung the hammer out gracefully. The hammer fell, and he flicked his wrist. Before anyone could see clearly, he had already stabbed the weapon in his hand into the tank of cold oil he had prepared. Whoosh! There was an ear-piercing sound, followed by the fragrance of hot oil. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others looked at one another. For some reason, they had a bad feeling. Could Zhou Shu have really forged a new standard weapon again? How was this possible? Grand craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng had said that standard weapons were almost developed to perfection. Even they could only add in some things here and there. Unless they used even more precious materials, standard weapons had reached their limit. Even if this kid surnamed Zhou had some talent, it was already a blessing for him to be able to develop the Heben saber and 100 refinements ring pommel saber. It was impossible for him to forge a better standard weapon. And this time, they had paid a huge price to obtain a secret forging formula. Although the power of the weapon was not comparable to that of the Heben saber and 100 refinements ring pommel saber, it was still stronger than ordinary standard long sabers. Unless Zhou Shu created a new weapon that was no weaker than the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, he would never win. Don't worry. Standard weapons made of ordinary metals have reached their limit. Zhou Shu can't possibly beat us. Xiao Zongshui whispered. Grandmaster Zhu has arrived. Just as Li Hongyuan and the others nodded, they heard a loud shout from outside the gate. 10 days had passed, and Zhu Chuanfeng arrived on time. Time's up. Has everyone finished forging? Bring the items up, Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly after taking his seat. Ha ha. Laughter sounded before he could finish his speaking. Accompanying the laughter, a person dressed as a general walked in majestically from outside the gate. I was passing by the forging division and happened to hear that there's a forging competition here. Grandmaster Zhu, do you mind if I come and watch? The general entered with a smile. Zhou Shu raised his head and sized up the general. The general didn't look young. He was at least 50 years old. His sideburns were already grey, and there were signs of age on his forehead. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were abnormally bright, and his pupils were deep. He appeared to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. This aura alone made Zhou Shu feel that this person wasn't simple. But the strange thing was that he felt that this general wasn't a powerful martial artist. Instead, he seemed more like an ordinary person. Although Great Xia also had a troop of ordinary people in the country protector army, ordinary only meant that they were not ranked martial artists, not that they were genuinely ordinary people. In fact, the soldiers of the country protector army also knew how to cultivate martial arts. It was just that, due to their limited aptitudes, they didn't become ranked martial artists. Compared to ordinary people, they were still much stronger. For example, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and others, as well as Cheng Wanli before he entered the ranks. Although they were not ranked martial artists, they were definitely not weak. But the general in front of Zhou Shu didn't seem to have any martial cultivation at all. While Zhou Shu was deep in thought, Zhu Chuanfeng stood up and cupped his hands respectfully. "Great General, I didn't expect you to come. I apologize for not welcoming you." Zhu Chuanfeng's tone was very polite, with a trace of reverence. Xiao Zongshui and the others stood up as well, not daring to utter a single word. Even Sun Gongping, who was never serious, stood there obediently without interrupting. Zhou Shu was a little surprised. It seemed that this old general had an extraordinary status. "Great General, since you have such an interest, I naturally have no objections." "Great General, please have a seat," Zhu Chuanfeng said. The old general smiled as his gaze fell on Zhou Shu. "You must be Superintendent Zhou, the person who developed the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, right? You're indeed a promising youth." Zhou Shu didn't expect the general to speak to him. He said in surprise, "Old general, you flatter me." The old general's words made Xiao Zongshui and the others look at each other. Their hearts thumped. Can anyone tell us what is going on? Why would Great General Meng come? He even said that Zhou Shu was young and promising. If we beat him later, wouldn't we be slapping Great General Meng's face? All the superintendents felt bitter in their hearts. First, it was the Grand Minister, and now it was Great General Meng. Did these important figures have nothing better to do? Why did everyone pay attention to such a small matter? Normally, even superintendents of workshops were not qualified to see them. Originally, Her Highness the Princess invited me to come to the Forging Division to take a look at the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. In the end, Her Highness received an imperial decree to handle some errands. I was also busy with mundane matters and only had the time to come today. But coincidentally, I ran into such a wonderful situation. How many years has it been since a new standard weapon has appeared in the Forging Division? Superintendent Zhou is impressive. The Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber are both very good. I heard that the competition today is to see who can forge a new standard weapon. If another good weapon can be produced, it will be a great thing for the three armies of Great Xia, Meng Bai explained to everyone why he came with a smile. But his words also indicated that he understood this competition very well. It's just a small competition between forging apprentices. I didn't expect it to alarm you, Great General Meng. Zhu Chuanfeng smiled. The standard weapons of Great Xia have been developed to almost perfection. Ordinary metals can no longer be forged into better standard weapons. Zhou Shu is indeed talented enough to forge the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. However, if he wants to have greater achievements... Zhu Chuanfeng shook his head. Great General, it's best if you don't have any expectations for standard weapons. In the Forging Dao, ranked weapons are the true Dao. No matter how good a standard weapon is, it's still nothing more than scrap metal when compared to ranked weapons. Grandmaster Zhu, you are an expert in the Forging Dao. Meng Bai's smile didn't change. Ranked weapons are naturally the country's most important weapons, but standard weapons are also the country's cornerstone. I think the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber are pretty good, especially the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. If the cavalry of the country protector army can be equipped with it, it won't be a problem for their strength to increase by another 10%. Sun Gongping nudged Zhou Shu with his shoulder, his face filled with joy. He used his eyes to transmit the message. Did you hear that? After Grand General Meng said that, it doesn't matter if you lose this competition. No one will question your contributions. Zhou Shu replied with his eyes. Me, lose? Great General, your words are reasonable. What I mean is that you shouldn't have any expectations for this competition, Zhu Chuanfeng said. It's normal for youngsters to have flashes of inspiration and obtain insignificant results in the Forging Dao. However, whether or not they can become forging masters is hard to say. Which forging master isn't a stunningly talented genius? Meng Bai smiled noncommittally. Let's take a look and see if these young men can give the arsenal of Great Xia some more brilliance. Zhu Chuanfeng nodded. Bring all your weapons up. When the forging apprentices heard this, they all nervously brought their forged weapons up to Meng Bai and Zhu Chuanfeng. To them, workshop superintendents were already great figures. They had never thought that they would be able to stand in front of a great general and a grand craftsman. When Meng Bai saw the weapons the forging apprentices handed over, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Although his movement was slight, Xiao Zhongshui and the others had been paying attention to him and still noticed it. Their hearts instantly rose nervously. Grand General, Superintendent Zhou is a famous genius. Forging apprentices like us naturally can't compare to him. That's why everyone. Meng Bai waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything. The dozen or so apprentices handed over identical weapons. It was obvious that they had forged them together. In a short 10 days, you were able to modify and obtain a new standard weapon. The forging division is truly filled with talents, Meng Bai said with a half-smile, immediately pointing out that the weapons they forged weren't truly new but rather a modified version of existing weapons. This could be considered a trick, it could truly be called a new weapon. Superintendent Zhou, what about yours? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 34, 100 Refinements Steel, Horse-Slaying Saber. Old Zhou. Sun Gongping tugged at his sleeve and whispered because Zhou Shu was still in a daze. Zhou Shu returned to his senses and glanced at Zhu Chuanfeng. Grandmaster Zhu, you are a grand craftsman, so it's normal for you to look down on standard weapons. But if you want to say that standard weapons have reached their limit, then I beg to differ. As far as I know, although Great Xia's standard weapons are strong, they are of a single type. The standard long saber, standard long sword, and even the bow are all of the same types. While it is easier to forge these standard weapons, it is a loss for the military. In my opinion, different military types should be equipped with different weapons. Cavalry have the weapons of cavalry, and infantry have the weapons of infantry. The weapons of the Imperial Guards and the Border Guards are different. Meng Bai nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with praise. Zhu Chuanfeng snorted. You ignorant brat, what do you know about the military? Cut the crap. Did you forge a weapon or not? If not, just admit defeat. Zhou Shu didn't know if he was imagining things, but he had a feeling that Zhu Chuanfeng was targeting him. But thinking about it, he was just a small forging apprentice. He hadn't had any interaction with Zhu Chuanfeng, a grand craftsman, so there was no reason for Zhu Chuanfeng to go against him deliberately. Without much thought, Zhou Shu raised his head and pulled out the weapon soaked in cold oil. When the weapon appeared in front of everyone, Meng Bai and Zhu Chuanfeng stood up almost at the same time. Zhou Shu was holding a 7-foot-long weapon. The blade was 3 feet long, and the handle was 4 feet long. With just a glance, people could feel the destructive power of this weapon. In this world, including Great Xia and the other countries, there were long standard weapons, but they were usually spears or halberds. Forging masters had tried forging long-handled sabers before, but all aspects were not satisfactory. Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman. Even if he didn't use it, he could tell with a single glance that the saber Zhou Shu had forged was a weapon that had never appeared in the history of Great Xia. He could even determine that the power of this saber was not inferior to that of the 100 Refinements ring pommel saber. Is he really a weapon forging genius? Zhu Chuanfeng frowned. Show it to me. Meng Bai said in a low voice. He had only taken a glance at the weapons forged by the apprentices of Xiao Zhongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other superintendents. He didn't even have the intention of trying them. Catch! Be careful! Zhou Shu casually tossed the long saber over. You! Sun Gongping was shocked, his heart in his throat. If old Zhou injures Great General Meng, the 3 armies of Great Xia will tear him apart alive. Meng Bai laughed. His long arm reached out to grab the long saber's handle, and then his hand lowered, dispersing his force. Zhou Shu raised an eyebrow. From beginning to end, Meng Bai hadn't used any strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. What a heavy saber! Meng Bai said. His fingers caressed the blade edge, and then he gripped the handle with both hands and hacked down a few times in the air. The 100 Refinements ring pommel saber is more suitable for cavalry to slash and kill on horseback. This saber is freely usable on horseback, land, and water, Meng Bai said with a grave expression. General, you know your stuff. Zhou Shu gave him a thumbs up. However, there are some shortcomings. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber weighs 7 to 8 kgs, so it's easier to use. On the other hand, this saber is more than twice as heavy as the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. It has much higher requirements on the user's strength and stamina, Zhou Shu added. General, may I have a look? Zhu Chuanfeng said in a low voice. Meng Bai casually handed the long saber over to Zhu Chuanfeng and said with a smile, Grandmaster Zhu, please evaluate it. I think that this saber is indeed a new standard weapon. Zhu Chuanfeng's expression was solemn. He ran his hands over the saber, and his palms began to emit a faint white light. The biggest problem with forging such a long saber handle with ordinary metals is that the weapon is easily breakable. Furthermore, forging such a long weapon requires extremely high forging skills. Ordinary forging apprentices are unable to forge it. Could Zhou Shu's forging skills already be close to ordinary forging masters? Zhu Chuanfeng thought. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Shu. This saber isn't made of ordinary metals. What material did you use? Zhu Chuanfeng's tone was interrogative. If precious forging materials were used to forge a standard weapon, the power of the standard weapon would indeed increase significantly. But it would also lose its original intention. Wouldn't it be more powerful to use precious materials to forge ranked weapons? Standard weapons were supposed to be inexpensive and good. They were meant to be cost-effective and value for money. If Zhou Shu had used other materials, then no matter how good this saber was, he would lose this competition. Impressive. Zhou Shu gave Zhu Chuanfeng a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't like Zhu Chuanfeng, he had to admit that he was quite capable. With just a touch, he could tell the secret of the saber. The grand craftsman lived up to his reputation. Did you really add other materials? Meng Bai said with a deep voice, his gaze slightly disappointed. If other materials were added, there would be a problem with mass production. If the manufacturing cost was too high, it wouldn't be a standard weapon. If the manufacturing cost of a standard weapon was too high, why wouldn't soldiers be equipped with ranked weapons instead? It's understandable that young people don't want to lose, but cheating. Zhu Chuanfeng snorted coldly. Grandmaster Zhu, I won't take the blame for this. Zhou Shu shook his head. This saber is indeed not made from ordinary metals, but if you say I cheated, I won't admit it. Even if I want to cheat, I need to have the conditions to do so. In this place, would any of you have given me the chance to search for other materials? Zhu Chuanfeng looked at the two boys he had left to supervise the competition, and they shook their heads. For the past 10 days, they had been monitoring this place, but they hadn't seen Zhou Shu obtain any other materials for forging. Superintendent Zhou, what exactly is going on? Meng Bai said with a deep voice. It's actually very simple. Zhou Shu smiled slightly. Grandmaster Zhu can tell that this long saber isn't forged from ordinary metals. That's because I used a new material. This material is called 100 refinements steel. 100 refinements steel. Meng Bai's thoughts turned. Does it have something to do with the 100 refinements ring pommel saber? That's a way to see it. Zhou Shu nodded. The so-called 100 refinements is actually a forging technique. When I was forging the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, I had a preliminary idea, but it wasn't perfect at the time. During these 10 days, I spent day and night racking my brains and finally perfected the 100 refinements technique further. As a result, I obtained this 100 refinements steel. Sun Gongping curled his lips when he heard this. You spent day and night racking your brains? You were obviously sleeping soundly every day and night. But he was also curious. It looks like old Zhou is going to win. The so-called 100 refinements steel sounds very powerful. Could old Zhou really be a genius like me? Should I consider letting him forge a ranked weapon for me after he becomes a forging master? Sun Gongping rubbed his chin in thought. Is the 100 refinements steel you speak of iron that has been processed using the 100 refinements technique? Zhu Chuanfeng was a professional, so when he heard what Zhou Shu said, he roughly understood what was going on. Zhu Chuanfeng's eyes flickered as if he was trying to deduce the effects of this method. The others didn't understand what Zhou Shu meant at all. The 100 refinements technique and 100 refinements steel were too technical for them. Even the forging apprentices didn't know much. That's right. The 100 refinements technique is to repeatedly heat iron and forge it with a certain technique. This is to reduce the impurities in the iron. Furthermore, through a special method, the carbon content of the iron will be reduced. By repeating this process, 100 refinements steel will be obtained. Zhou Shu used his own understanding to explain briefly. As for whether Zhu Chuanfeng could understand or not, sorry, but he wouldn't explain the details. This was a secret. 100 refinements steel wasn't obtained by simply forging repeatedly. It also involved a ratio of iron, carbon, tin, and other substances. If one didn't understand this, it wouldn't be easy to forge 100 refinements steel. Zhou Shu believed that even a grand craftsman might not be able to find the perfect formula without thousands of attempts. Would the grand craftsman waste so much time on this? Obviously not. This world was different from Zhou Shu's previous world. Many enigmatic materials for forging weapons were far more powerful than 100 refinements steel. However, these materials were expensive, and only powerful martial artists could afford them. Superintendent Zhou, you mean to say that we can use ordinary iron to forge 100 refinements steel? Meng Bai asked with a deep voice. Something like that, Zhou Shu said. Grand General, you want to ask about the cost of making this saber, right? Meng Bai nodded, and then he heard Zhou Shu say, 100 refinements steel is expensive mainly due to labor costs. The cost of this saber should be approximately 20 to 30 taels of silver. So cheap. Meng Bai's eyes lit up. This is cheap? Zhou Shu felt that his asking price was too low. He had originally thought that since the Huben saber was only 5 taels of silver, the cost of this saber would be at most twice that. Selling for 10 taels of silver was already profitable, let alone 20 to 30 taels. After all, the human cost of production of the forging division was negligible. It's not too bad, Zhou Shu said after some thought. I'll try my best to reduce the cost, and I should be able to supply this saber at this price. Superintendent Zhou, you are indeed a pillar of the country. Meng Bai shouted, overjoyed. Grandmaster Zhu, who do you think won this match? Meng Bai looked at Zhu Chuanfeng and smiled. The so-called 100 refinements steel is just him deciding on his own. We'll have to test it out before we know the real details, Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. In this world, things that appear good but are useless are everywhere. Who knows if this saber is really good or not? Grandmaster Zhu, are you saying that I'm blind, or are you saying that you're blind? Meng Bai snorted coldly, and a wave of dignity suddenly appeared. Can't the two of us tell whether a standard weapon is good or bad? What you see may not be true. Zhu Chuanfen's scalp tingled as he steeled his heart and said, even I can't guarantee that I won't make any mistakes. This saber must be tested to determine if it's really good or not. Humph. Grandmaster Zhu, since you're so interested, I will accompany you until the end, Meng Bai said coldly. Today, I will personally test the saber. Superintendent Zhou, does this saber have a name? He looked at Zhou Shu. Yes. Zhou Shu said with a serious expression, this saber is called horse-slaying saber. Also known as Mo saber. Chapter 35, I want practical rewards. Horse-slaying. Meng Bai muttered to himself. His hands grasped the 4-foot-long saber handle, and he laughed loudly. What a good name! What a great horse-slaying saber! He took a step forward, gripped the saber with both hands, and struck out like lightning. Meng Bai didn't look young anymore, and there were no traces of martial Dao cultivation on his body. Even when he brandished his blade, Zhou Shu could feel that the strength he used was a bit weaker than that of an ordinary adult male. Crack! There were 2 wooden stakes erected in the courtyard long ago for the competition. They were each covered with a layer of armor. The horse-slaying saber cut through the 2 wooden stakes, and even the 2 layers of armor were cut in half. General, have you recovered? Zhu Chuanfeng stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. Meng Bai shook his head, but a gratified expression appeared on his face. The horse-slaying saber is indeed worthy of its name. Even an ordinary soldier can slay a horse with just a little training. Meng Bai had sustained serious injuries, and his cultivation had long disappeared like smoke. But even though his cultivation was gone, his martial Dao skills were still there. Ordinary people might not be able to cut through 2 wooden stakes as easily as he did with the horse-slaying saber. Nonetheless, the horse-slaying saber's power shouldn't be underestimated. Grandmaster Zhu, I have already tried it. Do you still want to try it yourself? Meng Bai looked at Zhu Chuanfeng with a half-smile. Zhu Chuanfeng's face was black and blue. He had already been a bit impulsive previously. If he still didn't know to back off now, then he really would offend Meng Bai. Great General Meng's status in Great Xia was extraordinary. Even though Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, if he really offended Meng Bai, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's no need, Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. With the Great General as a witness, I hereby announce that the winner of this competition is Zhou Shu. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his hands toward Meng Bai and then left with the two boys in a sorry state. Old Zhou, you won! Sun Gongping exclaimed in excitement. If Meng Bai wasn't here, he would have shouted out loud. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu with pleasure and nodded slightly toward him. Then he turned toward Xiao Zongshui and the others, and his expression became a bit cold. All of you are pillars of the Forging Division. If you can work together to strengthen the weapons of Great Xia, it will be a blessing for Great Xia and its citizens, Meng Bai slowly said. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan and the others were drenched in sweat. All of them were dejected as they said, Great General, you are right. If even Zhu Chuanfeng couldn't afford to offend Meng Bai, then how could they, mere superintendents, afford to offend him? I am not the Forging Division's Grand Minister. If you are willing to listen to my words, then listen. You're on your own. Meng Bai waved his hand. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan and the others were even more terrified as they fell to their knees. We will follow your orders, Great General, and will definitely not dare target Superintendent Zhou again in the future. When Meng Bai saw everyone's bodies tremble in fear, a hint of sorrow flashed past his eyes. How can weapons come from effete people? Weapons are like people. Seeing the people in the Forging Division, it's no wonder that Great Xia's weapons have degraded year after year. The princess shot in the dark and disturbance might really be effective. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu. This young man really isn't bad. He has talent and backbone. When he met me, his attitude was neither supercilious nor obsequious. He managed to create 3 standard weapons in succession in such a short period. With such talent, being merely the superintendent of a small workshop is a waste. A thought flashed through Meng Bai's mind, and his face couldn't help revealing a smile. Superintendent Zhou, have you learned the martial Dao? Meng Bai asked with a smile. A trace of doubt flashed through Zhou Shu's heart. Could Meng Bai be an expert and have seen through my cultivation? But it doesn't seem like it. Zhou Shu pondered for a moment before replying, no. As a forging master, how can you not cultivate the martial Dao? Meng Bai smiled like an amiable elder. General, I'm not a forging master. I'm just a forging apprentice, Zhou Shu reminded softly. Meng Bai was stunned. I almost forgot that Zhou Shu is only a forging apprentice. Why do I feel that he is more like a forging master? Sooner or later, you'll become a forging master. Meng Bai smiled. If you don't cultivate the martial Dao, how can you understand the attributes of weapons? Only by being proficient in weapons can you know what a good weapon is. You are good at forging sabers. Let me ask you. If you don't know any saber arts, how can you forge sabers that can unleash the power of saber arts? The sabers I'm forging now seem pretty good too. Huben, 100 refinements ring pommel, and horse slaying. Meng Bai was stunned. What Zhou Shu said is reasonable. I actually have no response. Superintendent Zhou, you are a genius. Your future is not limited to these 3 sabers. What I mean is, if you want to walk further on the path of the forging Dao, then you have to cultivate the martial Dao, and the best is to focus on sabers. Zhou Shu didn't understand what Meng Bai meant and quietly said, but I might have to forge swords in the future. Meng Bai choked on his words and decided to ignore what Zhou Shu said. In the past, you were a forging apprentice. Perhaps you didn't have the conditions to cultivate the martial Dao, but now that you are a superintendent, you can surely squeeze out some time to cultivate the martial Dao. You must want to say that you don't have any martial Dao techniques, right? Seeing Zhou Shu's hesitancy, Meng Bai looked as if he saw through everything. He smiled and continued, this isn't a problem. You've developed the horse-slaying saber, which has extraordinary significance to Great Xia, Meng Bai said seriously. I have decided to report this personally to His Majesty to reward you. Zhou Shu was delighted. Reward me? Will I be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold? Meng Bai continued, I will definitely convince His Majesty to make an exception and allow you to comprehend the saber intent. Comprehend the saber intent? Zhou Shu was confused. Sun Gongping, on the other hand, had an excited expression on his face as he repeatedly poked Zhou Shu in the back with his fingers. Hurry up and thank the great general. Sun Gongping said in a low voice. Do you know how rare an opportunity it is to comprehend the saber intent? Even for me, having the chance to comprehend it once a year is a blessing. Ordinary people don't even have a chance. Is it that precious? But I don't need it. Zhou Shu thought. I know my own matters. Zhou Shu didn't have much hope for his own aptitude. If he tried to comprehend the saber intent, he probably wouldn't even be able to comprehend a single trace of it. Besides, did he need to comprehend any saber intent? He had the heavenly saber art. As long as he used the 100 refinements ring pommel saber to kill enemies, his heavenly saber art would improve indefinitely. This was the heavenly saber art. Why would he need to learn other saber arts? That. Zhou Shu muttered and tried his best not to sound offensive. I'm not interested in comprehending saber intent. Can you change the reward? You. Sun Gongping gritted his teeth in hatred. He couldn't get an opportunity to comprehend the saber intent even if he wanted to. This old Zhou. Meng Bai also frowned. You don't want to comprehend the saber intent? Let me tell you. This saber intent was left behind by a senior expert whose saber dao is immeasurably deep. If you can comprehend a little, it will benefit you endlessly for the rest of your life. Furthermore, let me tell you this. If you want to become a forging master, it is impossible for you not to cultivate the martial dao. Meng Bai's expression was serious, and he said with a sunken voice, Did you see Grandmaster Zhu? He has the cultivation of a 5th-rank martial artist. The martial dao might not be the most important thing for forgers, but without martial dao cultivation, one's forging dao will definitely not go far. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen someone who is not a ranked martial artist become a forging master. Zhu Chuanfeng is actually a 5th-rank martial artist? Zhou Shu was alarmed to hear this. Thankfully, Great General Meng came today. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Zhu was really shameless, I would have been in trouble. A 5th-rank martial artist is absolutely not someone I can deal with right now. Having thought of this, Zhou Shu glared at Sun Gongping. This unreliable fellow, if he invited Yin Wuyu over, would there be a need to fear Zhu Chuanfeng? Sun Gongping was confused. Why are you glaring at me? He glared back. Sparks flew between their eyes as they turned their heads away and snorted. Meng Bai didn't notice their small movements. His expression became serious, as if he had made some major decision. No, I can't let a good seedling be held up just like that. Meng Bai said in a low voice. You must cultivate the martial dao. You must comprehend the saber intent. I still hope to see you become a forging master, a grand craftsman, or even a divine craftsman. The future of Grand Xia's forging division will depend on you. Xiao Zongshui and the others were all dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too much? Zhou Shu is just a young brat. Even if he has some talent, he isn't even a forging master yet. How can he represent the future of the forging division? Him becoming a grand craftsman? Which grand craftsman wasn't talented when they were young? Not to mention a divine craftsman. Zhou Shu was somewhat speechless as well. Is this old man muddled? Great General, you are too kind, Zhou Shu said. No. Meng Bai said seriously. My eyes have never missed anyone, not a single one. I will immediately enter the palace to report to His Majesty and have His Majesty issue a decree to allow you to comprehend the saber intent. Meng Bai said as he walked out, the horse-slaying saber in his hands. You must comprehend the saber intent. Otherwise, you will be disobeying the decree. Meng Bai's voice sounded from far away. Zhou Shu was dumbfounded. How can he do this? I really don't want to comprehend any useless saber intent. I just want a practical reward. What are you doing? Old Zhou, you're really something. You actually won. Sun Gongping patted Zhou Shu's shoulder with envy. You've earned a fortune this time. Many people are dying to comprehend the saber intent. Who cares? Zhou Shu said unhappily. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Xiao Zhongshui and the others had already reached the door and were about to slip away. Stop right there. If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. Take out the contracts. Otherwise, I will get Great General Meng to talk to you. Chapter 36, Great General Meng's Kindness. Old Zhou, not bad. I couldn't tell that you were so capable. Sun Gongping stepped forward, put his arm around Zhou Shu's shoulders, and praised him after Xiao Zhongshui, Li Hongyuan and the other superintendents left in a sorry state. There's a lot that you can't tell. Zhou Shu shrugged. Although he had gotten the contracts of Zhang Yibei, sixth brother, and the others, he didn't plan to ask them to come here immediately. It would take a few more days to complete the construction of the 0th workshop. They wouldn't even have a place to stay if they came right away. Most forging apprentices didn't have other residences in the capital city. If they left their original workshops, they could only sleep on the streets. Since this was the case, he might as well let them stay in the workshops for a few more days. After all, Xiao Zhongshui and the other superintendents wouldn't dare play any tricks for the time being. Great Divine Constable Sun, what is the background of Great General Meng? Zhou Shu couldn't help asking the question in his heart when only he and Sun Gongping were left. In this world, those who could hold high positions were definitely martial Dao experts. Even Zhu Chuanfeng respected General Meng. But Great General Meng seemed like an ordinary person, so it was very strange. It wasn't that ordinary people couldn't become officials. But even if ordinary people became officials, they would think of ways to cultivate the martial Dao. Cultivating the martial Dao wasn't only for battle but also to strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. Ranked martial artists could easily live to 100 years old, but what about ordinary people? Men seldom live to be 70 years old. You don't know. Sun Gongping looked at Zhou Shu in surprise. There's actually someone in Great Xia who doesn't know of Great General Meng. Is it strange? Zhou Shu thought but didn't dare to say so. After all, he was an outsider and wasn't sure if not knowing Great General Meng was normal. You know as well as I do that I've been burying my head in the workshop, forging. I don't know much about what's going on out there, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Even so, it shouldn't be to the extent where you don't even know Great General Meng, Sun Gongping said. Although he complained, he continued, Great General Meng, Meng Bai, is the commander-in-chief of the three armies of Great Xia, the only god of war in Great Xia. After hearing what Sun Gongping said, Zhou Shu finally realized how powerful that seemingly ordinary old general was. Meng Bai was Great Xia's most talented martial artist and also Great Xia's most talented military general. When he was 30 years old, he was already a second-rank martial artist. Furthermore, he had led troops to defeat enemy armies and saved Great Xia from danger many times. Meng Bai had stayed in the Country Protector Army, the Demon Executing Army, and the Fiend Eradication Army before, and he had climbed up from the bottom step by step to reach the position of Commander-in-Chief. Now, he was the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies of Great Xia and the number one person in the military. Even though Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, he was nothing compared to such a legendary figure. He's a second-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu said. I couldn't tell. He couldn't sense any martial artist aura from Meng Bai's body. Was the difference in cultivation between the two too great, so Zhou Shu couldn't tell? But Zhu Chuanfeng was a fifth-rank martial artist, and Zhou Shu could feel the pressuring aura of a martial artist from him. Is it possible that Meng Bai has already returned to his origin state? 10 years ago, during the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, the great general fought against the experts of the 10 nations alone and was severely injured. Sun Gongping said sadly, ever since then, the great general's realm has been constantly dropping. In recent years, he has become an ordinary person. I see. Zhou Shu nodded. This was someone who had done great service to the country, and he wasn't just a martial artist. He was also a great general who led the army. This was why he had his current status. With Great General Meng's evaluation of you, you can do whatever you want in Great Xia in the future. Sun Gongping patted Zhou Shu on the shoulder. In the future, who will dare say that the princess doesn't know how to read people? Even without Great General Meng's evaluation, I'm still me, Zhou Shu said nonchalantly. You. Sun Gongping was speechless. He thought that he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Zhou Shu to be even more arrogant than him. Right, old Zhou, if His Majesty allows you to comprehend the saber intent, ask if you can bring me in as well. Zhou Shu. As it turned out, when a big shot wanted to do something, the efficiency of the matter was frighteningly high. Otherwise, things could drag on forever. Meng Bai was an out-and-out big shot. In a sense, his authority was even greater than Princess Yunwu's. Before sunset on the same day, the imperial decree was delivered to Zhou Shu. What a scam! This was the first time Zhou Shu received an imperial decree, and it was even a reward. But he wasn't happy at all. Meng Bai really did do something bad out of good intentions. The reward is a chance to comprehend saber intent. Wouldn't it be better if it was gold? If that doesn't work, I will accept jewelry or jade. Don't some people say that in feudal society, the emperor will sometimes reward ministers with palace maids? Which of these rewards isn't better than this lousy opportunity? I don't care about comprehending saber intent at all. Great General Meng even invited an imperial decree. If I don't go, I'll be going against the imperial decree. How about I sell the opportunity to Sun Gongping? After being depressed for a while, Zhou Shu still hadn't decided whether or not to challenge the emperor's dignity. Superintendent Zhou, the great general said that after the decree is passed down, I am to bring you over. The eunuch who came to read the imperial decree to Zhou Shu didn't leave, and his expression was calm as he spoke. Where are we going? Zhou Shu asked casually. To the saber cave to comprehend the saber intent, the eunuch said. The saber cave isn't far from here. The great general said that to allow you to gain some comprehension as soon as possible. I am to send you to the saber cave and supervise you. Unless you comprehend something, you can stay in the saber cave forever. Forever? I can't leave until I comprehend something? Can you first tell me what kind of place the saber cave is? You're not going to let me put on a show of walking on a mountain of knives, are you? Zhou Shu cursed in his heart. Looking at this eunuch's attitude, he won't stop until he brings me to that cave. Meng Bai really wants to turn me into a saber expert. Although he was doing this out of goodwill, Zhou Shu still felt a deep sense of helplessness. But for some reason, his heart felt warm. Eunuch, I have no problem with going to the saber cave, but I have something to do first. Zhou Shu cupped his hands at the eunuch. Sure, we're not in a hurry, the eunuch said. Eunuch, I still need to ask you for a favor. Zhou Shu said. During this period, I've forged a batch of 100 refinements ring pommel saber. I want to give them to Great General Meng first before going to the saber cave. To tell you the truth, I've been stupid since I was young. I don't even know when I'll be able to comprehend saber intent once I go to the saber cave. The earlier these 100 refinements ring pommel sabers are delivered to the hands of the soldiers, the earlier I'll be at ease. Zhou Shu now had a total of 100 refinements ring pommel sabers in his hands. If these sabers were not sent to the military, how could they bring him any benefits? If he didn't make use of this opportunity thanks to General Meng, was he supposed to leave these sabers in the 0th workshop to rot? Superintendent Zhou is indeed a talent who cares about the country. The eunuch was very gratified. Leave this matter to me. I will naturally get someone to deliver these 100 refinements ring pommel sabers to Great General Meng, and I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. Although the Forging Division was also an organization of the Imperial Court, the workshops in the Forging Division had their own operating mechanism. The weapons they forged were for the 3 armies, which needed to buy the weapons with money. After all, the operations of the Forging Division required a large amount of funds. Thus, even if they were comrades, the 3 armies of Great Xia couldn't just pick up weapons from the Forging Division. They had to use their own funds to purchase them. Similarly, Zhou Shu didn't have the authority to give away the weapons he forged. Unless he used his own forging materials, the weapons he forged would still have to go through the workshop's official accounts. Another way to see it would be that the workshops of the Forging Division were like the military factories or state-owned enterprises of Earth in Zhou Shu's previous life. They also had to trade with the armies. It wasn't as if the forging materials used by the Forging Division didn't cost money. The materials were also not the personal properties of the workshop superintendents. Thank you, eunuch. Zhou Shu cupped his hands. He didn't care how much money the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers could be exchanged for. After all, he didn't intend to embezzle. To him, the most precious thing was the benefits from the legendary armament cannon if the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers could complete kills. While speaking, Zhou Shu recalled the military generals who had previously given him gifts. The border army generals should have more opportunities to kill enemies. Should I give the next weapon to the border troops? Superintendent Zhou, please. The eunuch was already urging Zhou Shu to leave. At the same time, some of the guards he brought had already lifted the 2 large wooden chests. They would deliver the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers in the chests to Meng Bai. Meng Bai would decide on which troops to assign the sabers to. Zhou Shu didn't care how Meng Bai distributed them. It was fine as long as the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers had the chance to kill. Eunuch, is the saber cave far? Zhou Shu asked while boarding the eunuch's carriage. Not far. Just a few steps away. The eunuch's attitude was extremely polite, and it was unknown if this was because of Meng Bai. Logically, there was no need for him to be this polite toward a mere workshop superintendent. So close? Why haven't I seen it before? Zhou Shu said strangely. The Saber Cave is a forbidden area of the imperial court. No one is allowed to enter without His Majesty's permission, the eunuch said. Only young talents like you, Superintendent Zhou, have the chance to enter the Saber Cave to comprehend the saber intent. You must treasure this opportunity. Is this opportunity very rare? Zhou Shu asked. Eunuch, can you tell me what's going on with this Saber Cave? This way, I'll be prepared and won't be unable to comprehend anything. There's nothing I can't say. The eunuch's lips curled up. The Saber Cave was left behind by a mysterious Grand Master of the Saber Dao in Great Xia. It contains a high-grade saber intent. If an ordinary martial artist can comprehend a thing or two, it won't be a problem for them to advance into the ranks. General Cheng Wanli benefited from it. Zhou Shu didn't know why, but the more he listened to the eunuch's introduction, the more he felt that this place was somewhat familiar. Could my predecessor have gone there before? Chapter 37, A Martial Dao Genius Stifled by Forging. Zhou Shu suspected that his predecessor had been to the Saber Cave, but after thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. His predecessor was just a small forging apprentice of the Forging Division. The Saber Cave was a restricted area of Great Xia. Based on what this eunuch had said, those who weren't elites wouldn't even have a chance to enter. No matter how Zhou Shu thought about it, it was impossible for his predecessor to have the chance to go. My predecessor has never been there, so where does this damn sense of familiarity come from? In less than 15 minutes, the carriage stopped. So close. Zhou Shu was surprised. He contemplated for a moment. We've been on the carriage for 15 minutes, so we should have just entered the city. Is the Saber Cave here? Superintendent Zhou, please. The eunuch got off the carriage first. Zhou Shu didn't hesitate and jumped off the carriage. Here. Zhou Shu's eyes widened. From around the web. Hersada il Kibrisidlarand %40 in direme. Hersada il Kibrisidlarand %40 in direme. Kibrisidlarand sinir li sayada dev in direme. Tittle gitim. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Discovery feed. Discover the top 15 PhD scholarships for 2024. Discover the top 15 PhD scholarships for 2024. Search ads. Understanding money market investments. Understanding money market investments. Search ads. Recommended by. The Saber Cave is in this underground secret chamber. The eunuch didn't notice Zhou Shu's reaction and introduced, don't look at how ordinary this place is. I can tell you that there is an entire 100-man team of Heben troops stationed here. No one is allowed to approach this place without permission. Otherwise, they will face the fierce attack of the Heben troops. Furthermore, there is a squad from the Fiend Eradication Army on standby. Even if someone is a ranked martial artist, it won't be that easy for them to enter the Saber Cave. Zhou Shu was in a daze and didn't hear what the eunuch said. Like a block of wood, he was led into the underground secret chamber by the eunuch. The secret chamber wasn't big. It was several square meters, and a few people were already here. When they heard Zhou Shu and the eunuch enter, these people only raised their heads and then turned their heads back. They stared at the messy marks on the wall, their faces filled with deep thought. Zhou Shu was a little confused. He scratched his head, not daring to believe what had happened. The eunuch looked at him strangely. Superintendent Zhou, you should stay here and comprehend. His Majesty decrees that you can stay here indefinitely. You can leave whenever you comprehend something. Don't worry about food. Someone will deliver it to you. With that, the eunuch turned and left, Zhou Shu felt a few fiery gazes land on him. When he turned around, he saw the few people who came here before him looking at him enviously. "Hello, everyone." Zhou Shu was puzzled, but he still waved his hand and greeted. These people rolled their eyes at him and then turned their heads away. No one bothered with him. They had painstakingly defeated countless people before obtaining the opportunity to enter the Saber Cave to comprehend for a day, yet this pretty boy had no time limit. If not for how precious their time was here, they would definitely give him a good beating. Their thoughts were almost all the same. Zhou Shu didn't know what they were thinking. He scratched his head again, making his hair a mess. Right now, he wanted to rush in front of Meng Bai and loudly tell him that the saber marks on the wall were left by him. "Are you serious about wanting me to comprehend the saber marks I slashed?" Zhou Shu felt that he had dug a hole and jumped into it. He had even buried himself. But he had nowhere to complain. Meng Bai had good intentions. A forging apprentice who didn't understand the martial Dao couldn't become a forging master. If Zhou Shu was an ordinary forging apprentice, this would definitely be a great opportunity. But he wasn't an ordinary forging apprentice. He was a genius, okay? Even if you beat Zhou Shu to death, he would never have imagined that the saber marks he had casually carved would actually be protected by Great Xia's imperial court like a treasure. This shouldn't be the case. My cultivation base is only slightly stronger than Sun Gongping's. Great Xia even has first-ranked experts. With my current strength, why would Great Xia's imperial court care so much? The heavenly saber arts was indeed an extremely impressive technique, but Zhou Shu knew very well that his attainments in it were only at the elementary level. What Zhou Shu didn't know was that Great Xia's imperial court didn't value the saber marks he had left behind because of how powerful the saber intent contained within them was. On the contrary, it was because the saber intent was only at the elementary level. If the saber intent was too powerful, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to comprehend it. It was precisely because this saber intent, which looked like it had been left behind by a martial artist who had just crossed the threshold, could be comprehended by even unranked martial artists. It wasn't easy to leave such marks. If an expert came to leave saber marks, the saber intent might very well be too strong. It was impossible for someone who had just crossed the threshold and grasped saber intent to leave these marks. This was why Meng Bai and the others thought that these saber marks were deliberately left behind by a saber Dao grandmaster to help the young martial artists of Great Xia cultivate. Zhou Shu hadn't thought of these twists and turns. He was thinking, what should I do now? Go out now and tell them that I comprehended saber intent? Wouldn't that be too shocking? What if they treat me like a martial Dao genius stifled by forging? Meng Bai wouldn't forcefully cultivate me as a martial Dao genius, right? I don't want to give up on forging. This is my foundation. Why don't I stay here for a few days before leaving? Being too outstanding is also troublesome. Zhou Shu sighed to himself. He watched the people in the secret chamber sitting cross-legged in front of the wall, their fingers constantly pointing and imitating the saber marks on the wall. Zhou Shu imitated them and walked over to an empty wall. He sat down and prepared to put on an act. Just as he sat down, he suddenly froze. Immediately, a sharp aura emanated from his body. In an instant, his entire person seemed to have become a saber, revealing his power. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. What's going on? He has comprehended saber intent. Everyone was going crazy. This pretty boy just came in not long ago, right? How did he comprehend it? The crowd exchanged glances with one another. They had been here for almost an entire day. Even though they had learned something, they had yet to comprehend saber intent. 7.5 minutes. One of them whispered. It's only been 7.5 minutes since he came in. Before this, the one who comprehended saber intent the fastest was Sun Gongping from the Divine Constable Bureau. He spent half an hour. Furthermore, the saber intent he comprehended doesn't seem to be as strong as that of this person before us. Everyone gasped. The Divine Constable Bureau's Sun Gongping was a famous genius among the younger generation. Who was this young man? He was stronger than Sun Gongping? Zhou Shu was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this. He wanted to keep a low profile. What the heck is going on? Zhou Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he sat down, he suddenly saw a line. The profoundness of the heavenly saber arts has improved by 2 years because the 100 refinements ring pommel saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The sudden increase in the profoundness of the heavenly saber arts caused Zhou Shu to lose control momentarily, and his saber intent leaked out. It might have been better if they were outdoors. But in this small secret chamber, everyone was focused on comprehending saber intent. They could sense even the slightest saber intent. There was no way to hide it now. Zhou Shu sighed in his heart. He was glad that the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique focused on cultivating the body. Even an ordinary martial artist much stronger than him wouldn't be able to see through him easily. Otherwise, he would have no trump cards left. Being in a world full of dangers, Zhou Shu always believed that if he wanted to live for a long time, he had to keep some trump cards that others didn't know about. This was the only way. If someone wanted to deal with him, his chances of survival would be much greater if this person didn't know his trump cards. Now that his saber intent had been exposed, unless he was willing to silence everyone in the secret chamber, he couldn't hide it anymore. The problem was that even if he wanted to silence them, he couldn't do it. It was easy to kill these people, but there was still the 100-man team of Haben troops outside, as well as the squad from the Fiend Eradication Army. They were not people he could deal with at the moment. Brothers, please continue. I'll take my leave first. Zhou Shu cupped his hands at these people who had yet to recover from their shock. Before they could react, Zhou Shu had already left the secret chamber. Who in the world is he? Why did he come in? Did he come in just to sit for a while and then leave? Did he come here for a tour? He has comprehended saber intent. The secret chamber immediately became deathly silent. Zhou Shu pushed open the tunnel door and climbed up. Just as he revealed his head, he felt several gazes land on him. Although the Haben troops were hiding in unknown places, it was obvious that they were paying attention to this place. Why did you come back up? He Qingdian had just stepped onto the carriage and was about to return to the palace to report when he turned around and saw Zhou Shu emerge from the underground secret chamber. I haven't even left, yet this kid wants to sneak away? Does he really want me to stay here and keep an eye on him? Head eunuch He Qingdian was already somewhat unhappy. It was no wonder that Great General Meng had specially instructed him to send Zhou Shu to the Saber Cave. This Superintendent Zhou. This is a dream opportunity for others, but he doesn't take it seriously. Does he hate the martial Dao that much? Superintendent Zhou, this is His Majesty's decree. If you haven't comprehended saber intent, you are not allowed to leave the Saber Cave, He Qingdian said unhappily. To disobey the decree is a severe crime. I didn't disobey. Zhou Shu jumped out of the tunnel. You're still denying it. He Qingdian originally had a good impression of Zhou Shu. But now, he felt that Zhou Shu might just appear good on the surface. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhou Shu take a step forward. The aura around him changed, as if he had become a saber revealing his power. You. He Qingdian's pupils suddenly contracted. I've already comprehended saber intent, and I've also comprehended a saber art. Before Zhou Shu could finish speaking, he felt a gust of wind blow past his eyes. Head eunuch He Qingdian had already turned into a blur and disappeared into the distance. Zhou Shu was dumbfounded. This is an expert. This speed should have reached 200 km per hour. Eunuchs have been experts since ancient times. This is indeed not a lie. Zhou Shu praised in his heart. He looked around, and his gaze landed on He Qingdian's carriage. Big brother coachman, please send me back to the forging division. Chapter 38, Geniuses Don't Need Reasonability. Great Xia's Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study, Emperor Yuanfeng and Great General Meng Bai stood up abruptly and simultaneously looked at He Qingdian. Being glared at by the two most powerful people in Great Xia, even head eunuch He Qingdian, who had rushed here, couldn't help taking half a step back. Great companion, are you serious? Emperor Yuanfeng asked with a deep voice. Your Majesty, I have followed you for 50 years. When have I ever lied? He Qingdian smiled bitterly. Zhou Shu has indeed comprehended saber intent in less than 7.5 minutes. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it either. Emperor Yuanfeng looked at Meng Bai and asked, Great General, is it possible for someone who has never practiced the martial Dao to comprehend saber intent in such a short time? Although he was also a first rank, he was only a false first rank. In terms of the understanding of the martial Dao, he was far inferior to Meng Bai, who was once a second-rank martial artist. Meng Bai's cultivation came from cultivating step by step. This isn't impossible, Meng Bai said after a moment of thought. I've even heard of someone with extraordinary talent. As soon as he came into contact with the martial Dao, he advanced to a ranked martial artist on the same day. From the looks of it now, Zhou Shu does indeed have some talent in the saber Dao, Meng Bai said. No wonder he can forge weapons like the Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and horse-slaying saber. If you have no knowledge of sabers, how can you forge sabers? Great General, your eyes are as sharp as ever. Emperor Yuan chuckled. It seems that Zhou Shu is truly a genius. Emperor Yuan Feng wasn't as shocked as head eunuch He Qingdian. As the Emperor of Great Xia, he had seen countless geniuses. At least for now, Zhou Shu wasn't the most talented. Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Meng Bai's expression was serious as he cupped his hands. There is no need for you to treat me like an outsider. Emperor Yuan Feng shook his head with a smile. Great General, if there is anything you wish to say, feel free to speak. Your Majesty, let's not talk about the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber for now. I brought this horse-slaying saber from Zhou Shu. According to the imperial court's rules, developing the horse-slaying saber is a great contribution. Originally, I thought that Superintendent Zhou Shu didn't cultivate the martial Dao, so I shamelessly asked Your Majesty for a chance for him to comprehend the Dao in the saber cave. This could be considered a reward for developing the horse-slaying saber. But from the looks of it, Zhou Shu has an innate sensitivity towards saber techniques. Even if he didn't enter the saber cave, he still might be able to comprehend it himself in the future. This way, I have taken great advantage of him, Meng Bai said with a bitter smile. Ever since the imperial court took over the saber cave, Emperor Yuan Feng had set a rule that no one was allowed to enter the saber cave unless they had contributed greatly to Great Xia. Thus, allowing Zhou Shu to enter was truly a reward. But now, Meng Bai felt like this reward was a bit too small and incompatible with the great accomplishment of developing the horse-slaying saber. I understand your intentions, Great General. Emperor Yuan Feng nodded. My Great Xia has never mistreated those who have accomplished meritorious deeds. I also think so, so I wish to earnestly ask Your Majesty. Meng Bai said seriously. Your Majesty, please allow Zhou Shu to participate in Great Xia's military parade. Emperor Yuan Feng couldn't help laughing. Great General, have you forgotten that the workshop superintendents of the Forging Division are qualified to observe the military parade? Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Meng Bai shook his head. Emperor Yuan Feng was startled. Great General, you mean? Meng Bai nodded. Exactly. Although he is talented, he is still only a forging apprentice. Those who are not forging masters cannot participate in Great Xia's military parade. This has been the rule for thousands of years. Emperor Yuan Feng frowned. I know, Your Majesty. Great Xia's military parade is still 10 months away. After 10 months, Zhou Shu might advance to forging master, Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. But there is a greater possibility that he will still be a forging apprentice. Emperor Yuan Feng's expression was solemn. Great General, the military parade is not child's play. The participants have to be announced to the public in advance. If he cannot advance to a forging master by then, we will become a laughing stock. Your Majesty, I have a hunch, Meng Bai said. Zhou Shu's ability might not be limited to what we see. I'm willing to take a gamble. I'll bet that he can become a forging master within 10 months. If not, I will bear all the responsibility alone. I will be the laughing stock of the world. Emperor Yuan Feng looked at Meng Bai. The expression on Meng Bai's face was extremely resolute. Having had a sovereign and minister relationship for several decades, Emperor Yuan Feng understood Meng Bai extremely well. He sighed. Great General, you are disregarding personal honor and disgrace for the sake of Great Xia. Forget it. As the master of Great Xia, how can I let you bear this infamy? If Zhou Shu is unable to advance to forging master within 10 months, then the infamy of having bad perception and cronyism will fall on my head. Your Majesty, Meng Bai was moved. Just as he was about to say something, Emperor Yuan Feng already waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything. Great General, I will make arrangements for this matter. The most important thing for you now is the borders. Emperor Yuan Feng said with a serious expression. The barbarians are invading, and the border army has already lost several times in succession. Apart from you, I truly cannot think of anyone else who can turn the tide. I will not shirk my duty. Meng Bai said in a deep voice and then straightened his back, cupped his hands, and bowed. Right now, he was no longer a vassal but a general. I will bring this batch of 100 refinements ring pommel sabers to the front lines. In addition, I want to bring another batch of horse-slaying sabers. Meng Bai pointed at the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers forged by Zhou Shu that he Qingdian had brought back. Great General, ask for the sabers from the Forging Division. From now on, all the workshops in the Forging Division will prioritize providing what you need. I accept the order. Meng Bai knelt on one knee, gave a military salute, then stood up and left the palace in an imposing manner. On the other side, after He Qingdian left, Zhou Shu wanted to hitch a ride back to the 0th workshop. But the coachman rolled his eyes at him and drove off. He had no choice but to walk back. He's kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Zhou Shu cursed in his heart. Before leaving the courtyard where the saber cave was located, he subconsciously turned his head to take a look, only to see a figure on the roof slowly returning a saber to its sheath. This saber was 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Zhou Shu finally understood why his heavenly saber arts had suddenly progressed and his saber intent had burst forth. It turned out that someone wanted to break into the saber cave and was killed by the guards here. Who knew where this person came from, but the 100 refinements ring pommel saber had fallen into his hands. If Zhou Shu didn't remember wrongly, other than the batch of 100 refinements ring pommel saber that He Qingdian had taken away today, he had only given Yin Hui one before. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber in this person's hand was definitely the one he had given to Yin Hui. Zhou Shu glanced at this person, and this person happened to look over as well. Their gazes met, and then this person jumped off the roof and disappeared into the darkness. I'll remember you. I'll beat you up sooner or later. Zhou Shu added another name to his little notebook. If this person hadn't suddenly killed someone, his identity as a martial Dao genius wouldn't have been exposed. The saber cave wasn't far from the 0th workshop. Even if Zhou Shu couldn't fly like He Qingdian, he still managed to return to the workshop an hour later. The main construction of the 0th workshop had basically been completed. All that was left was the interior renovation. Under the influence of Zhou Shu's money, the construction workers of the Ministry of Works were extremely efficient. Speaking of which, this world was different from his previous life. Even ordinary people here had physical fitness that was actually stronger than that of ordinary people in his previous life. Building a house was basically physical work. Disregarding costs, their speed was naturally fast. Although they couldn't compare to the infrastructure demons in his previous life, Zhou Shu was already very satisfied with the results achieved in less than a month. I can get Zhang Yibei and the rest to move in later. This is a natural renovation, so I don't have to worry about formaldehyde. Looking at his own territory, Zhou Shu felt a sense of accomplishment. From being a forging apprentice who had nothing when he first came to this world, he had now become the superintendent of a workshop. He also had his own territory. He was already very satisfied with the results he had achieved in such a short period. In his previous life, Zhou Shu was just an ordinary corporate slave. He had never thought of fighting for hegemony immediately after transmigrating. It was quite good now that he was slowly developing. Superintendent Zhou, do you see any problems with the job? If you see any problems, just tell me. I'll get someone to fix it immediately. An old man approached Zhou Shu with a smile. It's pretty good. There are no problems. Zhou Shu looked around and said to the foreman, I think we should dig another drainage ditch here and direct the well water into the work shed. The foreman noted down Zhou Shu's opinions one by one. If the customer had any requests, he naturally couldn't refuse. These can be resolved in a day, the foreman said. Superintendent Zhou, our bill. No problem. Once the job is done, I will give it to you immediately, Zhou Shu said. This efficiency came from using money. For the sake of this 0th workshop, he had used up all of his savings. But this money was worth it. Zhou Shu was willing to spend as much money as he could to see the 0th workshop built as he imagined. Besides, he had the 100 refinements ring pommel saber as a money tree. Furthermore, he would be forging even more weapons in the future. Earning money wasn't difficult for him. Is this the 0th workshop? Is Superintendent Zhou here? A voice suddenly rang out while Zhou Shu was talking to the foreman. The 0th workshop was built to have the appearance of a three-way courtyard house. The first courtyard had a factory and an open area. The second courtyard was the dormitory area where the forging apprentices lived. The third courtyard was Zhou Shu's own residence. He passed through the first yard and opened the main door of the 0th workshop. Outside stood a fully armored soldier. The soldier's face was unfamiliar. Zhou Shu didn't recognize him. He cupped his hands and said politely, "I am Zhou Shu. What can I do for you, General?" On the orders of the Great General, within a month, the 0th workshop has to hand over 500 horse-slaying sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 3,000 heben sabers. What? Zhou Shu's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? In a month, 500 horse-slaying sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 3,000 heben sabers? Why don't you go rob? That's impossible. Zhou Shu said. It's impossible to forge everything within a month. A year is more like it. The Great General said that this is an important military matter. If the mission is not completed by the deadline, you will be punished according to military law. The soldier said expressionlessly. General Meng is being unreasonable. How can this be done? Zhou Shu said angrily. The Great General said that Superintendent Zhou is a genius. Geniuses don't need reasonability. You will definitely be able to complete the mission. The soldier's tone was calm. The Great General said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Zhou Shu said angrily. The Great General said that to ensure the completion of the mission, for this entire month, you can use all of the resources from the 37th to the 108th workshops in the Forging Division. Chapter 39, A Show of Borrowing Power. The cool soldier left after speaking, leaving Zhou Shu in a mess. It was almost impossible to complete forging 500 horse-slaying sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 3,000 heben sabers in a month. Previously, it took 3 months to forge 3,000 heben sabers for the heben troops. This was already the result of working tirelessly. If such a thing happened again, the forging apprentices could die from exhaustion at any time. Not to mention, there were also 500 horse-slaying sabers and 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers. The difficulty of forging the horse-slaying saber and 100 refinements ring pommel saber was even greater than that of the heben saber. All the workshops after the 36th workshop are under my control. But that's still not possible. Zhou Shu felt helpless. Forging weapons was not purely physical work. It was technical work. To forge the heben sabers, Zhou Shu, Zhang Yibei and the others had to work together for half a month before they could barely cooperate. This is an important military matter. If I don't complete the mission by the deadline, I will be punished according to military law. If you want to kill me, just say so. Why are you looking for excuses? Zhou Shu was indignant. Meng Bai was giving him an enormous problem. He had already mentioned military law, so Zhou Shu couldn't reject the mission now. I have no freedom, no freedom. Zhou Shu snorted. There was nothing he could do. As long as he was still a member of the Forging Division, there was no way he could escape this. The Forging Division was the military's logistics department. Although it was an independent entity in name, Great General Meng was the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of Great Xia. He had the right to ask about any matters involving the military. The missions he assigned couldn't be rejected by even the Grand Minister, Yin Huiyu. In other words, Zhou Shu had to accept this mission. If he could do it, he had to do it. Even if he couldn't, he still had to do it. Fortunately, Meng Bai gave him an imperial sword and allowed him to use the resources of other workshops. Otherwise, he could just wait for death. It was impossible to complete this mission with just the 0th workshop. It seems like I can only start work early. Zhou Shu sighed and called out to the foreman of the Ministry of Works. I'll add another 500 taels. The construction must be completed within 3 days. In the 97th workshop, Xiao Zongshui was livid. Superintendent Xiao, do you have any other questions? Zhou Shu said with a formal smile. Superintendent Zhou, handing over 1,000 heben sabers in a month is impossible. Xiao Zongshui gritted his teeth. He wanted to curse out loud but ultimately endured it. Xiao Zhongshui couldn't disobey Great General Meng Bai's orders, so no matter how aggrieved he felt, he had to endure it. Zhou Shu wasn't only the superintendent of the 0th workshop, but he also represented Great General Meng. Is that so? Zhou Shu restrained his smile. If I remember correctly, the 97th workshop provided 3,000 Heben sabers to the Heben troops in 3 months. In that case, 1,000 Heben sabers in a month shouldn't be a problem for the 97th workshop. It would be a miracle if there were no problems. Aren't you well aware of whether or not the mission can be completed? Xiao Zhongshui cursed in his heart. Back then, he had forced Zhou Shu to lead the forging mission of the Heben sabers. Now, Zhou Shu had been promoted, and the other forging apprentices who had participated in forging the Heben sabers had been sent to the other workshops. If Xiao Zhongshui had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have split the people out in the first place. Now, retribution had arrived. Xiao Zhongshui suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Superintendent Zhou, it's not good for you to use your position to get even with me for a private grudge, right?" Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Superintendent Xiao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you don't want to do it, you can just say so. I'll report it truthfully to Great General Meng. Our forging division has plenty of workshops. Even without the 97th workshop, we can still operate." Xiao Zhongshui shivered. The forging division could still operate without the 97th workshop. Then, wouldn't it be even less of a problem if it didn't have him as a superintendent? If Zhou Shu really reported this to Great General Meng, it was hard to say what other things would happen. But as the workshop's superintendent, he would probably be done for. "Superintendent Zhou, that's not what I meant." Xiao Zhongshui felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about his tragic fate after being dismissed. He lowered his head and said, "But this mission is really difficult. Superintendent Zhou, you were from the 97th workshop. Other people might not know what's going on in the workshop, but how can you not know? I can't even hand over 100 Heben sabers in a month, much less 1,000. Xiao Zhongshui had a bitter expression. He knew very well that without those who had participated in forging the Heben sabers previously, he wouldn't even be able to hand over a single Heben saber. "Superintendent Zhou, can you make an exception?" Xiao Zhongshui said humbly. "Superintendent Xiao, I'm not making things difficult for you." Zhou Shu shook his head. "The secret forging formula of the Heben saber is in the hands of the 97th workshop. The Great General asked me to be in charge of the supply of weapons. If I don't look for you, who should I look for?" Xiao Zhongshui opened his mouth. He really couldn't refute these words. The secret forging formula of the Heben saber was indeed the 97th workshops, which meant that it was in Xiao Zongshui's hands. When Zhou Shu was still a forging apprentice at the 97th workshop, Xiao Zhongshui didn't take him seriously. At that time, he took the forging formula of the Heben saber for himself and went to make a deal with Cheng Wanli. According to the procedures of the forging division, the forging formula of the Heben saber was indeed the 97th workshops. According to the rules of the forging division, even if the other workshops wanted to forge Heben sabers, they had to obtain the authorization of the 97th workshop and pay a certain fee. To a certain extent, the various workshops of the forging division were independent of each other. Xiao Zhongshui wasn't in a position to make known his suffering. He really couldn't say that he could authorize Zhou Shu. The Heben saber was originally developed by Zhou Shu. How could Xiao Zhongshui turn the tables and ask Zhou Shu for money? Under other circumstances, Xiao Zhongshui was indeed capable of doing so. But now, Zhou Shu was borrowing Great General Meng's power to coordinate all the workshop's resources. If Xiao Zhongshui really dared to say this, he would be dismissed from the position of the workshop's superintendent. "Superintendent Zhou, can't I return the secret forging formula of the Heben saber to you?" Xiao Zhongshui said almost pleadingly. "What do you mean, Superintendent Xiao? Am I the sort of person who would acquire something by trickery?" Zhou Shu said coldly with a stern face. "Superintendent Zhou, I really didn't mean that." Xiao Zhongshui was miserable. How could he have imagined that he would have to humbly explain himself to a mere forging apprentice one day? Xiao Zhongshui gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Superintendent Zhou, you were the one who developed the Heben saber. The profits from supplying the Heben troops should be yours. I'll get someone to deliver it to you later." Looking at Xiao Zhongshui, Zhou Shu suddenly felt dispirited. Back then, he had thought that he would teach Xiao Zhongshui a lesson after he made a comeback. But now that Xiao Zhongshui was so meek and subservient in front of him, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. To put it bluntly, Xiao Zhongshui wasn't a big shot. There was no sense of achievement in bullying him. Since Superintendent Xiao has said so, I will reconsider it. Even so, Zhou Shu didn't reject Xiao Zhongshui returning the profits from forging the halberd sabers to him. He deserved it, so why not? Many thanks, Superintendent Zhou. Many thanks, Superintendent Zhou. Xiao Zhongshui thanked Zhou Shu profusely. Also, Great General Meng's mission has to be completed quickly. My 0th workshop needs manpower, Zhou Shu continued. Superintendent Xiao, help me urge Zhang Yibei and the others to transfer to the 0th workshop as soon as possible. I'll do it right away. Xiao Zhongshui had no room to refuse. Xiao Zhongshui couldn't afford to offend Zhou Shu now that he had power in his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if Zhou Shu said anything to the great general. I also need your full cooperation for this mission, Superintendent Xiao. Since you, Superintendent Li Hongyuan, and the others have a good relationship, I'll have to ask you guys to help out this time. Don't worry. After this matter is done, I will definitely report this to the great general and heavily reward you all. What else could Xiao Zhongshui say? Zhou Shu was strutting in borrowed plumes, but he was speaking the truth. The great general had indeed allowed him to mobilize the resources of the forging division workshops. No one could refuse. Therefore, even though they knew that Zhou Shu was taking revenge, Xiao Zhongshui and the others still had to bear with it. This was a major military matter, so they absolutely didn't dare try and go against Zhou Shu. Superintendent Zhou, we will naturally cooperate fully. But you are an expert and should understand that our workshops don't have the ability to independently forge halberd sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers. Xiao Zhongshui said bitterly. This isn't something you should worry about. Zhou Shu shook his head. All you need to do is listen to my orders. Listen to my orders. If you can't complete the mission, the responsibility is mine. If you don't listen to me, you will bear the responsibility yourselves if you are unable to complete the mission. Go tell Li Hongyuan and the others that from tomorrow morning on, all of you superintendents will come to my 0th workshop to help out every day. Zhou Shu decided to let these superintendents experience the life of a forging apprentice. Can't forge weapons? It's alright. You know how to serve tea and water, right? If you don't even know this, you know how to sweep the floor, right? In short, all of you will get to experience it properly this month. This is what you get for bullying forging apprentices. I'll definitely relay the message. Xiao Zongshui's attitude was very proper. He only had one thought now: he would do whatever Zhou Shu said. He couldn't let Zhou Shu catch his mistake. That's for the best. Hurry up and send the people over. Zhou Shu turned around and walked out. Don't be late tomorrow morning. I don't have a good temper. I have a small suggestion. Superintendent Xiao, it's up to you whether or not you want to listen to it. Forging apprentices are also humans. Treat them slightly better. Give them less pressure and more care. With his back to Xiao Zongshui, Zhou Shu walked farther and farther away. His voice came from afar and entered Xiao Zongshui's ears. Chapter 40, Do you know what labor reform is? Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the others stood at the entrance of the 0th workshop, feeling a little nervous. Ever since the last meal with Zhou Shu, they had never seen him again. When they returned to the 97th workshop that day, they had been reprimanded by Superintendent Xiao before being assigned to different workshops to lead their usual lives. Every day, they had done nothing apart from work. They didn't even have time to ask about Zhou Shu's situation. Until today, the superintendents sent them to the 0th workshop along with their tattered belongings. There wasn't a single word of explanation throughout the entire process. Brother Zhang, what do you think happened? Sixth brother Wu whispered. The 0th workshop looked clean and sturdy, unlike the other workshops. In everyone's eyes, this place was more like the residence of a rich family than a workshop for forging and working. No one dared push open the main door first. I don't know either. Zhang Yibei was also a little flustered. Although he had more seniority in the forging division, it was only because he had been a forging apprentice for a long time. His knowledge in other aspects wasn't better than that of other forging apprentices. Last time, Brother Zhou said he wanted to take us to the 0th workshop. Sixth Brother Wu mumbled. Old Sixth. You must refer to him as Superintendent Zhou. Zhang Yibei chided. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Zhou Shu appeared inside. Old Brother Zhang, Old Brother Wu, you guys are here. When Zhou Shu saw everyone, a smile appeared on his face. Sorry. I was just handling some matters and didn't notice that you came. Sorry for making you wait. Everyone, come in. This is the 0th workshop. It will be your home from now on. Superintendent Zhou, have we really been transferred to the 0th workshop? Zhang Yibei asked nervously. Brother Zhang, didn't I tell you? You don't have to be so polite. Zhou Shu continued to explain, of course it's true. All your contracts have already been transferred to the 0th workshop. From now on, you are all forging apprentices of the 0th workshop. Great. Zhang Yibei smiled sincerely. Although it was the same no matter where he went, he felt that he could learn more by following Zhou Shu. Even if he was a forging apprentice, couldn't he have some hope in his heart? We will catch up in the future. Now, everyone, follow me. I will show you where you work and where you live. Zhou Shu smiled. There's another reason why you were transferred here in a rush. The 0th workshop received an order from the Imperial Court. We only have a month to hand over a batch of weapons, so we don't have time. After familiarizing yourselves with the environment, we will immediately start work. No problem, we'll listen to you, Superintendent. Zhang Yibei was the first to speak, and the others all agreed. Following Zhou Shu, they stepped through the door. Once they entered, everyone was stunned. Inside the door, there was a wide open area. Both the length and the width exceeded 30 paces. It was square, and the ground was paved with neat limestone. Around the open area, thick wooden stakes were erected. They were used for testing weapons. Farther ahead of the open area was a large room that no one had ever seen before. The room was so big that it was comparable to a palace's main hall. Everyone thought to themselves that the room would seem empty even with more than 30 people inside. In the enormous room, smelting furnaces were arranged neatly. Each smelting furnace didn't take up much space, but it was enough for one person to use. Zhang Yibei and the others had once forged weapons together with Zhou Shu. Upon seeing this scene, they immediately understood that this was the place where everyone would forge weapons together. This is where we forge our weapons. I call it the factory. Zhou Shu smiled. Everyone, follow me. The residential area is at the back. He led the way through a doorway to the second entry. When they entered, they found themselves in another large courtyard. Flowers and plants were growing, bringing about a refreshing look. On three sides of the courtyard were two-story buildings, which were different from what Zhang Yibei and the others had seen before. The green bricks and tiles made Zhang Yibei and the others feel a bit uneasy. They were afraid that they would dirty something. This is where you will live in the future, Zhou Shu said. Every house has the same specifications. Everyone has one. He randomly opened a door. It's not too big inside, but it should be enough for a family of 3. Zhou Shu called Zhang Yibei and the others in to take a look. Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the others hesitated for a while before a few of them gathered their courage and walked in. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious and bright living room, followed by 2 bedrooms and a bathing room. This was a mansion. Zhang Yibei's voice trembled as he said, "Superintendent Zhou, is this place really for us to live in?" He had been a forging apprentice at the forging division for more than 20 years and had worked hard. His only thought was to buy a house that belonged to him in the capital one day. This house in front of him was what he dreamed of. Although he knew that it belonged to the workshop, he was already satisfied to be able to live here. Compared to the pigsty-like residences in the past, this place was like heaven. Of course. Zhou Shu nodded. Not only can you live here, but your family members can move in as well. However, there are some secrets in the forging division. If your family members move in, you have to be careful. This was needless to say. The forging division had always had this rule. The family members of forging apprentices could also live in the workshops. But they had to accept the management of the workshops. Even the dilapidated workshops had a large number of forging apprentices' family members living in them, let alone the environment in front of them. As long as you guys are still at this forging division workshop, you can live here forever, Zhou Shu said with a smile. If any of your family members come over and are willing, they can help do some cleaning and cooking. They can also collect wages. Can I get my wife to come over? A young forging apprentice shouted. Of course. Zhou Shu smiled. This house's soundproofing is alright, but don't delay your work because of this. Everyone burst into laughter. Not only was the young man not embarrassed, but he was also in high spirits. No, my body is fine. Zhou Shu spat. I, the superintendent, am still single. These guys really have no sense. Alright, Brother Zhang, please count the number of people and give me a name list. As for the houses, each of you will have one according to the number. As for the layout of the rooms, I will leave it to you. I only have one request, and that is to take care of your personal hygiene. There is a place to bathe in each house. Every day after you finish your work, you must bathe when you return home. Also, if anyone dares to urinate and defecate in random places, don't blame me for being heartless. Don't worry, Superintendent. If anyone dares to be sloppy, I, old Zhang, will be the first to kick their balls off. Zhang Yibei said loudly. If anyone dared to destroy such a clean and tidy place, that person would be their enemy. The rest of the people were also shouting. They were now full of anticipation for their future lives. They had originally lived and ate in small work sheds. How could they not cherish it now that they had independent residences? The yard in the back is where I live. If there's nothing, don't go in, Zhou Shu added. Of course, nobody had a problem with this. They had never been allowed to enter the residences of the superintendents without reason. Just as everyone was discussing the division of houses, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others arrived at the 0th workshop. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge factory in the 0th workshop. They were even more shocked when they saw the residential area of the forging apprentices. Putting the smelting furnaces together was one thing, but was there a need to give such luxurious residences to forging apprentices? Isn't it a waste to let forging apprentices live in such a good place? One of the superintendents muttered softly. As long as they have a place to sleep, it's fine. The forging division hired them to work, not to enjoy themselves. Although the superintendent spoke softly, Zhou Shu could still hear him clearly. The other superintendents also looked like they agreed. Zhou Shu laughed coldly in his heart. As expected, they were like the capitalists from his previous life. They thought that apprentices were not hard-working enough. These fellows wished that forging apprentices would work for them without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of it. Maybe you should learn about labor reform? Superintendents, since you have already learned about the mission, I won't elaborate further. Zhou Shu said. Time is of the essence for this mission. The mission is extremely important and requires everyone to work together to complete it. If anyone has any questions, it's best to raise them now. If you make any excuses during the mission, don't blame me for disregarding our relations. Zhou Shu's voice turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp as he stared at Xiao Zongshui and the others. Xiao Zongshui and the others felt their hair stand on end. They actually felt as if they were facing some big shot. Since no one has any problems, if anyone dares to quit later and delay the progress of the mission, don't blame me for not speaking up for you when Great General Meng blames you. I can consider our relations, but the military law will not. The superintendents felt a chill in their hearts. Military law did not allow mercy. If that really happened, none of them could bear the responsibility. Don't worry, Superintendent Zhou. We will definitely cooperate fully. Xiao Zongshui and the others cupped their hands in unison. Very well. I know you are all sensible people. Zhou Shu laughed, revealing his white teeth. After this matter is done, I will definitely report your contributions to the Great General truthfully. For some reason, when Xiao Zongshui and the others saw Zhou Shu's smile, they felt a little scared. Now, I'll distribute the tasks that everyone has to be responsible for. Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Zongshui and the others. I hope that everyone will temporarily forget your positions as superintendents. Do your job well and start anew. Chapter 41, Change of Mind. Superintendent, put it down. I'll do it myself. Zhang Yibei said softly while trembling. Xiao Zhongshui rolled his eyes and placed the water kettle in front of Zhang Yibei before continuing to distribute kettles to the other forging apprentices. The superintendent of the 78th workshop, Li Hongyuan, was pushing a cart of iron materials to the side of each smelting furnace. As for the other superintendents, some were sweeping the floor while others were moving things. In short, none of them were idle. On the other hand, the forging apprentices were resting. Some were eating while others were drinking water. At first glance, it was hard to tell who was a superintendent and who was an apprentice. "Brotherly, are we just going to let that surnamed Zhou do whatever he wants?" one of the superintendents whispered when he passed by Li Hongyuan. He appeared angry, and there was a murderous look on his face. As workshop superintendents, although their positions weren't high, they were the highest authority in their own workshops. When had they ever done something like this? In their workshops, were these forging apprentices even worthy of serving them tea? Or what? Li Hongyuan revealed the whites of his eyes. That surnamed Zhou is throwing his weight around now. We offended him before. If we let him catch us again, will we be able to bear the consequences? Li Hongyuan carried a basket of iron off the cart and placed it beside a smelting furnace. He was fat to begin with, so when he got busy, he started sweating profusely. In just 2 days, he felt as though he had done all the work he had to do in his life. Every day, Zhou Shu would call them before dawn, and he would only let them leave at midnight. Their daily work time was longer than that of these forging apprentices. They had almost no time to rest. As soon as they finished their job at hand, Zhou Shu would immediately arrange other work for them. He even controlled their meal times and bathroom breaks. If they didn't want to do it, fine. They would have to explain it to Great General Meng themselves. On the other hand, these forging apprentices didn't need to do anything. The only thing they needed to do was receive Zhou Shu's training and learn some weapon forging techniques that they didn't understand. "Superintendent Li, after distributing the iron, go prepare lunch." Zhou Shu's voice came from afar. Anger flashed across Li Hongyuan's eyes, but his rationality still made him reply loudly, "Got it." "Superintendent Xiao, hurry up. Everyone is sweating so much. If we don't hydrate ourselves in time, our energy will drop. At that time, who will be responsible for the delay in forging?" Xiao Zhongshui suppressed his anger and sped up distributing the water kettles. Zhou Shu paced back and forth in the factory like a supervisor and occasionally reprimanded the superintendents. These workshop superintendents were afraid that Zhou Shu would complain to Meng Bai. So even though they were upset, they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Yibei and the others had mixed feelings. On the one hand, the people who had oppressed them in the past were now serving them, making them feel rather pleased. On the other hand, while being served by these people, they also felt uneasy. Would they get revenge later? "Everyone, take the time to rest. We still have to continue." Zhou Shu clapped his hands and said loudly, "In order to complete this mission, Superintendent Xiao and Superintendent Li have sacrificed a lot. Everyone must cherish this opportunity. No matter what, we must complete this mission. Don't worry, Superintendent Zhou. We'll do our best." Zhang Yibei and the others exclaimed. That's right. The leaders had already lowered their statuses and helped them with their chores and whatnot. What reason did they have not to work hard? Xiao Zhongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others cursed in their hearts. Are we doing it willingly? It's all because of you, bastard Zhou Shu, ordering us around like bulls and horses. Dear superintendents, everyone knows how much you have sacrificed for the mission. Thank you. Zhou Shu continued. Thank you for your hard work, superintendents. Zhang Yibei and the others shouted sincerely. Damn it! Xiao Zhongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others cursed, but they also all felt strange in their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't know the forging apprentices scolded them behind their backs, but what did it matter? When Zhang Yibei and the others thanked them for their hard work, they could tell that they were sincere. They suddenly felt that the forging apprentices weren't so vulgar and rude. They could see that the superintendents were working hard. It's all for the mission. Li Hongyuan smiled and waved his hand. Go do your work. Zhou Shu said angrily. You're just a laborer undergoing reformation through work. Do you really think you are the leader of an inspection team? Why don't you say that you are serving the people? Li Hongyuan was a little embarrassed as he continued moving the iron materials. Xiao Zhongshui and the others secretly laughed. He was asking for trouble for trying to steal the limelight from Zhou Shu. In the factory, everyone got busy again. Not a single person was idle here, including Zhou Shu himself. 3,000 Heben sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 500 refinements ring pommel saber in a month was almost an impossible task. They would definitely not be able to complete this mission in such a short time if they used regular methods. Therefore, Zhou Shu could only take a different path and apply the method he had used when forging Heben sabers for the Heben troops. It was impossible for forging apprentices to master how to forge the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber in such a short time. Even the simplest Heben saber among the three was something they had yet to master. Therefore, one person had to command the forging according to the forging formula, and then the forging apprentices would follow this person's instructions, just like what Zhou Shu had done before. But doing this wasn't an easy task. First, the person in charge had to familiarize himself with the forging process. In order to complete the mission, the 30 or so people in the current 0th workshop were definitely not enough. As for Zhou Shu, he didn't have the energy to train more people, so he planned on training Zhang Yibei and the others and then getting them to head to the various workshops to forge. Now, he wanted to teach Zhang Yibei and the others first. Fortunately, Zhang Yibei and the others had cooperated with him before, so they were quite familiar with his working style. Although they couldn't forge the Heben saber independently, they were already familiar with the forging process. It wasn't a problem for them to command others to forge while looking at the forging formula. But they had never forged the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber before, so Zhou Shu had to see them forge them first before he could let them go without worry. The secret forging formula of the Heben saber had already been recorded in the forging division. It was nominally owned by the 97th workshop. If other workshops wanted to forge it, they had to pay a fee to the 97th workshop. The money didn't belong to everyone. It was the property of the workshop. Even Xiao Zhongshui was unable to embezzle it. He could only hand over the portion of the profits he had received to Zhou Shu as a way to apologize for what had happened before. The Grand Minister, Yin Huiyu, had promised that the ownership of the forging formula for the 100 refinements ring pommel saber would belong to Zhou Shu instead of the workshop. Every time the forging division forged 100 refinements ring pommel saber, they would give Zhou Shu some benefits. This was the real money maker. As for the horse-slaying saber, Zhou Shu didn't enjoy such treatment. According to the rules of the forging division, the weapons developed by the forging apprentices in the forging division's workshops belonged to the forging division. The forging apprentices would receive a reward, but they wouldn't have all the rights to the forging formula. The horse-slaying saber was like the Heben saber. The ownership belonged to the forging division, and the patent fee would go to the 0th workshop. Although Zhou Shu was the superintendent of the 0th workshop, the 0th workshop's money was a bit different from his personal money. For these matters, the forging division had its own set of rules. By handing over the forging formula to the forging division, Zhou Shu didn't need to worry too much about the subsequent matters. To him, he wasn't too concerned about these benefits. Regarding money, it was okay as long as he had enough to spend. He was going to become a divine craftsman in the future. He didn't have to worry about not being able to earn money. Right now, the most important thing was to rely on the forging division to promote the weapons he forged and increase his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger could he feel safe in this world. While teaching Zhang Yibei and the others how to forge the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, Zhou Shu also forged several horse-slaying sabers. In the legendary Armament Canon, he had forged enough Heben sabers and 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, but he was still lacking in horse-slaying sabers. And thus far, the horse-slaying saber had yet to complete a kill. What kind of benefits would it bring? Zhou Shu was looking forward to it. The Heben troops sure are unreliable. After the last time, they didn't kill any more enemies. Thinking of the benefits from the legendary Armament Canon, Zhou Shu thought of the Heben saber and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. He had handed over all the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers he forged to Meng Bai, most likely to equip soldiers. As for the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, he would also hand them over to Meng Bai after a month. Only the Heben sabers, as well as the 100 Heben sabers he had forged, were all in the hands of the Heben troops. Zhou Shu had filled the quota in the legendary Armament Canon. Even if he forged more Heben sabers, he wouldn't be able to replace them for the time being. Unless the Huben sabers with the Huben troops were destroyed. Ever since the traitor incident, the Huben sabers had not brought him any benefits for a long time, causing his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique to be stagnant for a long time. As Imperial Guards, the Huben troops had too few opportunities to fight. Right now, he could only hope that the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and the horse-slaying sabers could be delivered to the hands of the soldiers. This would bring him the greatest benefits. After all, weapons were meant to kill enemies. Zhou Shu now understood that the numbers in the legendary armament cannon were a protective mechanism. Once they were full, the weapons he forged later wouldn't give him any benefits even if they completed kills. Only if one of the first 100 weapons was damaged would another one be able to fill up the quota. Thus, Zhou Shu had now set a rule for himself. As long as the numbers in the legendary armament cannon were full, he would no longer continue to forge that weapon. Only when there was a shortage would he forge one. After all, he was already a workshop superintendent, so there was no need for him to do any useless work. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu. Everyone gather! Zhou Shu shouted. There's no need to think much about these things for now. The most important thing is to complete Meng Bai's mission. Chapter 42, Don't forget what it's like to be human after being a slave for too long. Superintendent Zhou, why do we have to carve a zero on the handles? Zhang Yibei asked curiously. For 3 consecutive days, they had barely slept or rested. From the moment they opened their eyes, they began to forge weapons with Zhou Shu, and they only stopped late at night. As for Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other superintendents, they took care of all the logistics so that Zhang Yibei and the other forging apprentices could focus on forging. The effect was very obvious. On the 5th day, Zhang Yibei and the others had familiarized themselves with the forging process of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber. Now, this group of people could already be leaders and lead other forging apprentices to forge. Of course, the success rate was not necessarily high. It was impossible to be like Zhou Shu and succeed every time. But there were a total of 39 people like Zhang Yibei. If they split up, each of them could lead 40 to 50 people to forge at the same time. As long as they succeeded once, there would be dozens of weapons. If the apprentices led by these 39 people all succeeded once, there would be over 1,000 of them. If everything went smoothly, completing Meng Bai's mission shouldn't be too difficult. The only drawback of this method was that there were too many people that needed to be mobilized. If the 39 people were assigned 40 people each, it would be over 1,000 people. If not for Great General Meng's orders, it would be impossible for Zhou Shu to mobilize so many forging apprentices. Among all the workshops in the forging division, the largest one only had about 1,000 people. And they also had their daily tasks to complete, so it wasn't easy to mobilize them. In addition to Meng Bai's military order, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others were afraid that Zhou Shu would get even with them. This was why they were willing to hand over all their forging apprentices. This is called branding, Zhou Shu explained. When powerful forgers forge weapons, they will leave their own imprints on the weapons to show that the weapons are made by them. Although we are only forging apprentices, we should have this awareness. The zero means these weapons are produced by our 0th workshop, and our 0th workshop is responsible for their quality. We want everyone to remember that all the weapons produced by our 0th workshop are of the highest quality. Therefore, all of you have to be careful. None of the weapons forged this time can be flawed. Otherwise, it will ruin the reputation of our 0th workshop. Right now, we are just starting out. One day, we will make our name resound like the first 36 workshops of the forging division. At that time, you will understand what this means. Zhang Yibei nodded, but he didn't fully understand what Zhou Shu meant. It wasn't just him who didn't understand. Xiao Zongshui and the other superintendents felt their mouths twitch when they heard this. How dare you compare yourself to the first 36 workshops of the forging division? In those workshops, the worst are all forging masters. Superintendent, why do we have to split everyone into 3 groups? We can work 16 hours a day. 6th brother Wu asked loudly. If I find out that anyone dares to do this, I'll make them leave the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu's expression sank as he coldly said, in the 3 groups, each person will lead 40 people and use the same batch of smelting furnaces. Once a group finishes forging, regardless of success or failure, they will immediately rest and switch to the next group. Like this, each group will only forge for 8 hours a day. They will rest for the remaining time in the day. This is an order. If anyone can't do it, then find another job. Our 0th workshop can't keep such a talent. Sixth brother Wu's face was deathly pale. He didn't know why Zhou Shu was so angry. When they worked at the other workshops, working 16 to 18 hours a day was normal. He had only said it to express his loyalty. The mission was so tight. How could they afford to rest for so long? They only had to work for 8 hours a day and could rest the remaining 16 hours. This was too extravagant. Even the donkeys in the workshops wouldn't dare to do this. He felt that it was already a blessing to be able to work for 16 hours a day. Once upon a time, he had to work up to 20 hours a day. Superintendent, please rest assured. We will strictly follow your rules, Zhang Yibei hurriedly said while tugging sixth brother Wu's sleeve, hinting for him to apologize. Sixth brother Wu came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt. Superintendent, I'm sorry. Although he still didn't quite understand, the superintendent was always right. The superintendent would never be wrong. Get up. Zhou Shu said. I've said it before. You rely on your skills to make a living, not on anyone's favor. Don't kneel so easily. Don't forget what it's like to be human after being a slave for too long. The forging apprentices kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the distance, Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others also looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Yibei and the forging apprentices couldn't figure it out. As superintendents, they couldn't figure it out either. To let the forging apprentices work for only 8 hours a day and rest for 16? Were they mobilized to enjoy themselves? If forging apprentices worked this way, how could they complete their forging tasks? Who would do it? With such working hours, it would be strange if they would be able to forge 3,000 Heben sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 500 horse-slaying sabers a month. Superintendent Zhou was really daring. They were already at this juncture, yet he only allowed the forging apprentices to work 8 hours a day. Even they didn't dare to say that they could rest 16 hours a day. Were they still considered forging apprentices like this? Such a relaxed life was probably comparable to that of forging masters and grand craftsmen. Zhou Shu didn't care what these people were thinking. To him, forging was both technical and physical work. If forging apprentices worked too many hours a day, it would be harmful to their bodies. 8 hours of high-intensity physical labor was quite a lot of work. If they worked longer, it might not be obvious in a short period of time. But over time, the forging apprentices would definitely collapse. Didn't his predecessor exhaust himself to death like this? Therefore, Zhou Shu came up with this 3-shift system. The smelting furnaces wouldn't stop, and the 3 waves of forging apprentices would take turns working. At any other time, he might not have been able to make such a bold attempt. After all, if it was just the 0th workshop, even if he wanted to improve the conditions of forging apprentices, he wouldn't risk failing the forging mission. It was different now. With General Meng's mission, he could mobilize all the resources from the 37th to the 108th workshops, including manpower. This allowed him to have enough forging apprentices. Even if there were 3 shifts, he could guarantee that there would be enough people forging at the same time. Only then could he ensure that he could complete Great General Meng's mission. If he failed the mission, the punishment wouldn't be a joke. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others were afraid of Great General Meng's punishment, and so was Zhou Shu. He didn't have any intention of knowing what the punishment involved. It was through strict, precise calculations that Zhou Shu was certain that he could complete Great General Meng's mission in a month. This was why he dared to make such an attempt. Superintendent Xiao, Superintendent Li, did you hear what I said? Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Zongshui and the others. For this forging mission, the 0th workshop will be in charge of everything. I'll send Zhang Yibei and the others to your respective workshops to assist in the forging. You need to ensure the manpower and other logistics work. As for what needs to be done, they will decide. You are not allowed to interfere, understand? We understand. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others said in low voices. They would need to transfer a large number of people to help with the forging. This way, their workshop's daily forging tasks would be somewhat difficult to complete. From the looks of it, they could only increase the number of tasks for the other apprentices. Zhou Shu's gaze fell on the superintendents, and he immediately guessed what they were thinking. He had already considered this problem when he decided to mobilize so many people from their workshops. I've already reported this to the Great General. All the people I've taken away will be exempted from their original forging tasks within this month, Zhou Shu said in a deep voice. So you don't need to think about oppressing the other forging apprentices. No, Xiao Zongshui and the others smiled awkwardly. We just think that your management method might be effective, Superintendent Zhou. They actually couldn't understand why Zhou Shu would do this. Even though Zhou Shu had explained to them that this would be better for the forging apprentices' health and allow them to work for a few more years, Xiao Zongshui and the others didn't care. If the forging apprentices were exhausted, they could just recruit more people. In any case, there was no need to worry about not being able to recruit people for the forging division's workshops. At most, it would take some effort to train them again. Although Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other superintendents had changed recently, it was impossible for them to completely get rid of their previous thoughts. What Zhou Shu wanted to do was to make them treat forging apprentices as individuals. Then he would think of a way to convince the Grand Minister through the upper-level route. When the time came, he would then promote his management method to the other forging division's workshops. The premise was that he had to prove that the 8-hour shift method was indeed effective. Otherwise, if it affected the supply of weapons from the forging division, it would affect the survival of the country. Superintendent Zhou, since you've already reported this to the Great General, we will naturally obey your orders, Xiao Zongshui and the others said. In any case, they just had followed Zhou Shu's instructions. In the end, it wouldn't be their responsibility if they couldn't complete the mission. I hope so. Zhou Shu nodded. Follow what I said before. Everyone, move out. I will stay here. If there are any problems, send someone to inform me. Zhou Shu said in a low voice, according to the completion of the mission, everyone will be rewarded. Of course, all of you won't get it. All the superintendents are rich and overbearing. You will definitely not be interested in my little reward. At most, I'll send you a silk banner. It will read hardworking and uncomplaining, highly meritorious and respectable, an old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Chapter 43, The Genius Approved by the Officials. Hardworking and uncomplaining? Highly meritorious and respectable? An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles? What the hell? Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the others all turned their heads away, ignoring Zhou Shu. After interacting with him for the past few days, they had long found it strange that Zhou Shu would spout strange words and phrases from time to time. But he had the upper hand. Even if they were unhappy with him, they had to endure it. Superintendent Xiao, bring Zhang Yaibei and the others to the 97th workshop. Superintendent Li, 6th brother Wu is yours. Superintendent Zhang, I'll leave these apprentices to you for now. Zhou Shu assigned the apprentices to the various superintendents. Everyone, follow the plan. If any of the superintendents don't cooperate, tell me. I'll settle it. All the superintendents rolled their eyes. They had been working here for so many days. How could they possibly give up halfway? They only had to endure it for another month at most. All they had to do was work hard. Anyone could do it. When this mission is over, get as far away from me as you can, Zhou Shu. I never want to see you again. Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, and the other superintendents left the 0th workshop with the forging apprentices assigned to them. After everyone left, Zhou Shu returned to his smelting furnace and prepared to continue forging. For the past few days, he had been guiding Zhang Yaibei and the others, delaying his own forging progress. He had only forged half the quota of the horse-slaying sabers, and he still had a long way to go to reach 100. Just as he picked up his hammer and was about to start forging, he heard a loud voice outside the door. Old Zhou, I'm here to see you. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Sun Gongping entered the room. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your place has really changed. Why are you here? Zhou Shu said. He hadn't seen Sun Gongping since he had forged the horse-slaying saber in public. At first, he thought Sun Gongping felt guilty for not helping him invite Yan Wu and was too embarrassed to come and find him. But after he thought about it later, Sun Gongping probably wouldn't feel embarrassed since he was so shameless. You don't seem to welcome me here, Sun Gongping said. How sad. I treated you as a brother, but you Are you trying to say that I cast my gaze toward the moon, yet the moon shines on the gutter one? Zhou Shu said angrily. Hehe, that's what I meant. Sun Gongping chuckled. Old Zhou, you even have such literary talent? I cast my gaze toward the moon, yet the moon shines on the gutter. Not bad, I'll use it from now on. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what is it? Zhou Shu said. Don't look for me if you want to borrow money. I really don't have money now. Do you see this place? In order to build it, I still owe a huge debt. Look at you. Sun Gongping rolled his eyes at him. Don't worry. I won't borrow money from you. I'm here to ask you to forge a weapon for me. I knew you wouldn't visit me for no reason. Zhou Shu said. You want me to forge a weapon? Are you kidding me? I'm not a forging master yet. I can't forge weapons of quality. Sun Gongping was already a 9th rank martial artist. To martial artists who had just entered the ranks, standard weapons were not sufficient for them to display their strength. Thus, most weapons used by low-ranked martial artists were low-ranked weapons. Of course, this was with the exception of those who didn't have the money to buy ranked weapons. I've thought about it. Rather than using a mediocre ranked weapon, it would be better to use a premium standard weapon temporarily. Sun Gongping shook his head. So, I've decided that before I save enough money to hire someone to help me forge a suitable ranked weapon, I'll use a standard weapon first. Isn't that easy? Doesn't your Divine Constable Bureau also have standard weapons? Zhou Shu said. I remember that the 56th workshop specializes in supplying standard weapons to the Divine Constable Bureau, right? Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, they are all free for use. I don't fancy any of those. They are not worthy of my status. Sun Gongping waved his hands. Old Zhou, we have such a good relationship. Do you think you can help me forge a unique weapon? It should be mighty and domineering, worthy of my identity as a divine constable. Look, you helped the Heben troops forge the Heben saber, you helped Great Xia's cavalry forge the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and even the infantry has the horse-slaying saber. Our Divine Constable Bureau is much richer than them. If you help us forge a unique weapon, we will definitely be able to offer you suitable compensation. Sun Gongping talked non-stop. Zhou Shu was speechless. Say, Great Divine Constable Sun, do you think it's that easy to develop a weapon? Just because you want it? No, I can't do it. Zhou Shu decisively refused. Don't do that. I came here to talk earnestly with you, Sun Gongping said. Right now, everyone is saying that you are a rare forging genius in Great Xia. Even His Majesty has acknowledged you. Isn't such a small matter easy for you? Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping with a strange expression. His gaze made Sun Gongping uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Zhou Shu mumbled. What's wrong? Sun Gongping asked bewilderedly. This isn't your style. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin. When have you, Great Divine Constable Sun, ever complimented me like this? If you praise me, the sun will rise from the west. Sun Gongping had always prided himself on being a genius. Since when did he ever praise others of being a genius? Old Zhou, you're really heartless. Sun Gongping was aggrieved. I've always thought that you were very good at forging. Otherwise, why would I treat you as a brother? How can my brother be just an ordinary person? Stop. Zhou Shu hurriedly said. He's still the same Sun Gongping. Tell me what happened first. What do you mean His Majesty has acknowledged me? Why did you suddenly come to me to help you forge a weapon? Sun Gongping was a proud and arrogant person. When Zhou Shu suggested that he would help Sun Gongping forge weapons after he became a forging master, Sun Gongping had never agreed. To put it bluntly, this was because he didn't really believe in Zhou Shu. Now that he had inexplicably come to find Zhou Shu to forge a weapon, there was no way Zhou Shu would believe that there was nothing going on. With Sun Gongping's vision, he didn't even think highly of ordinary forging masters. At the very least, only high-level forging masters were worthy of his attention. Why would he take the initiative to look for Zhou Shu to forge a weapon? Old Zhou, this isn't a good habit. Sun Gongping said. I'm here to deliver business to you. Why are you doubting me? Thank you so much, Zhou Shu said. But right now, I'm too busy to take the Divine Constable Bureau's order. Why don't you hire someone else? Damn it! Sun Gongping muttered. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Old Ma insisted that I come. Alright, I'll tell you. You'll find out soon anyway. His Majesty has already given you special permission to participate in next year's Great Xia military parade. You are the first forging apprentice allowed to participate in the military parade since the founding of Great Xia. If His Majesty didn't think you were a rare forging genius, he wouldn't have made such a decision. I know what old Ma is thinking. He wants to build a good relationship with you before you make a name for yourself. I told him that it was unnecessary. We are brothers. Is there a need to build a relationship? While Sun Gongping spoke on and on, Zhou Shu was stunned. He had also heard of Great Xia's military parade before. This was a grand occasion for Great Xia, and it was also a prelude to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was held once every 10 years, while Great Xia's military parade was held once every 5 years. This was a system that the Great Xia Imperial Court had set up in order to preserve Great Xia's martial arts. Next year was the year Great Xia's military parade and the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament would be held. Great Xia's military parade was divided into 2 parts. One was a military parade, and the other was a martial arts demonstration. The so-called military parade was the inspection of the weapons and equipment by the Great Xia Imperial Court. And the martial arts demonstration was for the 3 military forces of Great Xia to display their strength. It was similar to the military parades in Zhou Shu's previous life. I'm from the Forging Division. Isn't it normal for me to participate in the military parade? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Normal my ass. Sun Gongping said. When have you ever heard of a forging apprentice being able to participate in the military parade? I've heard of it. I even heard that there was an apprentice who developed a new weapon during the military parade. His Majesty later rewarded him with the secret forging formula of a ranked weapon. Where did you hear this from? Sun Gongping rolled his eyes. How could a forging apprentice forge a weapon on the spot? Let me tell you. Although standard weapons are inspected during the military parade, those were all forged in advance by the Forging Division. Forging apprentices are not qualified to participate in the parade. Only forging masters, high-level forging masters, and grand craftsmen are qualified to forge weapons during the parade. Do you now know how rare it is for His Majesty to allow a forging apprentice to participate in the military parade? Zhou Shu's eyebrows twitched. He had only heard rumors about the military parade in the past, so he really didn't know the details. Is it really rare? Zhou Shu didn't care that much. With his ability, wasn't it normal to allow him to participate in the military parade? You, Sun Gongping gave him a thumbs up. You're really impressive. Cut the crap, old Zhou. Will you help me or not? Sun Gongping said indignantly, you're looking down on me now that you've managed to get close to His Majesty. Can we talk properly? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. It's not that easy to develop a new standard weapon. Even though I'm a genius, I can't forge one just because I want to. Besides, there's still General Meng's mission. I don't have time for the next month. At most, I promise that when a suitable opportunity arises in the future, I will help the Divine Constable Bureau develop a unique weapon, okay? I'll hold you to it. Sun Gongping thought for a while and realized that it was indeed the case. How could it be so easy to develop a new standard weapon? Even forging masters hadn't produced new weapons for many years. A promise is a promise made. Zhou Shu said. You are my good brother indeed. Sun Gongping laughed heartily. Let's go. I'll treat you to a drink. No, Zhou Shu was just about to refuse when he suddenly froze. A barrage of messages flashed in front of his eyes. Chapter 44, Is it difficult to ride a horse? A barrage of messages flashed in front of Zhou Shu's eyes, and he felt as if his dantian suddenly exploded. Waves of violent energy constantly surged out and instantly flowed through his entire body. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Shu felt a string snap in his body. Then, as if he had broken through some sort of shackle, his strength kept increasing. Zhou Shu could sense his strength constantly increasing, making him feel as though he was floating in the air. Becoming stronger was addictive. He had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. The increase in his strength was not as great as before. But leveling up from the 7th to the 8th level, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Reaching the 7th level from the 6th only required 128 years of cultivation, while reaching the 8th level required 256 years of cultivation. The difference between one level was like heaven and earth. Without even trying, Zhou Shu could feel his own transformation. The strength he felt in his body could only be described with one word. When Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping again, he felt like he could kill him with one slap. Now, my strength should be comparable to several Sun Gongpings, right? Why are you in a daze? I've made reservations at the Drunken Immortal Inn. There won't be a second time. It'll be your turn to treat me next time. Zhou Shu pursed his lips. No. I'm not free. Oh right, great divine constable son, you are well informed. Do you know what the Heben troops are up to recently? Why are you asking this? Sun Gongping said half-heartedly, what else can they do? Protect the palace. The imperial guards can only patrol all day. What else can they do? This was equivalent to not saying anything at all. How could they suddenly complete any kills if they were patrolling the palace? The Heben sabers had just given him decades worth of cultivation, indicating that they had just experienced a battle. There was no rebellion in Great Xia. How could they have the chance to kill enemies in the palace? His curiosity diluted the excitement of having just broken through to the next level. In this world, he didn't have many channels to obtain information. He was practically blind to the world outside of the Forging Division. Even within the Forging Division, there were many things that he didn't know. He had known almost nothing about the military parade that Sun Gongping had mentioned. In the end, it was because his foundation was too shallow and he didn't have any connections. Even if he wanted to obtain information, he might not be able to find a way. Great Divine Constable Sun, what did you just say? Zhou Shu said. Heben troops. Sun Gongping was puzzled. He felt that Zhou Shu was acting strangely today and absent-minded the entire time. No, before that. I've made reservations at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Let's go. Zhou Shu said straightforwardly. I've thought about it. Work is never-ending. Since you've sincerely invited me, I definitely have to accept your invite. Sun Gongping was a divine constable of the Divine Constable Bureau and had a mysterious background. If he could build a good relationship with him, it would be easier for him to gather information in the future. It would be great if he could get to know some people in the capital through him. Just the two of us? Zhou Shu asked. Or what? Sun Gongping asked. I originally wanted to invite you to listen to music, but old Ma refused. Zhou Shu was speechless. Is he here to treat me to a drink or to spend public funds? Is he here on behalf of the Divine Constable Bureau to build a good relationship with me? To think that I thought he really treated me as a good brother. The guilt in Zhou Shu's heart instantly disappeared. Originally, he had felt a bit guilty for keeping in contact with Sun Gongping in order to make use of him, but wasn't Sun Gongping the same? Everyone was using each other. I'm not afraid of being used by others. It's much better than being useless, Zhou Shu consoled himself. Thinking about it, it made sense. He was only the superintendent of a small workshop in the Forging Division. Although he was a little more handsome, talented, and might have more money in the future. What else did he have? Why were others rushing to build a good relationship with him? Wasn't it because he was useful? After thinking this through, he no longer felt uncomfortable. Is it really the Drunken Immortal Inn? It's not a restaurant, right? Zhou Shu still remembered the first time he had met Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping had directed him to a small restaurant. Hehe, you still remember that restaurant? Sun Gongping chuckled. I wouldn't mind if you really want to go to a restaurant. No, going to a restaurant is no different from eating at the Forging Division. Zhou Shu changed his clothes and walked toward the capital with Sun Gongping. The Forging Division's workshops were located on the outskirts of the capital. It was around 15 kilometers away from the capital of Great Xia. Sun Gongping had come on horseback, but Zhou Shu didn't know how to ride a horse. Also, he didn't have a horse, so they could only rely on their legs. I can't believe you don't know how to ride a horse. Sun Gongping had repeated this sentence countless times. Zhou Shu flew into a rage out of humiliation. So what if I don't know how to ride a horse? Did you know how to ride a horse since birth? Hehe, although I wasn't born with it, I was already able to ride a horse when I was 3. Sun Gongping chuckled. So what? Didn't you just learn it earlier? Zhou Shu said. I was just too lazy to learn in the past. It's not that hard to learn how to ride a horse. Give me the horse. With that, he snatched the reins from Sun Gongping's hands, stepped on the stirrups, and jumped onto the horse's back. Be careful. Don't hurt my horse. Sun Gongping shouted. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes and imitated what he had seen in TV dramas. He clamped his legs together. Giddy up! Zhou Shu shouted, and the horse galloped forward. He leaned back and almost fell. Sun Gongping burst into laughter. Zhou Shu's eyebrows rose slightly. He adjusted his body and sat firmly on the horse's back. The next moment, he seemed to enter the state of being one with the horse. His body moved up and down rhythmically with the horse's galloping. No matter how fast the horse ran, he sat firmly. Level 8 of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique not only gave Zhou Shu divine strength, but his control over his body had reached an inconceivable level. There was no way he would be dismounted by the horse. Sun Gongping was dumbfounded as he watched the horse run faster and faster while Zhou Shu sat more and more steadily. He was left behind. Sun Gongping cursed and chased after him. An hour later, Zhou Shu and Sun Gongping appeared at the capital gates. Zhou Shu's face was flushed, but he didn't even need to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Sun Gongping was covered in sweat and dust. He had run all the way. 9th-rank martial artists didn't know how to fly or burrow beneath the ground. They would be just as tired when they ran. It's not hard to learn how to ride a horse. Zhou Shu laughed. Great Divine Constable Sun, how about selling this horse to me? He felt that he really needed a horse. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to travel between the capital and the Forging Division's workshops. I'm not looking down on you, Sun Gongping said. But this horse of mine is no ordinary horse. It's an authentic Great Way Dragon Blood horse. You can't afford it. Name a price. Maybe I can afford it, Zhou Shu said. He didn't have much money now, but he had the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. This was a money tree. 1,000 taels of gold. Sun Gongping said. 1,000 taels of gold. Zhou Shu was speechless. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. How many standard weapons would I have to forge to earn 100,000 taels of silver? A horse is actually so expensive. No way. I can't afford it. Move. Get out of the way. The two of them were slowly walking on the road. Suddenly, there were loud noises behind them. Then a horse galloped over. Damn! Sun Gongping pulled Zhou Shu aside in time to avoid being hit by the galloping horse. Along the way, the pedestrians avoided the horse. Many of the roadside stalls were knocked over. What happened? Zhou Shu watched the galloping horse disappear at the end of the long street, his heart stirring. Was that a Huben troop? His eyesight was astounding. Although the horse had only brushed past them, he could still see the knight on horseback wearing the Huben troop's armor with bloodstains on his body. He thought about the cultivation increase he received earlier. The Huben troops encountered enemies? Aren't the Huben troops Imperial Guards? Zhou Shu looked around. It was peaceful in the capital. Although it was a little chaotic from the galloping horse, it didn't look like a war had broken out. Great Divine Constable Sun, the one who just passed by, is he from the Huben troops? Why did I see blood on him? Zhou Shu asked Sun Gongping. The frivolous expression on Sun Gongping's face disappeared, and he became serious. I saw it too. Sun Gongping said in a low voice. Something must have happened. Old Zhou, go to the drunken immortal and yourself. Eat whatever you want. After you're done, put it on my tab. I'm heading back to the Divine Constable Bureau to take a look. While speaking, Sun Gongping had already mounted his horse and rode off. Zhou Shu. Is this how you treat someone to a meal? If I put it on your tab, will it be like what happened last time? I didn't come out to eat but to socialize. Zhou Shu mumbled to himself and frowned. What happened to the Huben troops? That knight rushed back on his horse. Is he here to seek help? In Great Xia, who dares to attack the Heben troops openly? You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Heben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Heben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. While he was thinking, 2 more messages appeared in front of Zhou Shu. The battle isn't over yet? Zhou Shu's heart trembled. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. He looked in the direction that the knight had rushed from. He could no longer hold himself back and went to take a look. Let's see who the Heben troops are fighting. I won't go too far. If the place the Heben troops are fighting isn't far, I'll just take a look and come back. I haven't seen the battle scenes of this world yet. If I can't see them within 50 kilometers after leaving the city, I'll go back to the workshop. If a war breaks out within 50 kilometers of the capital, Great Xia should be able to control the situation. Chapter 45, They don't look very strong. You won't be able to escape. Hand over the name list, and I'll grant you a quick death. Less than 50 kilometers from the capital of Great Xia, there was a canyon in the mountains, and a group of black-robed men was surrounding a group of soldiers. Dozens of corpses littered the ground. Some were dressed in military uniforms, while others were dressed in black. Clearly, both sides had suffered casualties. But most of them were wearing military uniforms. It's you who won't be able to escape. The one who spoke was a general covered in blood. If Zhou Shu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Cheng Yang, the lieutenant of the Heben troops who had gone to the forging division to find the traitor. The current Cheng Yang was miserable. His originally shiny armor was now covered in bloodstains, and it was unknown whether the blood belonged to him or the enemy. There was a cut on his cheek by a sharp blade. The blood had stopped flowing, and his somewhat pale skin was exposed, looking abnormally terrifying. This is Great Xia. Since you dare to come here, don't even think about leaving here alive. Cheng Yang roared with all his might. Haha, do you believe that I can kill all of you before your reinforcements arrive? The leader of the men in black sneered. So what? Cheng Yang wasn't afraid at all. The edge of his Heben saber was already jagged, and his strength was almost depleted. If he continued fighting, he probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. But there was no fear in his eyes as he glared at the man in black. Even if only one soldier lives in the Heben troops, we will not disgrace Great Xia. Great Xia will avenge us. Haha. The leader laughed. Let me tell you. Everyone in Great Xia's capital has been restrained. No one will save you. If an army is mobilized, by the time it arrives, we would have already left Great Xia. So, you can die now. The leader raised his hand. Before his sword fell, Cheng Yang had already raised his Heben saber. Heben troops, charge! Cheng Yang roared. The remaining 20 or so Heben troops behind him shouted in unison, charge! The Heben troops charged toward these men in black. The leader sneered and swung his arm down. The number of men in black was almost twice that of the Heben troops. Without a sound, they charged toward the soldiers. Both sides collided, and in an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Broken sabers and swords fell with a clang. In just a moment, countless people from both sides collapsed. Another deep wound appeared on Cheng Yang's body, and the man in black opposite him was beheaded by him. The leader narrowed his eyes and slashed one of the Heben troops several feet away. In a flash, he was already in front of Cheng Yang. With one move, he aimed and slashed toward Cheng Yang's head. Clang! Cheng Yang staggered backward, and the Heben saber in his hand could no longer bear the burden and broke. There was a flash of sadness in Cheng Yang's eyes, but it immediately turned into determination. He held the broken saber and glared at the leader in black. He took a step forward and started fighting with him. A similar scene occurred in every corner of the battlefield. No one would have thought that there would be such a group of people attacking Great Xia's army at such a close distance to the capital. The Heben troops hadn't expected this either. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. Thus, Cheng Yang and the others had been caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. If not for the extreme sharpness of the Heben troops, they would have already died in the hands of the other party. However, although the Heben sabers were sharp, their greatest weakness was their toughness. Logically speaking, the Heben troops were imperial guards, and their daily mission was to guard the imperial palace. Even if the Heben sabers were not sturdy enough, it shouldn't have mattered. After all, their battles usually didn't last long. But now, this weakness was magnified infinitely. Without reinforcements, Cheng Yang's group was caught in a bitter battle. The Huben sabers were damaged, followed by the deaths of the Huben troops. When Zhou Shu arrived at the scene, he happened to see this tragic scene. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Huben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Along the way, Zhou Shu saw countless messages. He didn't even bother to sense the changes in his cultivation. It would take him 512 years of cultivation to reach the 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Still, a few decades of cultivation was better than nothing. Zhou Shu lay on a mountaintop and looked down into the valley. He saw the person surrounded in the center, who seemed to have gone mad. He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. After carefully identifying him, he finally recognized him. Cheng Yang? Who are these men in black? How dare they attack Great Xia's Huben troops here? Zhou Shu felt a chill in his heart and lowered his head even more. Driven by curiosity, he had left the capital and come all the way here. Speaking of which, he was also lucky. Great Xia's capital was surrounded by mountains, and there was more than one path. He just wanted to try his luck. Just when he was about to give up, he found Cheng Yang. It looks like Cheng Yang and his group won't be able to last much longer. Zhou Shu saw that only Cheng Yang and 10 or so people were bitterly holding on, but they were obviously at their limits. Cheng Yang seemed to be in a daze. He waved the broken saber in his hand and kept shouting, "Kill!" The leader in black teased Cheng Yang and the other Huben troops like a cat chasing a mouse. Why aren't the reinforcements here yet? Zhou Shu turned around and looked in the direction of the capital. This place was less than 50 kilometers away from Great Xia. Even he had arrived, so shouldn't the experts of Great Xia already arrive long ago? There was no movement in the direction of the capital. He looked at Cheng Yang and the others. It will be a miracle if they can last for 10 minutes in their current state. Zhou Shu furrowed his eyebrows tightly as his heart sank. Should I save them or not? Zhou Shu stared at the men in black as a thought flashed through his mind. These men in black don't look very strong. These men in black were able to defeat Cheng Yang and his group because of their numbers. In fact, they weren't much stronger than Cheng Yang's group. Although Zhou Shu didn't have much combat experience, his heavenly saber art was a combat saber technique to begin with, so he still had the necessary insight. Save? Zhou Shu didn't think for too long before making his decision. Although he and Cheng Yang were not very close, they were still acquaintances. Moreover, they could be considered colleagues. If he really watched him get killed, he would feel uneasy in the future. Moreover, he reckoned that these men in black wouldn't be able to hurt him. This was Great Xia. All he had to do was wait for Cheng Yang's group to escape to the capital. He expected that these men in black wouldn't dare to chase after them. It shouldn't be too dangerous. If Zhou Shu's life was in danger, then he definitely wouldn't take the risk. Although saving people was good, it wasn't worth risking his own life. After making his decision, Zhou Shu leaped over the mountain and slipped down into the canyon. Below, the men in black were in the midst of finishing up the fight, and they didn't notice that someone had appeared behind them silently. Humph, since you are so stubborn, then die. I will be able to get the list from your corpses. With a flash, the leader appeared in front of Cheng Yang and slashed at Cheng Yang's chest. Cheng Yang dodged with all his might. With a ripping sound, the clothes on his chest were cut by the blade. His stomach was almost split open. The list. Although he narrowly escaped, his expression changed drastically. A scroll stained with blood fell from his tattered clothes. He reached for the scroll. The leader in black laughed and slashed at his arm. Before Cheng Yang could grab the scroll, this slash would cut off his arm. The leader in black seemed to have already visualized the scene of his arm flying across the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ding! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A broken blade flew out of nowhere and hit the leader's long blade. The leader felt a huge impact, and his arm went numb. The long sword in his hand was already gone. He retreated, his face filled with shock. Like a breeze, a figure appeared in front of Cheng Yang. The figure held the bloody scroll in one hand and a broken Huben saber in the other. The leader's pupils contracted as he stared at this person. Who are you? Are you from Great Xia? The leader was bewildered. Didn't they say that the experts of Great Xia would be delayed for 2 hours? Run! Leave them to me, a hoarse voice said. Cheng Yang was stunned for a moment before he realized that these words were directed at them. Your Excellency, you are. He looked at the figure blocking in front of him and felt that he was somewhat familiar. But the other party had a cloth wrapped around his head, only revealing his two eyes and face. Zhou Shu didn't answer and instead shouted, Run! Leave the Huben sabers behind and run to the capital. Cheng Yang's expression turned solemn. He wanted to say something else, but Zhou Shu shouted again impatiently, Get lost! Cheng Yang gulped. Thank you. With a hoarse voice, he cupped his hands and threw the broken saber onto the ground. Run! The remaining Huben soldiers put down their Huben sabers and supported each other as they fled toward the capital at their highest speed. Although they didn't understand why Zhou Shu asked them to leave their Huben sabers behind, they knew that in their current state, even if they stayed behind, they would only be a burden. Instead, it would be better to escape and bring back reinforcements. When the men in black saw that the Huben troops were about to escape, their expressions changed, and they all took a step forward. Zhou Shu kicked forward, and a Huben saber flew up from the ground and landed in his hand. He could sense that this was a Huben saber he had forged the moment it landed in his hand. His lips curled up slightly as he looked at the group of men in black. Your opponent is me now. Chapter 46, Is this how you treat someone when you ask for help? Clang! A saber light tore through the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The leader in black could only see a beam of dazzling white light. Who exactly are you? He muttered to himself as the long saber above his head broke into 2. Following this, blood appeared between his brows and spread continuously like ink-stained paper. Then he crashed to the ground, dead. He's really weak, Zhou Shu mumbled. If the leader hadn't already died, he would definitely have vomited blood from anger. You've already killed me, and you still call me weak? Zhou Shu threw the badly damaged Huben saber on the ground and looked at the corpses on the ground. Only then did he feel his lungs churning. It had only been a short while since Cheng Yang's group left. They probably hadn't even reached the capital yet. Had I known these men in black were so weak, I wouldn't have gotten them to leave first. If they stayed, it would have been easier to clean up the battlefield, right? But then again, there's nothing to clean up on this battlefield. The Huben sabers left behind by the Huben troops were no longer intact. When he killed the men in black, Zhou Shu had used up all the Huben sabers. Killing men in black with 1 slash and 1 weapon each was indeed quite satisfying, but it was also quite expensive. If only they had been 100 refinements ring pommel sabers or horse-slaying sabers. At least, they wouldn't have broken so easily. Zhou Shu thought about it and decided to leave these corpses for the Huben troops to deal with. Cheng Yang's group would probably send people over soon. In any case, this place was in the wilderness, and no one would come here anytime soon. At the thought of this, he wasn't willing to stay any longer. He took big strides and headed toward the capital. Although Zhou Shu had fought a great battle, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, he felt as if his entire body was full of energy. This wasn't surprising. The men in black weren't even ranked martial artists, and they were pitifully weak. To Zhou Shu, they were just ordinary people he could kill with 1 slash. Furthermore, killing one had rewarded him with 2 years of cultivation. Not only did he not spend much effort, but he even increased his cultivation by decades. How could he not feel good? In order not to run into Cheng Yang's group, Zhou Shu deliberately took a detour and ran back to the 0th workshop to change his clothes. Then he ran to the Drunken Immortal Inn. It was rare for Sun Gongping to treat him, so Zhou Shu didn't want to let go of this opportunity. While Zhou Shu was ordering food and drinks at the Drunken Immortal Inn, the Huben troops commander, Cheng Wanli, and the Divine Constable Bureau's chief constable, Ma Fengzhang, had already rushed to the place where the Huben troops had been attacked. Brother Ma, we came too late. Cheng Wanli looked at the scene of the tragic situation, his eyes full of sorrow. The corpses of the Huben troops made his heart bleed. These were all his sons he had spent so much effort to nurture. Damn it! General Cheng, my condolences. Ma Fengzhang sighed. The Huben troops received orders to find traitors, but we never expected them to encounter such a calamity. It's my fault. I didn't realize that such a power was lurking in Great Xia. I will seek forgiveness from His Majesty. This isn't your fault, Brother Ma. The enemy is too cunning. Cheng Wanli gritted his teeth. Who would have thought that they would launch a suicide attack in the capital just to stall for time? I just find it a little strange. They made such a big commotion just to kill Huben troops? General Cheng, with all due respect, the Huben troops don't seem to have such value, Ma Fengzhang said. I know my limits. Cheng Wanli smiled bitterly. The Huben troops aren't worth the enemy spending so much to deal with. The other party had started a riot in the capital, and more than 10 ranked experts had their identities exposed. If it was just to deal with the Huben troops, it was completely unnecessary. The Huben troops were just formed, and there were only a few thousand of them. They were not even ranked within Great Xia's armies. No matter how they looked at it, dealing with the Huben troops wasn't worth the price. Ask Cheng Yang and the others later, and we'll know why. I'm a little curious now. Who saved Cheng Yang? Cheng Wanli's gaze fell on the men in black. It was these people who had made his Huben troops suffer heavy losses. He wished he could kill them again. General Cheng, take a look at the wounds on these men, Ma Fengzhang pointed at the bodies of the men in black. Cheng Wanli calmed down and looked at the wounds carefully. A moment later, a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. That senior. From the saber intent, yes. Ma Fengzhang nodded. General Cheng, it seems that your Huben troops are fated with this person. Ma Fengzhang pondered. What is his motive for hiding in the capital? As the head of the Divine Constable Bureau, Ma Fengzhang had an unknown god entrenched in the capital. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit scared. However, Cheng Wanli didn't seem to care. No matter what this senior's purpose is, he has no ill intentions toward Great Xia. First, he prevented the leak of the Huben saber's secret forging formula, and now he saved my brothers. He is the great benefactor of my Huben troops. You missed something else, Ma Fengzhang said. He even helped you become a ranked martial artist. Cheng Wanli nodded. I will never forget this senior's great kindness. If not for the blade marks left behind by this senior in the saber cave, Cheng Wanli wouldn't have been able to comprehend saber intent and break through to 9th rank martial artist. To him, this favor had made him a new man. Ma Fengzhang contemplated for a moment but still couldn't understand. From the looks of it, this mysterious master had helped Great Xia twice. Furthermore, the saber cave and blade marks he had left behind were extremely beneficial to the low-level martial artists of Great Xia. No matter how one looked at it, he had nothing but kindness toward Great Xia. However, Ma Fengzhang still made up his mind to find out who this mysterious expert was. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything to the other party. But as the Divine Constable Bureau's head, he could only feel at ease when he had an idea of the uncontrollable factors that could affect the capital. Let us not mention how Cheng Wanli and Ma Fengzhang dealt with the aftermath. Sun Gongping, in the Drunken Immortal Inn in the capital, was dumbfounded as he looked at the table full of leftovers. Sun Gongping rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief. Did you eat all of this? Didn't you tell me to eat whatever I want? Zhou Shu shrugged. The Drunken Immortal Inn's food and drinks are indeed much better than our workshops. I accidentally ate a bit more. Great Divine Constable Sun, are you going back on your word? If you really want to go back on your word, it's fine. I'll pay the bill myself. At most, when I tell others in the future. Bullshit. I said I'd treat you. Sun Gongping stared at him. Do you think I won't be able to afford it? Eat. Eat as much as you want. Are you full? If not, order more. Really? Sun Gongping was startled. Are you really going to eat more? Then, I'll order some more. Without waiting for Sun Gongping to speak, Zhou Shu called the waiter over and ordered another 6 dishes. The common thing these dishes shared was that they were filling and expensive. Sun Gongping's heart was bleeding. Damn it, will old Ma reimburse me? If he dares not to reimburse me, I will fight him. Sun Gongping felt indignant. The food and drinks at the Drunken Immortal Inn were extremely expensive. Even he felt his heart ache whenever he ate here. Old Zhou ordered so much just because he doesn't have to pay. Can he really eat so much? The stack of plates is taller than him. Zhou Shu didn't think too much about it. His cultivation had suddenly increased by several decades, and because his strength soared, he felt hungry. He was so hungry that he saw stars. If he didn't eat now, when would be a better chance to eat? Oh right, Great Divine Constable Sun, what happened just now? Did a war break out? Zhou Shu asked even though he knew. It's nothing. Sun Gongping started chewing on his food with a vengeance. Even if a war breaks out, it won't reach the capital. Great General Meng is already preparing to set off. Previously, it was just a few small fleas that jumped out to cause trouble. They were already killed. Sun Gongping said boldly, they must be blind to have the guts to cause trouble in the capital of Great Xia. If I arrived sooner, I would have sent them on their way first. Is that so? Zhou Shu was deep in thought. It seems that something indeed happened in the capital, which is why no one went to help Cheng Yang's group. But from the sound of it, nothing major happened. After all, the Great Xia Imperial Court isn't weak. Speaking of which, old Zhou, there will probably be business coming your forging division's way. Sun Gongping chuckled. Before I came here, I heard that the Haben troops have benefited from this disaster. They will probably expand their forces later. When that happens, their demand for Haben sabers will definitely increase. Zhou Shu nodded. From what he saw, the Haben sabers of Cheng Yang's group were all damaged. They definitely needed to purchase a batch of Haben sabers. Old Zhou, you've had your fill of food and drinks. Have you considered the weapon? Sun Gongping continued, this time, not only will the Haben troops be affected, but our Divine Constable Bureau will also be reprimanded by His Majesty. According to my understanding of Old Ma, the Divine Constable Bureau will definitely make a big move. If you can help the Divine Constable Bureau develop a unique weapon, I can guarantee that you will make a killing. Didn't I tell you? Forging weapons requires inspiration. Zhou Shu was dumbfounded. This isn't something that can be developed just because I want to. Would you dare to use a random saber I forged? A saber not only has to look good, but there are many other professional things involved. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Only useless people find excuses. Sun Gongping said disdainfully. Aren't you known as a forging genius? You can't even do such a small thing. Just tell me. Are you going to do it or not? Zhou Shu was speechless. When did I become known as a forging genius? It's all because of you, okay? Is this how you treat someone when you ask for help? Damn it! Fine, but I have a condition, Zhou Shu said unhappily. I really like the food and drinks here. In the future, I'll have them send me a table of food and drink every day, and your Divine Constable Bureau will pay for it. Chapter 47, Kill Without Delay. What? Why don't you go rob someone? Sun Gongping widened his eyes. It's not like we won't pay for weapons from the forging division. Why should we take care of your meals? Great Divine Constable, do you understand what customized means? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. If you want Haben sabers or 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, or even horse-slaying sabers, it's not a problem. You can just go to the forging division to buy them. Now, shouldn't you pay extra if you want a customized weapon? I'm only asking for food and drinks. This is already a friendship price, okay? The Divine Constable Bureau was the same as Great Xia's 3 armies. They could purchase weapons directly from the forging division. Naturally, there were certain procedures. Under normal circumstances, they could choose whatever standard weapons they wanted from the forging division. However, the forging division would not specially develop standard weapons for them. Customization services were available in the forging division as well, but they were only available to those qualified. All ranked martial artists in Great Xia could ask the forging masters in the forging division to forge weapons, and the fees could be very different. Thus, Zhou Shu's words were completely reasonable. Even Sun Gongping could only roll his eyes at him. Then, when can you develop a weapon? I can't guarantee you that, Zhou Shu said. Perhaps a day, perhaps a month, or perhaps a year. Do you think I'm a fool? Sun Gongping said angrily. Goodbye, I won't see you again. Sun Gongping walked away in anger. After walking away, he heard Zhou Shu shouting from behind, don't forget to pay. He stumbled and walked faster. Zhou Shu smiled as he rubbed his stomach and left the drunken immortal in satisfaction. You mean you seized a list from a traitor? In the Haben troops camp, other than the Haben troops, the Divine Constable Bureau's Ma Fengzhong and a few other Divine Constables were also here. Cheng Yang was reporting the situation to Cheng Wanli. In other words, the enemy made such a big fuss just to regain the list. Ma Fengzhang's eyes shone as he pondered. And the list? Cheng Wanli said. The name list is with that senior. Cheng Yang looked guilty. He had forgotten to ask for the name list back then. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to ask for it under those circumstances. You! Cheng Wanli was furious. Cheng Yang lowered his head in guilt. What kind of list is it? Ma Fengzhang asked. Have you seen the list? It's an assassination list, Cheng Yang said. At the time, I only saw a portion of it. I don't remember everything. It's an assassination list targeting the young talents of Great Xia. The talented martial artists and talented forgers are among them. Cheng Yang explained what he remembered. Ma Fengzhang and Cheng Wanli looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If it was just a list of Great Xia's elites, they wouldn't be too surprised. However, Cheng Yang said that there were also specific assassination methods. Just based on what Cheng Yang remembered, the list included preparations done in advance for assassinations, as well as the hidden traitors around those people. The Huben troops already killed so many traitors this time. I didn't expect there to be so many more hidden ones, Cheng Wanli muttered. This is unavoidable, Ma Fengzhang said in a low voice. Didn't Great Xia also plant many spies in various countries? We won't be able to get rid of all of them. Even if we kill them all, there will be new spies before long. If what Lieutenant Cheng said is true, many people are in danger. If we can't get the name list, the consequences will be dire. Ma Fengzhang's expression was solemn. There were many talented people in Great Xia. If they had to protect each and every one of them, even if the Great Xia Imperial Court could do it, how much manpower and resources would it take? But if they left this issue alone, how many elites of Great Xia would die in the hands of their enemies? To Great Xia, this was absolutely an unbearable loss. Of course, they could also gather all the famous young talents of Great Xia together to protect them. But if that happened, it would affect the affairs of many of them. Furthermore, for how long would they need to protect them? The best way was to find the name list and get rid of the traitors on it. Lieutenant Cheng, let me ask you. Did you see the person who saved you? Ma Fengzhang asked in a low voice. Originally, he only wanted to find the mysterious expert out of curiosity, but now, he had to find him. This list would affect the fate of Great Xia in the next few decades. No, Cheng Yang shook his head. The senior's face was covered. Ma Fengzhang sighed. The other party is indeed unwilling to reveal his identity. It won't be easy to find this person in the capital. If such an expert wants to hide his identity, who can easily find him? General Cheng, we will split into two groups. The Huben troops will continue to kill traitors. The Divine Constable Bureau will take action and try our best to protect all the known talents of Great Xia. I will enter the palace now and ask His Majesty for help. The 0th Workshop. When Zhou Shu returned, the first batch of forged weapons had already been delivered. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the rest did not disappoint. More than half of them had succeeded. These forging apprentices could only forge once a day. If they succeeded, they would be able to forge a weapon. If they failed, they could only wait for tomorrow. However, as there were 40 people forging together, if they succeeded once, they could produce 40 weapons. This was also the benefit of unified forging. There are 200 Huben sabers and 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, but not a single horse-slaying saber has been forged. Zhou Shu wasn't too disappointed. The difficulty of forging the horse-slaying saber was higher than the first two, so it was normal that they didn't succeed on the first day. This time, in order to complete the mission, he divided Zhang Yibei and the others into several groups. 10 of them were in charge of forging Huben sabers. If they succeeded once a day, they would be able to forge 400 Huben sabers in a day. 3,000 was no problem. There were 15 teams each in charge of the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and the horse-slaying sabers. The 100 refinements ring pommel sabers required 1,000, while the horse-slaying saber needed 500. Considering the success rate of forging these two weapons, Zhou Shu had placed most of his manpower on them. There was still more than half a month left. Based on the current situation, completing the mission wouldn't be difficult. He put the weapons, as well as the horse-slaying sabers he had forged, into the storeroom. More than half of the Huben troops' sabers have been destroyed. I'll have to forge another batch to ensure that there will be 100 Huben sabers that I've forged out there. I'm about to max out on the number of horse-slaying sabers. I wonder what the next weapon will be. Furthermore, the horse-slaying sabers haven't completed any kills yet. I wonder what benefits I'll get? Will it be a cultivation technique, saber technique, or something else? Zhou Shu's heart was full of anticipation as he decided on the next day's forging task. Replace the Huben sabers and max out the horse-slaying sabers. After returning to his room, Zhou Shu was about to go to bed when he suddenly saw the dirty clothes he had thrown in the corner. The clothes he wore during the day had been stained with blood when he killed the men in black. I almost forgot about this. Zhou Shu smacked his head and pulled out a bloody scroll from the pile of clothes. Those men in black attacked Cheng Yang's group for this, right? Previously, he had conveniently placed this item in his pocket. Afterward, he had forgotten to return it to Cheng Yang. When he changed his clothes, he had casually tossed it here and simply forgot about it. Out of curiosity, Zhou Shu opened the bloody scroll. The scroll was made of silk, and the blood on it belonged to Cheng Yang or someone else. It had already been soaked. He opened it and saw that it was full of words. Lu Wen's Huang, the youngest daughter of the Lu family in Qingzhou of Great Xia. She broke through to the 9th rank at the age of 9, then she advanced 1 rank a year and became the youngest 3rd-rank grandmaster in the history of the land at the age of 15. There is hope for her to reach the 1st rank in the future. 10 years ago, Great Wei sent a girl into the Lu family, and she became Lu Wenshuang's personal maidservant. Zhou Shu's eyelids twitched. A 15-year-old 3rd-rank grandmaster? Sun Gongping is only a 9th-rank martial artist at 18. How does he have the face to brag about being a genius? Speaking of which, Lu Wenshuang's personal servant is from Great Wei? Zhou Shu had just heard the name of Great Wei not long ago. Great Wei was one of the 10 nations on this land and was also an enemy of Great Xia. They wouldn't be so kind as to send a maidservant to a genius of Great Xia, right? Zhou Shu continued reading. Shi Songtao, 28 years old, a genius forging master. At 25 years old, he forged a ranked weapon, the Songtao sword. He became famous in one battle. Mi Ziwen, 32 years old, a genius military strategist, suspected to be Meng Bai's successor. His coachman is the son of the Minister of War of Great Wei. Zhou Shu was shocked as he continued reading. On this list, it seemed that all the geniuses of Great Xia were recorded. What's the purpose of the details behind these geniuses' names? The son of the Minister of War of Great Wei came to Great Xia to be a coachman? Why did Great Wei plant so many chess pieces around these geniuses? Zhou Shu had seen spy movies in his previous life. No matter how dull his reaction was, even he could tell what was going on. It was obvious that Great Wei had planted spies around these geniuses to deal with them. The geniuses on this list weren't ordinary people. If they all died, the geniuses in Great Xia's would probably be all gone. Sun Gongping, 18 years old, the son of Great Xia's Marquis Wei Yiwen. His talent in the martial dao is outstanding. In order to strengthen his foundation, his father suppressed his cultivation base for 5 years. Now, he has broken through to the 9th rank and is making rapid progress. Within 10 years, he has a chance of reaching the 3rd rank. At the end of the list, Zhou Shu saw a familiar name. Sun Gongping is indeed a genius. The son of Marquis Wei Yiwen? The young Marquis? No wonder he knows Yin Wuo. There's more? The words behind were soaked in blood and a little blurry. Zhou Shu raised it up and carefully examined it for a while before finally seeing what was written on it. Zhou Shu, 16 years old, the superintendent of a Great Xia forging division workshop. From a humble background, he was once a forging apprentice in Great Xia's forging division's 97th workshop. He independently forged the Huben saber and created the 100 refinements forging technique to forge the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber. He was promoted to the superintendent of a workshop by the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. Suggestion: kill without delay. A bright red cross mark appeared on Zhou Shu's name. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 48, The Dignified Workshop Superintendent doesn't even have a servant. F***ck your ancestors. Who the hell wrote my name on it? Zhou Shu was furious. I've already kept such a low profile, yet they still discovered me? These bastards, what is the meaning of kill without delay? You want to kill me immediately? Zhou Shu subconsciously looked around. It felt as if an assassin would suddenly appear at any moment. Fortunately, there are no hidden spies around me. Even Sun Gongping's paragraph had a note of a traitor. Only his didn't. But after thinking about it, it made sense. The geniuses on the list all had extraordinary backgrounds, and they had been extraordinary since they were young, so Great Wei had planted spies around them. In the past, he was just an insignificant forging apprentice. Now, he had only become a superintendent for a few days. The other party might not have had time to plant spies around him yet. No wonder those men in black wanted to kill Cheng Yang. If this list falls into the hands of the Great Xia Imperial Court, the spies of Great Wei will be completely uprooted. These spies were almost all planted around the geniuses 10 years ago. If they were removed, it wouldn't be so easy to place them again. Sun Gongping, I'm going to save your life this time. All it will cost you is a few meals. According to the list, Sun Gongping had a servant who was a spy from Great Wei. If the other party wanted to attack him, Sun Gongping would probably not be on guard. I have to find a way to return this list. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin as he pondered. Those bastards from Great Wei want to assassinate me. When would be a better time to deal with them if not now? He definitely didn't have the time or strength to deal with so many spies. He could only hand over the list and let the Great Xia Imperial Court handle it. I can't give it to them openly. It will be dangerous if the spies of Great Wei target me. Zhou Shu shivered. At the top of the list, Lu Wen's Huang, a 15-year-old third-rank grandmaster, had been targeted. Given so, his current strength was definitely far beneath the other party. Now, he had already been targeted by the spies of the Great Wei even though he had only revealed his talent in forging. If he revealed his martial Dao abilities, wouldn't the other party pay more attention to him? Zhou Shu didn't want the other party to pay more notice to him at all. He wished that the other party wouldn't notice him. Even a third-rank grandmaster may be assassinated. It seems I'm not strong enough. I need to be at least first rank to be safe. It looked like he had to speed up the progress of his forging. The Heben saber had brought the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, and the 100 Refinements Ring Pommel saber had brought the Heaven saber art. He didn't know what the horse-slaying saber would bring him. General Meng will be heading out in a few days. If I give him the Heben sabers, he will probably bring them to the front line. There will be more opportunities for them to complete kills than giving them to the Heben troops. The same goes for the 100 Refinements Ring Pommel sabers and the horse-slaying sabers. Zhou Shu calculated in his heart. The more kills the weapons he forged completed, the more benefits he would receive. He was now thinking that the weapons he personally forged had to be handed over to the combatants in the future. For Imperial Guards like the Heben troops, there weren't many opportunities to kill enemies, so giving them weapons was a waste. Forging could not be rushed, but the matter of the name list could not be delayed. Zhou Shu looked at the name list again, memorized its contents, and rolled it up. After some thought, he changed back into his bloody clothes and covered his face, revealing only his eyes. Then he opened the window and jumped out. Although it was already nighttime in the Heben troops' camp, the place was brightly lit. All of the Heben troops were brimming with killing intent. Fast horses galloped out of the camp as military orders were issued from Cheng Wanli's tent. The Heben troops had just been established, and they had already failed their first mission. How could Cheng Wanli, who had just become a ranked martial artist, endure this? He mobilized everyone in the Heben troops and went around to capture traitors everywhere, according to the news from the Divine Constable Bureau. General, I remember there are still a few people. Cheng Yang had seen the name list. Although he didn't remember much, for those he did, the Heben troops had already sent people over. These people are all ranked martial artists. The Heben troops won't be able to handle it, Cheng Wanli said in a deep voice. The Divine Constable Bureau has already sent people. If necessary, the demon executing and fiend eradication armies will also send people to assist. Unfortunately, we don't know where that senior is. Cheng Yang sighed. Senior has helped our Heben troops many times, so he must be a senior of Great Xia. If we can find him, he will definitely return the list to us. Cheng Yang's face was full of respect. He now knew that after they left that day, the senior had killed all the men in black, killing them one by one with a single slash each, simple and neat. This was equivalent to the senior taking revenge for them. Cheng Yang only wanted to kowtow in gratitude to him personally. Cheng Wanli shook his head. Senior's thoughts are elusive. Perhaps he doesn't care too much about the list. High-ranked martial artists had all kinds of personalities. Cheng Wanli couldn't guarantee the personality of the senior who had helped the Heben troops several times. Ding! While the two of them were talking, a white light suddenly pierced through the tent and nailed onto the table beside Cheng Wanli. Cheng Wanli's body stiffened, not daring to move. Even if mountains collapse in front of you, your expression doesn't change. Great General, your self-cultivation is truly admirable. Cheng Yang exclaimed. Cheng Wanli cursed in his heart. Calm my ass. I was scared silly, okay. On the table, a dagger was stabbed several inches into the wood, and the blade was still trembling slightly. It was this dagger that had just passed over right above Cheng Wanli's head and been nailed into the table. Throughout the entire process, Cheng Wanli hadn't even noticed. In other words, if the dagger had been aimed at his vital points, he wouldn't have had the chance to dodge. Inside his own central tent, in the middle of his army, his life was actually in the hands of someone else. Cheng Wanli was furious. It seems the Heben troops' training still isn't up to standard. He had forgotten that the Heben troops and even all of the country protector army were made up of ordinary people. High-ranked martial artists were never their targets. Those people were dealt with by the demon executing and fiend eradication armies. Look at what it is. Cheng Wanli still felt that his limbs were numb and couldn't move. He snorted at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang hurried over to take a look and was overjoyed. It's Senior! Cheng Yang yelled and walked out of the tent. Senior, please wait. Cheng Wanli's face darkened. He used to think that Cheng Yang was a steady fellow, but now, it seemed that he had been too kind to him. Cheng Wanli took a deep breath as the numbness in his body slightly lessened. He reached out and picked up the thing that had been stabbed into the table with the knife. With just a glance, Cheng Wanli's expression changed drastically. Guards! Mobilize the entire camp. We are entering the city tonight. The main camp of the Heben troops was outside the capital. The city gates were now closed, but Cheng Wanli couldn't wait for dawn. He had to enter the city immediately. If he didn't hand this thing over to the emperor, he wouldn't be at ease. As Zhou Shu watched, groups of soldiers leaped out from the Heben troops' camp. Leading them were Cheng Wanli and Cheng Yang. Zhou Shu smiled. He retired from his responsibilities and left without claiming any merit or fame. When Zhou Shu woke up, he felt refreshed. He first forged a horse-slaying saber to lift his spirits and then went to have breakfast. Of course, he didn't forget to visit Zhang Yibei and the others and encouraged them in passing. It was already late in the morning. When he returned to the 0th workshop, there was someone standing at the door. Greetings, Grand Minister. Zhou Shu cupped his hands in greeting. Grand Minister, how did you have the time to come here? Had I known you were coming, I would have waited here. Ever since last time, Zhou Shu hadn't seen Yin Wuyu for a very long time. As the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, Yin Wuyu didn't bother with the trivial matters in the workshops, and the workshop superintendents didn't report to her directly. The Grand Minister of the Forging Division was the superior of the superior of the superior of the workshop superintendents. Yin Wuyu nodded noncommittally and examined the workshop with interest. She was sizing up the 0th workshop, but Zhou Shu was sizing her up. Yin Wuyu was wearing a light green dress today. Her long hair was tied up simply behind her back, and her temperament was like that of a fairy. As she stood there, even if she didn't speak, it still looked like a beautiful painting. I heard from the craftsmen in the Ministry of Works that the construction of the 0th workshop cost more than 3,000 taels. The Forging Division only gave 1,000 taels of silver for the construction expense of workshops. In other words, the cost had exceeded it by 2,000 taels. Grand Minister, as the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you must first use your tools. If this workshop is built well, the mood of the forging apprentices will be much better, and the efficiency of their work will naturally be much higher, Zhou Shu said unhurriedly. That's why I feel that there was a need to spend this money. Besides, I was the one who paid for it. There was no need for the division to pay. It should be fine, right? It's not a big problem. Yin Wuyu turned around and looked at Zhou Shu with a spirited gaze, sizing him up. Her gaze made Zhou Shu a little uncomfortable. Grand Minister, why are you looking at me like that? I washed my face this morning. Yin Wuyu pursed her lips imperceptibly. You are now the superintendent of a forging division workshop, not a forging apprentice. You can be considered someone of status. Zhou Shu. He was baffled and didn't know what Yin Wuyu meant. As a workshop superintendent, you don't even have a servant by your side. If word gets out, others will think I, Yin Huiyu, am abusing my subordinates. Zhou Shu was even more stupefied. A mere workshop superintendent needs a servant? Xiao Zongshui and Li Hongyuan don't seem to have anyone serving them. That's not right. There do seem to be odd job workers in their workshops. Could the Grand Minister even manage such a trifle and assign an odd job worker to me? He was puzzled when he heard Yin Huiyu continue. Haitang, from today onward, you will stay in the 0th workshop and serve Superintendent Zhou. Chapter 49, Horse Slaying Saber completed a kill. Haitang, from today onward, you will stay in the 0th workshop and serve Superintendent Zhou. Yin Huiyu said lightly. Then Zhou Shu heard a clear voice. Yes, Your Highness. Only then did Zhou Shu notice that there was a pretty little maid-servant behind Yin Huiyu. The little maid looked around 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Yin Huiyu. She had a snow-white complexion and a pretty face. In Zhou Shu's previous life, she would be the school belle of a high school. How could she be a servant? When did the Forging Division's workshop have maids? He had never seen Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan, or the other senior superintendents use maid-servants in their workshops. As for whether they had maid-servants their residences outside, Zhou Shu didn't know. From around the web. Hersada il Kibrisidlarand %40 in direme. Hersada il Kibrisidlarand %40 in direme. Kibrisidlarand sinirli sayada dev in direme. Tiddlegitim. If you own a mouse, you have to play this game. No install. Play for free. Panzer.Quest strategy game. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Discover the top 15 PhD scholarships for 2024. Discover the top 15 PhD scholarships for 2024. Search ads. Recommended by. This wasn't the problem. The problem was, what was the meaning of the princess suddenly giving a maid to a small workshop superintendent? This maid was clearly Yin Huiyu's own maid. He remembered that in ancient times, there was a phrase called accompanying maid. Could Yin Huiyu like me? Zhou Shu gave himself a slap, waking him up from his beautiful dream. What am I thinking? Other than being a little handsome, what else could make others like me? Superintendent Zhou, why did you hit yourself? A crisp voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ears. The pretty little maid was looking at him strangely. As for Yin Huiyu, she had already disappeared. This woman looked like a fairy, and her actions were like a fairy. She came and went without a trace. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if I'm dreaming. Zhou Shu said perfunctorily. Then, do you want me to hit you? The maid was eager to give it a try. No, thank you. Zhou Shu took half a step back and distanced himself from the not-so-reliable maid. Looking at the little maid, Zhou Shu felt a headache. Yin Huiyu didn't give me a chance to refuse and directly left her here. What should I do now? This was a workshop of the Forging Division, and there were men stinking of sweat everywhere. Wasn't a beautiful girl here too eye-catching? Those fellows liked to be topless when they were working. Some of them didn't even wear clothes. The thought of having this little maid face such a scene made Zhou Shu's eyes burn. Should I leave her in my place? Usually, no forging apprentice dared to go to his own backyard. But then again, when he was forging, he would often not wear a shirt. He didn't mind being looked at, but the problem was that the other party was just a young girl. He would feel guilty. Your name is Haitang, right? Zhou Shu said. I don't need anyone to serve me here. You can go back. I can't. Her Highness has ordered me. If I go back, I will be beaten to death, Haitang said bluntly. Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. Is she that cruel? All right then. Tell me first. What can you do? Zhou Shu asked calmly. Can you cook? No. Do you know how to do laundry? No. Sweeping the floor? There are palace maids in charge of cleaning the palace. I've never done it before. Aren't you a maid? If you can't do it, then what can you do? I can dress Her Highness. Zhou Shu was completely speechless. Is this a maid or a princess? She can't do anything, but you want her to serve me? Zhou Shu suspected that Yin Huiyu was deliberately targeting him. Go back. I don't need someone to dress me. If I go back, I'll be beaten to death. Haitang looked as though she was about to cry, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Zhou Shu let out a long sigh. What the hell is going on? When Haitang saw Zhou Shu's expression, a sly smile flashed across her face. When Zhou Shu looked over, she frowned again. Her Highness said that I can warm the bed too. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. He wasn't a prick. He really couldn't do that to an underage girl. Stop, you can stay, Zhou Shu said. But I'll be frank. The conditions here are incomparable to those in the palace. If there's nothing important, stay in the backyard and don't come out casually. Recently, Zhang Yibei and the others wouldn't be working at the 0th workshop. At most, he would just forge in the factory. No, Her Highness said that I have to follow you. I have to serve you closely, Haitang said. Will you follow me if I take a bath or go to the toilet? Zhou Shu was speechless. I'll guard the door. Haitang blushed slightly, but she still spoke. Zhou Shu was really speechless. Is she here to serve me or to monitor me? Has my successive creation of new weapons finally attracted the attention of the higher UPS? But that's not right either. With Yin Wu's identity, if she really suspects me, she could just capture me and torture me. Sending a delicate little maid over, isn't she afraid of me hitting her? Bah! I'm not a dog. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin and sized up Haitang. He felt something was off. Could Yin Wu have realized my genius and want to use a beauty trap to tie me down? If you want to use the beauty trap, you can do it yourself. It will be several times more effective than using this little maid. Follow me if you must. But I'll be frank with you. When I forge, you must stay far away from me. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if the hammer injures you. Zhou Shu said in annoyance. Haitang blinked. Don't worry. It won't hurt me. I'm very quick-witted. In an ordinary alley in the capital of Great Xia. Amid the screeching of wheels, a greenish-grey carriage slowly entered. The person driving the carriage was a middle-aged man with a common face. The man had a bitter expression, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be carved by a knife. The carriage stopped, and the coachman turned around and whispered to the carriage, Young master, we're here. San, you've been with me for 12 years. I'm old and no longer a young master. A sigh came from the carriage. 12 years, 9 months, and 8 days. Young master is young master. No matter how old you are still young master, the coachman said. 12 years, 9 months, and 8 days. It turns out that every day you spend by my side is so torturous. The voice in the carriage was full of emotion. You must have been counting the days, right? The coachman's eyes flickered. He slowly straightened his back. A moment ago, he was still an honest coachman. But now, he seemed to have changed into another person. He alighted from the carriage slowly, as if he was afraid of causing a misunderstanding. Do you know, the coachman said in a low voice. 11 years ago, I lost my footing and fell into a river. You were the one who saved me. That time, you almost sank to the bottom of the river. 9 years ago, I was assassinated. You used your body to block the assassin for me. The wound on your right shoulder probably left a permanent scar. 5 years ago, my old ailment relapsed. It was you who rushed 500 kilometers to invite the divine doctor back. 3 years ago, I was surrounded by barbarians on White Peak Mountain. It was you who desperately covered my retreat. You said that you don't fancy high positions or rewards, and you only want to be my coachman. I respected your thoughts. How I wish that all of this never happened. How I wish that this was still the time when I first met you. The voice inside the carriage wasn't answering. Instead, the man was speaking to himself. The coachman's eyelids drooped. You now know that I have ulterior motives. I've always pretended not to know. But now, I can't continue to pretend. The voice was full of sorrow. Son of the Minister of War of Great Wei, you were originally also a young master, but you've been suffering by my side for 12 years. Why bother? Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say anything, the coachman said in a low voice. But I won't surrender just like that. Although you've never fought before, I know that you're not as weak as the rumors say. If I have to die, I'd rather die by your hands, the coachman said coldly. With a flip of his wrist, an arm-length dagger appeared in his hand. His aura continued to rise. 9th rank, 8th rank, 7th rank. In the blink of an eye, the aura emitted from his body was no weaker than that of a 6th rank martial artist. Come, let me see how powerful you are, the coachman shouted. Then he slashed forward with his dagger, and a dazzling blade light struck the carriage like a mountain. As you wish. In the carriage, these words were spoken with impact. Crack! The carriage seemed to be struck by an invisible force and exploded into pieces. An even more dazzling saber light suddenly shot out from the carriage. Boom! The two saber lights collided, and the impact dispersed into invisible forces that hit the walls on both sides of the alley, producing crackling sounds. The expression on the coachman's face froze. His eyes flashed with relief and guilt. Then a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Indeed, as he uttered his last word, his body collapsed to the ground, and his aura gradually dissipated. A scholarly man in his 30s appeared from the ruins of the carriage, carrying a saber that didn't match his disposition. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Before they even fell to the ground, they were already evaporated by an invisible force. Have a safe journey, the elegant man muttered to himself. The next moment, he raised his saber and turned around to leave. The horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the cultivation technique, the golden bell shield. The moment the coachman collapsed to the ground, Zhou Shu, far away in the outskirts of the capital, suddenly saw a barrage of messages. Mysterious information instantly surged into Zhou Shu's mind, causing him to freeze on the spot. Superintendent Zhou, what's wrong? Are you all right? Haitang, who was following by Zhou Shu's side, yelled when she saw him suddenly freeze on the spot. Zhou Shu didn't notice that at this moment, Haitang was actually emitting the aura of a ranked martial artist. Her gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, and two daggers appeared in her hands as she looked around vigilantly. Chapter 50, Something's Wrong. The Golden Bell Shield was cultivated both internally and externally, and it was the best defense in the world. It was divided into 12 levels. At level 12, not only was the Golden Halo indestructible, but it would also make one immune to water, fire, and poison. One could even go on without sleep and rest and have endless energy. All of the information regarding the Golden Bell Shield flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. As soon as this information entered his mind, he broke through a barrier within his body. At the first level of the Golden Bell Shield, all the meridians in his body were unobstructed, and his true qi circulated freely. If he received a blow, the pain would be reduced by half. Zhou Shu's Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique was already at the 8th level, and his meridians had long since been cleared. The first level of the Golden Bell Shield was actually of little value to him. But the Golden Bell Shield could only show its true prowess after cultivating to the 6th level. The first level could only be considered better than nothing. This doesn't seem right. Zhou Shu gradually digested the information regarding the Golden Bell Shield in his mind. He was somewhat speechless. First was the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, then the Golden Bell Shield? Does the legendary Armament Canon want to develop me in the direction of a meat shield? The image of a muscular bald man who looked like a bronze statue of the Shaolin Monastery appeared in his mind, and he shuddered. Something's wrong. I want to become a swordsman with fluttering white clothes. Dugu 9 swords, flying immortals. Any one of them would do. While cursing silently, Zhou Shu saw Haitang quickly hide her daggers. What are you doing? Nothing, Superintendent Zhou. I saw that you were in a daze and thought that you were plotted against. Haitang was composed, and her movements were natural. If not for Zhou Shu's exceptional 5 senses, he would have thought that he had seen wrongly. His gaze roamed across Haitang's body as he marveled inwardly. I have no idea where she hid the 2 daggers. I can't spot the slightest clue. This girl doesn't know how to cook or clean. I was wondering why Yen Wuyu sent her to my side. So she's here to protect me. If Zhou Shu didn't know about the list, he probably wouldn't have thought of this. But he was the one who had personally handed over the name list of Great Xia's geniuses to Cheng Wanli. The imperial court must have taken action after obtaining the list. The other elites all had large families and businesses, and there was no lack of people protecting them. Only he, a forging apprentice, didn't have any backing. There were definitely no experts around him to protect him. Although the forging division's workshops were relatively safe, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be spies of the other party lurking. To others, Zhou Shu was only an apprentice who had comprehended a bit of saber intent. His martial strength was almost zero. So Haitang was sent to be my bodyguard. If not for the outburst earlier on, I wouldn't have noticed her cultivation. Zhou Shu's own cultivation path was very different from this world's. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about the cultivation levels of the martial artists in this world. For example, he knew that there were 9 ranks of martial artists in this world, but he didn't know how these 9 ranks were divided. Zhou Shu was unable to determine what rank Haitang's cultivation was. But he was certain that her cultivation was inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see through her. With your small body, it remains to be seen who is protecting who, Zhou Shu thought. Even so, he still felt warm inside. In order to protect him, Yin Wuyu even sent someone close to her. This meant that he wasn't abandoned. The Great Xia Imperial Court still remembered him. Great Xia isn't bad. Zhou Shu originally didn't have any sense of belonging to Great Xia. After all, he wasn't a person of this world. But now, his thoughts had changed slightly. The people of Great Xia were not bad. Superintendent Zhou, why were you in a daze just now? Haitang asked. She knew that some high-ranked martial artists had strange magical powers and could directly attack people's minds. It's nothing. I just suddenly had some inspiration regarding weapons. Zhou Shu found an excuse. You'll get used to it in the future. We're geniuses, and that's how it is. Inspiration often erupts. Is it an epiphany? Haitang said enviously. You can put it that way. Zhou Shu nodded. After this epiphany, I have a new idea about weapons. Perhaps I can forge a new weapon. I'm going to give it a try. Go out and stand guard. Don't let anyone disturb me. Otherwise, if you interrupt my train of thought, the forging might fail. He deliberately made the consequences more serious. In front of Haitang, Zhou Shu wouldn't dare to unleash his full power. If Haitang saw how fast he forged, what would happen? Zhou Shu didn't forget the name list. He had already made his name on the list after revealing his talent for forging. His martial Dao cultivation couldn't be exposed. Although he didn't know what rank his current martial Dao cultivation was, he was certain that he was definitely at the top of the younger generation. As expected, when Haitang heard Zhou Shu say that he might fail if he was disturbed, her small face immediately became serious. I will guard the door. With me around, no one can enter. Haitang said seriously. Yes, you must guard it well. Zhou Shu nodded. Whether or not I can develop a new weapon will depend on you. Haitang instantly felt as if a burden weighing 1,000,000 pounds had suddenly fallen on her shoulders. Zhou Shu entered the factory and locked Haitang outside. The horse-slaying saber had completed a kill and achieved a breakthrough. Next, it was time to max out the number of horse-slaying sabers in the legendary armament cannon. As long as the number of horse-slaying sabers became full, a new weapon would appear in the legendary armament cannon. I wonder if the next weapon will be a ranked one. The great general's residence in the capital. The elegant man who had killed the coachman with the saber stood in front of Great General Meng Bai respectfully. Have you settled it? Meng Bai said calmly. Yes, Mi Ziwen said respectfully. I have disappointed you, teacher. I'd be disappointed if you weren't sad at all. Meng Bai shook his head. Humans aren't like grass or wood. How can we be emotionless? After all, you two have been together for more than 10 years. I should have realized his identity a long time ago, but I was unwilling to believe it the entire time. That's why I ended up in such a state. Mi Ziwen smiled bitterly. Your temperament is still not decisive enough, Meng Bai said. You will come with me on the expedition this time. If you still can't change this bad habit, then in the future, it might be better if you devote yourself to books. Mi Ziwen's face froze. He naturally understood what he was saying. To devote himself to books meant that he would no longer have to lead soldiers to war. I understand, Mi Ziwen said seriously. That's enough. There's no need to put on such a straight face, Meng Bai said. Leading soldiers into battle isn't a good thing either. Don't stay at home and let your thoughts wander. Help me do something. I await your instructions, teacher, Mi Ziwen said seriously. In this expedition, apart from the usual military supplies, I also asked the forging division to supply 3,000 Heben sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 500 horse-slaying sabers. I'll leave these weapons to you. You can figure out how to play their greatest role on the battlefield. Now, go to the forging division and urge them to see if they're finished. Also, pass the beginner martial arts secret manuals that I asked you to collect previously to the superintendent of the 0th workshop. A strange look flashed across Mi Ziwen's eyes. I was wondering why teacher asked me to collect beginner martial arts secret manuals. From the looks of it, teacher collected them for the superintendent of the 0th workshop. Who is the superintendent of the 0th workshop? How could he trouble teacher for such a small matter? In the past, teacher never cared about such things. Mi Ziwen's mind wandered. For a moment, he even thought that the other party might be his teacher's illegitimate son. If Meng Bai knew what was going on in this student's head, he would probably directly expel him from his tutelage. I understand. Teacher, don't worry. I will personally hand the secret manuals to your... Mi Ziwen had almost blurted out your son. He quickly corrected himself. I will personally hand over the secret manuals to the superintendent of the 0th workshop. Teacher, do you have any message for him? That's it. Meng Bai waved his hand. He suddenly thought of something. In addition, bring my name card to Divine Constable Bureau's Ma Fengjiang and have him transfer a few experts from the Divine Constable Bureau to protect the superintendent of the 0th workshop for a period of time. His name is on the assassination list, but he's different from you people. He has just started learning martial arts and doesn't have the ability to protect himself. The country protector army isn't strong enough, while the demon executing and fiend eradication armies are experts in killing but amateurs when it comes to protecting people. The Divine Constable Bureau is more experienced in this. Meng Bai said with a deep voice, tell Commander Ma that before Great Xia's military parade, I do not wish to hear about anything happening to Zhou Shu. Yes, teacher. Mi Ziwen replied. He was increasingly certain that Zhou Shu, the superintendent of the Forging Division's 0th workshop, had an extraordinary relationship with his teacher. The assassination list is full of Great Xia's elites. Why would a forging apprentice suddenly appear? If he's related to teacher, it would explain his talent. It would be strange if teacher's bloodline wasn't that of a genius. Mi Ziwen had already perfected the entire logic in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Shu was his teacher's illegitimate son. As for why his teacher didn't acknowledge him, perhaps it was because of his own considerations. Even though his teacher held a high position in Great Xia, since ancient times, there had been countless cases where one's achievements caused jealousy from one's master. Although the current emperor was wise, who could guarantee what kind of personality the next emperor would have? Teacher, I have a few experts in my family. Should I send them to the 0th workshop? Mi Ziwen added. No need. The Divine Constable Bureau is enough. Meng Bai shook his head. You just have to take care of yourself. Don't assume that the assassination will end just like that. Great Wei will not let you off. You are in greater danger than him.